Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The commercial shows knights. The announcer says that you can become a knight or a commander of a huge number of soldiers. Then we see a lot of gold, and a happy man. Then we see a thief who steals these treasures, as well as a crown, and the announcer says that you can even become a king here. Many people were standing in the square and watching an advertisement for a virtual reality game called New World. The stranger clenched his fist and said that he will be able to open his own flower shop. There is a paper taped to the glass with a message that those who cannot lift more than half a ton cannot wear the sports brand of a man named Urim. The protagonist runs on a treadmill and whispers that he wants to open his own flower shop. His friend Vancic smiled and said that he saw the owner leave earlier, so the protagonist does not need to worry. They ran even faster, and Jeho said that he would not like to start a conversation with his father about the flower shop. Vancic looked at him and said that his father, Urim, hates flower shops because he thinks it is unmanly, while Jeho, on the contrary, loves flowers very much. The protagonist frowned, although he was in a good mood, and Vancic at that moment asked why he didn't just continue practicing hand-to-hand combat that his father taught him. The young man smiled and said that with a face like Jeho's, people can't even look him in the eye, because there were already such incidents in high school. The protagonist looked away in displeasure. The action moves 5 years ago, and we see two men. They entered the hall with indignant shouts and were looking for the boss. The men walked with their hands in their pockets, and talked about the owner needing permission to run this business. They saw a man with headphones at the table and told him that he could not run his business until he paid them. One of them grabbed the man by the shoulder. The man stood up and turned out to be huge. The bandits were frightened and their mouths dropped open in shock. The protagonist glared at them, although it was actually his usual expression, and then he welcomed them to the Urim Health and Fitness Center. The men said they wanted to register, and Jeho told them they would have to pay 60,000 won. The protagonist frowned and said that it was a distant memory. Wansik held his head and said that it was just one problem, but the flowers withered as soon as they were in his hands, and he was allergic to them, and besides, Jeho and flowers, according to him, had nothing in common. The protagonist looked at him and said that you can do anything like that, and besides, some people just come in to fish. Wansik turned around and asked him what he was going to do if the owner found out about this, and besides, the protagonist would lose his muscle mass in the capsule. Jeho stopped the treadmill and said that he couldn't buy it now. The young man took his feet off the treadmill and said that he would save up money for a deposit to rent a separate apartment and put a capsule there. Vancic pointed at himself and asked if Jeho wanted to go with him to the capsule room, which was specially equipped for the game. The protagonist blushed and asked if this was true. After a while, they entered the room with capsules. Vancic stood near one capsule and said that the starting point would be the Kruma Desert, since he also started there. But the protagonist was unhappy, since he would not be able to open his own store there. Then Vancic looked at him and said that this place would be more preferable for noobs. The initial level is not difficult. First it would be right to raise the level, and only then think about the store. A moment later, the young man was pierced by the shock of realization, and he told Jeho not to even think about going to the Rakshi forest, since in this case it would be better not to even start playing. The protagonist made a displeased face, but was surprised, and Vancic began to shout that this forest is known for the fact that many newbies died there, and if you lose your character there, you can no longer create a new one. He looked on the forum that training a second character or initializing a character is blocked. He imagined evil creatures and said that crazy elves live in this forest, so it is impossible to complete even the initial quests there. According to him, you need to pay several million gold for some ranked character to save you and carry you on their back. Vancic opened his mouth wide and shouted for the protagonist not to go to that forest. The protagonist frowned with displeasure. Jeho was lying in the capsule and it was obvious that he was cramped, but he refused to change the size of the capsule. And so Vancic closed the capsule and once again warned the protagonist not to go to the Rakshi forest under any circumstances, because he would not be able to get out of there. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would write him a private message in the Kruma location. The protagonist put on his glasses and said that he was interested in what the new VR would feel like. A system window appeared in front of him, and he said that he wanted to be normal. There was a flash. Jeho appeared in the forest, but he chose the nickname, Alshia, for himself. A system window opened in front of him, and he said that he now understood how to do it. Vancic, with a rather strange nickname, called him for a private conversation, and then laughed at the protagonist for the nickname Alshia. The protagonist looked away and said that he did not want to hear this from a guy who chose a nickname about muscles for himself. Jeho went forward, and Vancic began to shout discontentedly about the protagonist being in the Rakshi forest, and then the protagonist replied that it was a bug. A moment later, the system notified the protagonist that Vancic had been blocked, but Jeho was even glad, because he didn't want to listen to his whining. Jeho looked at the flowers and said that his choice was correct. Besides, there were no people to be seen here, but there were many flowers. The protagonist looked at his palms and exclaimed that then he should try moving in this body first. Someone was watching him, standing behind a tree. This stranger was dressed in a dark cape. He called the protagonist a new victim. He approached the protagonist from behind and said that he would also join their worldwide organization Rakshi. Jeho turned around. He frowned and asked him to wait a bit. The protagonist stood up and turned out to be much taller than the stranger. The mysterious stranger was terrified and wondered what he was going to start. The man immediately ran away screaming that he did not want to start PvP. Jeho scratched his cheek and said that he thought it was a tutorial NPC and wanted to start the game slowly. Then he lowered his head and said that it didn't matter because he was free to do whatever he wanted. There were many flowers behind him. He seemed to smile evilly, but he was laughing and was happy that he could open a flower shop. Then he started to sniff the air. The man spread his arms out to the sides and said that he was not allergic, even though there were only flowers around. He took the white flowers in his hand and said that the sense of touch was just great. He smiled creepily and exclaimed that this was heaven. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to something. A system window appeared in front of him, notifying him that he had obtained the plant knowledge skill and could now find out the name of the plant after examining it. He frowned evilly and exclaimed that this was very good because this skill was made for him. After a while, the protagonist examined the flowers and had already managed to raise his plant knowledge skill to level 5. Then he examined the red flowers and now he has received the achievement of a novice botanist, and therefore he will have his own reference book, which will contain all the information about the observed plant. The protagonist leaned over. He tensed his arms and seemed to be enraged. Jeho opened his mouth wide and screamed that this is exactly what he wanted. Then we see a pink-haired girl named May, who just appeared in this world. She closed her eyes and thought that there were elves in this forest. The girl imagined many handsome elf men and screamed in embarrassment. May turned around, because she heard some sounds. The girl looked out from behind a tree and blushed, because she thought that she had immediately stumbled upon elves. However, in front of her stood the screaming protagonist. She bulged her eyes in fear and thought that it was a monster. The protagonist sat and looked at the reference book. He took a book out of the system window. Jeho began to read and said that she should open it to the right place and touch the right page. A system window appeared in front of him, which contained a description of 2 flowers. The protagonist knelt down and said that it would be interesting to fill in all the data, and therefore it was worth exploring the forest more. The protagonist walked forward. After a while, he raised his head to look around and wondered if he had gone too far. After a moment, the young man looked to the side. He saw a dandelion. Jeho saw a bright light and said that the dandelion flew from there. The man began to move in that direction. He saw a colorful field dotted with blue flowers in front of him. He came closer and said that there was a whole field of Ifelchi flowers here. Suddenly, he lowered his eyes. He saw a bud of the Ifelsi flower that did not bloom. The protagonist looked around the field again and said that it was strange. Jeho frowned and said that this flower was the only one that failed to bloom. The protagonist sat down and said that it reminded him of the old days. The action moves to the past, and we see a pink bud. The protagonist sat down and said that this flower was the only one that failed to bloom. Then the protagonist blushed and said that the flower should not worry because he would make sure that the flower bloomed. First, Jeho watered the flower, then turned on classical music, and then he encouraged it with words. The flower bloomed slightly. The protagonist smiled and said that he was glad that his efforts were not in vain. But suddenly, someone trampled the flower. The protagonist frowned and almost cried. There was a thug in front of him, saying that Jeho was a third-grade bully who was growing poisonous flowers in that flower bed. The protagonist was in a terrible rage. The action shifts to reality. Jeho is sitting and saying that he failed then, but he will definitely succeed this time. The blue bud was closed. The protagonist said that he would let the flower, like all the other flowers, scatter its seeds. Jeho frowned. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that he had found the Ifelchi flower, which had never bloomed. The protagonist read this wording carefully, and wondered if this flower had never bloomed. The protagonist approached the flower and said that this was great, because he was so tired of learning from his father, and therefore he was going to show him the will of a man who would do everything without support. The system window said that this was a flower that still could not bloom. An hour later, Jeho sat with his arms crossed and said that this flower was not classified as a new species in the reference book, but maybe it was just another form of the same species. He frowned and said that he shouldn't just sit and watch, he needed information. Jeho stood up. He then ran and shouted that it was time to go to the starting town, and finally, after 3 hours of playing, Jeho started playing as a normal player. He was still in the forest. In front of him, a small resting place for elves, Tryon Village, opened up. The protagonist frowned and said that one of the reasons why Rakshi Forest was difficult was because the village of elves hostile to humans was the starting point. There were 2 elves in front of him. They immediately got into a fighting stance, and the elf shouted that the protagonist couldn't take a step into their village. Jeho held his hand out in front of him and tried to defuse the conflict, while thinking that he didn't expect things to be that bad. The elves looked at each other, and the elf girl said that he can't talk to monsters. Then the elf attacked the protagonist. The protagonist frowned angrily, and the elves became even more scared, but at that moment he was thinking that they were making fun of him, because he was not a monster. The elf was going to attack with his fist. Jeho immediately dodged. The elf's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist frowned and said that his ability to dodge attacks was enough to avoid a punch, because his father taught him. The man sank into memories and saw how he did push-ups, then moved from side to side, and his father was yelling at him all the time. To go through all this, the protagonist needed incredible willpower. The elf missed with another blow. The protagonist frowned and mentally said that his abilities in the new world were useful to him, because even with such great strength, there is no sense of reality of the fight, and therefore he cannot dodge normally and does not want to cause much harm. Jeho clenched his fist and was about to attack, thinking that he can counterattack, although he does not know the level of strength in this body. The elf saw the attack coming and was terrified. The protagonist struck. However, the elf easily grabbed his hand. Due to the difference in levels, no damage was done. The elf girl exclaimed that she could not believe that there was such a monster in this forest. Tears appeared on the protagonist's face. Jeho cried and asked them how he could be a monster and why they mocked him, because he is a human. The elf opened his mouth wide in surprise and pointed at his face. Jeho blushed and asked them what was wrong with his face. The elf's eyes bulged and wondered what evidence there was that he was just a player. The elves approached him and began to sniff, and then smelled the scent of the Eifelchi flower. The protagonist looked up and saw a system window that said the elves had become loyal to him because of his love for flowers. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and exclaimed that he was not going to fight anyway, and he just wanted to know about the Eifelchi flowers. But the elves asked him why he was so interested. Jeho smiled slyly out of embarrassment, and said that he wanted to grow flowers. The elves turned away from him and began to whisper. They did not trust the protagonist, and thought that he was deceiving them. The protagonist looked away and said that he came because of the Eifelchi flower, which had never bloomed. The elves looked at each other in shock and asked him about what he said. He looked away as the system informed him that he had survived a battle with a superior enemy, and therefore his reputation had increased. The action shifts, and we see May reading about Rakshi Forest. A drop of sweat rolled down her face and she said that she just wanted to achieve her goal. The girl turned around and said that she had hoped that when she got to Tyrant village, she would definitely make friends with a cute elf along the way. She blushed deeply when the system notified her of a quest related to elves. There was a rustling sound in the bushes behind her. Her eyes lit up red and she decided that this time there was definitely an elf there. There was indeed a tall, black-haired elf standing in the bushes. He looked at the girl in surprise. May winked at him and invited him to eat ramyun together. However, the elf simply walked past her without saying a word. The girl turned around in surprise and said that it was strange, because she even winked at the end. However, she then saw a village in front of her, and exclaimed that there were more elves there. She approached another elf, but he ignored her. Then May approached the elf girl, but she also ignored her. May was lying on the floor and crying, because the friendliness of the villagers had dropped to zero and now the girl could be attacked. A stranger came out of the bushes and invited her to join his organization. The girl heard some sounds and wondered if it was the sound of a flute. The girl and the man turned around. Then they opened their mouths wide in surprise. The protagonist was walking next to the elves. May exclaimed in shock that this was the monster she had seen before. The protagonist looked at the happy elves and thought that he could not believe that they brought him to the village to talk about the Eifelchi flower, which had never bloomed. Jeho frowned and mentally wondered if everything would be okay, and what kind of flower was it that had them worried. They climbed the stairs. They continued to climb and talk about how their elder of Tyrant village lived here. Jeho walked behind and said that even if he was no match for these elves, he was even less of a match for the elder, and that he was worried about being taken hostage. The elf extended his hand and introduced the elder to the protagonist. The elf told the elder that he had brought a player who knew about the Eifelchi flower, which had never bloomed. Elda, the elder of the village, asked seriously that he knew about this flower. The protagonist began to shout for them to wait a bit. He began to get nervous and exclaimed that he wanted to make a statement. At the same time he reasoned that he needed to convince them before they attacked him. Jeho then put his hand to his chest and talked about how he liked flowers and his dream of opening a flower shop. The elves looked at each other, and the crowd continued to grow due to the increased interest of the villagers. The protagonist raised his hand and continued his story, devoting himself entirely to this speech. At the end, he carefully opened one eye and the system notified him that the elves favored him because of his sincere love for flowers. The elves burst into tears and began to rejoice, saying that unlike his appearance, his heart was beautiful. Jeho then turned around, hearing laughter. Elda closed her eyes and said that he was a funny person and she was glad to meet him. The woman opened her eyes and said that his name was as beautiful as his heart. She folded her hands and said that for some reason she knew that he was telling the truth about the flower. The protagonist looked at her seriously. He frowned and looked up. A system window appeared, notifying the protagonist of a quest to change profession. The system window said that the protagonist could change his profession to a shaman. Elda closed her eyes and said that the creator of the Rakshi forest was the shaman Tillate, and all elves respected him, and Jeho looked at her excitedly. The woman imagined the form of a man in the desert, and said that Tillate had grown the Rakshi forest here, although this place was a desert, and he helped their wandering elves settle here. The crowd of elves looked at this shaman with joy. Jeho frowned and asked where this man was now, and the elder answered that, unfortunately, 200 years ago, he died in the arms of nature, and unlike them, he was a human. The woman closed her eyes and said that he died here, in the Rakshi forest, which was a worthy end to his wanderings, because flowers were first planted in the desert. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. He exclaimed and mentioned a flower that had never bloomed. The woman lowered her head and said that everything was correct. If he completed this task, he would acquire a new profession of shaman and become a hope for the elves who wandered all over the continent. Jeho frowned and was surprised. The elder bowed to him and asked him to do this task. The protagonist looked away. The elder looked at him silently, then he looked away. He blushed and asked if he could open a flower shop if he became a shaman. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Jeho grabbed his hair and said that it was very important to him, but the woman laughed. A bead of sweat rolled down his face, and he said that he came here to open a flower shop. He immediately frowned when she answered that it was possible. The elder laughed and said that Tillate said the same thing, because he also loved flowers very much. Jeho smiled and said that they had a wonderful conversation. The woman closed her eyes and exclaimed that now she was absolutely sure that Tillate had chosen him correctly to pass on his legacy. The protagonist grabbed the back of his head and said that he was not a shaman yet and did not know if it would work, but the elder replied that, as she had already said, he was chosen to find his will hidden in this forest. The girl narrowed her eyes and said that she felt that Jeho was emanating a natural scent. The protagonist turned away and asked if everything would be okay. Then he frowned and said that he would move on. The elder looked at him wisely and said that she was looking forward to his results. Then we see huge skyscrapers that belong to the global company, Worldwide, which became the developer of an artificial intelligence called Crater. We see the red logo of this artificial intelligence. This AI created the history and life of the game, New World. Then the action moves to the office. The task of these workers is to prevent the Crater from breaking. The action takes place in the room of the observation and study team. This department is quite small. Some worker quickly goes to the office. A man in a white shirt walked into the room and started shouting about the problem. He opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that for the first time since the opening, the Neuro sent out a notification about an SSS rank event. Hyunho looked at the monitor screen and said that he just found out that it was a shaman quest. The man opened his mouth wide and asked if this was a legendary class, since no one in the world could open it yet. Hyunho frowned and said that it was not, since now there are those who have mastered this class. His glasses reflected the image of the protagonist. Hyunho said that they should keep an eye on this player. We see two players in the New World. Classes are divided into common, rare and unique. However, at the beginning, everyone has a common class. Depending on how a person plays, he can increase his level. Then we see two warriors. Then an image of a pastry girl appears and the announcer says that it is even possible to reach a class of a unique level. But no one has managed to achieve this yet, and there is also a higher level legendary. After that, we see an image of a gray-haired old man. The announcer says that if you reach the legendary class, then in the New World the player will become a legend. But there was a hidden meaning in the sequential growth process. Elder Elda says that this is a special quest from Tillate for the protagonist. The protagonist looks at the bud and said that the skill of knowledge of plants does not give much information now. Then he turned around and said that he thinks that you can increase the level by studying ordinary flowers and Eifelchi, and therefore, maybe more hints will appear. Then he took a dandelion in his hand. Jeho raised one eyebrow and said that just as dandelions in the forest bloom here and there, so he can watch the growth of Eifelchi, because he did so in middle school. 2 days after planting, a sprout emerged from the ground. A week later, a flower bud emerged, and finally, 2 weeks later, the flower bloomed. Jeho looked at the system window and said that a normal Eifelchi flower needs 2 weeks to fully bloom. He looked at the system window and said that it was longer than he expected, but it seemed that the skill was increasing quickly. Another system window popped up and the protagonist said that the skill level was increasing and with it, the capabilities were increasing. Jeho frowned in surprise, because his skill had increased and now he could check the state of the observed plant. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and wondered what the state of the observed plant was. He then stood up and said that he wanted to use the knowledge of plants to study the Eifelchi flower. Jeho grabbed his head, because he did not receive any additional information. He looked at the system window, which said that for several days in a row, the plant was experiencing horror, feeling the evil gaze of a person on it. The protagonist frowned and said that now he understood that it was about the internal state of the flowers. His eyes widened in surprise. He turned his gaze to the bud. Jeho looked around and wondered if there was anyone else here. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He leaned over the flower in horror and greeted the flower. But then he grabbed his head and started screaming that no matter how you look at it, he looks like a man. He still held his head silently. But then Jeho turned around and said that he wouldn't know the truth unless he tried, but the flower's information stated that it had consciousness and feelings, but it wasn't human. The protagonist crouched down again and introduced himself to the flower, and then said that if anyone saw him talking to the flower, they would think he was crazy, but Jeho was looking forward to the time when he could be near the flower. A moment later, Wansik said that the protagonist had gone crazy. They were in the gym. 2 months had passed by now. Vansik was talking about Jeho talking to some flower for 2 months, but the protagonist was still calmly pumping his triceps. Vansik looked at him and noticed that he was crazier than he seemed. The protagonist turned around and said that he spent this time usefully and got rid of the flower's feeling of fear. Jeho put the dumbbell on the floor. Then he turned around and said that it was hard to explain, but he thought he would soon feel if there was any meaning in it. Jeho headed for the exit, saying that it was willpower, because if he doesn't try, he doesn't lose. Then the protagonist turned around and said that he wasn't just talking to a flower, because he liked the dew and the sounds of the flute. Thanks to this he learned new skills and raised their level. Vansik raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what level his character was 2 months later, because Vansik had already raised his level above 30. The protagonist looked at him silently. He frowned and said that it was a secret. After a while, he found himself in the game. At the moment he was level 4. Jeho looked at his skills and smiled, saying that Vansik would be surprised by his level, because his skill levels were quite high. He raised his hands and exclaimed that it was time to start daily work. The protagonist sat down in front of the bud and said that today he would like to tell the flower about his father. And so Jeho lay next to the flower all day and told different stories. They had a great time with the Eifelchi flower. Night fell. The protagonist knelt down on one knee and said goodbye to the flower. A system window appeared above the flower, in which it was written that the Eifelchi flower regrets that it is necessary to part with the protagonist. He opened his mouth in surprise, because the system notified him that the flower wanted to follow him. The flower began to open. The protagonist stood up in shock. The flower opened and began to glow. Jeho opened his mouth in shock and screamed. Some kind of beam of light shot out from the flower. A ball of light rose into the air. The protagonist took this ball in his hands. A system window immediately appeared in front of him, which said that Jeho passed the Shaman test and can now change his class to Shaman. The protagonist frowned and said that he agreed to change his class. The sphere shone even brighter, then it crashed right into the protagonist's heart. Jeho grabbed his heart and asked if the light really entered his chest. A system window appeared in front of him, which notified him that his class was changed to Shaman, and he received the seed of the divine tree. The protagonist looked at his palms. He turned his head and asked if that was all, since he didn't feel anything new in himself. He clicked on the system window. The man then blushed and said that his willpower helped him finish this quest, and that's why he likes this game. Jeho's heart was slightly glowing. He put his hand on it and wondered if he could talk to spirits now. Suddenly, the system window appeared. It contained the answer of the life spirit, who wrote that he could talk, but was a little shy. The protagonist began to dig into the system window and wondered what he had received. In his hand was a divine tree seed. Jeho wondered how it could be a seed and how it came out of a small flower. He frowned and said that the existing skills were transferred to class skills, so he only felt that the effectiveness of the skills had increased due to the improvement from the life spirit. He looked away and said that the changes were not that big, but they were still there. At that moment, all the elves in the village were drinking and dancing happily, and the protagonist saw this and wondered why they were happier than him. In the forest, 5 people in cloaks were visible. They looked at each other. May took off her hood and asked about what quest they had finished, but the green-haired boy said that maybe the elves were just scared of that scary face. The elf girl smiled at the protagonist, which made him blush. May also blushed and mentally said that something was wrong, because if the elves were scared, then they shouldn't approach him. She remembered watching him. Every time she saw him, Jeho was always surrounded by some flowers. Someone stomped on the ground. The leader of their society appeared behind them and said that he had a plan. He suggested keeping an eye on this player. His eyes glowed purple. He said that he would repay this player for his insult for the sake of their existence in the forest of Raksha. He remembered how he was scared of the protagonist and ran away in fear. All the members of the community began to cry and shouted that they were proud of their leader. However, May silently looked forward. She was watching the protagonist. Jeho smiled happily, looking at the elf girl, and so May thought that maybe, despite his appearance, he was a kind person inside. In the center of the dance, a fire was burning. The protagonist was wearing a chain of flowers. The protagonist stood in front of the elder. She told him that he really did something amazing, but he replied that he did it because he liked it. The woman chuckled and said that this was a good answer for a shaman. Jeho frowned and said that he still does not exactly understand what it means to be a shaman. Elda looked at him and said that it was probably because there was very little information about shamans in the world, and he probably knew little about the history of the continent. The protagonist lowered his head and confirmed that he really knew very little, and Elda said that the elves' original hometown was a beautiful place called Rizalan Forest, and she said that they lived under the protection of the mother of the divine tree. Jeho's eyes widened and he shouted about the seed of the divine tree. The village elder imagined a bright flame and said that 300 years ago, due to a war in the desert, the elves were on the verge of extinction, and at that time, the divine tree sacrificed itself to save them all, and as a result, Rizalan Forest was depleted, and the elves scattered. The protagonist's eyes widened and he wondered if the forest was depleted because of the war in the desert. Elda introduced humans and elves. She told that initially the relations between elves and humans were neither good nor bad. According to her, humans united with demons and began to perform rituals. They destroyed the forests of Rizalan and attacked the divine tree, and also killed many elves. Elda lowered her head and said that since then they became hostile to humans. The protagonist frowned, because now he understood everything. He looked closely at the elder while she told that there was only one person, more than an elf and a spirit. He was close to nature, and all the elves respected him. This person was the shaman Tillate. Elda closed her eyes and said that Tillate interacted with the divine tree until the end, but now the protagonist will do it. Jeho opened his mouth in shock. A system window appeared in front of him with a notification about a class quest. It said that now he must help the elves survive by reviving the divine tree. The system also informed him that if he succeeded, he would fulfill his promises to the divine tree, but if he failed, the tree or the elves would die. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that this was excellent, and then he picked up the divine tree's self and showed it to the elder. The woman looked at him seriously and said that it was entrusted to him as a shaman, not to them. It was the tree's decision, and therefore they had no right to interfere. Jeho held the tree's seed in his hands and said that he did not know how to grow it, but the woman closed her eyes and said that this did not mean that they could sit back and not help the protagonist. Elda took a pink flower from her sleeve. She handed him the pendant and said that no matter what part of the continent he was in, the elves would help him everywhere. The protagonist picked up the pink clover necklace and thanked her. He then took off the flower necklace and put it in his inventory. The protagonist puts on a pink clover necklace. Elda closes her eyes and laughs, then says that he looks great as expected. Jeho blushes since it is his first time wearing such a necklace, so he is embarrassed. However, he realizes that his skin tone goes well with pink. The scene moves to the office. The employees' mouths are open in surprise. One of them says that he did not expect Jeho to stay there for 2 months. The employees look at the boss in surprise. Hyunho tells them that a major event has started since the opening of the game. Mushna looks at the papers and says that this is the first SSS class event, and therefore they cannot disclose it, although they are eager to tell everyone. The employees' mouths are open in excitement, and exclaim that they understand him. Hyunho frowns and says that their job is to observe. Only the president is responsible for all decisions, and therefore the employees should watch their tongues. He looked at the monitor screen and said that if everything went well, it would be a great achievement for their observer team. Hyunho smiled and said that the protagonist found hidden quests and wild flowers that no one had ever seen before and won thanks to his efforts and persistence. A drop of sweat rolled down his face and he said that Jeho was a great player, so they would most likely have a bright future. Foliage appeared in the air. The hero had a flower pendant hanging around his neck and someone asked if he was leaving. The man, rubbing the back of his head, answered yes and explained that he wanted to stay in Tryon Village, but he needed to take care of the fate of the other elves, and the interlocutor thanked him and added that they would prepare a small thank you for him. The woman turned around and asked if the assistant had brought this thing, and the assistant answered yes. The protagonist's mouth opened, trying to understand what they were giving him. Looking at the bow, the player received a notification that he had received a well-crafted elven bow, 30 well-crafted arrows, and a well-crafted elven rapier. The elder, looking ahead, noted that he might not be able to use it now, but she hoped that he would need it in the future. The man, taking the rapier in his hands, thanked her and added that he would use this equipment carefully. The elf, standing in front of her subordinates, asked him to accept their request that he help them when they met again in front of the Tree of Life. The player, looking up, said that they should not worry, because everything possible would be done, and immediately received a notification that the elves now sympathized with him. Not far away, someone was peeking out from behind a bush. The guy, with his mouth open, noted that this person had received the weapon as a gift from the elves, while the second explained that this was what they had been waiting for and now they should proceed with the plan. The young man glanced to the side and turned to the leader, who said that they no longer had time to just watch. The player, with his mouth open, ordered the others to move forward. The forest appeared. The hero, holding his finger to his face, tried to understand what to do with his dream of a flower shop if he had to become a participant in the events and receive a task related to the elves, because now he needs to revive the sacred tree and found a place for the elves, which is an extremely difficult task. Walking along the path in the forest, the man tried to understand whether he really needed to save Rizalan, which was attacked by demons. Having imagined this demon, the player remembered that the elder said that after the attack the forest became a haven for demons, and it would take forever to cleanse it, and even the Ranka said that this was a very difficult task. Frowning, the protagonist tried to use his brain to the fullest. Punching his hand, the user realized that there was only one way, which was to grow a sacred tree seed in a suitable place for a flower shop. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, which said that the spirit of life knew a good place. Then the man remembered that he had extensive information about the sacred tree. The hero, raising his fists, asked where this place was. The notification was still hanging in front of him. Suddenly, words appeared on it that the spirit of the earth seemed to have forgotten. The player, looking to the side, read the spirit's message that very little time had passed since his awakening, and then the guy said that he would have to tell him as soon as he remembered. The man, with his hands on his hips, realized that he now needed to make basic preparations for the future and should replenish the reference book by studying plants. Suddenly, his gaze turned back. A level 25 brown bear appeared behind him. The player's mouth opened in surprise. The beast's eyes turned white. They suddenly bounced back. The guy, looking forward, did not understand what had happened, because they bounced back at the same time. Standing in front of the enemy, the young man thought about the fact that for some reason he was not attacking. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, which said that wild animals were scared when they saw his face. Then the player noted that no matter how scary he seemed to the bear, it still did not run away. The opponent suddenly began to move forward. The man dodged the attacker's first blow. The guy's foot slid along the ground. The young man moved away from his opponent. Putting his hands in front of him, the fighter noted that although he was only level 8, he had enough reaction and speed to fight a bear. Reaching out to his inventory, the warrior wondered if the bear would be able to avoid his attack, as the elf had done. A rapier appeared in his hands. Holding it behind his back, the man said that in that case he would need to use the sword that had been given to him by the elves. The player approached the enemy, screaming. The bear immediately attacked him, and notifications immediately appeared that the attack had failed due to clumsy fencing, and also that he had taken about 100 damage from the beast. The guy flew back, receiving another message that due to a strong blow, he had received damage to his joint, which had reduced his agility by 10%. The user, looking around, screamed that this was madness, because too much blood had been lost, and immediately calmly added that it was useless for him to attack with a weapon that he could not use. The man, getting to his feet, realized that the rapier had flown away just like an arrow from some incompetent. Blood was trickling down his forehead. Grinning, the guy said that in that case he would take advantage of it, and ordered the enemy to attack him. The bear immediately rushed to attack. The hero immediately dodged his attack. Immediately after, a direct attack was made on the enemy and a notification was received that the beast had been dealt 7 points of damage. The protagonist immediately dodged another attack. Immediately, the young man hit his enemy with an uppercut, receiving a notification about successfully dealing 10 points of damage to the brown bear. The enemy, opening his mouth, growled loudly. The player immediately jumped back a little, receiving a message that his fatigue had increased by 15% due to active attacks. The man, frowning, understood that his damage was too low and if this continued, then complete exhaustion awaited him. Suddenly, the guy glanced to the side, trying to figure out what could give him at least a little attack power. An inventory window appeared next to him. The girl, watching what was happening, said that this was a hellish battle, because fighting a bear with bare hands was sheer madness, and offered to help this man. The leader, opening his mouth, explained that this was exactly what he was waiting for, because it did not matter what kind of weapon he received from the elves, because he was only level 8. The leader, frowning, said that they would attack him after the battle with the bear, when he was exhausted, and then they would take away this rare weapon, and also added that with such a level it was simply unrealistic to survive in this forest, but the ally tried to object. The player, opening his mouth wider, shouted that her mind should be clear and firm, because this was all being done for the sake of their common future. The girl, turning around, explained that if they got closer to him now, it could help them a lot. Imagining how this man plays a musical instrument, she said that he was extremely innocent, that he even talks to flowers and plays the flute. They suddenly looked forward. The girl looked to the side. In the man's hands was a divine tree seed covered in blood. The player, attacking the enemy with it, understood that it was the perfect weapon for him and also received notifications that the brown bear was taking 105 damage and also that the spirit of life was frightened by his unforgivable act. The girl, her eyes wide open, said that this man was simply a demon. The three of them opened their mouths in surprise. The guy, smiling, said that he forgot to watch the 9 o'clock news and therefore it was time for him to go. The leader, looking at him, explained that in this case there was nothing to be done, because the news was extremely important. The leader, his mouth open, suggested that they leave this place for today. The girl, however, silently looked somewhere. Looking forward, she asked them to return first. Opening her eyes wider, May realized that no matter how much she looked at this man, she could not understand what he really was and she should have believed her eyes. The man, wiping sweat from his forehead, said that he finally managed to do it, and also received notifications about the successful killing of a brown bear and also about receiving 2 levels. Immediately in front of his face appeared a message, which listed the items received from this enemy. Immediately the notification changed and it already contained information about the received titles. Then the player noted that they were extremely strange. Looking at his hands, the man realized that he should pay more attention to the distribution of characteristic points, and although this is all in the game, fatigue appeared after one fight, and it is unclear what will happen to him if a whole series of fights occurs and a window with characteristics immediately appeared. Looking at the system window, the player remembered that fatigue directly depends on health, as his friend said, but before that points were invested in strength and dexterity. Now he should pump up health. Clenching his fist, the hero realized that everything is fine and does not look so bad, because he managed to adapt to the game. Immediately looking back, the protagonist thought that another bear had appeared behind him. Swinging his weapon, the man shouted that he was not going to die in this place. The girl, covering her head with her hands, asked him not to fight her. She opened one eye. The player still had the same serious face. May, opening her mouth wide, shouted that he should not hit her and immediately apologized for the fact that she could scare him. The young man looked at her with incomprehension. The interlocutor, squeezing her eyelids tightly, understood that she needed to try to be natural. She, opening her mouth, explained that, like the hero, she had started the game in this forest. The protagonist was still looking at her. May, looking at him, asked if he liked the weather in this place. Sweat appeared on the man's face. The girl, opening her mouth wide, did not understand what she was doing, because now the interlocutor would most likely think that she was crazy. She closed her eyes and shouted a question about whether he was going to leave this forest, and asked for permission to go with him. The hero looked at her silently. May, bowing her head, realized that she had screwed up, because she had said it too quickly than she should have. Suddenly, her eyes widened when he answered positively. The man, rubbing the back of his head, noted that the monsters in this forest were simply insane, and that 2 people would fight better than 1. The guy immediately called up the inventory window. Holding a bow and arrows in his hands, the young man said that the girl could use this equipment, because he would not be able to fight with it anyway, since he had to rely on his hand-to-hand combat skills. May, opening her mouth, asked if she could definitely accept these things. The hero, smirking, asked if a slap on the back of the head would help him make a decision. The protagonist, opening his mouth, immediately said that it was all just a joke. The girl, her eyes wide open, laughed nervously and thanked him, realizing that such a person would get her even from hell. The guy, looking at her, noted that he forgot to check something. The young man, turning around, explained that he would stay in this forest for some time and asked if that would suit her. She answered affirmatively. Looking back, the player said that in that case he would hope for their fruitful cooperation. The player, sitting in front of the flowers, said that this plant grows only in wetlands, and its main food is microorganisms in the soil, and such a mushroom flower, parasitizing with the help of roots, has no taste and therefore it is better not to eat it. The girl, with her eyes wide open, thought that all this person does is study the types of plants and flowers and mumble something under his breath, and this is the one who defeated the enemy stronger than him. Looking at him, she realized that this is extremely strange. Her eyes were still wide open, when thoughts came to her mind that the monster is just his image, so that he will not be disturbed while studying the flowers, and perhaps what she saw earlier simply misled her, and the hero could not understand what was wrong with her. Sweat appeared on his face from the realization that she would soon drill a hole in him with her gaze. Suddenly his eyes opened wider after a certain thought. The guy grinned, realizing that it was above average, and also laughed, while May thought that it was that strange laugh again, which was extremely strange, but she was still interested. The man, without turning around, explained that it was time for him to exit the game. The companion, with her mouth open, asked when they would meet next time, and the protagonist answered that it would be around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The girl, looking at him, asked what time it was, and the young man explained that it was the Korean time zone and noted that he had simply forgotten that the game had an automatic language translator, while the interlocutor exclaimed that she was also from Korea. The protagonist silently looked at her. May, smiling, said that in that case she would return to the game at that time. Suddenly her eyes widened. The girl, looking after him, asked about his name and immediately introduced herself. The guy, turning around, said his game name. They silently looked at each other. The ally, smiling, said that this name was really beautiful. A certain office appeared. The hero, looking away, listened to someone's words about how he was late for 5 minutes, and the interlocutor initially had suspicions that something was wrong lately, but today he was finally convinced of it. The father, clenching his fist, shouted a question about why the hell he thought he was playing this game, and the young man tried to understand who had let it slip to him. The owner, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he could play, because his father had played when he was young, and then asked a question about what kind of game it was, in which you had to lie in a capsule and not use a keyboard and mouse, because that way muscle mass would be lost. The man closed his mouth when his son called out to him. The guy, frowning, asked him not to worry and reminded him that the interlocutor wanted his son to become a martial arts master, and one way or another, in reality, his mother was against it and asked a question about what about the virtual world then. The man, gritting his teeth, shouted that he was going too far. The young man, closing his eyes, explained that a third of the planet's population plays in the new world, and although this place is different from his father's desire for martial arts, but if you strive for first place, then it is the same as challenging the champion, and that is why it was decided to start playing this game. The father, looking down, said something to his son. The hero, frowning, called out to his father. Suddenly the man turned away. Without turning around, the interlocutor asked if he wanted to become a king there. The guy, opening his mouth, answered affirmatively. Then the relative asked what his profession was. The guy's eyes widened wider. Smiling, the protagonist replied that his profession was a warrior. Wiping tears from his face, the father realized that he had never thought that his son thought so much about him, and the boy realized what would happen if he found out about the creation of a flower shop in the game. Someone stepped on the ground and said that this was a famous forest that was talked about a lot, and they should just gather newbies into a locomotive to take out, and then it would be easy money. A man with a shield on his back said that although the level of monsters here does not exceed 50, but its bad reputation is not clear, because it was very easy to get here. It was the Sunset Knight, Worcester, who said that he reached level 134 thanks to his abilities, and here he cannot die, and immediately notifications appeared about the entrance to the forest in which noble elves live. Looking ahead, the warrior realized that this is one of the elves that this place is so famous for. The guy, standing behind, asked if Jonas was here, because he had to come here to pick him up. The elf turned around and said that he would ignore it, since there had been a celebration recently, and asked the man to leave. The young man's mouth fell open in surprise. Suddenly, his eyes began to open wider. The knight threw his head back and began to laugh. The fighter, with his mouth open, called out to the elf. The boy held the blade out in front of him and ordered him to bring the man here if he did not want to die. The elf silently looked at the blade of the sword. The creature, with its mouth slightly open, asked again. Its gaze was directed somewhere to the side. The hero, smiling, understood that because his father had scolded him, he almost had to quit the game. Suddenly, the boy looked back. The girl, appearing behind him, greeted him, and he asked if she had already been here. May, standing in front of him, explained that she had also just entered the game. The protagonist, looking back, said that in any case, they should work well together today. The girl, approaching, asked him to take care of him and tried to say his name, but immediately realized that it did not suit him at all. The crown of a tree appeared. Some flowers immediately appeared. The protagonist looked at them and immediately notifications appeared that the information about the flowers of this forest was filled by 50%, and also that the interest of the elves in him increased, and thanks to this, the effect on studying flowers was improved. The girl, tilting her head, assumed that today there would again be silent observation of the plants, but realized that she was still curious about it. Opening her eyes wider, she thought that everything was fine. Raising her hand to her face, May coughed. Looking to the side, her companion asked about when the young man began to play the new world. The hero, turning around, asked again. The ally, raising one finger, explained that usually people are busy leveling up right after the start, but the protagonist, apparently, has been playing this game for quite a long time. Smiling, she explained that he only looked at the flowers all the time and asked if he liked them. The young man looked at her menacingly. May, opening her mouth wide, explained that if he was uncomfortable, then he could not answer this question. Having stood up, the guy said that he would answer it. Immediately after, the hero took her by the shoulders, then the girl realized that this was apparently too unpleasant a question for him. Frowning, the player began to say something about flowers, when the companion thought that his face was too scary. The protagonist, standing in front of her, said that she really liked flowers and this was not a lie, because he wanted to open a flower shop. Then the interlocutor asked again. The guy, having approached, answered affirmatively and added that he also wanted to break up a large garden. The hero, crossing his arms on his chest, explained that in reality he had different circumstances and therefore, as a replacement, it was decided to open a shop at least in the game. The girl looked away and thought about the flower shop, but she couldn't understand why it had chosen such a soft-sounding name in the game. She opened her eyes wider and realized something. May, turning away, thought that his sincerity had apparently touched the elves. Smiling, the companion suggested that if she learned this from the young man, she might be able to get along with the elves. The protagonist, looking at her, realized that he was right and that she really was strange. Suddenly, they turned around. The interlocutor, looking back, asked what those sounds were and suggested that something was happening nearby. The hero, looking up, asked if they should check. Someone was running quickly. Worcester, his mouth wide open, shouted that something was wrong here. The knight, his eyes wide open, shouted that he didn't even know that the elves were so strong and that he didn't want to die here. Suddenly, his opponent was right next to him. The elf, grinning, asked where he was running off to, because they still needed to find Jonas. The warrior immediately put his shield in front of him. The elf attacked him with his fist. The guy flew back from such a blow. Gritting his teeth, the young man did not understand where such power came from an irregular punch. Suddenly, someone grabbed his shield. The elf, appearing from behind it, noted that it was quite good. Suddenly, the enemy pushed it away. The fighter's mouth was wide open. There was a grin on the opponent's face. Squinting, the elf said that the person using this shield was very weak. Immediately after, he hit the knight with his knee. Blood spurted from his mouth. The man began to fall to the ground. The opponent, looking at him, noted that he was still standing on his feet, which was commendable. The knight, gritting his teeth, realized that this blow had taken away most of his health, and if he couldn't escape, he would have to drink a potion, and also realized that he needed to concentrate for 3 seconds to use a skill that spent all his mana. With his mouth wide open, the fighter shouted that if he failed to concentrate, there would be no more chance, and the enemy tried to tell him that there were flowers under his feet. Frowning, the knight said that it was too late, because how dare he look down on him, and immediately began to pronounce the words to use the skill. Suddenly, someone put a hand on him from behind, and immediately there were notifications that the use of the ability was cancelled, but the mana was still burned. His eyes suddenly opened wider. Looking back, the knight tried to understand what was happening. Turning around, the warrior shouted a question about how dare he. Trampled flowers appeared. The hero looked at him and asked if he had seen what he had done. Turning around, the knight tried to understand if it was an elf. Opening his mouth in surprise, the fighter realized that he had ordinary ears. Looking at the protagonist's clothes, the warrior realized that he also had a beginner's clothes. The young man's face was very menacing. Looking at him, the guy noted that he was extremely brave to do this. Holding him by the shoulder, the player asked if he had trampled all those flowers. Squinting, the knight did not understand what flowers he was talking about. Removing his opponent's hand, Worcester shouted that he was just a crazy beginner. Immediately after, the enemy swung his blade to attack. The hero began to swing his sword to strike when he shouted something. The attack landed right on the enemy's face. Another blow to his head immediately followed. The young man made another similar attack. Then followed another blow with his right hand. Opening his mouth, the knight tried to understand what was happening. The warrior's eyes widened as he realized that he was taking 4 damage from this player. Looking at him, Worcester screamed that his attacks were not even felt, and that he should not be interfered with. Swinging his blade, the enemy screamed about 1 blow. Swinging, the opponent said that 1 attack would be enough for the young man to die. Immediately after, the knight dug his foot in. Suddenly, the warrior soared into the air. Opening his mouth wide, the enemy screamed that he would die with 1 blow. With this swing, the fighter cut even more flowers. Jumping back, the knight told him to stop useless dodging. Gritting his teeth, the enemy realized that his lost mana began to gradually recover, and when it became enough for the skill, he would be able to instantly kill this player. The hero, frowning, asked that it was really not enough for him to trample on the flowers, that he decided to cut them down as well. The protagonist opened his mouth and explained that there would be no forgiveness for him now. Suddenly, the young man took a fighting stance. The knight's eyes suddenly widened from the realization that he was too fast for his build. The fist was already heading towards him. The player made numerous lightning attacks. Looking down, the opponent realized that he only had arrogance and his mana was almost restored. Jumping up, the enemy screamed that this was the end of the hero. Opening his mouth, the enemy was about to use an attack skill. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared. His eyes were wide open. The hero also looked forward in surprise. The elf, attacking the knight, asked if the young man was okay. Looking at the equipment, the warrior realized that his armor was being destroyed, but he could not understand why he could not move. His eyes widened after being notified that such a sudden blow caused an abnormal state in the form of fainting. The man began to fall down. His mouth was wide open. The protagonist, standing in front of him, used a combination counterattack in response to the opponent's strike. A divine seed appeared in the hero's hand. Attacking the enemy's head with it, the boy said that since his fist was burning, he would have to use this weapon. Immediately after, the young man made another strike. The knight, wide-eyed, screamed that this was simply impossible. Immediately after, a blow fell on him from the other side, when he begged him to stop. The hero swung to attack again. It again hit the opponent's face. Immediately, another uppercut fell on him. The enemy's body began to disappear, and immediately a notification appeared that the enemy's level was lowered and also that his shield was lost as a penalty, while the protagonist received notifications about increasing levels and receiving a new title. The girl, standing behind, asked if he was okay, realizing that an ally killed this man because he trampled on flowers. Pointing somewhere with her finger, May explained that there was a shield that the opponent had used. Looking at it, the hero received messages that it was a shield called Twilight Barrage, which had many enhancements and also a special skill that could awaken the will of the Twilight Knights to stop enemies for 5 seconds. The girl, looking at it, noted that this equipment looked just great, and the young man agreed with her. The elf, opening his mouth, thanked the hero. The interlocutor, looking at him, explained that he had arrived in the village of Tryan and had started to behave unceremoniously, and since the man had started to threaten them and posed a danger to others, he had to give chase. The guy, rubbing his head, said that then this player definitely deserved to die, and he was sure of it even when he stepped on the flowers. The elf, looking at them, asked who was behind the young man. The hero, looking at the girl, explained that she was helping him study flowers. The interlocutor, standing in front of them, noted that this was expected from him, because all such people should have assistants. Smiling, the fighter also noted that he counted on her good cooperation with the protagonist. She received a notification that the elves began to show very little curiosity towards her. May opened her eyes wide. The warrior, waving his hand, said that he would go then and asked the young man to go to the village of Tryan next time. He agreed with him. The protagonist, looking forward, said that this should be enough for today, when suddenly his companion called out to him. The protagonist immediately looked to the side and asked what she needed. The girl, opening her mouth wide, asked whether she really could become his assistant. The guy, frowning, asked again. The ally, looking at him, answered affirmatively. She opened her eyes wider and screamed that she wanted it very much, realizing that she couldn't miss the chance to get closer to the elves. The hero, covering himself with his hands, tried to understand what she was talking about. The young man, smiling, allowed her to become his assistant. Suddenly, some system notifications began to appear in front of the girl. She looked at them. The messages said about the task of changing the profession to a shaman. Some kind of glow appeared around her after the change of profession to the shaman's assistant was successfully completed. With her mouth wide open, she said that none of this mattered because now the elves would finally start paying attention to her. The hero looked at her, not understanding what was happening. With his mouth slightly open, the guy realized that after they got out of the forest, they should go their separate ways. The protagonist looked to the side, noticing something. A notification appeared in front of him, which said that May had been appointed as his assistant, and she could be summoned from anywhere. Looking at the words that he had the ability to summon her, the player tried to understand what this meant. Looking at her, the young man thought about what he should try. Looking at the system window, the guy used the assistant's summoning skill. She suddenly appeared in front of him. The girl fell to the ground and the hero immediately apologized to her. Leaning slightly, the player realized that he should have guessed without checking. May assumed that this happened because she had to become the shaman's assistant. Turning around, she asked what kind of profession it was. The young man asked whether she really changed her profession, knowing nothing about the current one. The assistant, opening her mouth, again asked who the shaman was and immediately said that she understood everything. With her eyes widened, May repeated her question about whether her ally was a newbie. The guy, putting his finger to his face, asked to let him think for a while. Opening his mouth, the young man realized that he did not have to share information about his difficult task with anyone and said that the shaman class is given to those who want to open a flower shop. The girl, standing up, asked again about the flower shop. Opening her mouth, May said that they could now switch to informal communication. The hero, looking down, asked again. The companion, smiling broadly, explained that she had become his assistant after all. Turning away, she realized that she simply felt uncomfortable addressing the interlocutor in this way. Worcester began to appear, having received a notification that his current state was caused by death, and the penalty for this would be a decrease in level and the loss of an item of equipment. The knight opened his mouth and said that it was not time to whine, receiving another message that he would be reconnected to the server after a certain time and respawned at the checkpoint. Immediately after, the warrior clicked on the system window, which said that a private conversation with a certain player had begun. The guy, opening his mouth wide, asked if the leader could hear him. Falling to his knees, the young man tried to say something when he heard the leader's question about what had caused his sudden call. Someone opened their mouth and said something. The man, looking at the system window, noted that he had told him not to go into that forest, because even the best players do not go into the forest. Then the knight said that he died at the hands of a player, not an elf. Then the leader asked if he had lost the quest item in that case, and the interlocutor answered affirmatively. The leader, with his mouth open, explained that capable players were a real problem for them, because the interlocutor had never died before this skirmish and therefore failed due to a banal lack of experience, and also added that the guild was waiting for him to move from a rare to a unique class. But without a twilight barrier this could not be done. The man, looking at the system window, asked if he remembered that player. The knight replied that he was not sure about it. Then the leader explained that he was not interested in the in-game name, but in appearance. The interlocutor replied that his opponent looked very scary and apparently had a high level. Still looking at the system window, the leader asked him to rest when he disconnected from the server. The guild master, looking away, explained that for now they should go in search of that poor guy from the forum, because if a pumped-up player had gone into the forest, then nothing would have happened to him, and added that next to this location there is a desert, where one of the guild members is carrying out a task, whom they will attract. The knight bowed his head and said something. Frowning, the fighter said that he would never forget this, because how did he manage to let his guard down and become like a newbie who couldn't see what was happening behind him? With his eyes wide open, the warrior shouted that no matter how, he would have to return this shield. The timer was already showing 0 seconds. The player immediately disappeared and a notification about his forced shutdown appeared. A clear sky appeared. An apartment building was visible, in which the protagonist's house was located. The father and son were sitting at the table. The hero suddenly looked at the man when he started asking a question. The father, smiling, asked when he would become king. The old man raised his finger and asked if it wasn't great to be a hand-to-hand combat warrior, and also asked if he would get sick if he played a lot, because he needed to take care of his health, and immediately added that he didn't have to clean the gym today, but he would have to do some leg exercises. The young man, with his mouth open, tried to understand how many types of hand-to-hand combat they were going to teach him and immediately called out to his father. The man, sitting at the table, was talking about how his son was very keen on his new hobby, and he couldn't even help him, and explained that he had bought something and that it was now in his room. Opening the door, the old man shouted that he had bought him a second-hand gaming capsule. The young man, looking at him, asked if the loan for the gym had really been paid off, and the father replied that the thing didn't cost too much, and if his son was going to become a world champion, then why not buy it? The hero, with his mouth open, asked if his mother knew. The father silently looked ahead. Looking away, the relative explained that he simply hoped that his mother would understand everything correctly when she came home. The mother, with her mouth wide open, screamed that he had done wrong again, because how would they pay back the loan if he was taking the last money out of his pocket? The man explained that there had been a misunderstanding and his son had simply asked him to buy this thing. The woman, standing in front of him, screamed that he should not blame everything on the young man. Looking back, the father explained that this was not true. The hero was looking through a small crack. Suddenly, the guy slammed the door. The old man, with his mouth wide open, screamed something about his son. Behind him was the door, and from behind it came the screams of the father when the hero said that he would never forget his sacrifice. With his mouth slightly open, the young man understood that his dream was a priority, and no one should know about it. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, said that he only had 5% left, and most of the flowers growing in this place had already been studied. Looking away, the player realized that he couldn't find the rest, although it was logical that rare ones couldn't be found so quickly. The girl, looking away, asked if they had visited all the places in this forest in the last few days. The young man, frowning, noted that this location was not that big. Looking away, the guy explained that they had one more place left. May, smiling broadly, said that there were no more unexplored territories on her map. Looking away, she tried to understand what he was talking about. A mountain appeared in the distance. The assistant, standing behind, asked if he was joking, because in that direction there was an ordinary rocky peak and it was unlikely that there would be any vegetation there. But the player explained that they should still check, because they couldn't refuse to explore the area just because it was rocky at first glance. The girl, looking after him, tried to say something. The hero said that he would go there alone, because the assistant already had too little stamina. Raising one hand, May realized that she still did not have to climb anywhere, and said that in this case she would stay here and watch the process. The young man explained that he now needed to find equipment for rock climbing. Leaving, the guy said that he would go to the elves and ask. Suddenly, the assistant grabbed him by the sleeve. The protagonist looked back. May, looking at him, asked why he did not trust such a trifle to his ally. The tool stuck into the stone. The hero held a well-made elven ice axe in his hands, which was enchanted for climbing a steep cliff. The young man hung on this tool, saying that the tools given by the elves turned out to be very useful. Looking up, the player realized that he still had a little left. The end of his path was visible ahead. The guy's fingers were already on the edge of the cliff. Trying to climb it, the hero screamed loudly. Having risen, the young man realized that he had managed to climb and noticed that the effect was the same as from a fierce strength training. Looking ahead, the player tried to understand where the sought-after plants were. Looking around, the young man could not believe that this place really was solid rock. Suddenly, a notification appeared near him and began a private conversation with an assistant, who asked him if he had found anything and how things were going. He answered that there was nothing in this place. This system window appeared and her question was heard about what they should do then. The young man looked in the other direction. Walking along the slope, the hero explained that they would go down from the other side. The girl exclaimed that it was very dangerous, because the descent was completely different from the ascent. The player said that this way he would be able to inspect the entire slope. Looking down, the guy was talking about starting his descent, and the assistant asked him to be careful. A notification appeared that his fatigue level was reaching 90% and therefore the character needed to rest, and also that an abnormal state of lethargy had been received, which was characterized by slowness, sluggishness, and fatigue. The young man, with his mouth wide open, was talking about how 3 whole hours had already passed, and it was becoming too difficult for him. A notification appeared, which said that the spirit recommended the user to rest. The hero, looking at it, agreed with the spirit. Immediately after, the protagonist stuck an ice pick into the rock. Looking down, the player realized that he was almost down, and he just needed to hammer in the hook. Suddenly, the ice pick fell out of these rocks. The guy began to fall down, screaming loudly. With his mouth wide open, the player remembered that the other hooks were still in place. One of them appeared. Suddenly, cracks appeared in this place and a notification appeared that this rock hook had come unhooked. Looking up, the hero received many messages that the other hooks had also started to come unhooked. The rope began to tighten. It suddenly began to break and a corresponding notification appeared. The guy's mouth was wide open. Suddenly, he flipped over in the air. He continued to fall down. The rope was completely severed and the player immediately screamed and immediately notifications appeared about receiving achievements related to falls and also a message that the player had died. A certain blue eye appeared. The guy opened his mouth slightly, wondering if this was death. Suddenly, his eyes opened wider. Looking at the huge flower, the protagonist received a notification that they had discovered Tillate space, as they had entered a secret location. Then the player tried to understand what kind of place this was, because hadn't he died, and also wondered what kind of thing this was in front of him. And then another message appeared, which said that he had found a sealed spirit, which was sealed by the shaman Tillate in the last minutes of his life and contains a pure spiritual essence, and in order to be admitted to this seal, you need to receive the spirit's recognition. Standing in front of this plant, the protagonist realized that this was another seal and assumed that it was similar to the one that the Ifelchi flower had, which never bloomed, but also did not understand why this plant was so huge. Looking at it, the guy received several more system messages that the section of flowers of this forest was filled to 100%, and also that the interest of the elves in his person has grown and their favor has also increased greatly, and an achievement was received. Then the hero said that apparently he had the opportunity to see this flower only because he died. Touching it, the young man decided to examine it first and realized that this is a truly powerful plant, and already wanted to use the study of the plant. Suddenly his eyes opened wider. Notifications began to appear in front of him, which said that the sealed spirit feels the natural smell emanating from it, which is recognizable to him, and that this smell contains a part of the shaman Tillate. Suddenly the bud began to open. The hero, opening his mouth wide, tried to understand what was inside. Looking at the open bud, the young man realized that there was a separate world there, and a notification immediately appeared that he had discovered the world of flower spirits Gloria, due to which his reputation increased greatly. Looking at the glowing spheres, the protagonist assumed that these were spirits, and a notification about receiving a class quest appeared, in which he had to grow a sacred tree. The player, with his mouth open, realized that he now had 2 tasks of this type and he would have a hard time. Looking at the flower, the guy realized that the bud had already begun to close. System messages appeared in front of him again, which said that he had received the essence of Gloria and the seed of the spirit plant. Raising his hand, the hero realized that he should not touch the sealed spirit yet. Looking to the side, the young man thought that this game really has a lot of hidden moments, and notifications about his resurrection immediately began to appear. Jeho frowned, while a system notification appeared that the player was reconnected to the server, and that the character was revived at the checkpoint. The girl, surprised, called out to the guy. Running closer, May asked what happened, adding that their dialogue was interrupted, and then the reference book showed 100%. Looking back, the shaman replied that he had died after falling off a cliff. The assistant, becoming even more frightened, asked if it had hurt much. Sitting on a log, the young man said that this was how he had gotten to the hidden location, having found a sealed spirit. Sitting opposite, the comrade said something about a spiritual essence. Stamping her foot, the woman shouted that she would like elves and spirits to live not only in the fantasy world, but also in life. Raising both hands up, the heroine shouted that this was her passionate desire. The dark-haired man put his hand on his knee. Getting up from his seat, the interlocutor replied that one of the sections in the botanical reference book was completely filled, so there was no point in staying here for long. Turning around, the opponent said that they needed to move on. Without moving, May asked if they were leaving the forest, to which she heard a positive answer. The girl burst into tears and thought about how the elves had only just begun to pay attention to her, and even managed to get the bow they had made. The man looked back in surprise. Sitting on a log, the assistant thought about how she couldn't stop there, and if she followed her friend, she could achieve more. She closed her eyes tightly. Thinking about the imaginary elf, the girl thought about the possibility of flirting with the elves. Watching carefully, the protagonist wondered what had happened to her again. Walking along the path, the knight asked if the hero was still here. Looking straight ahead, the guild leader replied that he had just finished watching. While no one had left the location, there was a high probability that he was a professional player, and a place like this forest was just right for the idea, since it was very quiet here. But you still needed to be prepared. Frightened, the fair-haired man said that he hoped that it wasn't the elves moving towards them now. Several people ran out of the forest. The interlocutor, having prepared himself, shouted that someone had crossed the forest border. People were coming closer and closer. The guys watched in silence. Frowning, the opponent said that this guy was him. Worcester, opening his eyes wider, said that he had lost his shield. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guild member shouted that it was all his fault. The one who came out grimaced. The guys were very scared. The leader stood motionless. The stranger passed by. Grinning, the man thought about the very oppressive atmosphere here due to his mere presence, and the aura of absolute power emanating from him. Someone touched the young man. An imaginary predator appeared behind him. The girl stood in the middle of the guys. A second later, she took a few steps away. Surprised, May asked why those people were staring at him so menacingly, to which she received the answer that the protagonist did not know, but it seemed to him that they wanted to start a fight. Taking a few steps forward, Jeho added that one of the players seemed familiar, but could not remember, to which the girl replied that perhaps this moment was not so important to remember. Turning around, the knight asked why he was just standing and watching. Looking at the one leaving, the dark-haired man replied that he could not give a clear answer, but he felt that this was far from an ordinary player. Frowning, the player said that it was still strange, because he went alone and did not die in that area. Putting his hand forward, the interlocutor asked if this was even possible, to which he received the answer that he should not be provoked. Turning around, the guild leader added that the next meeting required careful preparation. First, he needed to announce to everyone in the guild so that they could follow him. A scorpion ran through the desert. A system notification appeared that the spirit of life said that the desired place was called Alicia. The boys walked through the desert, talking about heading to a place called Alicia, but there was no information on the forum about what they were talking about. But first they needed to get out of the desert. May pointed her finger and asked them to look there. An oasis was visible in the middle of the desert. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that there could be a whole village near the oasis, so they needed to hurry. The two ran faster towards the oasis. Rushing after him, the pink-haired girl called out to her friend. Protecting himself with his hands, the man wondered where such a sudden storm came from. Looking at the desert, the young man shouted that the oasis was gone. Scratching his head, Jeho wondered if they had stumbled upon a mirage. Standing in the same position, he added that everything looked real. While the hero stood in the same position and wondered if the dunes were really getting higher and higher, his friend tried to call out to him. The shaman was being pulled into a sand vortex. Stretching his hand forward, the guy screamed that he couldn't get out, while a system notification popped up that an irresistible force was pulling him down. His hand was sticking out from under the sand, while another system message popped up that a secret entrance to the dungeon had been found. The sand was swirling faster and faster. A second later, the vortex disappeared. Standing in the same place, the assistant said that the vortex had stopped. Poking at the system notification, the girl said that the whisper function wasn't working. Crossing her arms, the heroine said that she was alone. The pink-haired girl started shaking her hands. Frightened, May wondered if she was going to fall through it. The walls appeared, after which a system notification appeared that discovering a secret dungeon increases reputation. A door was visible in the middle of the wall. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist wondered where he was. Looking around, the young man was surprised by how big the corridor was. Frowning, Jeho wondered what those strange sounds were. Looking at the door, the dark-haired man assumed that the source of the noise was behind the door. They began to pound on the door from the inside. A second later, people appeared, shouting to attack. Frightened, the shaman shouted what was going on here. The rebel army of the Copia kingdom rushed to attack. Their leader shouted that they would kill the tyrant Brezel and defend the honor of their homeland. The bearded man looked forward in surprise. The healthy guy took a frightened fighting stance. A powerful aura emanated from him. The man did not understand who this strange guy was in front of him. The squad captain backed away in fear and asked if he was really Brezel's new servant. He was clearly an unusual guy, especially his face. Everyone raised their heads. A demonic voice began to mock the stupid people and ask if they still could not accept their fate. The men growled and cursed. While Jeho looked at them in confusion, the captain promised that today the king's reign would end. They would overthrow him from the throne and defeat the curse. The dungeon trembled. Brezel laughed and said that no matter how hard they tried, they would still remain his loyal slaves. Then a description of a sudden quest appeared in front of his face, which told about a time loop in the kingdom of Brezel. The man called out to the strange stranger. He screamed furiously and said that the tyrant Brezel was the one who devastated their lands, so he began to ask for his help. A description of the first way to help the rebels defeat Brezel appeared. The guy looked warily at the ceiling. The demon noticed that the hero looked like a strong warrior and promised to share his power with him. But first he would need to kill worthless insects. A description of the second path appeared. It was necessary to help the demon king. The big guy began to look at both offers in confusion. He looked forward seriously, deciding that he would make a choice. Meanwhile, in the desert, a private conversation was being held with the player Corvason. The girl complained about the guys, saying that not only did they need to track everyone coming from the Rakshi forest, but they also needed to search the Perm Desert, which meant that she was not coming here for this. But someone pulled the guys to start giving orders and now she would have to postpone the class quest. Protagonist was indignant that this was too much. Why should her friend drop everything and go carry out someone's orders? Player Samantha looked away irritably. She was very angry and even blocked all privates. She had to sew her quest stuff. That's what happens when an aluminum basin makes a crystal vase out of itself. She looked at the conversation window. On the other hand, they asked if she had really been in the desert for a month already, if there was any progress in finding the quest for the Defender of Time. The girl tiredly answered that there was nothing but sand everywhere, and no clues either. A small creature began to rise from the sand. The golem had returned. The player knelt down in front of the little miracle and asked if it had found anything, but it only squeaked that there was emptiness everywhere. Samantha looked away and asked herself what she should do. She straightened up and called the rest of the golems and ordered them to report the situation. The golems silently stared at their mistress. No one had any information. But then one of the servants waved his arms and called the player. Samantha immediately used mimicry on him. The golem began to imitate the objects and figures it saw. It turned into a girl who looked thoughtfully ahead and asked if she would be able to breathe in that sand funnel if it sucked her in. Samantha shuddered, realizing that she had received information about the secret entrance to the dungeon. She ran forward and ordered to lead her forward. Jeho raised his clenched fist. Together with the rebels, he ran forward and offered to kill Brezel together. The squad captain looked at the big guy with gratitude and thanked him. While he was thinking that he still did not like this choice, and yet Brezel's expression about a strong warrior infuriated him. His veins began to tremble. What kind of warrior is he? Meanwhile, the bearded man noted his warlike profile in horror, and was glad that they were on the same side. Everyone looked forward. The tyrant ordered to prepare to see his power. The bearded man looked at the stranger and said that they would cover him from behind. The floor near the gate began to crumble. Someone began to crawl out from under it. A huge golem made of gold and sand revealed itself to the soldiers. The captain stared at it in horror and screamed, gave the order to hold the line. The creature stretched out its hand towards them. It was approaching 2 soldiers. Jeho turned and told them to be careful, but the captain asked him not to worry. At that moment, 2 soldiers were torn apart and crumbled into sand. Then the golem crushed them. The commander said that they will not die because of the curse of Brezel. They turn into sand and then resurrect. The troops will not go to the next world no matter how much they want. They are all drawn into an endless battle. The monster began to destroy the dungeon. The florist looked angrily ahead and shouted that he could not pretend to be blind, who did not see numerous deaths. He watched the battle from the side. The golem's level was 230. He would not be able to defeat it. Then the guy began to look around and hope that there was a way to break the quest if he went the wrong way. The commander looked in surprise at the stranger, who walked away. The hero headed for the pit. The captain began to shout that Brezel was on the other side. He hid behind a mirage. But in response, the strange big guy broke into a run. The man's eyes bulged and tried to call out to him. Jeho ran forward purposefully. He noticed that there was no other way out, except for the gate through which they passed. His foot pushed off the ground, and the player flew straight into the pit. He knew that everything else was in the hole from which the golem emerged. The captain looked at the stranger in shock and did not understand what was wrong with him. He shouted after him, "Idiot." Darkness surrounded everything around. A cold wind hit his face. Everything was hidden in darkness. Jeho landed. The system reported using the achievement "Have Wings to Fall," and his fall damage was reduced. A door appeared ahead. It was dark, but it was possible to unsee it. He frowned and noted that not everything ahead was distinguishable. So the guy got to the huge golden gates leading to the secret warehouse of Brezel. Everything around trembled. A strange sound was heard. Unknown figures began to crawl out of the ground. They turned out to be skeletons in old shabby cloaks and armor. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. The big guy noticed that they had a much higher level than him, but nevertheless. The inventory opened. Jeho noted that the skeletons were still slower than the bear. A coconut appeared in his hand. Everything was fine because he was guaranteed a level increase. Muffled blows began to echo throughout the dungeon. The blows made the skeleton's jaws fly out. The florist relentlessly crushed his enemies. The spiritual power of the divine tree seed inflicted additional damage on them. Another enemy with a sword crept up from behind. The hand gripped the coconut tighter. This blow completely blew off the skeleton's head. The character's level increased. The guy looked at the remaining crowd. It was so slow that it even became boring. The spiritual power of this seed had a strong effect on the enemy's condition. To be honest, he did not expect this. A terrible force emanated from the man with the seed in his hands. He laughed and said that the true taste of battle is not felt, but it is a sin to refuse to level up. Misunderstanding suddenly appeared on his face. He began to look around. A voice reached his ears everywhere, asking him to stop. Somewhere, weapons began to creak, dragged along the stone floor. The flower seller looked in that direction with a slightly tense look. A huge figure appeared in the crowd. It said that they were not guilty, and it was all because of the curse. They only had instinct left. The evil skull looked at the man with empty eye sockets. The captain of the captured guard stepped forward. He was too big. The man recoiled. The mob was level 135. the chance of winning was unknown. The captain leaned a little lower and told that Brezel, blinded by greed, did what no man should do. He brought on the curse. The remnants of hair dangled on his bare skull. His voice said that the tyrant enjoyed a luxurious life, sacrificing people. Jeho looked at him in bewilderment and listened. He asked if this was really why the rebels started the fight, and the captain explained that his subjects were trapped in time. They have no choice but to fight again and again so that the curse is not released. The mob froze for a moment, and there was silence. The guy looked at him and asked if he wasn't going to fight him. The captain woke up and said that some time ago his mind was also clouded and he zealously defended this place. He pointed at the player and said that he then felt the presence of a living soul, which woke him up. A window appeared next to it with a message that the spirit of life was putting on airs. This was enough to wake him up. The florist put his hands on his hips and asked if there was no point in them fighting, to which the captain answered correctly. He had one more request. The hero stared questioningly into the empty eye sockets and asked. The system showed a description of an additional quest. The captain of the captured guard wants to stop the curse. With him it was necessary to go to the very heart of the dungeon. The skeleton turned and told them to follow him. Jeho nervously scratched his cheek while they walked deeper into the darkness. The captain touched the golden gate. His palm pressed against the door and pushed. With a creak, the door opened, revealing mountains of gold. The flower seller's mouth dropped open in shock. There were dunes of gold coins all around, a sea of treasures. The captain said that the dungeon of the kingdom of Copia was a boundless gold mine. Using these treasures, one could succeed greatly. Mob turned around and added that Brezel did not want to leave everything to his descendants and sacrifice the souls of his subjects to the demons. The empty eye socket looked forward. The voice sadly said that the kingdom of Copia had become a desert. The couple began to move on. The captain said that this vile little man had made a deal with damage to himself and was tormented every day by the fear of losing his authority. A passage appeared ahead. The skeleton warned that it was time for them to say goodbye. Only the player could go further. Jeho looked into the low passage. It was very narrow. At the end he asked what he should do if he got to the center of the dungeon. The captain turned to the player. Unfortunately, he could not help in any way. The future now depended only on him. The skeleton said that the moment the hourglass flipped, everything would return to the beginning. Jeho made a tense face and replied that he would go forward anyway. He began to make his way through the darkness. A door became visible ahead. The man tried to open it. He made a surprised face. The door led to a spacious room. In the center of the room, a red sphere hung in the air. This was the heart of the dungeon. The man stood in the passage and looked around. On the floor he noticed a huge magic circle. Inside the sphere, he noticed the hourglass that the captain had mentioned. Jeho smiled and began to think about how to take it. His foot stepped into the room. Red lightning flashed in front of his face. The man spread his arms, not understanding what was happening. The curse of the dead was trying to affect him. The power of recovery was reduced by 90%, and his health continued to rapidly decline. The spirit of life was trying to resist the negative effects. The hero looked at the window and asked if the spirit of life was really helping him. Windows with a bunch of information appeared in front of the face. The player received new abilities. The spirit of life began to boast about the abilities that he endowed the character with. Jeho spread his legs and thanked for the passive skills. He brought his massive eyebrows together and said that now it was time for him to do something. The captain of the guard looked into the narrow passage. He was impressed that the hero had gone so far with his survivability. He noted that there were no immortals who could overcome the curse of demons with one body. Suddenly he jerked. He looked around sharply. A strange vibration ran along the walls. Jeho picked up an apple with morning dew, which increased the power of his recovery by 150%. In his other hand, he held the legendary Elven spinach pie. In his mouth, he was already sucking on a bottle of rice wine with legendary properties, snacking on legendary artifacts at the same time. The hero throws out the apple core. It hurt like hell from the effects of the curse. Having finished the saving meal, the guy got the zombie achievement and ran to the clock with a scream. His hand reached for the hovering clock. His finger touched the wooden frame. Time, which was stopped, began its course. The clock sank to the ground. Everything turned golden. The system reported that the seal of Copia was removed. Jeho grabbed the clock and was happy. Now he was interested in what should happen next. Everything trembled. He looked up. Something was there. Everything around was collapsing. The player heard the sound of water. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. An unpleasant theory appeared in his head that the underground cave used to be a water cave. The warrior's hand began to evaporate. The hero was able to do it. The captain of the guard bowed his head and crumbling said finally freedom. A tear rolled out of the empty eye socket. The captain said thank you to the stranger. The guy looked at the hole in the ceiling. Water began to pour out of it. It hit the center of the room. Jeho turned around and screamed that he would be swept away by such a pressure. He ran to the open door and threw away the pun. It was high time to get away from here. A huge wave was rolling behind the man. No one was guarding the exit to the treasury anymore. And then water rushed into it at great speed. coins mixed with a crystal-clear stream. Jeho emerged from it and cleared his throat. The system awarded him the achievement of seeing a sea dragon, and his diving ability increased. The guy turned around in surprise and asked if that was all. New streams of water hit him. A hand remained on the surface. The hero was pulled under the water, and after a while he received the achievement of an empty bottle, and his agility in the water increased. Water began to seep through cracks in the wall. The wall began to collapse, and the new room began to fill with water. Jeho emerged and took a convulsive breath. He crawled out of the water and summarized that he was saved. He looked at the throne in front of him and asked where he was. His face reflected confusion. The demonic voice called him a brat. His pupils narrowed from the realization of where he was. The system reported that the player had found the ruler of the kingdom of Kopi. He knelt before the king, who asked how he dared to come here. The young man looked at the figure in the semi-darkness in confusion. The shadow sat on the throne and demanded not to expect mercy, and the man did not even understand who he was talking to. The skeleton of the king looked at him angrily and shouted that the little man was too insolent. The guy looked at him in surprise and noted that the owner of the treasure was a skeleton. For him this was a big contradiction. He decided that his appearance was the result of the curse that he received for a deal with demons. While the king was screaming, the florist froze on one knee. Brezel rested his hands on the armrests and ordered not to look at him. Suddenly he became embarrassed and asked not to look at him so intently. Jeho turned away and coughed into his fist. It was awkward. Brezel put his hand on his chest and shouted that in any case the guy should give them to him, otherwise he did not understand how they could have ended up in his hands. He grabbed the hilt. He stood up with the sword in his hand and said that while it was not too late, let him quietly and peacefully return what was stolen, and then he would stay alive. Jeho backed away, not understanding what the strange NPC was talking about. He shuddered when he realized that they were talking about the sand clock. He began to spin around, not understanding where it was. Twisting his head back and forth, the player opened his inventory, but in the process the question arose, why should he give the watch? The skeleton released an ominous aura and called the man a puppy. Unable to bear it, he rushed to the attack, demanding that his watch be returned. The florist jumped back from the first blow of the heavy sword. The florist looked at the enemy and noted that the old man was quite frisky. He looked at him intently, and then kept talking about the clock, while literally falling apart. The king looked at his hands in surprise. The player twisted his mouth and realized that this was what the inscription frozen clock meant. When he took possession of them, time began to return to its original state. The hero narrowed his eyebrows. He realized that Brezel was no exception. Would he be able to win if he completely weakened? The guy smiled menacingly and clenched his fists. The system hid the tyrant's level and health indicators. Jeho shuddered. The enemy attacked. Brezel made a wide swing with his sword. A series of attacks began. The tyrant smashed everything around with his sword. He menacingly advanced forward. The florist dodged. He got a strong opponent, and he needed to always avoid damage. A piece of his forehead crumbled. Brezel turned and screamed, offering to try to dodge this. His hand began to emit red lightning of eternal suffering. The curse hit the player's body. The system reported the resistance and characteristics of the debuff. The guy angrily looked ahead, not understanding how high the level of his enemy was that even the passive could not cope. If the fight continued at this pace, then he was definitely a corpse. The player looked to the side and noticed something. A vine was growing very close. The florist pointed his hand at it and used the skill fast growth. A green glow appeared around the plant. The branches of the vine began to increase and move towards the king. The tenacious branches began to wrap around the monster. The hero screamed, ordering to continue the weaving. The system showed the description of this technique. Brio made a dissatisfied face. He asked if the player really thought he was able to defeat him with such a pathetic trick. Jeho took out his watch and replied that he was just trying to buy a little time, because there was very little left. The sand almost completely poured down, almost all. The king of Kopii began to furiously tear the vine and break through. He suddenly froze and looked ahead questioningly. The guy pointed at him in a very strange way and shouted that he could see his ribs. The monster was embarrassed and asked not to look. He covered his eye sockets with his bony hands, cried and demanded not to look. The player smiled nervously. His plan worked. The sand was about to fall down. The last grain of sand fell down. The light flashed. Brezel gasped and looked ahead. His body began to disintegrate into particles. He began to shout that he could not just disappear. The bones turned to dust and the magic scattered the king into space. Only the intertwined vine remained. The system reported that the tyrant Brezel was defeated. The goal was successfully achieved, and the quest did not end in a battle, so the experience gained will be reviewed and reduced. The character's level increased again. Jeho looked forward in surprise. The great demon Kalido was smiling at him, so the system wrote, but the player did not know who it was. The florist froze in bewilderment, and decided that it probably did not matter. He turned back. On the floor lay the glowing golden crown that the tyrant wore. He came closer. The system showed a description of the legendary item. The player winced when he realized that he would then become the new king if he put it on. At this time, May was raking the sand with her hands. Exhausted, she crawled through the desert. A mound of sand began to appear in front of her. The golem threw up its paws and moaned. The girl screamed in fear. She pressed her hands to her chest and stared intently at the sand golem. The strange creature approached and turned to the girl. Empty eye sockets stared at the player. The voice said that she was a little strange, but she needed to make sure of something. The golem raised its hands again, using the sand replacement skill, and its body began to worry. The sand creature began to become more and more ugly. May's eyes were filled with horror. The golem exploded. Another player was inside. The red-haired girl looked at her. As she thought, an ordinary noob in front of her, she asked, what was she doing here? May looked at the stranger's leopard top in surprise. Samantha looked at her in confusion. The noob turned away and quietly said that this was some kind of bad taste. The hero held 2 artifacts in his hands, dropped by the dungeon boss. The system showed a description of both items. The flower seller thoughtfully looked at one, then at the other. His gaze rose thoughtfully to the ceiling. His instinct for self-preservation told him that it was better not to rush into a decision. But he couldn't throw away the loot either. Was there a way to use the dropped items? The guy noticed that the water level began to rise. The area of this place was quite large, but the water had already filled the entire space. It turned out that Perma was not a desert initially. The hero turned around. An evil smile appeared on his face. He mumbled. Now it became clear how the shaman tillate grew the Rakshi forest on barren land. The big guy giggled and remembered that the spirit of life said that if he went to Alicia, he would be able to revive the divine tree. But there was no information on the forum about a place with a similar name. Jeho looked forward seriously. He realized that he needed to write the history of Alicia himself. His joy knew no bounds. The spirit of life decided to carefully ask about his intentions, but the man was already shouting that he, as a shaman, would do whatever he wanted. He looked at his watch and said that these hours provide free labor. The florist smiled menacingly. The spirit warned that it is impossible to exploit the dead for your own purposes. But he already wanted to create his own garden in this desert, because you will not know until you try. The crown was placed on the head. A halo of light appeared near the player's head, while he hummed with anticipation. Jeho smiled. The system reported that he became the first player to receive the status of a king, and received an achievement for this. He looked at the system's offer to found his own kingdom, but said that he did not need rumors and now it was better to do something else. He pointed his hand to the side and used the summoning of mirage soldiers, calling them his workhorses. The outstretched hand did not give any effect. Jeho looked at the system's message in confusion. The player's level was too low. He could only summon 2 soldiers. Deciding to try another way, the guy tried to summon a golden golem, but at the current level, summoning was impossible. The hero smiled nervously. He would still have to level up, and he hadn't even thought about mana before. He put his hands on his hips and decided to start by looking for a way out. Meanwhile, Samantha was interrogating May, who told her that her partner had been sucked into a sand crater. The player leaned over and asked menacingly why she was still there. Had her partner done anything suspicious? May waved her hands and began to tell what the hero had done, while the golem summoner couldn't figure out how to get more details from this girl. Both players turned around in fear, feeling strange vibrations. The red-haired girl pulled out a huge knife and asked if this was really the girl's doing. Something began to rise from the ground to the surface. Samantha frowned and ordered the golems to prepare for battle. Her eyes trembled. She couldn't believe what they saw. A man in a crown, glowing with gold, rose majestically from the sand. The new ruler of Kopi was revealed to the people. The man blushed and said that he was an apparition. The girls froze in shock. May was glad that everything was fine with her partner. Samantha pressed her lips together. Without a doubt, the announcement from the guild warned about him. His face gave away the guy completely. The florist shielded his friend and pointed his fists at the stranger. He decided that she, judging by her outfit, was another dead man. She realized that the commander was not joking, talking about a scary giant. His face was especially frightening. Suddenly she noticed something. The stranger's legs buckled. All her attention was focused on the crown. Jeho was embarrassed by such attention and asked how she knew about the crown of Brezel. Samantha jumped back and asked where the player got it from, but it took too long to explain. The girl looked at him angrily and said that the Keeper of Time was a unique class that she should have received along with the Grace of Brezel. The guy embarrassedly scratched his cheek and said that he completed the quest with an alternative reward and killed the king. The stranger fell to her feet in despair. Tears flowed from her eyes. The big guy decided to tell something else. He pointed to himself and said that the title of the king of Kopi had passed to him. Samantha's mouth stretched into a tube. Her eyes froze. Her class promotion now directly depended on this spore. A description of the class quest appeared in front of her face. Now, if she could earn his trust, she would be rewarded. The summoner trembled all over. Jeho raised his fists and asked if she really wanted to challenge him to a duel. But suddenly the stranger fell to her knee and called him her king and congratulated him on his coronation. The guy looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding why she knelt. The girl's cheeks were burning. She reminded herself that this was just a way to win favor and told herself to be patient. May watched this scene in bewilderment. In the end, she sat down next to the summoner and also congratulated the king and added that they entrusted their lives into his hands. Jeho looked at the two worshippers in shock and asked himself how it all came to this. There was only desert for miles around. The player understood that this was not a mirage. The observers noted that Samantha had betrayed them. Two players were lying on a dune nearby. They said that her class allows her to mold up to 3 copies and, in addition, she is proud and would resist regardless of the enemy's level. The men did not know what to guess. Both winced strangely and said that the guy in the crown was really scary. Jeho was already enjoying his power to the fullest. He was called a true player. Samantha straightened up abruptly. Earlier, she was doing a quest to find the tyrant ruler of the kingdom of Kopi. On her behalf, she saw a strict military man who said that he would like to communicate with her without unnecessary ceremony. But Samantha straightened up and began to report like a military woman, but the hero tried to explain that this is not what he meant. May approached the king and asked what would happen to his store if he became king, but he explained that the status he received would, on the contrary, bring the fulfillment of his dream closer. Samantha looked in surprise at the couple discussing floristry in the lands of Copia. May asked what was the connection between floristry and royal power. Both girls were embarrassed. More and more questions arose about a flower shop in the desert. Is it possible? Jeho smiled nervously, looking for the right answer. He turned and asked to look there. Water was gushing from the ground. The player explained that the death of the tyrant broke the curse and the springs were already beginning to return to their previous state, especially since a strong stream of underground waters actively burst out while he was trying to get out of there. May ran to the water in the desert. It was an incredible sight, because everything here can become an oasis. The florist turned around. It seemed to him that it would be better to start with this. He pressed the inventory button and offered to make the perm desert bloom again. Felchy spores appeared in his hand. The big guy began to plant the flower with love. He ran his hand over the hill, creating a green glow from the fast growth skill. Here, a sprout appeared from the desert hill. Samantha could not contain her surprise. In a moment, the small sprout turned into a beautiful flower. The summoner looked at the king in bewilderment, trying to understand his amazing abilities. She went cold all over when she assumed that he was going to commit atrocities, while the big guy only dreamed of a simple flower shop. May approached her partner and asked if the hourglass could really materialize mirage soldiers. But to complete the summoning, she had to become a king. Her friend explained that this function works under these conditions, but mana is needed to use the skill. He nervously looked ahead and told that after defeating Brezel, he had to invest all the received stats into it. The player began to dig into his characteristics. He wanted to try to summon soldiers. Maybe this time it would work. Jeho pointed to the side. A red glow appeared. The system reported the beginning of the process of summoning Kopi soldiers. 4 warriors, including the captain, appeared from the darkness. The bearded man shuddered and screamed. He asked if their souls had finally rested. He saw a stranger from the dungeon in front of him and was horrified. He smiled majestically and said everything correctly. The captain began to ask in horror, was greed not bypassing him? He screamed in horror successor Brezel and asked what he wanted to do with them. The soldiers behind shouted that this was tyranny. Jeho smiled nervously and against his will, very creepily said that they would work for him for a little while. The captain was shaking all over and asked what kind of work were we talking about, arson, murder, being swindlers and offending innocent people? The stranger exhaled nervously, pointed his finger and said that he was going to open a flower shop in the territories of the kingdom of Kopi. At this point, the warriors of Kopi froze and they even had to ask again, so unexpected was the result they received. After a while, they were all digging and planting seeds under the scorching sun. Sand golems worked with the expansion of the water supply. Samantha sat aside, irritated. At the moment she was spending time with soldiers and golems on developing the future garden. If someone had told her earlier about the sacrifices that would have to be made for the sake of class promotion, she would have laughed at that person. Jeho was calculating something at that time. At first glance it was difficult to even call him a botanist. The big guy smiled contentedly. Samantha looked away. No matter what, she needed to earn this player's trust and get a promotion. A conversation with player Worcester began. She demanded the girl to remove the guild leader from the blacklist. The girl poked at the screen in surprise, did as asked and asked to pass this on. A chat with player Kane appeared. He asked what the hell was going on here. He asked if the summoner could imagine how much anxiety Worcester had endured because of the lost shield, and she, in turn, only blocked the whisper. The girl calmly looked into the chat window and said that when someone from the guild needed help, they fired their wishes at her and ignored her requests. At this point, her nerves gave out and Samantha screamed that none of this would have happened if they had helped her earlier. The player looked into the chat for a while. She told about what had happened and stood up. She warned that if her friend continued to talk nonsense, she would ban him. At the end she added that she needed this promotion. At that moment, a florist approached her and asked if she really had any difficulties. The girl straightened up abruptly, saluted and reported that, as the king had ordered, Her golems continued to dig holes so that water could flow freely to the top, and the Mirage soldiers plowed the damp soil and planted flower seeds. The hero calmly looked at her, thanked her and suggested that she rest, but the summoner snapped that everything was fine. May ran up to the couple and asked if they could keep the terrain in the same condition after finishing the work, because when dealing with sand, you need to take into account its flowability. Will a landslide occur if they later recall the golems? Jaho looked at the mobs and said that it did not matter. His main goal was to moisten the soil, and he did not want to wait until the water naturally rises to the surface. The hero turned away, he was thinking. His words made Samantha freeze in horror. The big guy said that they could dig up the soil for 2 months and then the volume of incoming earth water would increase several times. May supported his idea, because 2 months of digging for golems is nothing. Samantha turned away in confusion and the couple realized that they had blurted out too much. Jaho took his friend aside and said that he would go away for a short time to the Rakshi forest. He wanted to ask the elves for advice regarding the upcoming planting. The partner looked at the hero with embarrassment. He told her to look after Samantha while he was gone. He knew that she definitely had some kind of plan, to which the girl reminded that they were very different in level. The king put his hands on his hips. He knew that the girl needed something from them, so everything would be relatively calm. He promised to return soon. The summoner looked angrily at the work and complained about 2 whole months of work for the sake of raising her class. She looked ahead. A large column of dust rose on the horizon. A blush appeared on her cheeks. There was hope that these were the people of the guild who had come to her aid. But the joy quickly turned to shock. This was a bunch of elves carrying their king on the throne. Joyful, they ordered to make way for the shaman. Jaho smiled embarrassedly. He felt special. Samantha shuddered in horror when she saw the elves from the Rakshi forest. She did not understand why they were dragging this idiot on themselves. Everyone stepped onto the ground. The king was talking to the elves. How could they refuse a man who was concerned about the revival of the Perm Desert? He even found groundwater. He is an amazing shaman. The elf sat down at the edge of the water. Over time, water spirits can settle here and the desert will have a chance to become a flourishing place. Then the NPC noticed dead workers on the other side of the spring. Jaho waved his hands in confusion and began to justify himself by saying that the dead were contract workers working with the lowest hourly wage. The elf blushed, put his hand on his chest and warmly declared that the hero really was a shaman. He had heard many stories from their elder, especially often she told about how Tillate saved an entire army of the dead. He pointed around and assumed that his charges had gone through the same thing, but the bearded man in the distance screamed in horror, asking God what they were doing here. Samantha looked at the hero. She had never seen an elf show interest in any player like that. She stopped May, who was passing by, and said that if she made a mistake, the elf might attack. But the pink-haired girl flew up to the mob in admiration and started a sweet conversation with him. The summoner looked at her owners in shock and asked who they were anyway. The red-haired elf turned to the florist and said that in that case, today he would quickly look around and at the same time start planning the flower shop, which confused the guy. He just wanted some advice. But the elf smiled and said that the flower shop was above all else. He assured that the king would be pleased with the work. The florist was embarrassed, but did not make excuses. He began to show on his hands that the store should have enough free space and many wide display cases. The more the better. The red-haired one promised to remember this. His tribesmen happily accepted the news that they would return to the Rakshi forest to stock up on materials before work. The red-haired one promised to see them in a couple of days. Samantha watched the general triumph in bewilderment. She decided that she would not see anything stranger. While Jaho devoted himself entirely to farming, the city of Idran on the distant continent had already completely passed to the guild, claiming the title of the strongest in the new world of the Russian guild Brown Bears. Its members were known for their crazy robberies, strict control of the dungeons and disgusting acts of racism and so on. Enormous power, allowing them to capture an entire city. The system window reported the gathering of many people in the city. It was time to begin the coronation. The servant turned and asked the leader to come closer to the edge. A huge big guy approached him and asked him to listen to him. The light reflected from the perfect bald head. The man explained that the title of the guild leader was already in the past. Kroken held a glass of wine in his hands and declared that he was now the first king in the new world. The Brown Bear Guild was on the threshold of new historical achievements. The new king looked at his subjects and shouted for everyone's attention. The barbarian spread his arms and shouted that from this moment on he, Kroken, was the new ruler of Idran, and that is why the city would be renamed the State of Brown Bears. The big guy began to laugh. The crowd rejoiced. Kroken shouted that he was the real king. The system sent out a global notification about the birth of the player's second king. This clarification especially attracted attention. Kroken froze and showed what Russian obscenities were. All subordinates froze and something wild spread through the crowd. Kroken gloomily leaned on the edge of the wall. Everyone began to discuss how it happened that their master was not the first king. The man trembled and gave the order to find, but the servant did not hear. The barbarian shouted, ordering them to find the first king and bring him to him. All the news and chats were filled with discussions of this topic. The guy looked at his phone in surprise. The players became too active. Jaeho was doing deadlifts at the time. His friend asked if he hadn't seen what was happening on the forum. People seemed to have gone crazy and real chaos began. The hero turned around in surprise. His friend explained that they were talking about the bald-headed Russians from the Brown Bears Guild. They started their activities as a small group. But then, having gathered racists from all over the world, they became a powerful and large guild. The big guy was surprised that in their time such movements were still thriving. To which his friend replied that discrimination based on nationality was a serious offense in their world, but in the game it was definitely not a problem. People in reality can't do whatever they want. He scrolled through the forum chat and noticed that the guild had been preparing for the coronation for a very long time and the leader of the Brown Bears bragged a lot, but in the end he became second. Jaeho still didn't understand the point of such chaos. He froze tensely when Vansik began to read about the details of the first king's appearance. If they did find the first king, they would pursue and kill him over and over again until he gave up and left the game forever. The guy smiled and asked the hero that although that player became the first king, he didn't even announce a new title. Maybe he's not as vain as he thought? Jaeho thought that if he founded a country, then the players would definitely receive a global announcement. After a while, the Florist entered the game. Mei looked at him with admiration and asked if it was really him, but he didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl blushed and explained that she was asking about the first king of the new world. The Florist scratched his cheek in confusion and said that if that were true, then he would have a bunch of new problems. The girl thought about it and started to talk about how wearing a crown doesn't actually mean that you are a king. Samantha, for example, is also a bit unique. While Jaeho was thinking, he felt a strange aura. He slowly turned back. Samantha looked at him menacingly. She put her hand on her stomach and greeted His Majesty. The Florist was very embarrassed. He realized that the girl was completely sure that he was the first player king. The summoner took a closer look and thought that the flower shop was an ordinary cover so that people would see him as crazy. For her, the search for brown bears that had begun was a lucky outcome. Then the big guy came closer to her. He scratched his head and clarified that she understood everything about his status. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. He asked her to keep quiet about all this in advance. It would be great if no one found out. He looked away and quietly asked to pretend to be an ignorant person, whether he could rely on her. The girl agreed flawlessly, which even embarrassed. Mei returned to them again and said that the elves were returning. The forest creatures arrived riding a unicorn. The red-haired one reined in the horse and shouted that they were finally here. The big-eared one jumped down and explained that spirits are far from weak creatures and introduced the players to the descendant of the unicorn. He told that their kind had gone through many difficulties during the elves' migration. When there was only a dying environment around, they became incredibly resilient creatures. Mei was immediately inspired by this story. The red-haired one turned and added that he brought a lot of materials for construction. He pointed to a huge number of boxes and asked to let me know if more was needed. Jaeho trembled all over, indulging in dreams. He bent over, ready to jump. Finally, after 6 months, the store will begin to be built. The man growled like a beast and reached for the sky. That's what his soul really wanted, his own flower shop. This man began to emanate a great fighting spirit. The elf was inspired, and the players were embarrassed. After a while, a green spot appeared on the horizon in the desert. A cozy house was built near the spring, and tree plantings appeared around it. Elves and dead people worked hard. The hero helped. The redhead caught up with the owner of the store and asked if he liked the building. Jaeho noted that he liked it very much and asked if he really couldn't help, to which the guy replied that everything was fine and began to talk about the intricacies of their work. They stopped. The elf explained that eventually the moonwood would make the house practically invulnerable to impacts. The hero looked at the boards in his hands and asked if they were really capable of such a thing. At this time, Samantha received a message. She admired everything around her. A private conversation with the player Protagonist began. She said that this is an incredible material. Being an experienced trader, she is afraid that they do not realize its real value. The girl put her hands on her hips. Her friend began to tell that moonwood is used to make excellent bows or arrows, but this material is very rare and difficult to find on sale. In addition, only elves can work with it, and almost all the moonwood is located on the continent of Hassel in the strongest empire of Rusen, in a place where spirits gather, and even there very few moon trees grow. The summoner began to stamp on the spot from enthusiasm. The main question is how much this would cost. The appraiser laughs and answers that it is unthinkable, perhaps even several billion. Samantha seems to get an electric shock. She slowly turns back. Protagonist does not understand what is going on. The hero on the side wanted to try to break one piece, to which the red-haired one only laughed because they have a lot of this stuff. After a while, many flowers sprouted. The owner looked at them proudly. The Eifelchi flowers grew well in the desert, and since the store was finished, he took up the seed of life and said that it was time to plant it. The spirit of life sent a message and asked if he really would plant it. The player explained that if he delayed with this, then it would be too late. The hero chuckled nervously when the spirit said that sometimes reflection and hesitation are justified. The player said that now this is his nest and this important quest is just right for this place. The man shouted menacingly that this is Alicia. The guy called a soldier of the Mirage. The squad bowed. The hero said that he wanted to entrust them with something important and apologized in advance for using them again. One of the soldiers smiled and objected, "It is not worth it," because when they saw the fruits of their labor, they realized that it was worth it. The bearded man wisely closed his eyes. The stranger was now their master. He was sorry that he had ever allowed the thought that he was as greedy as Brezel, but the scent of blossoming flowers in the desert was their hope, not a curse. Jeho smiled. He was glad that they thought so he ordered them to bring him black soil and mix it with unicorn excrement, because he needed fertilizer. The captain of the Mirages humbly endured the difficult realization. Their hope was a little dirty. After a while, a hole was dug, a tree seed was placed in it, the soil of the Rakshi forest and unicorn dung were waiting nearby. Jeho looked to the side and said that even if he failed, the seed would not go anywhere from him. He looked at the seed and decided that he had already thought enough and done everything he could. An anticipatory smile appeared on his face. The shovel dug into the ground. The process began. Together, they trampled down the pile of fertilizer. The florist wiped his forehead. The planting was complete. A notification about the class quest about the promise to the divine tree appeared behind him. The man smiled. He was glad about the quest update, but the spirit of life expressed only skepticism. The elves happily looked at the desert covered with flowers. One of them looked into the distance and said that there was a shaman's flower shop on the other side. Elda took off her hood and replied that it was the choice of the divine tree. They reached the shop at sunset. The owner sat the lady at the table next to him. He explained that nothing was furnished inside yet. The elf smiled and asked if the hero really started the revival of the divine tree. The guy promised to make every effort for this. Elda bowed her head and said that for the elders he was like a guide between them and the divine tree. She heard a faint grumbling voice of the divine tree. Jeho perked up. The lady laughed and said that the tree complained about the scorching sun, and before that it complained about constantly hitting something. This news greatly alarmed the florist, but the elder asked him not to worry, because the tree was always grumbling. The owner looked away. He planted it where he chose to place himself, so he thought that everything would be fine. Elda smiled at him and said that the divine tree placed everything on him and they cannot interfere with the player's decision, but as she said, the divine tree is now irritated. It is necessary to help it take root in order to calm it down. Jeho put his hands on his legs and drooped. He screamed. The lady advised him to talk to the tree like the flowers of Ifelchi. The big guy grabbed his head in irritation. He remembered old monologues with horror. Having moved away a little, the florist looked at the elder. He had a question. The bright maiden smiled and asked what the young man would like to know. After a while, Jeho was working in the lab. Samantha turned to him and asked if he hadn't leveled up. Since the elder had arrived, he was still creating everything. There was legendary elven food on the table nearby. The hero looked into the potion container. He had long since lost track of time. There was a smile on his face. Even the Ifelchi flowers he could only research 60%. He thought it was strange, so he asked. He remembered Elda. She laughed and said that just because he was growing flowers didn't mean he knew everything. She explained that not all flowers only required observation. Each of them had its own use. The big guy looked at the lady in surprise. She said that many were used as medicines or tonics. Others were used to make seasonings. Last time they gave him an elven spinach pie, in which 15 ingredients were harmoniously combined, which was amazing. Elda smiled. She warned that in order to move forward, he not only needed to observe the plants, but to study all the ways of their use. Having done this, he would be able to hear their voices. Surprised silence hung over the table. The elder bowed. She laughed again, because if she told the young man everything, it would not be so funny. The system showed the study statistics and new information. The hero looked at his subordinate and explained that just cooking is ineffective. He is thinking about creating potions. The girl asked if this is not the level of the class skill. Does it mean that this is the character level? The guy agreed. But do not other levels equalize these? He decided that he overloaded the girl with work in the desert. Samantha looked at the king in surprise. He asked why she did not take May with her on a hunt. Jeho smiled and clarified, aren't their levels too low? To which the summoner said that their level difference is too big. Then the owner smiled and said that May does not need to increase her levels. Samantha looked at him in confusion and asked why. The crazy florist smiled and said that this time she just needed to increase the study process in the reference book. A little later, May cried that she did not want to leave. The owner returned to work, deciding to focus on brewing potions, but there was a knock on the door. The player turned warily, because everyone had to leave. They continued knocking on the door. Jeho understood that a person definitely could not come here. The owner went out into the yard and saw elves. Bewilderment was reflected on his face. A bunch of elves put their hand on their hearts and introduced themselves as a tribe that came here from the swampy area. There were other tribes. The florist looked at them in bewilderment, not understanding what they wanted from him. Lisha approached him and explained that they came here after hearing the voice of the divine tree, and where the house of the mother tree is, There's their house, and even the elders of other tribes heard the voice of the divine tree. The elves pointed to the flowers growing to the side. It really was the shaman's house. The leader of the swamp elves smiled and said that he promised himself that when he grew up, he would repay him for this, and did not know that he would leave them so soon. Jeho watched the elves' stories in amazement. Their eyebrows closed. A question arose: was this whole crowd really going to move here? A photo of a mysterious player with elves appeared on the forum. The friends ordered themselves a soda. Vansik extended the screen across the entire table and asked him to explain about the photo with the elves. But the hero replied that it was not that simple and began to tell a story about how he started the game in the Rakshi forest. His friend smiled nervously and asked if Jeho had anything to do with the elves' resettlement. The florist looked away with an excited look and asked him not to talk nonsense. Vansik frowned. He stood up and resentfully noticed that the big guy was so nervous that his toes were just dancing. He slammed his hands on the table and asked if he was really in the middle of this unprecedented situation. The hero asked him to shut up and asked to let him explain. Vansik fell into a chair and grabbed his head. He asked where he got such luck in this stupid game. How can someone like him, who doesn't really understand the game, start such a big event? Jeho shrugged and said that he just intended to run a flower shop, which greatly angered his friend, because he was given a chance that happens once in a lifetime. But for the hero, opening a flower shop was a unique opportunity. The guy hissed angrily and remembered that his friend was always like this, and he forgot. Tears poured out of his eyes. He said that the Rakshi forest had always been a living hell for players. That's why there were so many good quests there. How could he hide this from him? Jeho scratched his cheek and explained that he just hadn't unlocked it in the game yet, which infuriated Vansik, and he demanded to know everything that was happening in great detail. Jeho looked away and said that he just got a couple of quests when he became friends with the elves. Their existence was at stake. Sunset came. The florist smiled and finished the story. That's how it was. It turns out he played better than his friend expected. The big guy looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Vansik was embarrassed. He thought that he was completely busy with flowers, and he was doing quests at the same time. The friends laughed, but then Vansik asked, wasn't he the one who got the first king achievement? Jeho froze. He made a stupid expression and asked what he was talking about. The brother smiled and said that it was just a joke, but then what happened to his toes again? After a while, the florist entered the game and started a conversation with the player. He was standing in the middle of a green meadow. He turned around. Something confused him. He looked at the construction site with a bunch of elves along the entire horizon. His eyebrows furrowed. The realization came that the eared creatures would constantly be there, hearing the voice of the divine tree, and even now it already resembled a small city. The player looked away. He did not think that spontaneous construction was a good idea, because if you do not build according to the plan at the very beginning, then everyone will live on each other's heads. He opened the system window and decided to do so. Samantha answered the call and said that she was still too busy. The guy looked at the window in bewilderment and asked how busy she was. Samantha's voice, all scared, said that she was not busy at all. She and May were hunting sheep, but the golems had already finished the battle, so if there was some business, then she was listening. The flower seller looked around and asked if she knew anyone with an architect class. Jeho frowned. He needed someone who could build houses for the elves. The hero looked ahead. Samantha promised to talk to one of the players. After a while, a guy named Dianth was already studying the project. It looked quite complicated. The system showed him a description of the quest to upgrade his class to unique. The guy smiled nervously. The definition of doing something that no one else had done was too vague. The player turned around. His old friend Samantha called him. He looked at the window. An old acquaintance asked to build houses in the desert. The architect scratched his head and noted that this was another reckless challenge, because there was not even room for a foundation. Dianth looked ahead in surprise. The summoner said that he would not regret it if he came. She told him about the resettlement of elves who were just gathering in the Perm Desert. Nervous sweat appeared on his face. Samantha said that the explanation would be too long. She just needed someone who could build houses for the elves. At this point, the builder's eyes widened. The player hit his chest and said that he was already heading there. A little while later, he found himself near a flower shop in the desert and looked ahead in shock. His face was shaking. He did not understand how he could have upset Samantha. The terrifying owner extended his hand and thanked him for coming here. The man pointed to a pile of tents and said that everything was bad here because of the large number of elves. The architect looked around carefully and said that there would be problems if they started building everything without a plan, which caused the store owner to approve. The boy began to talk about future work. He looked at the creepy face of the gentleman again. He was too frightening and said that he immediately saw a professional in him, and now he wanted to thank him for coming to help so quickly. Jeho smiled and explained that he would like to create a good place for the elves so that they could live here, and asked for help again. His eyebrows narrowed. A window appeared in front of him, informing him that he, as a king, was free to create a new quest. The florist read it over carefully several times. The man hummed in realization. He pointed his finger at the window and asked if he could really create his own quest, asked the builder to wait a minute. It was necessary to set the goal of the quest, and Jeho began to think. He thought hard. It was time to set the reward. His eyes looked up. He remembered that there was something suitable. A twilight barrier shield was placed as a reward. A nervous smile appeared on his face. Everything looked just fine. Dianth looked at the description of the quest in surprise and asked, could a player really offer such a quest? He looked at the gentleman. He was scratching his head in embarrassment and asking if such a quest was suitable for him. The guy had already begun to suspect that he was the first king of the player, but he considered it nonsense. He ran his finger over the text. The shield was certainly a valuable item, but the opportunity for promotion was much more important. Dianth accepted the quest and looked at the owner of the store. He extended his hand for a handshake. The players shook hands and promised to do their best. After a while, the construction began to take on a scale. Dianth was in doubt. Elf Chow looked arrogantly at the builder. His favor was declining. He asked how a human could be imbued with all the aesthetics of elven architecture. These words made Dianth shudder. Elf Xian looked at the ugly bricks with anger and asked, what kind of human wretchedness is this? The architect could not hold back his tears. His eyes were swimming from overload. With each of his words, the elf's interest was falling. He turned away and squeaked to himself that he would not give up so easily. He hit himself in the chest and said that now he was a first-level newbie and would start all over again. 2 days later, the girls returned. A bunch of elves were doing construction work. Samantha leaned over to her new friend and noted how impressive the migration of elves was when you see it with your own eyes. Everything had changed too much in a short time. On the way, they met an elf from the swamplands, who began to ask who they were. The guy sniffed and said that he felt the aroma of nature from May, and she explained that she was an assistant to the shaman. Then the elf laughed, and everything calmed down. After which he looked at the summoner with hostility, and said that she smelled unpleasant. May hugged her and told her that this player is a good person and she is a knight of the shaman. They just returned from an expedition to help their master. May showed a botanical reference book and said that they were collecting seeds and information for this book. The elf smiled approvingly and said that they can pass. Then he turned his gaze to the embarrassed Samantha and told her to be more careful. He came closer to her and said that a few days ago that annoying boy came here to build houses and therefore, if she does not want to be like him, she should behave well. The player asked again about what she heard in surprise. So they came across Dianth, who was crying while sitting on all fours and comparing himself to trash. Samantha looked at May and introduced her to a famous architect who was invited at the request of the owner. But what happened here? Jeho came up to them and said that elves do not like people and even if he talks to them, nothing will change. May looked away with embarrassment and decided that she knew what was going on. The others looked at her in surprise and wanted to know the details. May, with tears in her eyes, told that all the members of Connerkeep go through this. She reminded that the elves treated her very coldly, and the hero was an exception. Suddenly, she smiled and told that she ate other people's bread from Tryon village with caution, so she joined their ranks and mastered the know-how there, sleeping under the open sky and begging. The player proudly closed her eyes and continued the story, not at all embarrassed by the embarrassing details. Now everyone looked again at the sobbing architect, famous, and therefore crazy from such an attitude towards himself. Samantha decided that then they should help Dianth cope with his mental trauma. Jeho looked forward and said that this went on for 2 days. Will they succeed? May leaned sharply towards them and warned that this was not a mental trauma. A clear hint of masochism arose here. The shaman's assistant proudly put her hand on her chest and reminded that she was then able to adapt to life in the forest. She raised her finger and asked if she could ask the gentleman for help in this case. The florist looked at her carefully. The player stated her desire to transfer the know-how to the builder so that he knew how to communicate with the elves. The gentleman looked at her incredulously and asked if May knew how to contact them. She was already typing a message in the chat, because she was still a member of the organization. Pleased, she showed the message where the hero was called a monster. He was embarrassed and decided to clarify. May immediately looked away and began to say that these guys also needed help. They were trapped in the Rakshi forest with the elves. The hero asked if they were obliged to help them. The girl with a sad look turned around and asked if they didn't need workers. Then the gentleman turned around and thought about it. After some time in a peaceful corner of the Rakshi forest, the Connerkeep group rejoiced at the emergence of neutral relations between their leader and the rest of the elves. Breeze looked up at the sky with tears in his eyes and said that although their circumstances were unfortunate, but if they did not give up, then he was sure. Suddenly he started talking with May. The others began to discuss their old acquaintance in surprise. Then everyone looked at their leader, who was very surprised by the information they heard. One of the assistants called out to his master, and he shouted that everything had finally happened. The player took hold of the hood and ordered them to throw off these stuffy cloaks and announced that they were going out into the world. The black cloak flew away. All members of the clan watched in shock. Breeze, with tears in his eyes, shouted that they had a chance. Then everyone froze. A strange voice was heard. An elf approached them and the system reported that his favor began to decrease. The leader took his clan away and continued to quietly rejoice. He smiled and said that they were going to leave here, and so he suggested leaving this damned forest. The next day at the entrance to the village of Tryon, the elf accompanied May to the people. Breeze ran out to meet an old friend and said that he came here alone, and the remaining 50 members remained in the village. The man looked warily at the player and asked if she was sure that everything was okay. He would like to take all his people with him. May laughed and assured that Breeze would go with her, and the rest would be accompanied by the red-haired man behind her. The girl pointed her finger. First she was going to share the quest with the leader, and then with the rest of the village. The system showed the description of the quest. Breeze read all the conditions for the joint construction of the city in surprise and noted what a good reward awaits them simply for participating. May cheerfully whispered to him that she was also a member of Chanrakep and especially the guys needed luck to escape from the elves. The red-haired man nodded to the shaman's assistant and asked where the rest of the people were. He glared at the clan leader and demanded to speak. He warned that he was giving them a chance because the shaman asked him to, so they should not disappoint them. Breeze could only agree in fear. The blue flowers around the store were blooming more and more beautifully. Breeze looked around in surprise and asked, "Was it really a desert here?" The shaman came out to him and greeted him. Breeze reciprocated, and he himself thought that he was still scared by the hero's face. The gentleman pointed at the evil elves and told the details of the quest again. Breeze looked at his new comrades with bulging eyes. He smiled nervously and reminded the hero that the elves did not like them. Jeho smiled and said that he called him because Breeze was the oldest leader of Conrakyup and all the older players had already left the game. The flower seller put his hand on his chest, apologized and said that he would pray for their souls. The player looked at him and said that in any case, since he had been the leader of the clan for a long time, he thought that Breeze could help them with the problem. Jeho looked to the side and said that before they could start building, there was one problem that needed to be solved. He looked at the man with a piercing gaze and asked him to follow him. At this time, Dianth was sitting near a flower and asking how it could be so beautiful, and said that it was much worse. The guy was sitting, hugging his legs and comparing himself to unicorn feces and giggling strangely. The store owner brought Breeze to him and explained that this guy had been acting like this for several days. The clan leader opened his mouth and explained that the player was already at the 4th stage. Jeho looked at him in confusion. May appeared and explained that it was the stage of complete loss of self-esteem. She smiled and said that in Jeongerykyap, people help each other cope with this when they are together. Breeze looked at them. They were distinguishing 5 stages. He said that when newcomers arrive in the Rakshi forest, they are already in the 1st stage. Both players began to remember with horror all the oppression of the elves. The clan leader looked at the master and added that in the 2nd stage you try to fight it, but soon you become disappointed, and in the 3rd stage your mind is destroyed by a feeling of shame. He pointed at the player and explained that the 4th stage is the acceptance of reality, and this living example, who considers himself a scum. Jeho looked at the player and asked what was next. He sadly lowered his head and said that usually their clan manages to fix the situation by intervening in time. He pointed to himself and said that at the 5th stage you just give up your hopes and expectations and it is hard work. Because even he cannot say that he has completely passed the 5th stage, May proudly declared that she followed the hero being at the 2nd stage. The men stepped aside and began to discuss affairs and events that had occurred. The clan leader looked closely at the hero. He asked to help him with the builder, but they could only help him move on to the 5th stage. Then the man looked away. He had a quest to change his profession and cure depression in an architect. His mouth trembled, sweat rolled down like a river. Jeho and May looked in surprise at the player, who had waited too long for this quest. A drop fell from his chin. Breeze burst into tears. He found the strength to close his mouth while May tried to explain to the owner what was happening here. The clan leader shrugged and said he wasn't scared. He turned around, snotty and tearful, but happy. He had found a meaning in life and began to thank the hero for it. The couple became even more embarrassed than before. A little while later, the members of Conrakyup in the Rakshi forest began to disassemble axes. The player looked at the elven axe without interest. He looked at the red-haired man and asked if they really wanted them to chop down trees, and he replied that they would do this from today, although he personally would not trust them with a stick. A vein on his face swelled, because this was a request from a shaman, so they had to comply and get to work already. Leaves from shaking branches rose into the air from the work. Axes cut through the bark. The red-haired man stood angrily and supervised the work of the inept lumberjacks. He gathered everyone in one place and very sternly began to explain the rules for cutting down trees and list all the conditions that needed to be met. The clan members were quietly crying, hiding their faces under hoods. Everyone saw their leader in their heads and mentally said that they missed him, while the redhead continued to yell at them. The desert was getting very hot. The florist looked at the spirit's message, which said that it was difficult to grow anything in this desert, and the player easily agreed. He looked ahead and said that only weeds and Ifelchi flowers grow here, and the rest of the seedlings will not survive here. The sun was scorching his face. The player frowned and said that something had to be done. Samantha walked behind. She reported that she had finished cleaning the store's warehouse. She bowed her head and said that a lot of potions had accumulated there. Sweat was pouring down her face. The player asked if the king planned to use her only as a reward for the quest. She said that it was a pity to waste them only on this. She stopped, and not wanting to seem intrusive, said that it was not good to leave potions gathering dust. The hero knows how valuable these items are in the new world, right? Jaeho smiled sheepishly and agreed. Realizing that the girl mistakenly perceived him as an experienced player, she decided to mention that 10% recovery after critical loss of health or weakening. Samantha thought about it, and noted that such a potion would be in good demand among players. The hero asked if anyone would really buy these potions. He turned away, hiding a nervous smile, and agreed that they could sell it. Samantha shrugged and said that, of course, there are more expensive potions, but this potion is easy to make. She scratched her chin and noted that the price-quality ratio is quite tempting and, in addition, a constant income is more profitable than a one-time sale of one game item. Jaeho looked away thoughtfully. He remembered that in their world many people earn money thanks to the new world. A loan for education, a loan for his father's gym, and his mother works 7 days a week. He frowned and decided that in such a situation it was unwise to waste time in games without benefit. After thinking, the hero turned to his friend. He smiled nervously and asked if she knew a suitable person for this purpose. This is how the conversation with Confrontation began. Samantha asked her to evaluate something for her from the point of view of sale. The girl was lying in the grass. Her job is to evaluate things, because she is a merchant. She sat down on a stump and asked what kind of item it was. She was given the essence of the Ifelchi flower. The merchant opened the inventory, for now she had doubts about the quality. She looked closely at the potion and her thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Her fingers began to quickly move along the abacus. A blush appeared on her cheeks and silence fell. The decisive counting took place. The merchant looked ahead in surprise and asked if Samantha was really going to mass-produce this, and the player told her about the owner of the flower shop and added that he was just starting to develop in this direction. The eyes trembled, and the thought of big money appeared in them. Confrontation immediately ordered to send her the coordinates. Meanwhile, the redhead continued to torment the members of the Chanrakep. The captain of the Mirage soldiers helped May, and behind Breeze tried to restore the psyche of the architect. The owner of this shop entered the game. He rubbed his nose. He did not know if it would sell well, but he thought that it was worth improving the potion. Samantha approached him, and they greeted. Next to her was the merchant with whom they were talking. Jaeho greeted her with a creepy expression. He leaned in frighteningly close and offered her to look at one of his things. Confrontation began to look for salvation from her friend, and she calmed her down, saying that the hero did not mean anything illegal. The gentleman led the girl to his laboratory in the warehouse and suggested starting with the essence of the Ifelchi flower. The merchant picked up the flask and noted its good quality. Her gaze began to wander over the goods. Jaeho said that he was conducting experiments, a little bit of everything. Confrontation impatiently turned and asked permission to evaluate them. She took out a small monocle and began to analyze the items. The first thing she noticed was the tea prepared by the shaman, and assessed its properties. Then her attention was caught by the roasted flower seeds. Her gaze slid from one dish to another. Jaeho proudly said that he made a lot of them to increase the level of study, and therefore this was just a defect. The girl looked at the plates in surprise. She could not determine the final potential with clear certainty. It was incomparable with the high-quality buff food options that the best players use. But most of the food that players can cook is mostly mediocre quality. But this shaman's food. The girl smiled and asked if she could try it. She carefully picked up a baked acorn on her fork. She tried it, and it was as if lightning flashed in her brain. Confrontation seemed to be in a world of acorns. A slightly bitter, but pleasant taste of acorns and pine needles gradually affected her taste buds. She compared everything to the taste of the delights of Mother Nature. The hero looked at the player with excitement, and assumed that it was not very tasty. The merchant stood with her back to him and began to say that the preparation of food varies from normal quality to high quality, and inside the new world the taste qualities are enhanced. Confrontation turned to him with a smile and said that for players who only value the parameters of buffs, the taste of food in the game does not matter. But if we talk about the mobs of this world, then this food will definitely interest the highest class mobs. The florist looked at the merchant in surprise and asked again. She explained that in the new world there are many NPCs with different characters and preferences, and she was sure that these dishes would suit their taste. She turned to the table, waved her hand, and with a smile, she said that she wanted to put up for sale everything that was in this warehouse, not only the essence, but also the food. She approached the player, smiled and said that he was a cook from God, but his face suddenly became frightening. Confrontation tensed up. A frightening aura began to emanate from the man. He was not against selling all this, but he would like to clarify one thing. The girl stepped back in fear and asked what they were talking about. Jaeho with a terrifying face hung over her, and said that he was the owner of a flower shop. The player looked at him in confusion, trying to understand if he had gone crazy. A couple of minutes later, he frowned forward and said that Confrontation was not bad. Samantha looked at him in confusion, and the hero said that the merchant could be confused from time to time or sometimes lose common sense, and there was no need to justify her, because she did not behave so badly, and he had heard worse things. The florist went ahead and said that they agreed that Confrontation would open an exclusive store, and they would need a room for it. The hero smiled and said that for this they only needed to return Dianth to normal. The architect looked at the clear sky, and Breeze continued to have a psychological conversation with him about the true nature of elves. An elf passing by heard the builder say that elves are like demons that humiliate for no reason, and the leader of the clan supported him in everything. Here he decided to approach the two players and understand what was going on. As soon as the elf left, Breeze smiled and began to tell the only way to find a common language with the elves. The crucial moment came and the man tensed up. He smiled and said that he and the architect should make every effort. The player nervously looked back and said that he would now demonstrate everything. Dianth saw the player run after the elf. He immediately bowed and began to talk about how beautiful the weather was today. It was as perfect as the beauty of the elves. As soon as the elf became embarrassed, Breeze ran away with a stupid smile. Dianth looked at the player in surprise, who unilaterally uttered a crazy greeting. The elf followed him with a puzzled look. He sighed with a slight smile and noted that this player seemed to be a little better than he initially thought. Dianth opened his mouth in shock, not expecting it to work. Breeze approached him and asked if the gentleman wanted to go try it, since he had nothing to lose anyway. So the builder ran after the elf, did the same and ran away. The elf looked at him with slight favor and noted that he was not so ignorant after all. Dianth looked at his partner in shock. Breeze smiled proudly, gave him a thumbs up and said with tears in his eyes that it was a good job. The crazy architect was touched by the victory over depression. Jeho watched this scene from the side and did not understand anything. He opened the system window and began to conduct business negotiations with the merchant. She showed messages from the forum and told about the delight of customers and the rise in prices. In addition, the prepared dishes were very popular with the aristocrats. The hero scratched his chin. He became interested in what his earnings were in real money. May bowed to him, counted and assumed that about 10,000 won. Jeho was annoyed, which greatly embarrassed May. He looked at his friend, who looked at him in surprise, not expecting that he was also a student. The florist narrowed his eyebrows and said that he was 24 years old. May immediately began to burst into laughter and said that it sounded implausible. A blush appeared on her cheeks. Her gaze crossed with the heavy gaze of the king. May froze and silence hung. May smiled nervously. Being 2 years older than the hero, it turned out that she was Nuna. Jeho stepped aside and began to talk about the benefits of selling his items. But is there a way to sell flowers? Because his store now looks more like a panatkin. Nuna came up to him and said that in the game, flowers are not equipment or an accessory. What if you use them as a material? The hero thoughtfully looked ahead, pondering this thought. The spirit asked if it was worth doing now. Jeho smiled excitedly and ordered to do it. Jeho touched the flower, thinking that his palms were too big for this. The flower in the vase was striking in its beauty. The protagonist looked at his work with trepidation, realizing that it was a little clumsy. The young man looked at the system window, informing that the opportunity to communicate with the spirit was open. Jeho grinned when the spirit of life reported that flowers perceive human feelings caused by their appearance as a reward. The protagonist became nervous because of this information. The young man was surprised when he saw that he had discovered secret effects. Frowning, the guy thought about making more potions, realizing that he no longer had a flower shop here, but panatkin. Studying the system notification, the player thought that making bouquets increases the level of study much faster. Looking at the composition he had made, he clenched his hands into a fist, realizing that making bouquets could give him such effects. Smiling, Jeho decided that his shop would now certainly attract more visitors. Frowning, the protagonist decided to achieve maximum progress in learning, to raise the level of learning for the other flowers. Life in the village went on as usual. The knight's foot stepped on these lands, declaring that there really were plenty of elves here. The guy smiled. Vansik was smiling happily and waving in greeting, calling the protagonist. The elves turned to the guy with surprise and displeasure. Putting his hands on his hips, the young man asked where he could find the protagonist. Vansik was surrounded by the elf, and he, looking at them, thought that they were going to escort him. Scratching the back of his head, the young man remembered that the protagonist was close to the elves. Smiling awkwardly, he began to describe him as a fool with a scary face and aura. The next moment, Vansik was beaten and apologizing. One of the elves, rubbing his fist, said that the guy should never humiliate Jeho again. The knight was crying, lying on the grass. The young man looked at Breeze, who came up from behind, asking if everything was okay. The beaten Vansik did not know who was in front of him, and the leader of the clan said that the elves are very hostile to people, but it does not come to killing. The man introduced himself as an advisor, helping new players as a guide on how to deal with elves. Vansik looked at him and did not understand anything. Images of elves appeared behind Breeze when he said that the elves would continue to behave like this if the young man was not careful. The guide mentioned that now the player can undergo training so that there would be a chance to at least say hello to the elves. Vansik, looking at the man, said that he was a friend of that brute. Breeze asked with confusion who he was talking about. The young man said the name Jeho, although he added that the last fool. Breeze covered the boy's mouth, explaining that he couldn't speak offensively about the protagonist, because if the elves heard, the player would be in trouble. With tears in his eyes, Vansik thought about what kind of hellish place this was and where the protagonist was. A week before Vansik came to the desert, Jeho was in the company of Samantha and May, discussing a trip to the Red Magic Tower. The protagonist turned to the girl and said that they would need a thermostat, and the player with a class of mages would also help. Both girls wanted to accompany the protagonist, but he refused, ordering them to look after the garden. The protagonist's face darkened. Jeho frowned, remembering that 10 elves were going with him, who were happy about this journey. Breeze turned to the player. The man pulled out a rapier, offering to take it with him on the journey. The protagonist accepted the weapon, and Breeze said with a smile that he found the weapon in the forest after a battle with a bear. The man looked at the protagonist with confusion. The latter frowned, asking how the clan leader knew he had fought a bear. May and Breeze looked away, saying it was a coincidence, and the player threatened the man with his sword. The rapier was stuck behind the protagonist. The protagonist watched with a smile as one of the elves destroyed a giant desert scorpion with one blow, realizing that this would definitely be the safest journey. The guy watched as the elves destroyed monsters, lamenting that he was missing out on a chance to gain experience. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the elves moved as if they were dancing. He saw their graceful and fast movements, how they only took half a step when lunging. Watching the battle, the player began to repeat the techniques he saw. Jeho was embarrassed when one of the elves congratulated him for quickly understanding their movement. The young elf smiled, noticing that the player did not know how to handle a rapier. The protagonist looked at the weapon, stating that he had no time to practice. The elf, scratching his chin, noticed that the player, although imitating their movements, still changed them to a fist fight. The protagonist asked with embarrassment if he could learn their fencing technique, since he could no longer use the seed in battle. The elf, taking a step forward, explained that such fencing would not be effective due to the protagonist's build. Frowning, the elf suggested engaging in hand-to-hand combat, and the man was surprised that elves had such a style. The young man laughed, saying that in fact, their archery and fencing are based on the general rules of their martial art. Jeho looked at the interlocutor with interest, who would like him to try. The guy said with a smile that a large number of earth spirits live in the desert, who have strong armor and destructive power, so they are not suitable for training. A huge scorpion flew towards the elf, who was not paying attention to it. The elf's kalan began to glow. Jeho watched it with surprise. The elf struck the approaching monster with one blow. The light split the scorpion's body into several parts. Squinting, the elf said that this was the basis of martial arts, which combined contact with nature and borrowing the powers of spirits for the purpose of self-defense. The protagonist recoiled, not believing what he heard. The young man joyfully jumped, saying that elbow was a combination of the words elf and box. Jeho clenched his fist, looking at the system window notifying about the learned elbow. The player extended his hand, which began to glow forward. He rushed into battle. The man attacked the monster. The blow landed on the giant scorpion's head. Looking at the enraged monster with a bump, the protagonist noticed that the blow was weak. Smiling at the new system window, Jeho stated that he was unarmed and his level was low. The protagonist turned around, hearing excited shouts in the distance. The elves praised their shaman, who sullenly stated that he had simply watched too many competitions. Looking at the monsters, the protagonist noticed that 3 more scorpions had emerged. Turning to his loyal comrades, the player asked for help, not believing in his chances of winning. Jeho did not notice the scorpion's tail approaching him. A whistle cut through the air. The protagonist frowned. An arrow flew into the enemy's tail. The player was surprised by the new enemy. One of the loyal elves held a bow in his hand, stating that the man should focus only on elbow. 2 more comrades armed themselves with bows. They were ready to cover their leader. Jeho looked at the guys with gratitude. He folded his hands into fists, realizing that he could master the skill perfectly. After 3 hours of fighting, the veins on the hero's hands began to appear. One of them offered to support the scorpion, who asked to kill him quickly. With a smile, Jeho asked if that would be enough. With the cutest look, the guy said that 700 more blows with a bare fist were needed. Cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. The scorpion screamed, asking to just kill him. The player beat the monster, while the other elves kept count. Gritting his teeth and swinging, Jeho prepared to deliver the final, 1000th blow. The player unleashed all his might at him. Before he could remove his fist from the scorpion, a system window appeared. The protagonist read with a smile that he had completed 1,000 blows. But then the elf said that one last blow was needed. Continuing to look at his hand, Jeho said that although he was a layman, thanks to the special training of the elves, he increased his level and improved his skills, so he would train during the campaign. Frowning, the guy said that this was not enough for him. Clenching his fist tighter, he realized that he needed a weapon. Continuing the special training, the protagonist and the elves crossed the desert and reached the first big city. As the companions walked through the city, Jeho was surprised that the area was not made up of only forests and deserts. The townspeople whispered when they saw the player, and the elves loyal to him, saying that they did not expect to see them in terrace. The hero and his companions remained calm when someone said that being friends with them brought only advantages and a high level. Jeho turned around, asking if everything was okay. One of the guys answered that everything was fine, because the protagonist asked them to. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest, thinking that the elves had enough common sense not to lose their temper. The player turned to his companions, saying that he would go to the blacksmith. Looking at the city, Jeho realized where they should go. He saw a blacksmith sign. Opening the door, the protagonist warned that they were coming in. Looking around, the player did not see anyone. He turned to the elves, who sniffed the air, not understanding what was wrong. The protagonist's face broke out in a cold sweat, and he asked if they should go to another blacksmith. The elves looked around and were ready to leave, and a gloomy Jeho asked why they were in such a hurry. The protagonist froze in surprise when he heard a voice that said that even from afar he could smell the guy's disgusting smell. The player turned around, not understanding anything. The elves grimaced, and the protagonist looked ahead in surprise. The shop owner stepped forward, telling Jeho that he had specific tastes. The protagonist was surprised, looking at the creature in front of him. The man introduced himself as a dwarf. At the same time, in the country of the Brown Bear, Kroken's henchmen supported the leader. He happily addressed his guild master. Kroken gloomily turned to his subordinate, who continued to shout. The man ordered that he be put in prison. The guards grabbed the screaming guy and took him away, while Kroken continued to get angry. The deputy guildmaster frowned and asked why the master had not listened to the henchman to the end. The man turned around sullenly, not understanding the connection between the suspicious place and the visiting elves. Kroken turned around in surprise when his subordinate said that there was a player with the elves. The deputy narrowed his eyes, saying that it was only a hypothesis, but perhaps the player was the king of the elves. The guild leader's face darkened. The deputy turned to his master, who clenched his hands into fists. Kroken shouted, ordering that an announcement be made to the guild members and everyone else. For each of his kills he promised to give a gold coin. Frowning, the guild master said that if they caught him alive, they would receive 100 gold coins. A furnace appeared in one of the forges and someone was heard calling out to the hero. The elf, closing his eyes, explained that they would leave first and find another blacksmith, while the young man asked them to wait. The protagonist, frowning, realized that if there were such as his comrades and unicorns, then dwarves were natural. The master, looking at him, began to say something about the face. The blacksmith, pointing at the face with his finger, asked if the demons were the visitor's parents. The latter answered that they were people. The dwarf, raising his hand to his face, explained that he did not really look like a human, but if you look closely, there are no horns, and it does not stink of sulfur, but smells of flowers and elves. The player again repeated that he is a human. The interlocutor noted that this is surprising, because he does not look like one at all. Turning around, the hero said that in that case he will go. The blacksmith asked him to stop and asked why he came here, because did not he really need a blacksmith? The guy, looking back, asked whether the interlocutor is engaged in blacksmithing. The man raised his finger and shouted that everything was so, but the young man thought that nothing good could come of this place. The blacksmith put his hand in his bosom and explained that this was the body of a dwarf, and that he was a descendant of the god of fire, and the god of the blacksmith, and that they were all very special people. A certain bag appeared in his hand. Turning around, the master asked the guest to look more closely. The dwarf took something from this bag. Immediately after, this something was thrown into the furnace. Sparks began to appear in the air. Suddenly, a bright flame flared up in the furnace. The interlocutor, looking back, noted that he was offended that he thought that their people were ordinary blacksmiths and immediately asked if he wanted to create a weapon in the form of gloves and asked to give him a hand. The dwarf took it with both hands and began to say something. The young man, looking down, asked what was wrong, and the master explained that he had the hands of a real fighter, and he had never seen such hands before. Opening his mouth wide, the blacksmith said that these hands were definitely not made for a spear or a sword or a bow, because they were like the hands of a butcher. The guy, pulling his hand away, thanked him. Then the master asked to let him touch it again, and the hero shouted a question about what that crazy old man was even talking about. The protagonist, frowning, asked him to say if he could do it and for the answer to be honest. The man, turning away, explained that he needed to think about what to do with the furnace. The dwarf, looking back, said that it reminded him of his youth, because the master was also a monster, at the sight of which his interlocutors were very scared, but now all his confidence was lost. The young man, gritting his teeth, asked what caused this. The dwarf, closing his eyes, said that the anvil, passed down from generation to generation, was stolen during his move, and because of this theft he cannot show himself to the family ancestors. Having presented this thing, the master said that this anvil was the heart and soul of his family. Immediately, a system window appeared in front of the hero. In front of him was a message that said about a sudden task in which he needed to find this thing, and as a reward for this he would have maximum sympathy from the blacksmith. The protagonist, looking at the window, asked again about maximum sympathy, and immediately another message appeared in which the spirit asked him what he thought about this task. The guy, turning away, asked whether he lied about the fact that the anvil was stolen. The dwarf grabbed him by the leg and started shouting for him to help him, because there was simply no one else to do it. The player also shouted for him to look at himself, because what kind of aristocrat was he? Because overcoming the urge to gamble was like treating a drunkard. The master said that he would not let him go, because this affliction had already been rejected and he had to work hard to pay off his gambling debts. But he could not earn enough money without an anvil. The elf, his mouth wide open, shouted a question about what was going on there. The guy, lifting his leg, told the blacksmith to let it go. Suddenly, his comrades ran up to him, shouting that he was not allowed to touch the player. The hero, moving further away, said that this was just madness and they should leave this place. Suddenly, they looked in one direction when they heard someone shouting a question about when the blacksmith was going to pay off the debts. The man, grinning, said that if he had no money, he should just sell the building and return the money, because he really didn't want to shake hands with a fist again. The dwarf, with his mouth open, named the game name of this man. The player, with his mouth slightly open, asked if the elves knew this shorty, because they really came here to repay his debts. The young man turned around and asked if he had really borrowed money from the moneylenders, and the master explained that the gang owned a gambling house. Frowning, the interlocutor added that they also controlled every nook and cranny of the Razel kingdom, and that even the Imperial Guard could do nothing about them. The moneylender, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he was talking to Volka and that he should look at him. The dwarf, looking at him, explained that he was not running away and added that he had already come to them yesterday. The guy, standing next to him, asked if he had really come to them again, although he had said that he had stopped doing it, and the master shouted that he could not do anything, because his trade was not going well. The blacksmith, crying, explained that the only way for him to earn money was the gambling house, and if his bet played at least once, then the winnings could double. The elf, with his mouth slightly open, noted that he shouldn't listen to this crazy dwarf, while the second one suggested that he go somewhere else. Someone stamped on the tiles and apologized. The man, looking at them, noted that he apparently knew the old man well and asked if he really didn't want to ignore his friend's problem. The protagonist suddenly frowned. The moneylender, with his mouth open, asked if the guy really wanted to scare him with his scary face. The man tilted his head and explained that, if he were to judge objectively, he definitely had a talent for intimidation, but that wouldn't work here, while the hero thought that bullies did the same. The protagonist, closing his eyes, realized that no matter where he went, they would still bother him. Suddenly, the man took out a knife and asked why he started ignoring him, and noted that they should see how much longer he could do this. Suddenly, a blow fell on his face. The young man opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening. The blow was delivered by an elf. His comrade, looking away, noted that he had barely touched him and explained that their shaman had asked him not to cause harm. Standing between the fighters, his comrade also asked how he dared to threaten him with a knife. The warriors, looking in one direction, asked again. The elf, frowning, said that he hoped that they were going to ask him for forgiveness. Suddenly, the enemies soared into the air, opening their mouths wide. Someone's hand was lying on the ground. The moneylender, opening his mouth wide, shouted a question about whether they really thought that they could calmly remain in the city after raising a hand to their guild, because now they definitely would not leave here alive. The guy, closing his eyes, noted that this had happened after all and apparently his comrades needed to let off steam, when suddenly someone called out to him. The dwarf, raising his hands, thanked him for his help. The blacksmith, showing a thumb, also thanked his forest friends, and immediately a notification appeared that the sympathy of the gambling master was rapidly growing and the hero noticed that his original name had changed. Volka, opening his mouth, shouted that he did not even have any ideas on how to thank the protagonist and offered to give him a gift in the form of a weapon. The latter agreed. The dwarf, raising his finger, asked if he had materials. The hero, opening his inventory, tried to understand if he had the necessary items. Looking at the inventory window, the guy explained that he had all sorts of useless things left. The blacksmith, opening his mouth, said that he saw a pretty good ingredient. The player, looking down, asked where he found it. The moneylender, bending over, explained that everything was so. The man, gritting his teeth, shouted that he would kill those people, because how could they dare, and ordered his ward to bring them to him. Some houses appeared. Their roofs also appeared, and someone said that this was the man they were looking for. The bandit was standing around the corner. Looking out from behind him, Sid realized that this guy was emitting an extremely strong aura. The young man was looking out of the system window. The wards, standing nearby, said that these people were just stupid bastards, because now the leader was with them and they were definitely finished. The man, frowning, shouted that they needed to start, because whoever hit first would win. They started running at him. The protagonist, with his mouth open, asked if they really decided to attack him again, and immediately equipped a new weapon. Sid, gritting his teeth, realized that he had a real bear paw in his hands. The roofs of houses were visible and someone's screams were heard. The elves were beating this gang again. The hero also raised his fist to strike. The attack hit the face of one of the opponents, and immediately a notification appeared that he knocked out a bandit with one blow. Suddenly, another one swung a barrel to attack. The guy's fist was already ready. The hero was already swinging to attack. It hit the opponent's body. The barrel immediately flew out of his hands. The barrel began to fly away. It was still hanging in the air. Suddenly, the young man broke the barrel, attacking the enemy. Smiling, the player noted that these claws are really better than bare fists. The young man, looking forward, received a notification that if he attacked again, then he would activate elimination, and in this case his bad reputation in the kingdom would increase and he would be arrested by the guards, and then he realized that he would be considered a monster in a human body and remembered that if the player hits a non-player character, he will not die immediately. Looking to the side, the guy noted that apparently such characters are different here. The hero grinned and said that he could beat them without worrying about them dying. Sid opened his mouth wide. Watching the battle, the leader realized that this was some kind of elven pogrom. Frowning, the man shouted a question about where the man with the bare paw had disappeared to. The boy's eyes and mouth were glowing red. Suddenly, the enemy rushed to attack. He already had some kind of weapon in his hands. The protagonist immediately blocked his hand. Suddenly, the man swung for another quick attack. It was aimed straight at the player's neck. The guy blocked it with his hand. Suddenly, the opponent made another quick swing. The attack left a scratch on the hero's face. Sid's mouth was wide open. The guy, looking to the side, assumed that this was their leader. The man, gritting his teeth, thought that this was not a man at all, but a demon. Suddenly, the boy swung for another attack. Immediately after, the opponent's hand with the weapon flew back a little. As the boy raised his sword, he realized that his enemy had opened up for a blow. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared. The hero, his mouth open in surprise, did not understand why his attack had only dealt 1 point of damage. The enemies, crying, shouted a question about what their leader was doing. The same one, bowing his head, explained that the boy was superior to him in strength and abilities, but still showed mercy and generosity, which makes him a true knight. Sid, looking down, said that he had sinned against him, showing disrespect and only death would atone for his sin. The leader, closing his eyes, shouted a request to spare his wards, because they were only following his orders. They all came up to him, apologizing. The guy, looking down, said that this happened one way or another, because a notification appeared that his identity was becoming more famous in the criminal world. The protagonist, pointing his finger at the craftsman, asked if they could return the anvil that had been left as collateral, and Sid explained that he was their regular customer and knew that all the money he had borrowed from them was stolen. Volka, looking away, said that he had gone all in, because he was sure that he would definitely win and the only combination that could destroy him was a royal flush, but it fell out at that very moment and defeat overtook him. Sid, with his mouth open, apologized and explained that the thing left as collateral cannot be returned just like that, because he simply does not have the authority to do so, and they should pay it. The hero, looking at him, asked about the amount of the debt, and the interlocutor named the amount of 500,000 gold. The guy, with his mouth open, asked himself how many more gold coins Kervason could sell the goods for. The interlocutor, looking at him, noted that if you add interest, the debt will be equal to 2 million gold. The hero, looking at the master, shouted a question about how it was possible to owe so much for a simple anvil, because it was just madness. The same one answered that he gave it away for pennies, although it was made of adamant. The guy, looking up, explained that they could do nothing then and should just forget about it, when suddenly the leader said that there was one way. The young man, looking down at him, asked again. The man, opening his mouth wide, shouted that they would repay him for saving their lives and explained that the casino was their place, and they could prepare him properly, and eventually be able to help him return the money for the anvil. The hero, covering his face with his hand, realized that he would have to work anyway. The dwarf asked him to look at something, but then a notification appeared that the player's bad reputation had increased, and it was immediately said that after this the protagonist learned all about the popular card game that Volka played. Sid, smiling, said that everything happened as expected. The leader, looking at the guy, noted that this color suited him very well, and he asked what he should do next. The leader, grinning, noted that it was simply impossible to collect so much money at once in a gambling establishment in this area. The interlocutor, looking forward, explained that their goal was not pennies in the casino and added that he had already learned the basic rules, as well as the secret gestures of the gambling house, and he should simply win small amounts and increase his reputation. The guy, looking down, asked what would happen next. Cards appeared, falling on the table, and Sid said that there was a certain ghost. The man, looking at him, said that it was a cunning sea devil visiting gambling houses, who was known for his unrivaled play, and if they managed to attract his attention, they would be able to win back all the money at once. Sid, frowning, explained that by winning from this man, they would be able to cover all the damage. The hero, standing in front of him, thought that it would be good if all this was not in vain, and the interlocutor shouted that their master would definitely win. Cards and chips appeared. Someone laid the cards on the table, saying that it was time for them to show down, and also that he had a full house and that this was his victory. The second man, grinning, noted that in this case their opponent would die of starvation. The boss's mouth fell open when someone asked him to wait. The young man, throwing out the cards, said that he had a quad and he should take his hands off the chips. The man, opening his mouth wide, shouted a question about who he was anyway, because was this really a rigged game? The hero took off his glasses, laughing. The opponent's mouth was still open. The player, frowning, asked about whether he really didn't know that you shouldn't bet if you're unsure of the cards. He replied that he'd learned everything now, and immediately notifications appeared about receiving the achievement of the Star of the Gambling House, as well as a skill that increased the skill of playing cards, and also that the protagonist's fame in the criminal world had increased, and if fraud and gambling was discovered, then the bad reputation would increase significantly. The hero, smiling broadly, laughed, and it was told that the player who suddenly appeared and won a lot of money aroused suspicion, but no one wanted to object to him, and after that the protagonist appeared in the gambling house for several more days in a row and time after time increased his bad reputation. Someone came up to him from behind and called out. The guy turned around, listening to what the interlocutor was saying. Getting up, the young man apologized for having to leave first, and the opponent shouted that he really wanted to leave when he won all the money. The player, with his mouth open, explained that the ghost had come. The opponent's mouths were wide open in surprise. The guy stood with his back turned, listening to someone say that he was good, according to rumors. The man standing behind asked if the young man would play with him, and the hero accepted his offer. There was a sly grin on his face. A certain man appeared from around the corner, and someone said that several people, from whom the ghost had won everything, were pursuing him for revenge. The man's clothes immediately appeared and they said that those who were pursuing him disappeared like dust and were never heard from again, and that is why this man became the embodiment of the player's fear, because there were many rumors, but no one knew his identity. The people, with their mouths open, looked somewhere and the host said that despite these rumors, there was another reason why this man was respected and famous in gambling establishments. The man, looking at the table, said that from now on the game of Ghost and Hero begins. Placing his hand on the deck, Sid also explained that they would play by the rules of draw poker, according to which a player can refuse some or all of the cards and receive a replacement. The guy, opening his mouth, noted that he told him that the ghost plays only one game, and the interlocutor answered in the affirmative, and added that he takes all the opponent's money in one round. The protagonist, turning his head, asked about the method of such victories, and the leader answered that those who play with him become as if bewitched, but when the cards are revealed, the ghost always turns out to be the winner. The young man, looking ahead, said something about bewitched people. Someone bent the cards on the table and the words of the dealer were heard that this was the fifth card and starting with the ghost, players should begin placing bets and replacing cards. The young man, looking at his cards, thought about different combinations. The man raised his hand to his face. The hero, still sitting at the table, remembered that he needed to exchange cards when he touched his nose, and when he touched his mouth, stop, and also realized that the crowd had also been instructed to touch their hair when he needed to finish the game and immediately thought that a thumb up meant making a bet, and an index finger meant raising. At that moment, one of the observers showed a thumb. The guy, looking forward, knew that with such support, the opponent simply would not be able to beat him in one round and he should see how he could do it. The opponent looked somewhere down, and the protagonist could not understand why he only knew his name. The dealer, turning his head, asked if he wanted to exchange cards. Squinting, the man also asked about the number of cards. The ghost immediately held out all his cards. Sid, looking in the direction of this player, did not understand why he was going to change all the cards. The ghost, opening his mouth, added that he wanted to bet all his chips. The dealer, looking in his direction, could not believe that he was doing this without even checking new cards. The hero was also looking at him with exactly the same thoughts. The corners of the opponent's lips slightly rose, forming a smile. The crowd, raising their hands, shouted that this man had put everything on his victory. The opponent, grinning, asked what the young man's next move would be. The protagonist, looking in his direction, tried to understand if he was bluffing. The hero, frowning, remembered that since they already knew about his tactics, they planned all the actions in advance and specially gave him a good layout at the beginning so that he would take the bait, but he went for a bluff. The young man, looking ahead, knew that he needed to end the game right now, even if he was going to lose. The guy, opening his mouth, began to say something. Bringing his hands to the chips, the player noted that in this case he would also put everything. Suddenly, some black smoke appeared. Hands began to appear around the protagonist, and a notification appeared that the hands of darkness began to touch him, and because of this the cards in his hand were changing. The shaman, opening his mouth wide, realized that he could not move and assumed that this was some kind of curse and that his opponent was definitely a swindler. Frowning, the guy understood why he always managed to win. The opponent smiled widely. The young man, also smiling, asked if he was really called cunning for this trick, because it was extremely stupid. The opponent continued to smile. The hero, sitting in front of him, apologized for something. Straightening his arms, the player said that this curse did not affect him, and then a notification appeared that nature loved him and protected him from evil spirits, and then another message appeared, which said that the passive skill of resistance to curses was successfully used. The man, putting his hands in front of him, shouted that this was simply impossible. The guy, grinning, noted that he had now managed to see the true face of his opponent. Looking forward, the young man explained that from now on the real game would begin. The ghost, opening his mouth wide, shouted that it was all a scam. Throwing out the cards, the opponent shouted that he was sure that after replacing all the cards he had a full house. This combination of cards lay on the table. The opponent, pointing his finger, said that the young man had the king of spades, because did he really think that he would fall for a scam, having such a strong combination in his hands? His gaze was fixed on one of the cards. The man, turning his head to the audience, shouted a question about whether he really wanted to say that he had a royal flush and everything they had done before was a scam. Someone from the crowd asked whether they had really been fooled. The second person said that apparently they had made fools of them. The boy frowned and realized that he had managed to cast his curse after all. Opening his eyes a little wider, the young man realized that if he showed weakness, it would all be over, and so he had to keep playing. The opponent, holding out his hand, told him to give him that card, because he was sure that it was the king of spades. The hero, grabbing his hand, shouted at him not to touch it. What if the opponent decided to switch that card? The protagonist, looking ahead, noted that he did not know that the man was so good at talking nonsense, and offered him to bet money on the fact that it was the wrong card. The ghost, grinning, said that it was great and added that he would also go all in. Holding out his hand, the opponent shouted that he should be more careful in the gambling house, being a beginner. He already had that card in his hand. It was the 3 of clubs. One of the observers, his mouth wide open, asked if it was really a normal 3. The opponent, looking at the card, said that it simply couldn't be, and the guy asked if he was happy. Immediately after, the hero stood up, saying that he had won. Notifications about improving the skill that allows you to quickly change cards in your hand, and also about receiving the achievement of the Star of the Gambling House, thanks to which all the probabilities are increased randomly, immediately began to appear around him. The man, bowing his head, said that it was definitely a scam. The young man, frowning, thought about this man. The monster suddenly opened his mouth wide, shouting that the young man wanted to destroy the body that would become the god of gambling, and then a notification appeared, which said that the appearance of a lower demon was revealed. People began to run away, shouting that it was a demon. The monster brought his hand to his eye patch. The player, having taken it off, was shouting that no one would get out of here, because all the souls would be his and they would play this game forever. Suddenly his eyes widened. Someone stamped on the floor, saying that he smelled unpleasantly of a demon. The elves, standing behind, asked the hero to give them a chance to deal with this monster, while the second comrade asked how he dared to show his dirty face. The protagonist, looking away, noted that he really was unlucky, because his reputation was simply pathetic. The demon, with his mouth wide open, was shouting a question about why the noble forest dwellers needed this villager. His hand was already lying on the floor. The monster, lying on the floor, was saying that the hero had not fallen under the curse and was also the leader of the elves. The enemy, with his mouth open, asked what kind of person he was. The young man, pointing his finger at himself, asked again. A smile appeared on his face. The hero, presenting the flowers, explained that he was the owner of a flower shop. Blood splashes appeared. The guy, grinning, looked at the system message that due to the difference in levels with the group members, the experience gained was reduced to the minimum, due to which only 2 levels were received, and immediately another message appeared that he also received the achievement of deceiving the cunning, which increases the percentage of random wins, and also deceiving the demon, which increases the chance of success in deceiving an NPC of the same level. The hero, looking forward, realized that he received both achievements and awards. Looking to the side, the young man realized that his personality was extremely chaotic. As for the owner of a flower shop, since the notification said that his reputation in the criminal world had increased greatly, and if he continued to cheat in gambling, then his bad reputation would increase significantly. Reaching his finger to the system window, the protagonist decided to first check the reward. A bandage immediately appeared in his hand, and the guy noted that it looked great, because even though it was rough, it still had a hidden skill, and a notification appeared, which said that the hidden skill allowed the owner to see through the enemy, thereby allowing the wearer to check if a character of the same level was lying to him. Looking at the system window, the guy realized that he still had some treasure left, and a message immediately appeared stating that 15 gold bars had been received as a reward, each of which was worth 100,000 gold. The young man, looking up, thought about the total amount and the dwarf's debt. The hero suddenly frowned, coughing a little. The man immediately looked away. The protagonist, standing above him, asked for a discount, and the interlocutor asked again. Sid, standing in front of him, explained that the discount was too much, even though he had helped them. The player, his eyes widening, asked who had rid their gambling house of the demon, and also reminded him that he had told him that if they beat that demon, there would be enough money, although the reward was only 1 million gold. A notification appeared behind him, in which the spirit of life called him a deceiver. The guy, still standing in front of the interlocutor, said that they were in his debt, because their lives were saved, and he also had to learn gambling in order to win against the ghost and subsequently even destroy the demon, and immediately asked if he could not give him a small discount. The protagonist, frowning, said that this was only first of all, because they also took money from the poor dwarf, and notifications immediately began to appear that his achievement of deceiving the demon makes the opponent succumb to his lies. The man, standing in front of him, began to talk about something, when suddenly someone called out to him from behind. Sid, looking to the side, asked what had happened to them. The assistant, raising his hand, named the sum of 500,000 gold. The moneylender, looking ahead, explained that their leader would consider Volk's debt paid off if they paid that amount. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise when the assistant said that their leader would like to meet him at any convenient moment. The young man, looking ahead, realized that he needed to finish as soon as possible and leave this city. An anvil was already on the tile, and a notification appeared that the guy had received maximum sympathy from the dwarf. The blacksmith, looking at the tool, shouted that the legacy of his ancestors had finally returned. The guy, looking at him, asked if he could leave then. The same one shouted that he should wait, because he still needed to thank the benefactor. The protagonist, frowning, said that they should check it out then, because there is nothing better than a heart-to-heart talk with a gambler. He had that bandage on his eye. A message immediately appeared in front of his face saying that the other guy was lying when he said that he was sincerely grateful. The guy was still silently looking down. The hero turned around, said goodbye to him, and explained that it was not easy for him, and that is why they would not see each other again, and the master asked him to wait again. The dwarf, standing behind, shouted that he was truly sorry and asked not to make a bad person out of him, and immediately added that he happened to overhear a conversation about the savior building a city in the desert. The master, with his mouth open, shouted that he would help him with the construction, and the young man asked why he did not return the anvil to his homeland. The blacksmith, raising his hand, shouted that he would never forget his kindness, no matter how much time passed, and that they would definitely meet in the end. The main street of the city appeared. A tower was visible in the distance, and someone asked if this building was the Red Magic Tower. The young man, with his mouth slightly open, began to ask a question. Looking at the people, the hero asked why there was such a huge line, because how long would they have to stand in it? The elf, standing behind, said that the guards at the entrance to the tower were monitoring him, and the guy asked if this place was really a landmark. Looking ahead, the protagonist noted that they could do nothing and just wait. They were standing almost at the very end of the line. After some time, they became closer. After some more time, their position in the line changed again. The young man, looking at the guard, asked if he really needed to come again tomorrow, and the interlocutor tried to say something and explained that there were simply a lot of visitors that day. The knight leaned over a little. Looking at the protagonist, the warrior noted that his face looked suspicious and asked about his name. The player said that he would return tomorrow, as he had received messages that he would be arrested if he started threatening, as his bad reputation made the interlocutor nervous. Leaving the line, the guy asked how they could pass the time, as it was difficult for him to talk to that guard because of his low reputation, and his comrade noted that the people after him had passed this inspection without any problems. Suddenly, the hero turned around, not understanding how this was happening. The girl put money in the guard's hand. The man, smiling, said that she could pass. The young man, covering his comrades with his hand, asked if their desire to kill was at its maximum again, and asked them to calm down. Frowning, the protagonist explained that they should see how callous he would be with him this time. Holding the gold in his hand, the boy reminded the others that he currently had 1 million gold in his pockets, and needed to use some. The hero, smiling broadly, said that this was all being done for the sake of a rollback. Raising his hand to his mouth, the boy coughed. Smiling, the player asked if the guard could help him, because he really didn't have much time. A gold coin appeared in the man's hand and he immediately exclaimed in surprise. The guard, turning around, asked the boy to follow him. A white building appeared and the escort said that the magician from the magic tower would soon come out and they needed to wait a little. The old man, smiling, introduced himself as the head of the Red Magic Tower. The boy, looking at him, thought that he looked like Gandalf and asked again about his position. Rainier closed his eyes and answered affirmatively, explaining that he couldn't help but come here when he heard that an aristocrat from the Perm Desert had come here. The hero frowned, realizing that the information power of this tower reached the desert as well. The leader, looking at them, noted that the forest people had apparently come to him, which reminded him of the time when he was young and had thrown down a magical challenge to the fearless elf, and the protagonist asked his comrade if they really possessed magic, since he had never seen it before. The comrade, raising his hand to his face, explained that they knew how to use various magical techniques. Turning away, the elf said that they simply didn't like this destructive magic, and the second agreed with him and noted that it was extremely destructive and barbaric. The old man, with his mouth open, said that he was glad to see them here anyway, because even though he had too much work, he wanted to drop everything and come to them, because their arrival had excited him very much. The guy, smiling, asked about how much information he knew, then the leader answered that he knew a little more than usual, because it was all connected with the work of his children. The protagonist, frowning, asked again about his children and immediately asked if that gang and this tower had any connection. The old man, with his eyes widened, began to laugh, and immediately a notification appeared, which said that the player had met the king of the dark alleys for the first time, the leader of that gang, because of which his fame and bad reputation had greatly increased. The hero's eyes turned white with surprise. A camp in the desert appeared, and it was told that while the protagonist was absent, even more elves arrived in the hellish desert, who had already formed a large refugee camp, and during this time Dianth came to his senses. The guy, with his mouth wide open, shouted that he would be able to turn this place into a good city where elves and humans would live. Suddenly, they both opened their eyes wider when someone shouted about the king of the elves. The comrades looked in one direction, trying to understand what was being said, and then someone shouted that the brown bear had arrived. The warrior, with his mouth wide open, shouted that they were from the Brown Bear Guild and they knew that the man who led the elves was here, and if he surrendered peacefully, they would not arrange a bloodbath. The architect, looking in that direction, asked why these people had suddenly surged in. May, appearing behind, greeted her comrades and explained that they didn't have time to talk now, because they had a big problem. She, wide-eyed, explained that she saw it on the game forum and the Brown Bear Guild announced a search for the protagonist, and apparently they had already managed to get here. Samantha also appeared behind and called out to the girl when she asked her what they should do. The fighter, with her mouth open, asked if the protagonist had said anything to them. The assistant, opening the system window, assumed that he was busy, because he didn't even answer private conversations. Looking at the enemies, she also noted that they all intended to start a fight right now and they wouldn't be able to stop it so easily. The warrior, looking at them, explained that it didn't look like a problem. May said that that guild had an extremely bad reputation. The girl, with her mouth open, began to say something. One of the men raised his hand and shouted for the young man to come out, otherwise everything here would be destroyed, and also that damn criminal who was already wanted in their country, and did he really think that he would be able to hide for the rest of his life? The girl opened her mouth. Samantha, with her hands on her hips, shouted a question about whether they were saying that that player was a rude, dangerous and evil person, and also a question about whether they were really threatening that person that they would skin him alive. They, opening their mouths, agreed with her. Raising their hands again, the men shouted that it was all true when suddenly someone asked what all the noise was about. The girl, looking back, explained that those guys came and started shouting here and asked what they thought about it. The elf, smirking, said that apparently those people had completely lost their fear that they started insulting the shaman. The men's mouths dropped open in surprise. The fighter pointed her finger and explained that these despicable humans were looking for the protagonist, and May realized that even the elf elder had come here. The elf woman came closer to them, saying that this was just great. The fighter, with her mouth open, explained that before they met the boy, they should learn some manners. The men, looking forward, asked again. The messenger, with his mouth wide open, shouted that they were in trouble. The king, standing in front of him, asked what had happened, and he replied that he had just received a message from a group that had gone into the desert. The leader's mouth dropped open in surprise at his protégé's words that the advanced search party had been destroyed. Holding a glass in his hand, the man shouted that their enemy was just a bastard. Having smashed the dishes on the floor, the king shouted a question about what had happened to them that they could be destroyed. The messenger explained that a large number of elves had come out against them. Suddenly a system window appeared near him and someone said that they had problems. The leader replied that he already knew, because why couldn't they take care of it? His mouth opened wide when the interlocutor noted that in this case their conversation would be even shorter. The king asked if there was really anything worse. This system window appeared and Mikhail said that someone showed all of this live and the whole society just went crazy. The leader's mouth was wide open from misunderstanding. A white building appeared and someone said that such a hobby was not very good. The old man, closing his eyes, explained that when he was his age, he would understand him, because he was already bored. The protagonist asked why he wanted to meet him. The magician, looking at him, suggested that they first talk about the hero's goals. The young man frowned and realized that he really needed help, and now the opportunity had presented itself and he should take advantage of it. The tower representative laughed, rubbing his beard. The young man, looking ahead, asked if he knew of any magical technique that could change and maintain a certain temperature in a selected area. The magician, opening his mouth, asked if he could tell why he needed such power. The young man, looking at his interlocutor, explained that he wanted to start selling flowers. The magician, opening his mouth wide, asked again. The hero, looking away, said that since his shop was in the desert, most of the flowers were exposed to the scorching sun and could not grow well, and the magician noted that he was now confused because he had not counted on this at all. The young man, looking the other way, said that everyone was confused when they heard about this and realized that he did not know everything about him and the desert. The old man, grinning, asked if everything was visible on his face. The protagonist, opening his mouth, asked if the interlocutor could read his thoughts, because he had never met a person who could understand his emotions on his face. The magician, looking forward, noted that an ordinary person could really be scared by his face, but the old man who had gone through many difficulties and the protagonist were actually more honest in their feelings. The guy, opening his mouth, said that he really did not try to hide his feelings. The wizard, standing in front of him, explained that he was more amazed by his aura than his face, because it was extremely unusual and he was a florist with the aura of a ruler, which was extremely interesting, and also added that he knew little about the personality of the hero, asking if he was going to do something in the middle of the desert, while the elves were gathering around it, because he would like to join him to hear about the state with the ghost and the cases that had reached him. The magician, smiling, noted that this should be a lot of fun. Immediately, notifications began to appear in front of the young man's face, one of which said that Renio was looking forward to their cooperation and also gave a promise for such cooperation, and the second notification said that he had received the achievement of someone who knows the head of the magic tower, thanks to which his reputation had greatly increased. The old man, looking at him, explained that as the head of the magic tower, he would help his flower garden and he should not worry, because they would conduct a separate study of magic, which he had spoken about, and the guy asked why he was so kind to him. The magician, closing his eyes, said that this could be considered simply the old man's interest. The protagonist explained that he understood this interest on the part of the gang, but help from a representative of the magic tower looked extremely problematic, and the interlocutor noted that such a question was extremely acute. The head, opening his eyes, explained that he, asking such a question, apparently did not realize his position. The young man immediately looked away. The old man, standing in front of him, explained that no one in the history of the world had such a close relationship with the elves, because he even had the influence to cause a mass migration of all representatives of this race, which was scattered across the continents. The young man, opening his mouth, realized that sometimes it seemed like a nuisance, but it was extremely good to have absolute trust of a rare and extremely closed kind, and even the strongest of this world envied it, and in other words, the position of the tower representative was such that if he built a bridge of special relations with the elves, then he would suffer minor damage to himself, and said that now he understood everything. The head, turning away, noted that the position of the magic tower and the kingdom of Razel were different, and the hero asked whether the kingdom would then consider them bad. The magician, opening his mouth wide, laughed, saying that everything would be, depending on how you look at it. The wizard looked away, saying that this was enough talk, because he wanted to introduce the people who would help them, who were considered quite talented in the magic tower, and who were also his students. The young man shook hands with one of them, saying that he was glad to meet them, and the student said that he would hope for their cooperation. Red, covering his mouth with his hand, realized that this was the person who was wanted. The guy, smiling, also said that he would hope for their fruitful cooperation, and the magician tried to understand what this person was doing here. The student, looking after him, remembered that the leader had told him to stay in the tower, so he had no opportunity to start searching, and it was unclear why they met like this. Renier, standing in front of him, said that he wanted them to help the protagonist with the flower shop. Red, with his mouth open, could not understand how this even worked. Turning around, the wizard wondered if he would be able to do something after so long. The leader's staff glowed bright blue as he cast the spell. The students opened their mouths in surprise, saying that it was spatial magic. Immediately, a portal to the desert appeared in front of the old man, and a notification appeared that the guy had witnessed the great magic of the leader of the magic tower. A website appeared in the system window, and someone said that apparently the first guild had appeared, which the elves had defeated. The player, with his mouth wide open, introduced himself as the channel's host and also gave his name. There were several system windows around him when he said that this was an unscheduled live broadcast and that he was currently filming with an in-game camera, so there would be no editing here, and immediately added that he had followed the elves, who now live in the Perm Desert and are the center of all conversations in the New World. His camera was aimed at the people piled up on the sand, and the host said that the players standing on their heads were from the Brown Bear Guild, with the ranker biathlonist in the center and his assistant to his right. Raising his hands to the system window, the player also said that he was filming from afar, using Zoom, but he was confident that it was them, because these two people were among the best players not only in their guild, but also in the overall ranking of this game, and therefore it was impossible not to recognize them. Behind him, the system window was also open, broadcasting the comments of the viewers, and then Hookah said that those people were defeated by the elves with their bare hands. Smiling broadly, The guy said that he simply could not imagine, because in less than half an hour he already had 3,000 viewers. Although not so much time had passed since the beginning of this battle, and this was an unprecedented humiliation for the Brown Bear Guild. Looking at the system window, the reporter also explained that their opponents were not players at all, but simple non-player characters. But now these fighters are standing on their heads in the desert, on the outskirts of this continent, and apparently now all the people in their guild are just going crazy. Suddenly, someone's message appeared that the player will be dead. Looking at the chat, the player noted that they were saying extremely strange things. Several more messages from players appeared, which said that the leader of this guild would definitely kill him in real life. The young man, smiling broadly, asked if they really thought so, because why would such a large and prestigious guild look for such a host? Suddenly, his eyes opened wider because of a certain sound. A certain tricolor flag with an animal appeared. The guy, looking in that direction, said that this flag and the number of people looked like something. The players, with their mouths wide open, shouted that the Brown Bear Guild had arrived and asked where the elves were who had beaten their vanguard, because victory could only belong to them. The reporter, turning away, said that it was the Brown Bear army and explained that he should end the broadcast at this point. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Turning around, the young man tried to understand what was happening this time. A bright blue glow began to appear above him, and the presenter assumed that it was a magic circle. This circle began to glow even brighter. A bright beam suddenly appeared right in front of him. A lot of dust rose around this player. The guy, closing one eye, tried to understand what had happened there. The hero, with his mouth wide open, said that it was extremely convenient to move like this in one go. Looking somewhere, the protagonist tried to understand what was happening there. The mage, with his eyes wide open, also noticed something. They saw a flag ahead. The guy, looking at the crowd of warriors, asked what happened here and who these people were. Red realized that it was an army of brown bears. The elf, coming closer, greeted him and said that these people came here before he arrived. Pointing at them, the assistant explained that they came up and started insulting him and perhaps those who arrived were their comrades. The man, opening his mouth wide, said that their reinforcements had arrived and they should surrender. They all silently looked at him, when suddenly the warrior asked if it was Red. The fighter, smiling widely, shouted that their mage was also here. The man, looking ahead, continued shouting that he told them that he was in the Red Magic Tower, and he found it hard to believe that he had come to help them, and asked him to join in order to destroy the elves. The mage silently looked at him. The guy, with his mouth open, could not believe that he thought they would get any help from him, because he currently had a quest from the Supreme Wizard and this could lead to a promotion. Continuing to look from behind the hero, Red thought that he would be able to use magic against the elves, because Renia would definitely find out about it. The protagonist, grinning, said that they were in time. The fighter, sitting on the sand, shouted that the magician had betrayed them and sided with the elves, thereby betraying the king, and for this he would be punished. Suddenly, the magician closed his eyes. There was a barely visible smile on his face. Then the guy began to pull his headdress over his eyes. Suddenly, the magician raised his hand and used the lightning of the fourth circle. A bright lightning struck the enemies. Red, with his mouth open, asked how they dared to do such a thing here. The hero noted that his magic was really cool. The magician's eyes widened as he shouted that the Red Magic Tower would never forgive such a thing. The warriors rushed to attack, shouting that he was a traitor and would never be forgiven, because he was now their enemy. One of them, pointing his finger, shouted that they first needed to catch their vile boss. The guy, pointing his finger at himself, asked if they really meant him, and the other shouted that they needed to catch him at any cost and hang him on the gates of the Brown Bear Kingdom. The elves' eyes turned red as they shouted that they could still tolerate insults directed at them, but no one dared to blab about the shaman. Turning around, they asked if they could punish these people and asked for permission. The young man raised one finger. Smiling, the hero said that they could do that too. All the warriors were a second away from the skirmish. The young man raised his hand and said that he wanted to summon a golden golem, but he didn't have enough level or mana, so he should just summon these fighters. Putting his hand in front of him, the boy used the summoning of mirage soldiers to fight with him. The enemy turned around and shouted a question about whether that person was really a summoner, since out of all the types of people, this one was the most troublesome. His mouth suddenly opened wider. The assistant, looking at the young man, asked if he had summoned them and also asked where they should plant flowers this time. Pointing his finger, the hero ordered them to go into battle. The gardeners rushed to the attack, shouting that they would not die anyway and therefore they had no fear. The elf attacked one of the opponents when he shouted a question about why the NPCs were stronger than them. The gardener also attacked someone. The host also watched this from the side. An elf with a red mouth and eyes appeared. The guy, with his mouth open, asked if the viewers could see this, because even the brown bears that outnumbered them were turning into nothing. A system window immediately appeared, stating that about 14,000 people were currently watching the broadcast. Some messages immediately began to appear, saying that apparently this guild had no countermeasures at all. Someone stood on the sand near the battlefield and said that he had countermeasures. The fighter, holding a weapon in his hands, explained that he had prepared for unforeseen situations and that it was time for them to move on to the second plan. A desert appeared, with words in the background saying that the main forces of the guild were about to be destroyed. Taylor held a weapon in his hands, saying that if there is strength, there is no need for intelligence. Even elves beat them in unfavorable conditions. The reinforcements were very timely, held through a portal in space. It's good that they prepared a backup plan. Looking at the people, the shadow assassin said that it was easy to kill an enemy from the shadows, but seeing the potential of the elves, it might be difficult to get rid of them while they were nearby. The protagonist stood among the elves. Making a gun with his fingers, the guild member said that he chose the option of kidnapping the elf king. The young man put his foot back. The hero was plunging into the shadows. Sinking deeper and deeper into the shadows, the man thought that it was easy. Having completely disappeared, the guy thought that the scorching sun was only a benefit. Taylor merged with the protagonist's shadow. Getting closer, he thought that he had finally caught him. While the hero was in the shadows behind the shaman, a system notification appeared that a bad reputation had imposed a fear effect on the enemy. Still behind, the opponent thought that this skill had never failed him before, and would finally complete the mission. Jeho turned around at the moment when a new system notification appeared that the target's bad reputation had exceeded. The shadow assassin hesitated, seeing another system notification that due to the inability to use the skill, a stun debuff was imposed on him for 1.5 seconds. The three guys turned to look at the stranger after a message appeared that he was detected due to the debuff. The player frowned. At the same time, a system message popped up again that the spirit of life asked who it was. The young man reached his hand to the inventory. Turning to the one who appeared, the protagonist said that he also did not know who it was. The guild member recoiled back. All the guys rushed to the stranger. Covering himself with his hands from the blows, the hero thought that his agility and evasion skills barely helped to avoid damage, but if he lets down his vigilance, he will feel bad. He needs to wait for a convenient moment. The dark-haired man looked to the side. Jeho pounced from above. Frowning, the guy said that this weapon was like a curse, while another system notification appeared that the critical hit was equal to 1. Scratching his head, Taylor thought that his normal attack was weak, but sometimes the damage is only 1 unit. For him, it is fun to mock. Clenching his hand into a fist, the shadow killer thought that this was his chance, and he should not expect mercy. Saying out loud the skill smoke projectile, the young man instantly disappeared. Appearing in another place, the dark-haired man said the phrase skill shadow. Putting his hand forward, the shaman shouted the skill rapid growth change. Plants appeared around the two. The stem of the plant squeezed the enemy's wrist. In an instant, the stem squeezed the leg. The man was scared. Being held hostage by the plants, the stranger asked to let him go, adding that if he has pride, then he must fight fairly. Standing nearby, the interlocutor reproached him for talking about honor, although he himself tried to kill from the shadows, to which Taylor replied that he did everything in the best possible way, and that his act was shameful. The protagonist frowned. The opponent, raising an eyebrow, once again asked to let him go. The shaman was surprised to hear the word please. The fighter became even more scared. The player opened his eyes even wider. Squeezing them shut, the stranger again asked to let him go. The protagonist smiled broadly. Bursting into tears, the shadow killer shouted that he was using a very shameful technique. Looking at the claws, Jeho replied that next time he should make sure that it was not done by a gambling addict. The guild member silently watched in response. Swinging his hand, the protagonist added that something similar to the brown bear hunter item could come out again, to which the interlocutor shouted that he would take revenge. The boy looked at the system notifications, one of which said that a killer with a bad reputation had been eliminated, and his fame had increased. A new system notification appeared, saying that the interest of the escaped royal family and aristocratic families had increased. A new message appeared again, along with which it was said that thanks to Huki's broadcast from the hellish desert, rumors about the protagonist and the elves had spread like a hurricane, and the news of the defeat of a country with a bad reputation, the Brown Bears, had caused a festive mood. A message appeared about the hero's middle name. Along with it was said that one person was not interested in such rumors at all. The elves asked about the flower garden, to which the protagonist, smiling, replied that he wanted to build a greenhouse with 10 by 10 meter sections, and that he needed to use magic to set the temperature for each section. Smiling, one of the boys said that everything was fine. Standing next to the others, one of the boys wondered if this was why the tower mages were brought here. Frowning, the red-haired man thought about how it could be just a garden if he was such a scary person that these elf monsters followed him. The guy was scared of his own thoughts. Horrified, the assistant suggested that he was making illegal substances and wanted to start a business. Frightened, the hero continued to think that Jeho's ultimate goal was to control the criminal world. Standing in front of the girl, the dark-haired man asked about the country of brown bears, after which he added that he thought they were bandits, and they wanted to deprive the title of the first king on the game's server. Looking closely, Samantha said that now the Brown Bear Guild was targeting Jeho. They would create all sorts of obstacles from now on, and asked if he should show his true face. Stopping in front of him, May asked again about his true face. Frowning, the woman asked why he didn't announce to everyone that he had ascended the throne. Surprised, the pink-haired girl asked if he really was the king, after which the guild member also said that instead of just sitting and waiting for the Brown Bear Guild to do something nasty every time, it would be better to officially announce it to everyone. Raising his eyebrows, the shaman replied that if he inherited the throne, he would become a target for other countries. The hand touched the inventory. The player took the crown in his hands, and immediately a system notification with a warning appeared. Prikatova mouth, the guy said that he did not have to inherit the mine, because he could just found his own country. The girls were very surprised. Looking at the crown, the protagonist said that the bad reputation would increase greatly and wondered if the result did not depend on his actions, adding that in this case it was worth creating his own kingdom. The guys were surprised as soon as they heard the question about the name of the country, after which a system notification appeared saying that the spirit of life said that this was too much. Scratching his chin, the protagonist asked if it was really too old-fashioned to call a country by its name, to which the girl replied that she had not said that. The young man instantly smiled widely. Still smiling, Jeho said that then the name would be the Garden of Alicia. Opening her eyes wider, Samantha asked what to do about the territorial issue, since this place is in the desert, so people cannot live here normally. Recalling the map of the territory, questions were raised about whether they were all now on the lands of Razel, and what if the enemies came and declared that they had occupied their territory. The man stood opposite. Recalling the elf, the protagonist replied that this was what Elder Elda had said. Frowning slightly, he continued that the previous shaman led the elves, and by agreement with other countries, the forest and desert became the new home for the elves. An agreement was reached easily, since these lands were barren. But at the end of the journey of the elves and the shaman, the forest became their home, of course. In addition to the forest, there are also small settlements of elves in other places. Putting his hands on his hips, the player explained that therefore the kingdom of Razel, considering this desert only a burden, happily gave it to the elves for sole use. But still the former shaman paid for it even in this situation. Frowning, the guy continued that he had to pay so much that the elves did not have to give a penny. Turning away, the protagonist added that, in any case, the kingdom has no rights to the desert. Frowning even more, the hero said that no matter what they say, he will not tolerate their discontent or complaints. A system notification appeared stating that the country had been inherited. A new kingdom, Garden of Alicia, had been proclaimed on the continent, while Jeho looked at the many system notifications, shouting that they were popping up like crazy. Reading the notifications, the dark-haired man said that he should first deal with the notifications that seemed important. Notifications appeared stating that the achievement of the first player king had become known to the whole world, the city creation plan could be changed, 99% of the population were elves, and the blessing of the divine tree had spread to the territory of Garden of Alicia. Focusing on two notifications, the shaman wondered if he should worry about these notifications. Standing in front of the girl, the young man heard the phrase that she was recognized as one of the founders of the country, and wondered how this worked. Reading the notification, the heroine also said that she had also become a co-founder. Frowning, the guy said that those two became co-founders, probably because they were with him after the raid, after which he thought about the fact that one of them clearly had an ulterior motive, but how important it is to her now is unclear. Not changing his position, the main character asked if they got anything good for this, to which he received the answer that the experience gained in the country was increased by 10%, and you can get a title. Looking at the notification, the friend said that she had the same, adding that Jeho is the title of king. A notification should have come. Looking around, the dark-haired man said that he should check. Maybe he did not notice, because there were a lot of them. Reading the notifications, the player wondered where it was. Frightened, the girls thought that it was a whole title. While imagining the king sitting on the throne, the two thought that it was not easy to become an aristocrat. It was not enough to fight well or have a high level. The aristocratic title could only be given by kings, but all of them were NPCs except Kroken, and everyone knew that it was very difficult to appear before the king. Many aristocrats would start a political struggle for it, only worsening their reputation in the eyes of the king. Staring at their friend, they wondered if they could really get a title without any difficulty. Without moving, Samantha thought that although the country had not yet been properly formed, it was possible that Jeho was much larger than she imagined. Blushing, the guild member realized that she needed to befriend the guy, while he said that he had found one, but he did not think he could do it. Looking back, the interlocutor said that the size of the kingdom was still too small to grant titles. While the interlocutors were surprised, they heard a question asking if they were too disappointed. Standing opposite, May replied that the first thing to do was to take care of the garden. Looking away, the protagonist realized that he still had to give them titles when the country's level rose enough. The system's words appeared that the protagonist had become the first king, and it was said that the news of Jeho was globally covered. The whole world turned upside down, and everyone began to discuss the news. The first king was a man called Emperor Rakshi, who defeated the army of brown bears. At the same time, potions were put up for auction. There were rumors that the money raised from the potions was given to the workers of the hellish desert, and the name attitude towards the hero. The shaman was embarrassed to hear the question why he called the kingdom the Garden of Alicia, because it was possible to hellish desert. The blonde man, standing opposite, said that he was crazy, because while he was cooling off, his friend got into trouble. A moment of slave labor Worcester appeared in his head. Looking opposite the boy, the man replied that nothing could be done, it was his own fault for coming when he was not there, and he had been warned to watch what he said in front of the elves. Angry, the knight replied that he did not think that everything would be so neglected, although there was even an advisor. Remembering the contact with the elves, the friend shouted that the instructions did not help. Now when he sees an elf, the body automatically greets, bowing at 90 degrees. The interlocutor smiled in response. Putting his hand forward, the protagonist asked how about talking to these guys. Closing his eyes, the guild member asked why he named the kingdom that way. Because what kind of crazy person would name a country after a flower shop? To which he received the answer that he started the game to create a flower shop. Turning away, the opponent replied that it was possible to name the kingdom and the shop cooler, so that there would be a cool sign. Hellish desert sounds good. Smiling, Jeho replied that he didn't need to know that, and that he should learn to do a new job, even if he didn't want to. His friend pushed the man away. Looking at the guys, the protagonist ordered to take this guy and teach him how to work with seeds, and if he doesn't listen, he should tell the elves about it. Extending his hand, the shaman asked if he wanted to help these guys with the work, to which he received the answer that he really wanted to grow flowers. The man took a step forward, saying that to be a king, you need to work hard. Frowning, the young man thought that first of all he should start with building a city. Holding the paper in his hand, the stranger greeted the king. Bowing his head, the fair-haired man asked how difficult it was for him, because elves are very closed. Smiling, the interlocutor replied that their relationship has been changing little by little lately, it shouldn't take much time. Rejoicing, the blue-haired man added that they can already say hello to the elf who is in a bad mood. Standing next to him, the player said that now the elves have learned and are building houses. The opponent, continuing to smile, said that he had thought about him a lot, it seems that he had an epiphany recently. Frowning, Jeho asked again about the epiphany. Holding out a paper, Diane said that it was a plan of the city he had been working on. The man examined the plan. Not understanding, the protagonist asked if it was really just a blank piece of paper, to which he received a positive answer. Clenching his hand into a fist, the architect explained that last time he was too arrogant, he intended to do everything flawlessly, the design must be impressive, everything must be perfectly regulated and combined perfectly. Falling to his knees, the guy continued that in this place he felt the free spirit of the elves. In disorder and primordial chaos there is harmony and beauty, and if you are an outstanding architect, it should turn out as efficiently as possible. Looking at the notification that appeared, saying that the spirit of life thought that it was because he couldn't use his skills, the shaman said that something had to be done and that he couldn't leave it like that. Standing behind, the player thought about the members of Jeongrikyop who were chronically suffering from insults from the elves. Shifting his gaze, the dark-haired man thought that the key figures who were supposed to help with Alicia couldn't communicate with the elves properly, so he should make some support items. There was a buff item hanging around his neck that would increase the favor of the elves, while a system notification popped up describing the pink clover necklace. The system wrote about the confirmation necklace of the pink clover, to which Jeho, lowering his eyebrows, said that it would be easier for him to start with the flowers of Ifelchi. Taking the plant in his hand, the protagonist apologized for picking them, then swore that he would do everything to keep them beautiful, and added that a simple accessory or ring was all he could do for now. The protagonist was seen sitting on the ground. Suddenly, the artificial intelligence wrote that the bracelet made of the Ifelchi flower was complete, and its characteristics, and at that very moment, the guy, putting it on his wrist, said that the ring should be made smaller in size, but he got the gist. Through the sweat on his face, the young man wondered if he had gotten the desired effect right away. Looking at the screen, the shaman realized that this was something else, and then asked what exactly it meant to not show interest, but to pay attention. The spirit of life said that the attention of the elves was also not bad, to which the player, opening his mouth, replied that he agreed, and therefore would make another one. A moment later, the system gave a description of the ring made of wildflower, and at the same time, Jeho held it with his fingers. Suddenly the main character put on a red ring, and the artificial intelligence said that it was a flower ring made of pansies. The protagonist opened his jaw contentedly and said that in general everything was clear, because this effect appears only if the corresponding flower is studied 100%, and the main thing is that the spirit of flowers is present, after which the spirit of life noted that he would arrange Armageddon. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy said that it remained to find out how the effect of the bracelet works. Extending his index finger, the young man asked his friend if he was busy. Vansik sharply objected that he was digging in feces, and the shaman, smiling slightly, said that he should finish and come to him, and at that very moment his comrade asked if he was telling him to drop everything and run. Suddenly the guy opened the door and shouted that this is where he is, and then Jeho asked not to come in, because he could make a mess. Kicking his feet on the ground, the teenager asked his best friend why he called him. The protagonist, looking to the side, replied that he cares about him. Opening his mouth wide, Vancic clarified what kind of feces this time. A moment later, the protagonist handed him a bracelet made of an ifelchi flower, explaining that it was a gift. Through the sweat on his face, the player said that he had goosebumps, and also asked if he was offering him to wear it. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that he should think about how it would look from the outside, because he is not a girl, but a stern guy, after which he asked how he should wear a flower bracelet, and the shaman replied that he should try, because he created a bracelet that increases the favor of the elves. Frowning, the young man asked if he would have to deal with feces more if he put it on. Suddenly, the teenager grabbed the bracelet. Putting it on his wrist, Vancic noted that he did not feel any difference. Jeho, looking at his best friend, said that he should wear it longer, and he asked why, and whether it should not work immediately. Opening his mouth, the main character said that even if it was a game, there was nothing strange about it, and the effect could be cumulative, and other people's attention is such a thing. Smiling, his friend said that it was quite possible, and it did not fit the image, but it was beautiful, and he liked it. A blue flower appeared, and it was said that Vancic did not yet know what suffering this bracelet would bring him. After some time, the elf turned his gaze to the side. People were watching the guy carefully. The young man, through the sweat on his face, wondered what was wrong with him. Suddenly, May raised her hands and shouted that she should move the manure to the section with roses, to which she received a positive answer. The teenager, clenching his fists, muttered that they should stop, because their looks gave him goosebumps. Turning his head, the protagonist's best friend could not understand that if they wanted something, then why were they silent and just looking? Grabbing the shovel, Vancic said that until he received a reprimand, he needed to sort out the work. Suddenly, a question was heard about what he was doing, which made the guy widen his eyes in surprise. The young man, opening his mouth wide, greeted the elf and asked for forgiveness, and he exclaimed that he should freeze. Through the sweat on his face, the teenager wondered if he was crazy, and what was going on all of a sudden. Extending his index finger, the forest creature asked if Jeho made this bracelet, to which Vancic answered positively, and also wondered if the bracelet had finally worked. Frowning, the stranger asked if he was going to swing a shovel with this fragile bracelet. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist's comrade realized that the elves would not let him ruin such beauty. Standing in front of Vancic, the elf explained that the flower bracelets made by the shaman were a living object. Taking out a small bag, the forest creature asked to stretch out his hand. A second later, the guy threw a glowing powder onto the teenager's bracelet. The system reported that the growth powder was absorbed into Ifelchi's bracelet, and its strength increased as it grew, and at that very moment the elf, closing his eyes, said that this was not an ordinary fragile flower accessory, and elves could wear them without fear of damage, because the jewelry itself was alive and growing. Opening his jaw, the forest creature exclaimed that therefore he should try to grow it strong. Pointing to a pile of feces, the guy added that he should not worry about manure anymore. The young man turned his gaze to the side in bewilderment. Grabbing the protagonist's best friend by the hand, the elf said that from today on he could do everything with his hands without fear, and the bracelet would not break, because he had applied growth powder, and it was now strong enough and not afraid of damage. Smiling happily, the forest creature said that he should take a look. It was visible how the guy was holding Vancic's wrist tightly, and he muttered that the grip was iron, and the elves had a higher strength parameter than he did. The teenager frowned with displeasure. Opening his mouth wide, the young man objected that he should not do this. Frowning menacingly, the elf shouted that he should. A second later, the protagonist's best friend stuck his palm into a pile of manure. The protagonist's comrade's eyes widened in surprise. Then Vancic narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. Suddenly his pupils turned white, and he noticed that the feces felt, smelled, and had a very natural temperature. The boy raised his hands sharply and shouted loudly, calling Jeho, and the system reported that it could not talk to him at the moment because he had blocked it. White clouds were visible, and it was heard that at least there was some use in this. Squinting, the protagonist said that thanks to Vancic, he learned about the cultivation powder. Brezel, standing next to the protagonist, explained that they could not give him an unlimited amount of it, since Bloria was sealed, and no more could be collected. Biting his lips, the boy muttered that he had forgotten about Bloria's essence, and it would be nice to take a look at the divine tree. Suddenly, a sign appeared saying no entry. Keeping his hands on his hips, the boy noted that the oasis had become the heart of Alicia, and he planted the divine tree here, to which the elf added that the oasis was gradually expanding and small streams were appearing, and therefore the elves called this oasis the Alicia Channel. Suddenly, they greeted the shaman, who raised his palm and thanked them for their work. The teenager, opening his mouth wide, explained that if it weren't for him, the divine tree wouldn't have been able to take root again. Through the sweat on his face, Jeho muttered that in real life, no one ever believed in him so blindly, and therefore could never get used to it. Approaching a low fence, the protagonist asked when he was planted, after which the spirit of life said that if you plant it in such a place, it will never grow. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist asked what was wrong, because everything seemed fine, and Alicia was here. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy couldn't understand why the sprout wasn't appearing. Sitting down, the young man decided to try the skill study plants just in case. The system reported that he had succeeded in sprouting the divine tree, and at that very moment, the teenager opened his mouth in surprise. Touching the ground, the player wondered if he had planted it too deep, and what if he removed an extra layer, and the artificial intelligence wrote that the blessing of the divine tree had been strengthened, and the level had increased, and several skills had reached a new level. The shaman's pupils suddenly narrowed, and he wondered if this was the divine tree. Suddenly, the elves, opening their jaws, screamed loudly. Through the sweat on his face, Jeho exclaimed that the divine tree had sprouted, and then the system said that he had seen the moment of rebirth that had existed since the beginning of time. Suddenly, a question was heard whether he was Tilate's successor, and that he should get away from him, after which the protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, wondered whose voice it was. The protagonist squinted and asked if it was a man or a woman, and the system gave a description of the divine tree, namely, she is the mother of all living beings on Earth, who has existed since the beginning of the world and maintains balance in it. Sweat was running down the guy's cheek, and he said that it was impossible to tell from the voice, after which the artificial intelligence wrote that he heard the voice of the divine tree for the first time, and his reputation increased greatly. A small sprout was visible. Looking at the elves, the young man asked if they heard anything, to which he received a counter question about what he was talking about, and then explained that someone's voice sounded in his head, and Brezel wondered if the divine tree was really talking to him. Opening his mouth wide, the assistant shouted that if the shaman heard their mother's voice, then this is the beginning of rebirth, and at the same time, the player wondered if it meant that only he could hear. The children joyfully raised their hands and exclaimed that the mother had been reborn and that they needed to tell the others quickly, and suddenly a voice was heard saying that the child should look here. The divine tree said that she had left a message for the shaman, and why she had been planted in this desert, to which he, leaning towards a small stem, asked again about the message. The spirit of life said that he was talking about Elysia, after which Jeho said that he was sure that he had not received it. The mysterious mother noted that this was strange, and also that this child, although a little inattentive, did not forget anything important, and then the main character, opening his mouth, said that he seemed a little immature to him and did not remember, and therefore nothing could be done. A voice was heard that this seemed to be true, and indeed, that nothing could be fixed anyway, and if it was already planted here, then there was nowhere to go, and at the same time the protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, said that it was just a fool's spirit of life, and muttered that he did not think that the tree heard the voice of the spirit of life. Suddenly the plant said that this was clearly not the right place, because if it were planted in Alicia, it would have grown completely in a day, which made the guy frown in bewilderment and asked her again about the day. The mysterious mother replied that it was true, and although there was a lot of water underground, the soil itself was poor, and what's more, the spiritual power was very weak, and so it took a long time for it to just sprout, after which the young man, sadly lowering his gaze, noted that this was bad. A second later, the tree exclaimed that now that it had sprouted, it needed his help to return its former appearance, and the shaman, smiling, explained that he did not think it would be difficult. Suddenly, the plant wanted Wingbai's sweet honey, and the player squinted in confusion. Then the tree began to list what it needed, causing sweat to suddenly run down Jeho's face. The protagonist could be seen looking at the small stem. A moment later, the protagonist quietly stood up. Suddenly, the boy quickly ran away. The mysterious mother asked where he was going, and the young man, opening his mouth, muttered that the divine tree was very harmful, and he would talk to her later. Many blue flowers appeared. Looking down, the teenager realized that thanks to her, he had increased his level, and therefore he needed to distribute the characteristics, and also added that his abilities had also increased, and then the system wrote his statistics. Suddenly, the artificial intelligence reported improved study of first-level plants, and the player exclaimed that resistance to pests and increased study efficiency were super, and the study progress would immediately rise by 30%, and there was no limit. Then a notification appeared, which said about accelerated growth, to which the shaman, holding his chin, asked if he could use it again without waiting for the ability to end, after which he added that it was wonderful and simply magnificent. Raising the corners of his lips, Jeho thought about his kingdom and flower shop, and the spirit of life asked that he could take care of the divine tree. After a while, a human silhouette appeared, and it was said that there was a strange rumor among the members of Jeongrykyop about a crazy player who was messing with feces with his bare hands, and his name was Feces Guy. At that moment, the elf, with his eyes closed, greeted Wansik and noted that he was also working hard today. Through tears, the protagonist's best friend responded positively. The forest creature, with his fingers clenched, said that he was sure that Jeho would be very pleased, and may the protection of the divine tree be with him, to which the youth said that the bastard would be incredibly happy to see him like this. The teenager, with his jaw open in surprise, clarified whether they had seen it, and then he was asked in return if he was talking about the rumor, and his friend exclaimed that the elf spoke to him first. After a while, the protagonist, through sweat on his face, wondered if this was cool. A blue flower appeared, and the system reported a bracelet made of a fully grown Eifelchi flower, and at that very moment Vansik said that he didn't know it was that good, and his friend probably didn't expect that. The guy, opening his mouth, added that relations with the elves had indeed improved, to which the protagonist asked how much, and whether they had become the same as his. Frowning, the young man objected that he thought they practically worshipped him. Stretching out his palm, the player asked to what extent they had improved, after which his friend replied that he could say hello and talk a little. Taking his chin, the shaman clarified whether this was enough for him, because if everyone could communicate with the elves, at least like him, then it would be wonderful. Closing his eyes, the teenager asked not to say what he didn't know, and then explained that his level of relations with the elves was already a miracle, and everyone was asking how he managed it, and also wondering how to achieve it. Vansik said that he had worked hard for him, and he could see the result himself, and asked if he could give him a title, after which Jeho, looking away, replied that he did not know when, but promised. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that, whatever the case, if these bracelets or rings were produced en masse and given away for free to the players of Alicia, they would become happier. Suddenly, sweat began to run down the protagonist's cheek. Looking at his best friend, the player asked if he should give away these bracelets for free if he made them. Raising his eyebrows, the guy clarified what he meant. Squinting, the shaman replied that he had recently realized how the new world worked. Opening his jaw, Jeho exclaimed that the flower bracelets should be made quest items, because without them it was impossible to build good relations with the elves. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist added that people would be more diligent in completing quests. His best friend opened his mouth in bewilderment, and the spirit of life said that it was a demon, not a human. Blushing sharply, the young man noted that he really had become better at understanding the game. Holding his chin, the protagonist said that in any case, there was no point in just handing out, and besides, people would constantly come here specifically for the quest item. Smiling broadly, his friend said that this was a good idea, and added that quests for help with the construction of the city could be given out, or made an additional reward. Lowering his eyebrows, the player exclaimed that this sounded great. A moment later, the shaman poked at the screen and said that it needed to be edited. In front of the guys hung a system window, on which was written about the quest for the construction of the city. The workers opened their mouths in surprise. Extending his index finger, the teenager asked if the quest had been updated, and the player next to him clarified whether it was a flower bracelet. Suddenly the guy asked why this particular item was added, after which the young man, opening his jaw, shouted that he did not want to offend anyone, but if he had not started in the Rakshi forest, he would have been a ranker long ago, and therefore it was offensive. The stranger, sticking out his tongue, said that they should look at the characteristics of this bracelet. Looking at the screens, the guys wondered if this was the same one, and one of them said that he thought it was exactly the same as the guy in the feces. Through the sweat on his face, the young man exclaimed that it was on his wrist, and then the player noted that thanks to it he communicates with elves. The teenagers, squeezing their fingers, thought that the elves would finally greet them, because they had been humiliated for a long time, and looked past them as if they did not exist, and they would talk to them when they received the bracelet, and it was also said that they were trembling in anticipation, dreaming about it. After some time, a bracelet with a blue flower appeared in Diantha's palm, and he asked what it was. Smiling, the protagonist answered that it was an item that would help them work together with the elves. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist added that the rest would be able to get it by completing a quest, but Dianth did not have extra time for this, and he needed to make friends with the elves as quickly as possible. The architect, closing his eyes, thanked him for his concern and said that he would be grateful to him for the rest of his life. The builder, raising his eyebrows, said that they would create a great city together. The boy happily opened his jaw and thanked the player again, and then it was explained that Dianth didn't know that at that very moment he had taken the first step down the road that led straight to hell. After a while, a tall building appeared. The game capsule was visible. Jeho, getting out of it, said that they had worked hard today too. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that when immersed in a new world, time ceased to be felt at all, and suddenly he was told that they needed to talk. Looking back, the protagonist asked his father what had happened, and also muttered that he felt that something was wrong. Urim, frowning menacingly, clarified how he dared to deceive him, and Unhi asked him to be calmer, and then the boy noticed that his mother was there too, and thought that it was strange. The man, holding the phone in his hand, reported what he had been told at the gym, and then asked if there were elves in the desert by the flower shop, and what it all meant. The young man, sitting on the capsule, noted that he had seen it after all. The woman, closing her eyes, said that this was why their father had made an unexpected purchase of a huge car, to which the big guy noted that it was not so, because he had not bought it, and his wife exclaimed that it was obvious that he had given up on the idea of training his son and had forced him to play. The muscleman explained that his son was an expert in hand-to-hand combat, and at that very moment sweat was pouring down the teenager's face. Unhi smiled happily. The player lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. His mother, approaching him, called him a good boy. The shaman said that they were scaring him, and then asked if they had been drinking by any chance, and the woman, covering her mouth with her hand, asked in return whether he thought that his mother would not find out. Raising the corners of his lips, the lady added that he dreams of being a florist. Jaeho's pupils narrowed sharply. The main character appeared as a child, and the lady said that since childhood, when he suffered from an allergy to pollen, admiring flowers, no tears or snot could turn him away from them. Touching her husband, Yunhee explained that this is why her husband even drank soju out of grief, since he could not help him in any way. The woman said that she saw in the video that he had a flower shop there, and the protagonist, frowning, replied that he built it. Yurim shouted that the little guy lied to him, because he said he was a warrior, and then his wife hit him in the stomach. Holding the phone in his hand, the guy said that there was a combat system, and even hand-to-hand combat, and also asked to watch the video, and then his father asked what kind of vine tentacles were there. A moment later, the lady stroked the young man's head. Smiling contentedly, the lady said that the most important thing was that their son achieved what he wanted, what he dreamed of for so long, albeit in virtual reality. Closing his eyes, the teenager noted that, as he thought, his mother was special. Sharply clapping her palms, Yunhee asked that how could a good mother say anything else, after which she blessed her son. The woman opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that she was very happy that he was pursuing his dream, but that he should not forget about other things that required his close attention. Through the sweat on his face, the player agreed with her. Suddenly, his mother raised her eyebrows and asked why his grades from last semester did not please her. Frowning in confusion, the shaman asked how she knew, since he had not told her. Looking at her son, the lady answered that he used to receive a scholarship, and he said that he would explain everything, and at that moment, Yurim asked if he had relaxed and forgotten that his mother's mind was honed to a razor's edge. Closing her eyes, the lady again asked what happened last semester, since she was sure that he could take care of himself, and now she was worried that his grades had worsened due to his passion for the game, to which Jaeho asked to let him explain. Raising his hands, the protagonist said that he got good grades on tests and assignments, and was the best in his department, and when he played, he was a little lost in time and did not sleep at night, and therefore missed morning classes. Yunhee asked if his passion was to blame for everything, after which the protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, said that this was not so, and added that it was just that the website for applying for lectures was incredibly slow, and he was unlucky, because he registered for the morning, and it would have been better to sign up for lectures after lunch, because then he would not have missed anything. And his mother noted that this game was definitely affecting his studies. Looking away, the guy muttered that if this continues, his flower shop will be in danger. Suddenly, the man raised his hand to his mouth and asked his wife if she minded talking to him, since she knew that their Jaeho was a good boy and had never had any problems with him, and she agreed with him. Looking down, the big guy explained that that's why he thought there was no point in putting so much pressure on his son, and added that life is long and Jaeho is still young. Closing his eyes, the muscle man noted that lately everyone was saying that the new world was amazing, and then Yunhee said that she had heard that too. Yurim, holding out his index finger, said that he had been told too much at the gym that Jaeho was very famous in the new world. The woman, opening her mouth wide, said that it was just a game, and then the man exclaimed that they didn't know and should look at this article. The phone screen appeared, and the gentleman said that the most influential gaming magazine in the world wrote about their son, and was also surprised that a huge number of people were watching his son. Turning his head, the big guy added that he achieved what others could not and became the king, and the first in the game. The protagonist blushed sharply, very embarrassed. Yunhee, opening his jaw, clarified whether it meant that everything was not so bad, to which she received the answer that the whole world was looking at him, and now he is not just a college student who is passionate about the game, but someone who has received an excellent chance to get into the sphere of interest of large companies. The woman asked if they were interested in games, after which Yurim looked at his son and asked what he thought. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist exclaimed that he was well informed. Putting her hand on his cheek, the lady said that it turns out that everyone is playing in the new world, even the owners of companies, and her husband noted that it would never have occurred to him, and he also does not know if Jaeho will be able to attract the attention of such influential people, but he is clearly more agile than they were in their youth. Sweat was running down the guy's face. The jock, holding his chin, said that he became famous in this game thanks to hand-to-hand combat, and then he will be able to in real life, and the young man understood what the matter was, and then wondered if his father wanted him to always do hand-to-hand combat. Closing her eyes, he said that if so, she did not mind, but as she said, his primary task is studying. Looking at her son, the mother explained that the game should not be in first place, and if he distributes his priorities like this, she will support him. Smiling, the woman added that if not, then he himself understands. Stroking the teenager on the head, the lady exclaimed that she believed in her son, and he thanked her. Leaving the room, the lady said that she would go and cook dinner. Opening his mouth, the player noted that if it were not for his father, he would not have managed. Lowering his gaze, Urim said that he slightly disagreed with his mother, because when he spoke to the guys from the audience about the new world, everyone was wildly delighted with him, and he thought that this was a great opportunity. The shaman asked again about the opportunity, and the big guy, crossing his fingers, answered that he was talking about money, and then clarified, as he thought why his mother put the question like that, and explained that she was worried that he would not be able to earn a living, and if he could do it in the game and share it with her, then she would calm down. Looking away, Jeho said that he earned less than he expected, after which his father said that money is not the most important thing in life. The jock looked down, and said that wasn't this the fastest way to prove to his mother that this game wasn't just fun. The protagonist blushed sharply. Scratching his nose, Urim exclaimed that he was proud of it, and the protagonist asked if he just wanted to brag about it. Opening his mouth wide, the man asked if he had nothing to be proud of, and maybe he wouldn't use that tentacle anymore. Frowning, the guy said that he had to convince his mother that the game could be more important than studying. The next day, Samantha appeared in the new world, and she clarified if she wanted to make money, and then noted that the flower garden was unlikely to work, and they hadn't even started working properly yet, and Vancic asked about selling the title. May, her eyes bulging, asked about streaming, because they could sell his face, and for example, you could get money for an interview. The player lowered his eyebrows and said that he wouldn't be able to make money on it all the time, and besides, he'd never done anything like that before, to which the girl said that they could start a personal stream. The Prime Guild member, with her mouth slightly open, added that this was true, because Jeho was just at the peak of his popularity, and a lot of people would come to his streams, and at that very moment the shaman's best hero chuckled that it was boring and stupid, and everyone would be disappointed in him, and he replied that he wasn't going to. Standing next to his comrade, the guy said that he had one idea, namely, when he fought with the brown bear, someone recorded him and posted the video. May, with her jaw open, asked if he wanted to sue him. Samantha explained that this wouldn't work here, because in the concept of the new world there is no law prohibiting photography and video recording without consent, and this should definitely be in the license agreement before the start of the game, which everyone always skips, and then the girl, crossing her palms, clarified whether this would be a threat then, and the main character said that she was saying this because he looked threatening. Extending his index finger, the young man noted that May was right. Looking forward, the teenager added that it was not exactly extortion, but they could try to offer the streamer who made a video about him a mutually beneficial exchange. Opening his mouth, Vancic explained that his best friend would behave as usual, and he would film him, and they would split the income. But in this case the subject of the filming did not have the right to his own image, after which he asked what if he filmed the video and posted it without consent. The girl, turning her gaze to the side, said that this is why they need to put pressure on him, and the protagonist said that he just looks scary. The guy, lifting the corners of his lips, said that if they could control him by threatening him, then it would be easier for them, and they had enough content. Suddenly, Hookah appeared, who opened his mouth wide and greeted his viewers, and added that today he would show them a logging site, and in the chat they wrote that every time it was the same, and if he pulled out a hair from an elf, then they, well, would support him with a penny. Scratching the back of his head, the streamer apologized and explained that this was unrealistic. The commentators asked why it was so boring, and at that moment the guy, through the sweat on his face, exclaimed that today they were going into the forest. It was seen how the young man closed his eyes, and it was also said that the number of subscribers increased after live broadcasts, and therefore only subscribers and haters watched him, but 1 million subscribers is the dream of any blogger, including him. Suddenly, Jeho sent Hook a message in which he asked him to write to him in private, which made him raise his eyebrows in shock. Through the sweat on his face, the streamer said hello and asked if it was really him, to which he received the answer that it was Samantha, and worked for Jeho. The system window was visible, and it was heard that they had business, namely, they would like to talk about the program about the main character and invite him to the discussion. The guy's eyes widened in bewilderment. Leaning forward, the young man wondered if this was because he made content without permission, and now he would have to fork out, and at that moment the girl clarified when he would have time. The teenager looked up in confusion. Suddenly, an elf standing behind Hook asked if there was a person with that name. The chat showed messages about why they were looking for him and what had happened. Shaking his head, the professional streamer exclaimed that he was ending the broadcast for today. Turning around, the guy said his name and asked what he wanted, to which he received the answer that he should follow him, and at that very moment, viewers wrote that maybe he had disturbed the elves with something. Suddenly, blue flowers appeared. Moving his legs, the young man said that this was Alicia, and then wondered what this elf was up to. A moment later, the teenager covered his nose and could not understand what was stinking. Breeze, smiling, clarified whether he was Hook, after which he recognized him. The professional streamer opened his mouth wide and said that he heard the news and asked if he had changed his profession and congratulated him, and then the clan leader thanked him and noted that he liked his stream because he worked hard. Holding out his hand, the big guy added that he did not expect to meet him here and was glad to meet him, and at that moment the guy said that he was also glad to see him. Looking at Breeze's dirty fingers, the young man muttered that he could. A second later, the two shook hands, and the clan leader welcomed his interlocutor to Alicia, the land of opportunities. Opening his jaw, the big guy asked what business he had, to which he was told that Jeho had invited him, and then he congratulated him. Raising the corners of his lips, Hookah clarified if he knew why he was looking for him, after which the guy said that he could not say for sure. Putting his hand on the professional streamer's shoulder, Breeze added that whoever he met was doing well, except for the Brown Bear Guild, but he was sure that he would be fine. Waving his hand, the clan leader shouted that he was leaving then, because the bracelet would not grow itself. The young man, lowering his eyebrows, thought that he needed to meet him and find out what he wanted. After some time, a small building appeared. Many pots with flowers were visible. Opening the door, the teenager said hello, and at the same moment wondered if this was a flower shop. Suddenly, Hookah looked ahead in surprise. The main character was sitting at the table. His expression was menacing. May, smiling, said that he was here. The girl closed her eyes and greeted him, asking him not to be nervous, and the professional streamer muttered that she was the first of the Jungrikyop to follow Jeho, and everyone thought she was crazy, but she beat them all and became one of the king's confidants. Turning his gaze to the side, the boy recognized Samantha. The Prime Guild member bit his lips, after which the young man said that he didn't know why she was with him, but Samantha was a rare class ranker, and rumor had it that she was the king's knight. The teenager looked sharply at Vansik. The protagonist's best friend winked, and then Hookah realized that everyone was saying that this poop guy was a perverted player. The professional streamer's pupils narrowed. Imagining the guy's terrifying faces, the young man muttered that it was very scary here in Alicia. Suddenly, the formidable protagonist appeared. Opening his mouth, the player addressed the teenager. Suddenly, Hookah fell to the floor and apologized, and explained that he was blinded by fame, so he filmed a video with him without permission, and therefore he would give everything he earned. The guys looked at him in bewilderment. Vansik, raising his hand to his mouth, said that it would be easier than they thought, and the shaman asked what he was doing. Opening his jaw, the protagonist's best friend noted that his face was a weapon of mass destruction, and he said that they needed to watch him. Lowering his eyebrows, Jeho added that this guy would have to pass a test. A couple of hours later, Hookah greeted the viewers and apologized for suddenly interrupting the broadcast last time, and also said that he had a lot of news for them, after which a chat appeared in which people asked what happened to him. Squeezing his fingers, the professional streamer said that they should not faint. Suddenly, someone addressed him, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Through the sweat on his face, the boy asked the elf if something was wrong, to which he replied that he now had one, but that was not enough. The forest creature suddenly grabbed the boy by the wrist. Opening his mouth wide, the teenager asked where they were going and explained that he had an ether, and the boy said that he should follow him. Hook's pupils narrowed sharply. Approaching a mountain of manure, the elf said that he should stick his hand here. A chat was visible, in which viewers began to laugh, and it was reported that this ether had broken all records for messages. Suddenly, a huge castle appeared, and it was said that most of the territory of the Perma-Desert and part of the Rockshi Forest was the kingdom of Razel. Large chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the aristocrats heard the news about the Perma-Desert and gathered a council to discuss the situation. The man, sitting at the table, suggested taking them under the vassalage of the kingdom of Razel, since the elves had arbitrarily occupied the place in the Rockshi Forest, and this was their territory. The old man, opening his mouth wide, objected that it seemed to him that everyone had forgotten that King Resilius had recognized the Rockshi Forest as the home of the elves, according to the agreement with the shaman Tillate, to which the aristocrat exclaimed that he should stop talking nonsense, and asked what the kingdom of Razel had done for the new state. The nobleman clarified that the Perm Desert, which no one needed, was not considered a cursed land, and explained that this territory was given to the elves to shift the care of it onto their shoulders. And at that very moment the nobleman asked a counter-question, whether he was hinting that everything should be left as it was, so that they would continue to ignore their power. After which he said that he thought they needed to immediately mobilize the troops. Suddenly one of the boyars knocked on the table. The men sharply turned their heads. The most influential and powerful man in the kingdom closed his eyes and said that they were under the protection of the magic tower, and its leader was officially on their side, according to the guards. Frowning menacingly, the duke added that although the Red Tower was in the kingdom of Razel, they had no influence on it, and any states on the continent of Haspo should be wary of this magic tower. Lowering his eyebrows, Arif said that His Majesty was also very unhappy with the state of affairs, but asked them to treat them with respect, and then asked that he could first send a messenger to convey their position. The Lord, sitting on a chair, agreed with him. Opening his mouth, the most influential and powerful man in the kingdom thought of Elysium. After some time, Jeho, looking at Samantha, asked if she was from the kingdom of Razel, to which she replied that she said that it was a messenger. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist asked if they would have to fight again, and the girl noted that she did not think so, and added that she just wanted to talk. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that they could meet then. A small building appeared from afar. Suddenly, one of the nobles from the kingdom's delegation, with his hands on his hips, asked if this was the much talked about Alicia, and then said that it was somehow wretched here, and there was no castle, but instead some kind of log house and a flower garden. The men frowned sharply, hearing that they had come a long way from the kingdom of Razel. A dark aura surrounded the shaman's body. Angrily lowering his eyebrows, the player asked what they wanted. The gentleman, through the sweat on his face, muttered that he had a powerful suppressive aura, and also wondered if this was Jeho. Suddenly, the aristocrat stomped his foot on the ground. The heroes stood opposite each other and were silent. The aristocrat's messenger frowned and shouted that this was a message from His Majesty, the ruler of the kingdom of Razel. The young man, with the corners of his lips downturned in confusion, remained silent. Slightly closing his eyelids, the protagonist asked him again and clarified what he meant, when suddenly the system reported that because of the disdainful expression of the king, his bad reputation had increased, rumors had spread, and relations with this kingdom and other states had worsened. Turning his head to the side, the shaman did not understand what all this meant, and the king's subordinate was outraged by this impudence. The servant opened his mouth wide and told him to beg for mercy, kneeling down, so that His Majesty would grant him forgiveness. The boy opened his mouth and asked the other man again. Suddenly, a dark aura began to circle around the protagonist's silhouette. The noble's envoy leaned his body to the side, while the player asked if he wanted to be kneeled before him. The boy frowned in anger, not understanding why he had to do that. Holding a paper scroll in his hand, the king's subordinate was outraged by the protagonist's disdainful attitude towards the Razel kingdom, to which the latter asked when he had ever treated it with disdain, and if the king was standing before him now. Having unfolded the document, the man exclaimed that it was not he himself who was the ruler, but His Majesty Rias VII, after which he added that reading this message was equivalent to an audience with the king. The veins on the shaman's cheek bulged, and he clarified what about him, and whether he was not the king. The guy's pupils noticeably decreased in size, and he said that in front of him was just an NPC, and how could he not immediately understand this? Snatching the package from the hands of the envoy of the aristocrats, the protagonist said that he had enough, and ordered him to give the document. Looking at the paper, the player thought, and his interlocutor cried out that this was very impolite. Putting his hand on his side, the young man did not understand whether everyone was laughing at him, because he had 8th grader syndrome, and then wondered how they managed to write such an absurd message, and whether people in their right minds are capable of such a thing. The unrolled scroll said that the kingdom of Alicia Garden had occupied the territory of the kingdom of Razel, but they were ready to recognize them as a principality, so they offered the ruler to arrive on time to be honored with the title of Grand Duke, when suddenly Jeho clarified who they thought they were, and whether they really decided to intimidate him by acquiring these lands. Pointing his finger forward, the king's subordinate shouted that outsiders were not allowed to read His Majesty's messages, as well as utter such rudeness towards him, so he would have to report this to His Majesty. The protagonist said that the swindlers could do as they pleased, to which they opened their mouths in bewilderment, and the system reported that relations with the kingdom of Razel had significantly worsened. The shaman raised his fingers to the man's face and asked if he was talking about them wanting to subjugate the Garden of Alicia to their power, then asked him to tell the king that he was not to be trifled with, to which he began to sigh heavily. The boy, frowning furiously, said that the envoy of the aristocrats was mistaken if he thought that nothing was known, and then added that if they were going to lay claim to the rights, then they could have at least offered a helping hand when the Brown Bear Empire attacked. The protagonist's pupils noticeably diminished, and he asked what they were so busy with at that moment, then said that he was talking to a royal subordinate. The player's finger was pressed against the man's forehead, while he muttered something unintelligible. Suddenly, the young man threw his interlocutor to the ground. The old man opened his mouth wide and shouted that the prince would regret this as soon as His Majesty found out about it, and there would be no trace left of his refugee shelter. At that very moment, Brezel kicked the man in the back, and his colleagues did not understand what was happening. The elf lowered the corner of his mouth, indignant that they dared to insult Jeho, and then cried out that they could not be forgiven. Putting his palms in front of him, the protagonist asked his assistant to stop. Grinning, the shaman said that he should calm down, because it was impossible to beat up foreign ambassadors, when suddenly the spirit of life said that it was too late, because he had crossed the boundaries of what was permitted. The men began to run away and shouted that this was very humiliating, so they decided to leave it, while the guy assumed that they understood him. Samantha appeared behind the heroes, thinking about the ambassadors. Turning his head back, the protagonist asked her how strong the elves really were. The Prime Guild member replied that they were the most powerful NPCs she had ever met, to which the player smirked and asked if that was true. Placing his fingers on his chin, the young man asked if they could win if they went to war with the Razel kingdom, and the forest creature agreed, while the future sculptor was indignant. Sweat dripped down the girl's face, and she admitted that she hadn't expected that. Slamming his fist on the table, the man exclaimed that this was a disgrace, so he would immediately mobilize his troops and send them to the Perm Desert. At a meeting of the noble assembly in the kingdom of Razel, people were sitting at a table, and one of them advised the ruler not to jump to conclusions, because there could be a misunderstanding, and another clarified whether he meant that they should do nothing even after such a humiliation, to which he received the answer that they should not forget that they would have to fight the elves, and in addition, a clash with the state of the brown bears could occur. The nobleman cried out that this state had staged a rebellion, to which the man with a mustache raised his finger and noted that the fears about the Garden of Alicia were not unfounded, and if it were recognized as a principality, then their kingdom would not avoid disagreements with the state of the brown bears. The count dropped his jaw and added that this was not the only problem, because apparently the ruler of the Garden of Alicia knows the secrets of the Perm Desert, and the other shouted that this was more nonsense. Putting his fingers together, the man asked everyone to stop. Arif sat on a chair and said that they would have to admit that they had underestimated him, then added that they knew one thing for sure, that the Garden of Alicia was somehow connected to the past shaman, and that the elves were just one of the possible threats, so they had to act carefully, since they would never be able to know what secret technique the enemy had. Suddenly, the Duke closed his eyes. Raising his hand to his face, the ruler said that especially if the enemy was connected to the spirits, they would have the opportunity to find loopholes in their ranks. Approaching the glass room, Red explained that the frame of the greenhouse was made in accordance with engineering standards. The Brown Bear Guild member leaned forward and noted that, as Jeho had asked, he would now be able to control the temperature and humidity with a scale, but it would be good to ask the elves for help. Grinning, the protagonist said that the forest creatures themselves had recently found out about this, and Lunia was in a hurry on business. Looking around, the shaman said that his assistant did most of the work for free, after which he thanked him for his work, to which he replied that it was easy. Smiling widely, the boy in the hat said that if I can say so, when suddenly the boy asked him to wait a second. The players' friends were holding flower crowns in their hands, and he said that they prepared something that would be useful, which surprised Red. Putting an ornament on the neck of a member of the Brown Bear Guild, the protagonist explained that it would be great if he distributed them to the others, while he was confused, and the system reported that this was an advanced class wreath for hard work, which is sensitive to strong shaking and is able to heal with incense, and restore mana by 5% for a second. Red smiled widely and wondered if this wreath was a special item and if it worked that well, and then realized that it was not included in the inventory for defense. The Brown Bear Guild member's pupils noticeably shrank in size, and he thought in his mind that this item was not an inventory weapon, so it could be used in conjunction with something else, and then realized that this was a real breakthrough, since the item was still unknown. Raising his hands, the guy in the hat exclaimed that this was amazing, since he had used herbs in alchemy before, but he had never seen them used in this way, and Jeho noted that this was the specialty of their flower shop. The protagonist grinned with clenched teeth and thought that he probably liked the gift, while the assistant realized that it was great if he could get such a valuable thing now. A sly grin appeared on the shaman's face, and he thought that it was an expression of genuine pleasure, and then it was said that thanks to this step, the beginning of the promotion of the flower shop was laid, but there was no suspicion that this would not be a step, but a clap of lightning. The girl raised her hand up and asked to bring fertilizer, and the guy thought that now that they had a greenhouse, they wanted to work more efficiently, and May was the shaman's assistant, so she managed the care of the garden. Vancic smiled broadly, and it turned out that he had somehow infiltrated the ranks of the World Organization of Rakshi, and the elves were friendly towards them, but there was one problem. The main character waved and greeted Samantha. The girl was sitting on a box and noticed him, when suddenly it was said that she does not get along well with elves and does not summon golems anymore, so for now she has nothing to do. Grinning, the player asked if she was bored, since she had not increased levels in recent days, but was only busy with the flower shop, to which she asked him again. After a pause, the Prime Guild member smiled and answered that it was true, since she had not gone out for a long time, and the interlocutor noted that May had changed her class from the very beginning, unrelated to flowers, but she had not. Suddenly, the girl looked away. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist said that a big battle had taken place here, but this was no longer the place where they could demonstrate all their skills. With a heavy sigh, the sculptor of the future turned her head to the side and said that she was fine, to which she was asked if it was true. Jeho closed his eyes and stated that he thought it was upsetting her anyway, so he came up with the task, then added that it was more interesting than watering flowers and was related to what she was best at. A drop of sweat was running down Samantha's cheek, and she asked if it was a battle, then noted that mastery was the result of much training in the new world, when she was suddenly told that she would be digging sand. Leaning forward slightly, the Prime Guild member asked the shaman again. The guy smiled widely and said that Brezel's dungeon was somewhere under the desert, then asked if she could find it with the golem, to which she was surprised that it was somewhere under the desert. The protagonist's eyes noticeably shrank, and he asked if that sounded fun. The girl lowered her eyebrows in alarm and agreed with him. Samantha was seen running across a sandy plain. With her hand on her hip, the Prime Guild member was unsure if this was a good idea. Frowning, the future sculptor thought about how her life in the new world had changed a lot after meeting the shaman who played for fun, when suddenly there were reports about how amazing she was, all over the news, and questions about how she met Jaeho, because he looked scary. But inside he was probably cute, and the girl thought in her mind that fools can come here, and all they can do is dig the earth or grow flowers. Standing in the middle of the desert, Samantha thought about how she was now in the center of events in the new world, and she was recognized everywhere, and the Prime Guild was famous. But compared to this place, it was nothing, when suddenly fragments of private conversations with players appeared. The wind threw the tale of the future sculptor back, and she did not understand what these fools wanted from her, because in the Prime Guild they just wanted to use her, because they considered her the right hand of the main character, and then said that in fact, his assistant was May. Lowering her eyebrows, the guild member suggested that this might be enough for her, but the things she makes are really insignificant. Looking at her palm, the girl wondered if she really was worthless. Samantha's hair flew up, and she did not understand whether what she does has absolutely no meaning, after which she added that the shaman plays for his own pleasure. Opening her mouth, the future sculptor clarified what about her, and whether she enjoys the game. Looking away, the lady remained silent. Putting her fingers to her chin, the Prime Guild member noted that she stayed here for the sake of rank promotion, and then added that at first it was annoying and unusual, although she wanted to be first in everything, but she does not understand what now. A drop of sweat flowed down the girl's cheek, and she remained silent. Imagining the face of Jaeho, who should not harm her, Samantha said that if she was honest with him about the promotion, then he would listen to her without grumbling, and if anyone had seen him before, then he is not what he seems, because she herself knows that he is not scary or tough, as he seems in vision. Opening her mouth, the Prime Guild member wondered why she did not tell about the rank promotion. Grinning, the lady said that she, like him, was having fun. Suddenly, the system announced the class change quest and its rules, when suddenly the sculptor of the future opened her mouth in confusion and remained silent. Frowning, the girl noted that this was a class change, not a rank increase, and assumed that she was still far from receiving a unique class, and then wondered if she should go back to the beginning, although she had been a ranker for a long time. After a pause, Samantha smirked and asked if this would be a very stupid decision, and then decided that she had no choice, so she accepted the quest. May widened her eyes in surprise and remained silent. Holding a sword in her hands, a member of the Prime Guild said that she had changed her class. The Knight of the Sand Spirits smiled and noted that all the abilities related to sand golems were removed, so she decided that if she changed her class, this skill would not change, and then apologized. Jaeho happily lifted his nose and said that everything was fine, but they would stop searching for Brezel's secret storage for a while and would not rush. Turning his head back, the protagonist said what was most important, when he suddenly assumed that the guy had already started broadcasting. Frowning, the shaman decided to find out if this would be of any use. The system screen showed a website for viewing broadcasts. Squinting, Hookah exclaimed that he was in the Garden of Alicia, and then added that this was a special edition, because he was now a full-fledged BJ. Pointing his hand at the greenhouse, the guy said that today they would visit a special place in the garden. Approaching the control panel, the streamer said that as far as the viewers noticed, it was built with the help of the best magicians from the Red Tower, and there was also a device installed that maintains the necessary temperature and humidity. When suddenly the observers began to ask him to try to change the temperature, to which he replied that if he did this, the elves would tear off his limbs. The commentator asked if Jaeho really opened a flower shop, and the reporter said that this was exactly the case, because he managed to grow all the plants in the calf and flower beds, and the elves helped with this, after which he turned his gaze to the side and said that May was here, who is one of the founders of the Alicia Garden, so it would be better to ask her. Hookah greeted the girl, to which she smiled broadly and exclaimed that she thought he was on the air now, and then asked if everything was going well. The guy put his palm to the screen and answered in the affirmative, when he suddenly asked if she could answer the viewers' questions, which shocked her. The assistant closed her eyes and noted that it would be better to ask the shaman, not her. Imagining the player's menacing face, the young man began to speak hesitantly, and May offered him to try. The streamer thanked her and sharply asked why the protagonist was growing flowers, to which the girl widened her eyes in confusion. With her mouth wide open, the assistant said that he wanted to open a store, and the reporter asked if that was all and why he wanted to open a flower shop. Looking away, the lady suggested that it was because he liked flowers. Putting his hands forward, Hookah remained silent, and the observers began to discuss that these could be illegal substances, although they cannot be discussed on live television. Smiling, the guy noted that she had been the protagonist's partner for a long time and asked her to tell some special stories. May raised her eyebrows in alarm and replied that she didn't remember if there was anything special. The two heroes looked at each other in silence. The streamer bit his lip and thought that he was doomed because the girl was answering too briefly. Frowning, Hookah realized that he was a professional streamer. Putting his palms forward, the guy asked if they were dating a shaman. After a pause, the lady widened her eyes and asked the reporter again, and the viewers were confused. At the same time, Jaeho returned to the store and, holding a moon flower in his hand, explained that many plants have similar properties, but each flower's effect is slightly different from another, and he is also worried about the effectiveness of their special properties. The protagonist lowered the corners of his mouth and said that the recovery potion from the Eifelchi flowers was less effective than the moon flowers that May brought back after the expedition, but their special effect was weak but strong, and had a suppressive effect in the form of having damage for 3 seconds when health was less than 5%. A system message appeared about the special effects of the moon flowers, to which the shaman clarified what kind of tricky effect it was, and then lowered his chin and asked if he couldn't simply extract the effects he needed from the 2 ingredients, and what if he combined the special effects of the Eifelchi flowers and the recovery power of the moon flowers. The guy's back appeared, and he decided that he needed to separate the petals, then grind them into powder and pour boiling water over them, putting them in a filter. While the protagonist was pouring water out of the kettle, the system reported that he had completed the filtering and entered a state of immersion due to complete dedication to some activity without being distracted by anything. The player smiled broadly and exclaimed that he had succeeded, and now he needed to get the alchemy skill, because if he got it, he would be able to add more effects, after which a notification appeared about what effects the made potion had. Standing at the table, the young man assumed that the skill would be useful when he started selling more potions, although he thought about the fact that he had no intention of selling potions all his life. Jeho frowned as he looked at the system's messages about being of interest to the alchemy community, after which he received a skill and slightly improved his mastery, when he suddenly noticed that every time he created something new, his abilities improved immediately, and this was a new world. The protagonist grabbed the flask with his fingers and said that the new potion was ready, after which a notification appeared with the characteristics of the brew. Putting his fingers to his chin, the shaman thoughtfully asked whether it was possible to weave wreaths from different flowers, similar to those given to the mages, and then added that it was worth adding a function so that the buyer could choose what effect he needed, be it the restoration of health, mana or stamina. The guy frowned seriously and exclaimed that this was great, and now all that was left was advertising the product, after which he added that he was using the auction to sell the potion, and also for advertising, so he needed to add a description like Flower Shop 1588. A system screen appeared in front of the flask, showing the potion's characteristics, and the protagonist asked if it was true that after buying the potion, they would probably want to buy flowers as well. The player stuck out his tongue and started laughing loudly, and then said that if people tried to contact him once, he would send them a lot of flowers. At the bottom of the screen, it was clear that you had to call the flower shop owner by whispering. The system displayed a buyer's dialogue on the screen, and it was said that, contrary to the player's expectations, after learning that the seller was a shaman, a real madhouse began in the auction house. A notification appeared that the advanced class potion was sold out, and it turned out that there was a lot of talk, but thanks to the benefits of the elixir prepared by the young man, it was sold out instantly, although it is very difficult to imagine what was happening there. People called Jeho with a request to buy the potion in bulk, to which he clenched his fists in displeasure and was indignant that he was promoting a flower shop, but no one had called about flowers yet. Vancic smiled and asked a question about who needed flowers, and advised his comrade to change the whisper code, because he would never have thought that someone in such a situation would reveal the whisper code, to which the protagonist replied that he had already changed it, because his head was already splitting, and the interlocutor asked why he would refuse to sell potions if they brought in money. The shaman, pursing his lips in frustration, asked if people came to the flower shop to buy potions, to which the assistant was indignant at how one could own a flower shop with such a face, since it did not suit him at all. Grabbing his hair, the boy said that he still had ringing in his ears, to which the knight advised him to call the employment center. The protagonist's pupils noticeably shrank, and he sighed heavily. Turning his head back, the player asked if his friend could do it for him, to which he asked if it was due to him that he had acquired the nickname Excrement Digger, so one victim was enough for him. Suddenly, Brezel opened the door and asked if there was anyone inside and if they could help with anything, to which Vancic muttered that he had arrived in a second. Smiling broadly, the young man said that he wanted to hire new workers. Jeho frowned menacingly and exclaimed that it needed to be done right now. The lush foliage of the trees in the Rakshi forest appeared, and it was said that due to the popularity of the main character, the number of weak players was increasing, but they immediately went to work, since they could not stand up to the elves. The guy grabbed the tool with his fingers, and suggested that everyone work hard today, and it turned out that following the members of Conrakeep, they became workers in the logging site, receiving quests to help build the Alicia Garden. Smiling widely, people said that, strangely enough, they had even gotten used to this. Someone asked everyone to wait, since they were selecting workers, to which they opened their mouths in bewilderment. Putting his hand on his side, the elf said that Jeho needed 5 people, so he would accept applications from those who wanted to, after which he asked if there were any willing ones. The pupils of each person noticeably decreased in size, and they remained silent. Suddenly the workers rushed forward, each shouting that they had to take him, and so the fastest guys who had enslaved themselves did not miss this chance. The employees were wondering what they were supposed to do, when suddenly the shaman extended his hand and explained that they were supposed to be told. The guy asked if the employer wanted them to take calls by whisper like call center operators, to which he grinned and replied that it was true, and the other guy thought about how scary his look really was. Standing in front of the tables in the sales department, the protagonist noted that if they did not want to do this, they could refuse, because no one would be forced, after which he said that they would not work for free, and everyone would be paid a gold coin per day, and in addition, they did not have to sit here around the clock, but could go hunting, but at least one person must stay here, for which Samantha would make a work schedule. While the spirit of life said that his face alone was coercion. The player frowned, while the workers said that this was incredible. Entering the room, a member of the Prime Guild said that she had prepared a schedule. Suddenly, the girl's pupils bulged. The employees sat at the tables and cried, when suddenly Jeho said that he did nothing, and the Knight of the Sand Spirits did not understand why they were crying in this case. With his mouth wide open, the hooded man noted that this was not the case. The players slammed their fists on their workstations and exclaimed that when they started the game in the Rockshi Forest, they had never been treated well, but all those damn elves, and then began to thank them. Samantha put her hand to her mouth and asked if it was okay that they spoke so offensively about forest creatures, to which the protagonist replied that he could do nothing about it, after which he added that thanks to this, he was not blamed for all the suffering, even if he made them work, while the spirit of life said that it was the devil incarnate. Looking at the system screens, the sales department employees said that they apologized, but they did not accept requests to sell potions, and repeated this many times. After a pause, the guy turned his head to the side and asked when someone would be found who wanted to buy flowers, to which his colleague replied that he thought that he might never be found, but the main thing was that it was nice to work here. Suddenly, the young man lowered his eyebrows in confusion. A message appeared on the screen asking to order a flower wreath from them, which the employee was very surprised about, and shouted that someone had been found who needed flowers. Surprised, his partners widened their eyes, not understanding if this person was crazy, and why he had ordered it, and if this was a joke, to which the other replied that they needed to take a look. The sales staff looked at the screen, while the customer told them that he was a mage and would like to receive a wreath that deals fire damage, after which he clarified whether he had composed the order correctly, and everyone wondered if this was a special request, and told him that he needed to wait a second to ask the owner about it. Anxiously opening his mouth, the guy recounted the dialogue with the client and asked whether they should decline this request. Smiling happily, the owner of the flower shop said that a buyer had finally been found, and then replied that he would now look to see if he could make it. Jeho stared at the reference book for a recipe with flames, and the workers didn't understand whether this wreath was a normal one. The protagonist thoughtfully said that he couldn't find anything with the flame attribute, but suddenly he smiled widely and shouted that there was something to increase attack power, and this was what he needed, after which the system reported the characteristics of the item. The shaman turned to the sales staff and asked them to tell the buyer that the wreath had a magical essence effect, which was its specialty, but the durability of the item was low, and added about the money for expenses, when suddenly the guy said that he also asked if it could be picked up in 2 days. The protagonist's teeth were visible through a wide smile, and he asked his interlocutor again. The young man, his pupils bulging in fear, asked if something was wrong. Turning away from his colleagues, the player replied that everything was fine and asked them to tell the client to contact him in a few days. Behind the boss's back, the guys whispered about the expression on his face, because they themselves were angry because of such a strange request, and he mentally said that he thought he was asking out of curiosity, but he really did place an order, and this was not a dream, so he was very happy to receive his first order. A few days later, there were flowers and a small bag on the table, and Jeho noted that the prickly pear grows like a vine, which is why the flowers would make a good wreath. Grabbing the cloth bag with his hand, the protagonist explained that if the item was needed for battle, he would need the growth powder that the elves had given him, but there wasn't much of it, and it would only be enough for a small amount of goods. The shaman's back appeared, and he admitted that he hoped the divine tree would grow as soon as possible so that he could open the Bloria. Bringing his fingers to the plant, the guy decided to check if the small amount of powder he sprinkled on them would be enough. After a while, the finished product was visible, and the system reported that the crown of creeping prickly pear flowers was complete. Leaning forward, the protagonist exclaimed that he had received the Florist skill, after which he added that he had used the growth powder, plant growth enhancement, and Florist skills at the same time. Putting his palm out in front of him, the player said that this was the ability of improved growth speed. Suddenly, the young man frowned in confusion when a notification appeared that the prickly pear crown had been upgraded to sturdy, and he had achieved great success because he had created the first legendary item, which increased his fame. Jeho stuck his head forward and was surprised that he was already level 100, then said that he had been given so much that he was already losing in the pluses. Samantha came up from behind and said that he had a visitor, to which he asked if it was that early. The protagonist grinned and said that he was curious about who this venerable first customer was. Red put 2 fingers together and said that they had finally met, and at the same time he thought that although he tried to hide his identity, he still attracted a lot of attention in the guild, and he hated the thought of returning, but how could he miss such a chance? Bowing, the shaman greeted the first customer in the Alicia garden, to which he asked if this place was popular, and if there were no other customers. Looking away, the guy said that many wanted to buy potions, but he himself was the owner of a flower shop, not an alchemist, to which he reminded him of the order. The protagonist extended his palm forward to hand over the item. Opening his mouth in alarm, the Brown Bear Guild member was surprised that this time he had a crown of flowers, and the system again reported the characteristics of the item. Angrily frowning, the mage wondered if this crown of flowers was a legendary item. Holding the purchase in his hands, Red mentally said that the percentage was small, but these additional effects were very good, and did not understand how Jeho managed to create such a thing. Scratching his head, the protagonist said that he had created it, but he felt a little sorry, because such effects of legendary items in the Battle of Magicians, especially this penalty effect in the form of a large mana consumption, are not very good for a wizard, but the customer said that it was excellent. Grinning anxiously, the shaman clarified whether the member of the Brown Bear Guild liked the crown. Turning around, the buyer shouted that it was amazing, when suddenly he was asked if there was anything wrong with having to spend twice as much mana. Opening his mouth wide, the magician cried out that the damage from magical attacks also increases, and all three effects are related to increasing the attack, and there is even an additional effect for the group, after which he added that the mana potion is an expensive pleasure, but the opportunity to get a crown with such effects prevails over everything else. The player grinned and remarked that it was good, and Red exclaimed that he had exceeded his expectations, and then thanked him. Smiling widely, the wizard shouted that it was incredible, and wondered how he could feel hostility towards him, even being a member of the Brown Bear Guild, if he could create such amazing items, and it turned out that the customer left with conflicting feelings, and then Jeho tested the new skill. Enthusiastically widening her eyes, May assumed that the first customer was satisfied, and the owner of the flower shop was doing great, to which he remained silent. The girl raised her nose and began to sniff. Putting her hand to her mouth, the assistant noted that it was strange, but the smell of flowers was stronger than usual this time, while the protagonist read the system message and asked if this was all that he was given for level 100, and if it was true that it was just a smell. The shaman dropped his jaw in disappointment, not understanding what use it was, and it was said that he had no idea that in the future he would be called the Scent of Death, and the name alone would inspire fear. People approached the entrance to the cave, and it turned out that in the new world there are countless dungeons that no one has yet explored, and every day previously unknown dungeons are found, and they themselves are the most important part of the reality of the new world, since victories in these locations allow you to receive not only items, but also glory, ranks and special rewards. The guy asked if Red had arrived yet, to which the swordsman threw his weapon over his shoulder and replied that he was going to pick up some ordered item, which surprised the interlocutor, because he thought that he had spent all the money last time, and it was said that the dungeon, in the capture of which the magician decided to take part today, was discovered by a member of the permanent team. And he thought that this would be his last attempt to conquer the dungeon. Looking away, the player noted that it was pointless for that guy to change any item, because since that promotion in rank he had been trying to replace all things, when suddenly the interlocutor said that he had arrived. The golden wreath shone brightly. The magician put a crown of flowers on top of his hat. Putting his hands in his pockets, the member of the Brown Bears Guild was silent, and his partners did not understand what it was, and whether he had been to Hawaii. Red smirked and asked why they were looking at him, to which they asked if he was okay. The boy wrapped his fingers around the hilt of his sword and asked if he had gone completely crazy after his promotion. The wizard didn't understand who was crazy, but suddenly he put his fingers on the new items and declared that this was his new look. The guys lowered their eyebrows in confusion and asked if the new thing he was wearing was his order. Turning his back to his allies, Red said that he understood that he looked like an idiot in their eyes, but they would soon change their minds, to which they replied that it was time for him to go to a mental hospital. Putting 2 fingers closer to his eyes, the Brown Bear Guild member told the others to watch as closely as possible, after which he exclaimed that today, with all this, he would be able to win the dungeon. A white tent was visible in the desert. The sign said that this was the sales department room, when suddenly the employees were heard apologizing and saying that they only accept orders for flowers. Looking at the system screen, the guy did not understand what was wrong with this order. Putting his fingers to his chin, Jeho asked if they suddenly received 3 requests for wreaths, after which he noted that Red had ordered it before, so he could recommend it to his friends, and the employee said that they had strange requests. Looking down, the protagonist clarified why they were strange. With wide eyes, the young man said that an order had come for 3, for a tank and 2 warriors, and began to talk about the price. The shaman asked him again, to which he looked away and said that if they were given a discount, they would recommend the product. Frowning, the player thought about the fact that he suspected that something like this could happen. The employee opened his mouth in alarm and continued to tell the story. Reaching forward, the guy noted that the customers asked to keep it a secret, although they said something scary. But he was not entirely sure about it, to which the protagonist clarified what he was told. A drop of sweat was running down Jeho's cheek, and he did not understand why the sales employee was hesitating, but he remained silent. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist noted that whatever it was, Red was a good person. The shaman lowered the corners of his mouth and asked to tell him what the names of the clients in the game were, to which the employee replied that their names were Gloria, Carly, and Kronkran. Suddenly, the protagonist's pupils noticeably decreased, and he ordered to block these users and add them to the blacklist, because they did not need such customers. Grinning, the player explained that it did not matter how much money you could get, because such people could only distort everything. Squinting, the protagonist declared that he would not fall for their tricks. During a private conversation with Crovason, the shaman held a vase in his hands and said that they had not communicated for a long time, to which the interlocutor replied that she was reporting in advance that she was doing well, although she had recently distanced herself from the world. The guy dropped his jaw in embarrassment and asked if everything was okay and if this was about the elixir, then added that he needed to replenish his supplies and send them to her, to which she exclaimed that his elixir was incredibly popular, but she had contacted him for another reason. The system screen appeared, and the girl noted that she had previously mentioned the continent of Citra, which is in the north, and a city called Otok. Looking at the flowers, the player confirmed her words and clarified what it meant, to which she replied that nothing. People in carnival masks appeared, and the appraiser told her that every year there is a festival called the Night of the Unquenchable, and then added that she had only been there twice, and it was quite grand, and besides, many nobles attend this celebration. There was a notification that he was currently in a private conversation with Crovason, when suddenly she invited Jeho to join. Frowning, the protagonist did not understand why he needed this. The shaman placed his palm on the vase, while the interlocutor explained that this was a festival she grew up at, and besides, his name was widely known in the New World, but only as the king of the new state, and not as a florist, so in other words, he was considered a representative of the nobility. Touching the flowers with his fingers, the guy asked the girl again, to which she said that there would be young and inexperienced aristocrats there, so he had nothing to worry about. The protagonist smirked and noted that this was not such a bad idea, because there were no customers yet anyway, and it was unlikely that the flower shop would fail if the owner took a couple of days off. Putting his palm on the table, the player said that it sounded great. The young man smiled broadly and said that he would prepare something for the festival, to which the appraiser replied that she would be looking forward to their prompt cooperation. A plant sprouted from the ground and asked if the protagonist was going to go to Otok, which was located on the continent of Citra. Sitting on the ground, the shaman replied that he was curious if the interlocutor knew about this place, to which he replied that there was not a single corner that she had not seen. The creature admitted that its powers were not as powerful as before, but still remembered the taste of honey mint lime, when suddenly the guy began to stand up and sighed heavily. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist said that he would bring it to her, because he wanted to pick flowers there anyway. Looking away, the player wondered if he should have come, and the sprout asked if it was true, and then noted that lupins and sweet potatoes grew there, and that resin and honey used to be found there, but now the forest was occupied by demons. Frowning in confusion, the young man asked the interlocutor to wait and repeat what she had just said. Putting his hands on his legs, Jeho asked if it was said about demons, to which the entity replied that many years ago, demons raided the forest, so the elves had no choice but to leave the area. The girl in the sprout noted that if nothing had changed since then, the forest was still a haven for demons, after which she added that she would like the protagonist to check this while he was on the road, to which he bowed his head down and asked why him. The shaman lowered the corner of his mouth, thinking about what it meant that the demons had taken over the lands that belonged to the elves, and the undead he had met before definitely had problems with their heads, but he didn't understand how strong they were if they had even driven the elves out of the forest. Looking away, the guy said that since he was asked so, he certainly wouldn't interfere, when suddenly the interlocutor clarified what he meant. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist exclaimed that he couldn't leave everything as it was, because he had mixed everything up because of these demons, to which she noted that for some reason it seemed to her that everything would be the other way around. Getting up from the ground, the player said that he needed to go, to which the sprout was indignant at this, because he hadn't come here for several days. With his hands on his hips, the young man asked why she didn't spend time with the elves instead of him, to which she asked if he thought it was nice to be with someone who never stopped talking. Turning away, Jeho said that someone would come along to keep her company, while the creature asked him to wait. Frowning, the protagonist thought about the fact that thanks to the question, he had found useful information, so he shouldn't go near the Emba forest. Rainbow glare of the sun fell on the houses in the settlement. With her mouth slightly open, Samantha asked if they were talking about going alone. She heard an affirmative answer, because she and Crovason were friends too, to which she looked straight ahead and said that she understood that. Putting her hand on the box, the girl asked if it was necessary for the shaman to hide from the elves like that, to which he asked her to be quieter, and the elves could hear them, but he did not want them to go with him, after which he added that on the way to Odok there was a forest teeming with demons, and if they followed them, a fight could break out. Turning her head to the side, the Knight of the Sand Spirits did not understand if they could just leave as usual, because in this form they could quickly attract the attention of the elves, who would recognize him in any form. Smiling widely, Brezel noticed the player and asked if he was going somewhere. Hiding under a cloak, mask and glasses, the protagonist stood up and was silent. Throwing the disguise onto his hand, the young man exclaimed that he wanted to study what was growing nearby, to which the elf noted that he was constantly working. Waving his hand, the boy asked where he was going, to which he replied that he was just going to study the plants. The silhouettes of the heroes moved away, and the forest creature again asked where the interlocutor was heading, to which he replied that he was going to study plants. Closing her eyes, Samantha noticed that they had left, and was surprised that the elves trusted him so incredibly, and he said that he had only met 22. Grinning, Jeho said that they were leaving anyway. Walking deeper into the desert, the protagonist explained that they had moved a little away from the Alicia Garden, and sand brayons had immediately appeared everywhere, and suggested that the spread of vegetation had greatly changed these lands, and the Prime Guild member admitted that she had not known that she would specialize in deserts when she changed her class, but the heat was still very mentally exhausting. Turning her head to the side, the girl said that with the shaman's level, this was not a problem. The pupils of the Knight of Sand Spirits noticeably decreased from anxiety, and she clarified if everything was alright with her partner. The protagonist started dancing and talking about a new skill called Elbow Spirit, and Samantha didn't understand what he was doing, when suddenly the system reported that the player was surrounded by the essence of the Dream Flower, and the unity with the spirits was increasing, thanks to the skill to increase heat resistance. The guild member Prime asked about this strange skill that was related to dancing, to which Jeho smiled widely and asked her not to pretend that she didn't see anything. The girl closed her eyes and noted that if the protagonist was worried about her, then she shouldn't do it, because she could handle this heat. Lowering his chin, the shaman said that he did it for himself. Opening her mouth, the Knight of the Sand Spirits asked if her companion was serious. Abruptly jumping up, the lady asked her partner to tell her what his level was, if he didn't mind. With a wide smile, Samantha said that she was level 302, to which the protagonist was surprised and asked if she was a ranker. Suddenly, the pupils of the Prime Guild member noticeably narrowed. Raising his finger up, the player said that he had only recently crossed the 100th level, to which the interlocutor was very surprised. Lowering her hands, the girl thought about the fact that it could not be that a person who got out of the forest of Rockshi and in a short time held a very large-scale event was a weak player all this time. Lowering her eyebrow, the Knight of the Sand Spirits realized that this was, without exaggeration, a monster. Jeho smiled widely and asked if it was really that great and if she was curious about how long it took, to which she was surprised that he had such incredible influence, and was only level 100, since this was the first time in the new world. Looking at the mountain range and the scenery, the protagonist said that it was great to be outside the desert. Leaning over a flower bush, the boy said that you can enjoy the flowers here. Samantha smiled and asked Jeho if he did floristry in real life. Frowning, the boy said that he liked doing it in the game. The girl parted her lips and said that he must be enjoying himself when he played. Looking at the boy's back, she mentally said that if you think about it, they say he's scary, but that smile changes everything. Blushing slightly, Samantha mentally said that it was really an amazing smile. The girl's pupils narrowed. She turned around abruptly, saying that she must have gone crazy. When Jeho asked what happened to her, Samantha answered, saying that she just thought she heard some sounds behind her. The protagonist, looking at the bush, asked if there was a monster there. The girl, going in that direction, said that she would check everything now. She gaped in amazement. A demon came out of the bushes in front of her. The warrior immediately took a sword out of her inventory. The demon barely managed to dodge her blow. She twirled the sword in her hand. The demon's pupils narrowed. The girl frowned. Having fallen, the little demon begged for mercy, saying that he was not a bad demon. The boy cried, saying that he was good. Jeho jumped up, surprised. Samantha was puzzled. Kneeling down, the little demon said that he was a good demon. The protagonist, clenching his fists, asked if demons were not evil in the flesh. The girl turned her head, saying that it was usually as he said. The boy countered, saying that they lived peacefully. Equipping the brown bear paw, Jeho said that this guy was a demon anyway, they should just deal with him. When the demon raised his head, the protagonist said that judging by his wounds, he was already in trouble. Jeho grinned and rushed to attack. Samantha, seeing how the guy was dealing damage, mentally said that the damage she was doing was higher, probably due to the difference in levels. The demon roared in pain, then the girl stopped, not understanding why it looked like he was in pain. Jeho stopped hitting when the little demon asked them to wait a bit. He slammed the ground hard. A moment later, a pile of smoke rose in front of the couple. Jeho and Samantha looked at each other. Opening his mouth, the demon asked to stop. The shadow of the demon covered his tormentors. The transformed demon, almost crying, said that he did not want to fight. The protagonist smiled nervously, offering his partner to listen to him. The girl, also nervously, agreed with him. The boy, having assumed his usual form, introduced himself as Sikid, who lived near the Ember Forest. The demon, after thinking, asked the boy if he could take off the bandage. The boy, pointing to it, asked if this was the one he should take off. He frowned, saying that he should not worry about it, but mentally he said that he did not think he would ever wear this bandage again. But without it, there was no telling how much a demon could lie. As his bandage caught fire, Sikid turned away, saying that he was too scary. Looking again at the people in front of him, he said that they lived in a small village in the Ember Forest, but recently everything turned into hell because of the elves. Sweating, the two players asked how this happened. Raising his head, Sikid said that he didn't even know, it's just that these disgusting elves are everywhere, he can even smell them. The guy, hearing him, asked if he could be nearby. The demon, looking to the side, said that it couldn't be, because he was sure that no one was chasing him, because his brother distracted them. Smelling a disgusting smell, Sikid asked where this disgusting smell was coming from. Jeho, smiling, said that he was just nervous. Closing his eyes, the little demon said that when the elves attacked, they were helpless. The protagonist, thinking, said that they then cost at the hands of the elves. Unable to hold back tears, the demon said that it was too cruel. The young man in response said that they were the first to drive the elves away from here. Raising his hand, Sikid said that the elves were driven out by another clan. In the human world, for example, there are also kings and nobles, and 500 years ago, the passage to the demon world was blocked. They were isolated, they had no choice but to stay in the Ember Forest. The headband lit up when the protagonist asked why they came here. Smiling nervously, Sikid said that they came here to communicate with people. The spirit of life immediately refuted him, saying that he was lying. When Jeho frowned, the demon screamed, saying that in fact it was an invasion. But now they came to their senses. Now the spirit of life said that he was telling the truth. Turning away, the guy mentally asked himself how he knew that he was a good demon. Narrowing his eyes, he asked himself why he was worried. Looming over Sikid again, he said that this does not change what they did to the elves. Samantha smiled nervously when Jeho said that today he was generous, he would pretend that he did not know anything. When the demon began to thank him, the guy nervously whispered to Samantha, saying that she needed to be on guard. Sikid, smiling, said that they were possible, but could not finish. Frowning, the protagonist asked what he wanted. The guy froze, looking at Sikid. When the system suddenly gave him a quest, he had to save the poor demon and his clan from the elves. Waving his hand, Jeho said that this system did not even suspect what it was doing. He would never fight the elves. Sikid, standing up, asked for help. Looking closely at the guy, he said that although at first he took him for an ordinary person, with that fighting technique he could defeat the elves. Then his nose twitched. Raising his head, he said that this terrible smell was coming from him. Sikid's eye lit up. The scent and fighting technique seemed familiar to him. The protagonist frowned when the demon called him a shaman. He turned around abruptly, telling Samantha to deal with Sikid. The girl screamed and rushed forward. Suddenly, both froze when the demon told them to wait. Sikid, changing into his true form and baring his teeth, said that the shaman was their friend. The demon shrank when Jeho asked him to do so, then asked if it was true. The protagonist turned away when the little demon said that Tillate personally helped them hide in the Ember Forest. Jeho, frowning, asked Tillate if he knew about it. He replied saying that he could not remember. Then Sikid raised his hands and, happy, said that the shaman finally had a successor. The protagonist sweated when the system gave him a quest, saying that Shaman Tillate had strong empathy and was friends with all creatures, including demons. Sikid knew him in life. There could be something of the shaman left in their clan. Samantha approached and said that these elves could be different from those in Alicia. Looking away and squinting, the young man said that he understood everything, but having tried it themselves, they would know everything personally. While the little demon was happy, the girl could hardly hold back her tears. The group entered the Ember Forest. Jeho noted that the atmosphere here was like in the underworld. Turning around, Sikid said that it was because they create an atmosphere as similar to their homeland as possible. Looking at the plants, monsters and scattered limbs, Jeho asked if this was how the elves decorated this place. The demon answered, saying that there were no elves here for over 100 years. Samantha, who was walking behind, asked the boy why he didn't pay attention to the plants here. Besides, he didn't seem to have picked any flowers along the way. The boy frowned. He turned his attention to the rat. Seeing how the flower had swallowed the animal, the protagonist said that this flower didn't quite fit. Pointing to the flower, Sikid said that they were called crocuses and they were quite common in the hellish desert. The protagonist, grinning, said that the crocuses he knew were completely different. The boy stared at the system panel when it informed him of the discovery of a new plant, the devil flower. Jeho turned around and walked on, saying that they would pick this flower later. At the moment the flower's research degree reached 45%. Looking at the demon, the boy asked what exactly he wanted him to do. The demon turned around and said that all he wanted was to make the elves leave them alone, for these elves were not going to listen to them at all. The boy, hearing him, said that he understood that the elves were quite unpleasant, but why was he so angry? Narrowing his eyes, he asked if his anger was justified only by the blows he had received. Sikid, turning his head, said that he should be ashamed for telling him that he had dealt with elves too. Staring at his hands, he said that the elves were like the spawn of hell, a more devilish race than the demons themselves. Jeho, hearing him, said that it was a natural phenomenon. They called demons those who deprived him of his homeland and thus turned into a devil himself. Sikid, turning around, asked what he was talking about. Raising his hand, the player said that they were strong guys, but it was unclear why the elves felt this fear. The demon, frowning, asked what he meant when he spoke of their strength. The guy in response asked if that was why they took their forest. Extending his finger, the demon said that they did not take the forest only because they were weak. Looking at the shaman in front of him, he said that the beginning and end of the elves' lives depended on the will of the gods. They would die only when they were destined to die from above, and the divine tree was like the center of this world. Extending his finger, Sikid said that this meant that this place was in contact with either heaven or hell. The divine tree sacrificed itself to block the already polluted and punctured spatial portal, and, after that, the elves entered their world. The protagonist, puzzled, asked why he was so sure of his words. The little demon, looking away, said that they had heard rumors while they were not directly involved in the war and were peaceful demons. Tilting his head, the boy said that he could check if he was telling the truth, but he still did not convincingly claim that demons were weak. Waving his hand, Sikid shouted, saying that it was not so. If the devil was so strong, then why did he stay there, not even coming out of the forest at this moment? Rizel and Jeho, looking at the demon in front of him, said that no matter how evil they were, fighting against the entire continent was a burden. Sikid suddenly trembled all over and screamed. The boy had to quickly lift his legs, dodging arrows. The elf, holding a bow in his hand, screamed, saying that he had been wondering earlier why he ran away like that. The protagonist turned around and frowned. The elf himself also frowned, asking what a mortal was doing here, and with such a smell. Suddenly, his whole body shuddered, saying that it was a familiar spirit of life that did not match the demon forest. There was a shaman here. The boy smiled when the warrior asked him what he was doing in such a place. Moreover, why was there a demon with him? Smiling widely, the elf asked if he had come here to defeat all the demons at once. The young man, hearing him, said that he was smart. The man, continuing to smile, said not to worry, because all the demons here were captured, and soon he would be able to send them back to the hellish desert. Jeho, looking at Sikid, asked if they were really sending the demons back. They were not going to kill them? Smiling widely, the elf said that first of all, the demons that remain in the middle do not die, and even if they die, they will immediately return to their homeland. Seeing the demon crying and scared, the shaman tried to understand why he was scared when he had a chance to return to his homeland. The warrior pulled the boy away. Putting his hand on his head, he asked Jeho if he wanted to go with them. Suddenly, everything around Sikid began to glow. The boy literally begged for help with his eyes. The warrior, thinking, said that since everything turned out this way, he suddenly remembered the retinue that was nearby. The guy, looking at Samantha, thought. The elf, paying attention to the girl, said that she had pretty good communication skills for a mortal. Samantha and Jeho stared at the elf in front of them when he said that they did not seem to know how to properly deal with the spirit yet, although it would not help them while they were humans. Was the master shaman trying to place this person under shamanic accompaniment? Pointing at himself, the archer said that if he wanted to, they could teach him. Samantha screamed, asking why he was asking her about this. The protagonist, smiling nervously, agreed. The girl's face turned red when she said that she did not like elves, but with their help she could learn spiritual shamanism, which was the very basis. At that moment the system issued a quest for training. They needed to learn how to handle the spirit of fire from the elves. Jeho, turning to the girl, said that he did not quite understand what they could teach him. Maybe it was just something that he would have to go through anyway. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he wished her patience. Soon they entered the thick of the forest. The houses here were decorated with cobwebs and skulls. Some had a goat's skull on the table. Looking at the captured demons, the protagonist was surprised. The elf meanwhile said that besides these guys in the center of the village there were many more like them. A couple of demons in front begged the elf to spare them, for they were good demons. The archer did not even listen to them, ordering them to shut up. Jeho, seeing how the elves were scaring the demons, said that this chaos seemed familiar. The archer dragged Sikid away from the shaman. Stretching his hands towards the player, the boy asked what he was going to do about this. He probably had a plan. The youth frowned and looked away. Sikid, crying, called Jeho, who, carefully looking away, said that he was thinking about his own. Leaning towards the elf, he said that he needed to quickly talk to this guy. The archer agreed, saying that bad energy can spread, so he should avoid long conversations. The demon, when they were alone, asked the guy if he would fulfill his promises. He, grinning, said that he would need to sit quietly. Then he asked if there was something in the forest that the shaman Tillate left behind. After receiving confirmation, the boy looked at Samantha, saying that they could find Tillate after everyone was dead. Samantha closed her eyes and said that they should do so. Sikid interrupted her, saying that a devil should not learn from a devil. The shaman frowned at the demon, asking if it would not be better for him to return to the hellish desert. The demon replied by saying that it was impossible. The protagonist immediately asked him why this happened. Sikid, turning away, said that during the invasion, having made a bet on alcohol with Tillate, he ran away from his entourage since it was considered desertion. The protagonist frowned deeply upon hearing his words. The demon, opening his mouth, said that demons cannot escape from the Rieseland forest thanks to elves, although elves with such eyes are truly frightening, and if they return to a magical world like this, they will be tortured forever. The protagonist couldn't help but imagine the burning demons. The boy in front of him cried, saying that it was very scary. He couldn't help but imagine, saying that they would be taken for a walk through the Phytoncidal recreational forest. Afterwards, they would take a boiling bath of the lower part of their bodies in the hot springs in the open air. Waving his hands and crying, he said that they would be like a fried egg in a corner oven. Jeho frowned, saying that these were healing methods. Smiling, he said that it didn't hurt at all. Sikid refuted this, saying that all demons were essentially close to death, pain and despair. For them, reviving things were painful. Then the shaman, after thinking, said that if they were close to pain, then torture was okay for them. Looking behind him, he said that closeness did not mean pleasure, they also had things that they were afraid of in their own way. Suddenly the demon's brother pointed at him, and asked how he dared to trade him for the elves. He answered by saying that he couldn't do that it wasn't his fault that he fell while running without looking at his feet. His brother objected by saying that he saw him hit him on the head with a rock. Jeho and Samantha watched the brothers quarrel from the side. The protagonist separated them, saying that they should be glad that they were both alive. Both demons were struck as if by lightning. Then the spirit of life told Jeho that the touch of a shaman causes demons devilish pain. Looking at the fallen demons, the guy said that now he understood why they felt pain several times stronger when they were hit with an elbow. An elf approached and asked the player if he should help him with witchcraft. The young man, puzzled, asked what witchcraft he was talking about. Clenching his fists, the archer said that he was talking about torture. When the other elves approached, they began to say that it would be too merciful of them to simply kill all the demons and return them to the hellish desert. They closed their eyes and said that their world itself was full of boiling lava, so it would not hurt them if they were burned to ashes. Their limbs could be torn off, but it would also be worth preparing boiling oil. Jeho, who was listening to them, suddenly understood why the demons were so afraid of the elves. Frowning, he said that the very fact of their existence already frightened them. The warriors countered, saying that demons were fearless creatures. The protagonist looked away, mentally saying that these guys were very wrong, and after all, Sikid said that the elves could return to the hellish desert. Frowning, he said that he could try to convince them otherwise, but there was an easier way to do so. Since he was dealing with elves, he also learned a thing or two. Raising his hand, he asked why they didn't leave the demons to him and return to the Garden of Alicia themselves. The archer objected, saying that he had gathered all the demons here and he was suggesting that he just leave. The young man, closing his eyes, said that he was against the demons returning back to the desert. Crouching before the demons, he said that the hellish desert was their home, but it would be painful not to be able to return, so they could make them suffer forever. He grinned and said that he had just learned from torturing the two that they were right. The more you torture a devil, the more pleasure they get from it. He frowned sharply and said that no matter how much they tortured them, they would return to their homeland with great pleasure, but they would return here if they could not forget this pleasure. The elves' faces twisted in anger. The spirit of life was screaming at that moment, saying that this was complete nonsense. Closing his eyes, the elf asked why they were still here. Standing up, the guy said that the demon's goal was to invade Midgard. Opening his lips, he said that they had already made their position here. If they allowed them to return, it could be good in that they would lose their seriousness to some extent, but based on the events, it could lead to the opposite consequences. Gritting their teeth, the warriors became angry. The protagonist closed his eyes, mentally saying that it was expected of the elves. The archer in front of him asked what they should do in such a situation. The boy answered by saying that it was better for them to keep the demons in this forest. It would cause them pain, since they would never be able to return to their homeland. Grinning, he said that he would definitely take care of it. The elves smiled widely, saying that they would follow the shaman's instructions. Then the elves in front of him asked if they could watch the shaman being tortured, so they could learn from him. The demons looked at the elves when the player asked them why they were suddenly so curious. Grinning, the elves said that the devils were their eternal enemies, so they wanted to learn the technique of torturing those who could not be tortured. The brothers sweated in horror. Sikid shuddered all over when Jeho called him. He turned his head. The boy, clenching his fist, apologized, saying that they would have to endure for a little while. The boy began to cry. Looking at the beaten Sikid, the young man mentally asked him for forgiveness. Now he had to buy time before he died. The elves standing in front of him said that they now understood how to torture devils, although they could not deal with divine power, so they had to find something that could have a similar effect, but it was still a great lesson. Looking at Sikid, Jeho asked if he was okay. Smiling, the demon said that if the elves returned, he would confess his love to Rakura, because he always postponed his confession. Reaching out his hand to him, the protagonist said that he would help him. Sikid looked at his hand in confusion. The spirit of life at that moment said that if he touched him, it would hurt. Sikid screamed in pain and despair. The elves even sweated, seeing how the shaman dealt the final blows so mercilessly. The protagonist drew his eyebrows together. The boy, starting to disintegrate, said that he would definitely take revenge on him. Looking at the ashes left by the demon, the boy told Sikid's brother that he was very sorry for what he had done. Then the system informed him of receiving the title of Hell Devil. Now all the demons respected the boy. The little demon, smiling, said that he was very cool. The elf pointed to the side when the protagonist said that everything should work now. Standing in front of the demons, the boy waved his hand, asking if they wanted to end up like their brother. If not, then it would be best for them to stay in the village, otherwise there would be a new type of hell for them here. At that moment the system reported an increase in respect among the devils. Smiling, the archer said that they learned a lot from him. The protagonist himself, nervously smiling, said that this should be enough. The elf, approaching, asked him to repeat his speech if they listened to him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, saying that he solved the problem of the demons, despite Sikid's death. Remembering how the boy promised to take revenge on him, the young man smiled, saying that there was no way to do without casualties. So the rest of the elves went to Elysium, leaving only the elves at the observation station. Now there were no more battles in this forest. Jeho, standing in front of the demons, said that they did not need to return to the desert for the time being. The elves would still watch them. Brother Sakuda said that this place was much better. Smiling, the young man said that they needed to sum up. Looming over the demons, he said that as far as he knew, there was something related to Tillate here. The demons responded by saying that it was hard for them to pretend that they did not know what it was about, so they went through all this trouble. Equipping the bear's paw, the boy asked if they should show the torture again. One of the demons immediately ran. Soon Brother Sakuda held out a chest, saying that inside was the very treasure. He opened the chest. Smiling widely, he asked what he would say about this. Unbelievable? The guy frowned, asking if this was all they had. Taking a shovel in his hand, the guy began to read the properties of this shovel. Waving his hands, the demon said that this was Tillate's thing. Thanks to it they were able to grow plants from the demonic world here. The protagonist, looking at the system panel, said that only one skill is related to Tillate, the skill Master of Gathering. This skill gave out twice as much damage as from the bear's paws. Turning his head, the guy asked what average attack damage of a weapon would be suitable for his level. Samantha answered, saying that its damage should be around 300 units. Parting her lips, she said that the average attack damage of a weapon doubles every 100 levels. At 200 it is 600, and at 300 about 1200. Picking up the shovel, the boy said that his paws were pretty good, and the seedling shovel was just cheating. It was just a pity that only those with Tillate's permission could use it. He grinned and said that he would take it anyway. The boy squinted, mentally saying that he could go to the shaman's grave and ask for permission to use it. Suddenly the system informed him that he was Tillate's successor. The requirement to use the item was now removed. Suddenly, the shovel lit up. The bright light scared Jeho. A moment later, a bright glow illuminated the entire area. The young man saw his reflection in the shovel. Now the tool in his hand looked completely new. Looking at the panel, the boy realized that the shovel's power had increased. Frowning, he asked Samantha if she knew what an evolving item was. The girl smiled, saying that items of this type are extremely rare. Most of them are attached to their owners and grow with the player. The boy frowned. The system informed him that collecting ginseng deals damage increased by 300% to the target of collection. The boy frowned deeply, asking why he would attack such a plant. Samantha, opening her mouth, suggested that it was the plant they had seen before. Looking at the crocus in front of him, the boy asked if she was offering him to use this shovel in the fight against this plant. Standing in front of the crocus, he said that he would first knock it out. The plant opened its bud. The young man rushed forward, saying that this flower would be in his collection. The stem of the flower bent. Jeho put the shovel in front of him, using the ginseng collection. The flower bent, dodging the blow. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, saying that he hit the target accurately. The monster's body began to tremble. Its vines rushed forward. Jeho had to dodge the tentacles. One of the tentacles rushed towards him. It grabbed his wrist. The boy grabbed it in response. He cut the vine with one swing. His pupil shrank from what he saw. The boy immediately dodged the monster's attacks. Standing in front of it, he mentally said that the flower was moving too fast. He wouldn't be able to use the skill at that rate. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked himself if it was really a flower, and not just some monster. He squinted, asking if he was really a flower. Then the boy rushed towards it. The player jumped, ending up above the enemy. The vines rushed towards him. They fettered every part of his body. The boy, grinning, said that if this was a flower that would be recorded in a botanical reference book, then he could use the skill with 100% success. The boy struck the semblance of a flower's head. His shoulder blade glowed brightly. Then the system informed him of the successful subjugation of the crocus. He received the crocus seeds, as well as his stomach acid and gall bladder. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the protagonist said that this collection was the hardest of all. Smiling, he asked if he should collect all the flower monsters along the way. Coming out of the forest, the protagonist collected various plants and left their corpses on the ground. The events take us to the city of trading companies and nobles Otok. Crevason smiled widely, greeting Jeho. Following him, she said that it must have been difficult for him to come all this way. The guy responded by saying that it was not so. Besides, although the city is small, it is a luxurious city. The girl, smiling, said that it was because there were many trading companies here. By the way, they should go to the main office of her trading company. The events take us to the main office of the Crevason company. Seeing the protagonist's surprise, the girl covered her mouth. The young man standing below said that this building was simply huge. His country couldn't even compare to this city. The girl laughed and said that it was just that she sometimes managed all the logistics in this area. As the owner of one of the leading trading companies on the Citra continent, she had no choice but to brag a little. Lowering her hand, she said that real nobles were quite annoying. She closed her eyes, saying that they should buy him a suit first. The young man frowned upon hearing her. Winking, Crevason said that she would choose an image for him that they had never seen before. People on the streets looked around, not understanding who this guy was walking down the street. The protagonist frowned deeply because of his image. Crevason, smiling, suggested taking off the bandage. The young man objected, saying that if he was dealing with an NPC, it would be better to put it on. The girl, standing in front of him, said that he should use the accessory hide function then. The boy raised his hands, saying that no one had told him about such a function. Crevason responded by saying that another image suited him very well, in instilling fear in his opponents. Turning around, she said that they should now go to the mansion of the lord of the city. The banquet was being held at the mansion of Lord Otolka, a banquet attended by all the young nobles of the surrounding areas, considered an important event on the eve of the festival. Even though the country of Jeho was newly formed, he was invited because he was the rightful king. Crevason was also invited to the banquet of one of the leading trading companies on the continent, and as one of the sponsors of the festival, so they walked together. A beautiful chandelier decorated the hall. The nobles in the hall were chatting cheerfully. The blonde, holding out a glass to Risa, said that she was beautiful, and he was sure that she was the star of the evening. Both of them suddenly shuddered when they heard about the arrival of the owner of the Crevason company, and the owner of the Alicia Garden. The boy smiled widely and said that this boy, the king, was too arrogant. He made himself a king. Risa closed her eyes and said that rumors were always exaggerated. She had heard that he was an excellent cook. The nobleman next to her agreed and said that last time Crevason shared a unique meal. Turning his head, the nobleman said that they could ask him to cook for them once. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, asked if it was them. Crevason stepped forward and introduced herself. The nobles froze. They were scared at the sight of Jeho. The girl raised her hand and introduced herself as Jeho. Suddenly, Rumio approached them. Looking at the boy next to her, the lady said that he was the owner of the mansion, Lord Otolka. The old man, smiling nervously, introduced himself, saying that he had heard a lot about him from Mrs. Crevason. The young man loomed over him. The protagonist introduced himself, as if grinning. Rumio noticed that the nobles behind him were saying that he felt fear in front of the new king. He involuntarily narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that he had the pride of an aristocrat. He could not seem weak just because of the appearance of the interlocutor. Jeho extended his hand to the old man. He, looking back, said that he was not wasting money on this festival for nothing. The girls moved away a little, saying that the king was scary. Rumio, smiling obscenely, mentally said that he could not disgrace himself in front of the young noblewomen. Clenching his fists, the lord told himself that he was the owner of this place. A moment later, he squeezed the big man's hand tightly. Smiling nervously, he said that he had heard that he was an excellent cook. The nobles behind him were taken aback, seeing how the lord asked about it first. Crevason's eyes widened. She did not understand why the old man was talking about this. Smiling widely, Rumio asked if he could cook those unusual dishes that Lady Crevason had recently treated them to. The girl herself, approaching the guy, said that this happened because when he treated them to dishes, she said that he himself cooked them, then she did not yet know that he became a king. The people looked at each other and, smiling, began to praise the protagonist's dishes. The girl next to Jeho became excited, saying that she would tell them everything as it is. The guy, grinning, said that these people know the truth, but continued to lie. The girl sweated and froze. The protagonist, grinning widely, said that he finally understood Crevason's words that the aristocrats are annoying, and thanks to the eye patch that he hid, he basically understands what they are thinking. The boy smiled and told the lord that his praise made him a little embarrassed. The boy's pupils shrank as he said that he had to repay them for their kindness. Crevason couldn't hold back her tears. She felt scared. When Jeho asked where he could start cooking, Rumio pointed at the guard and said that he could ask him. The lord grinned and said that there was a famous chef from the continent here, he could compete with him. Crevason next to the boy screamed, saying that their guest was an officially invited king. The boy grinned and said that they should expect a dish. Looking at the stove, the boy said that it was small, but it would be enough for him. Taking the frying pan, Jeho said that these young nobles were picky about their taste. The player poured Croca's stomach acid into the frying pan. The spirit of life, seeing this, asked if he had become a demon after communicating with them. Jeho picked up the frying pan and said that they started it first. After chopping up the Calbero's grass, the protagonist also added the dung fly flower juice, sundew eyeballs, and fire mold flour. The fire burst into flames on the frying pan. The chef standing behind him frowned. The man crossed his arms and mentally said that he thought he was a newbie before, but seeing such a strong flame, he realized that the guy knew what he was doing. Meanwhile, the protagonist said with a smile that he would level up his plant research and feed them. Jeho frowned deeply when the system gave him the pseudo-chef title. Now the debuff caused by indiscriminately mixing ingredients to cook would be reduced. The guy looked away, saying that in that case, he had one way left. The youth equipped the brown bear gloves. Mana burst out from Jeho's hand, and the life spirit asked him what he was going to do. The protagonist frowned and said that he wanted to obtain the effect of reducing bad luck from the brown bear hunter. He took out a flute and played the flute. The chef behind him couldn't help but sweat. He frowned as he watched this incredible cooking process. The protagonist smiled widely. The fire in the frying pan burst out, startling him, and the system informed him that he had successfully summoned the spirit of the demonic plant. The youth frowned at the smoke, and the life spirit said that it was all because of his determination to curse the aristocrats. The youth sweated when someone said that he was surprised that the shaman's successor was able to summon him. Jeho parted his lips and asked if he really summoned him. The spirit sitting on the frying pan said that he was the one who summoned him, but for what purpose? The chef standing behind screamed. He quickly approached and said that he had summoned a legend among the chefs, the hearth spirit. The spirit stuck out its tongue and said that it was not a hearth spirit. The protagonist struck hard. As he began to beat the spirit, the guy said that a fist was the best way to calm the newly summoned hearth spirit. The chef, seeing this, said that he should then set it on the right path. The chefs immediately ran over and stared at the spirit in disbelief. The demonic spirit screamed, telling them to stop this nonsense. The protagonist, having drowned it, said that if the spirit was still confused, they should immerse it in a boiling cauldron. The chef screamed, telling the assistants to write it down. The spirit raised its hands and surrendered. Jeho, looking at it, said to sit here and not stand out, so as not to catch people's eyes. It would be better, of course, for it to disappear. He frowned and said that this time he would succeed in feeding these ungrateful people. On the plate was his best dish, a fried kara that had come back to life. The cooks behind him froze in horror. Soon the young cook brought the king's dish into the hall. The nobles were frightened by the sight of the dish. The chef, approaching, said that he vouched for it, for he had never seen such a creative and incredible dish before. Pointing to the semblance of a dish, he asked everyone to taste it. The nobles looked at each other, saying that it would be strange to just look at it. Protagonist approached the boy. The young man immediately frowned, saying not to eat it. She took the goblin kaleidoscope to find out what it was. Meanwhile, the chef began to cut. The girl screamed, seeing that it was a legendary dish. Gordon's mouth began to water. He stuck the knife into the plant. When the blood came out of the plant, the cook said it was just sauce. His eyes widened, wanting to know how delicious this dish was. The nobles gaped at the sight. The lord gritted his teeth, mentally telling himself that this little guy had definitely fooled Gordon. After trying his dish, he would personally expose the guy. He frowned deeply when the cook handed him the dish. The man opened his mouth with difficulty and thanked Jeho for the food. The guy himself grinned widely, wishing the lord a pleasant appetite. The old man took a bite. Part of the dish went down his throat. All the nobles stared at Rimio. The guy was struck by electricity. Protagonist covered her eyes with her hands. Jeho, frowning, said that everything was fine. The hallucination effect of the prepared dish worked. Now the old man was shouting, asking to give him another piece. People, starting to look at each other, said that they should also try. The protagonist smiled, seeing the reactions of the people. He chuckled. Everything was going according to his plan. Soon the tray was empty. The system informed him that he had poisoned a large number of nobles. His bad reputation increased sharply. Looking at the lying nobles, the guy said that he did not want to come here from the very beginning. The spirit of life, hearing him, said that he was no better than the devil. The young man rubbed his chin, saying that his goal was to make his flower shop the most famous. But everything went in a different direction. When the blonde stood up, he asked what was so huge. Jeho frowned, not understanding what he was talking about. Saliva flowed from the noble's nose and mouth. He suddenly jumped and started screaming, saying that there was a monster here. The protagonist stared at the system panel, which notified him of the fear effect of the prepared dish. The people, starting to rise, looked at him. After that, each of them began to run away in fear. Gathered in a circle, the nobles begged for mercy. Protagonist, seeing this, asked what they were going to do now. Jeho, grinning, said that he had a good idea. The girl looked at him in fear, asking what he was going to do. The guy, grinning, said that he was going to make his store famous. Standing in front of the nobles, he ordered them to listen to him carefully. His pupils decreased, then he said that from now on they should remember the Garden of Alicia. The nobles simultaneously opened their mouths. Protagonist stared in shock at the boy who ordered them to repeat after him. The nobles opened their mouths and said that they liked Alicia. Jeho crouched down in front of them and spelled out the phrase for them. Grinning, he told Risa that if she wanted to buy flowers, she should go to Alicia's garden. Frowning, he said that they didn't seem to understand yet, so he should repeat it again. Raising his hand, he asked the boy what he needed if he were to get married, and he answered by saying that he needed Alicia. The people simultaneously opened their mouths and said Alicia to any question. The protagonist frowned, asking what if they needed to sell land. The nobles opened their mouths again and said Alicia. Jeho raised his hands to the sky, saying that Alicia was their hope in any endeavor. Protagonist, standing behind him, froze. Opening her mouth, she asked Samantha if she was sure that this was okay. All the lamps and pillars in the city were burning brightly. Tomorrow the festival of the Night of the Unquenchables would begin. It would last 3 nights in a row, like a banquet. The girl, approaching her friend, said that she waited for this time every year, for she was eager to know what the children of the aristocrats would wear. One of the guys, noticing the nobles, said that their aristocrats had come. The people came out to the Lord, saying that today was a beautiful night. Suddenly, an old man in front of them said Alicia. The girl, approaching the blonde, praised his hair and asked where he got it done. The flames on the creature's head flared up when he screamed, saying that he was not a demon, but a spirit, and not a simple one, but one of high rank, just like that smelly bastard who was always with him. The protagonist frowned and asked how he knew about this grumbler. The life spirit immediately protested, saying not to introduce him to others like that. The summoned spirit, not paying attention, said that it was all because he was a high-ranking spirit like him. It was just that he remained in his consciousness after the contract was concluded. When Jeho, knitting his brows, asked what a high-ranking spirit was, the demon spirit said that they were like aristocrats among others, such high-ranking and independent spirits like them, close to the throne of the Spirit King. The protagonist, looking at the system panel, said that they could not be so close to the level of the Spirit King, for this grumbler was simply incompetent. The life spirit objected, saying that this small one was exaggerating everything. Turning his head, he said that the Spirit King is the Spirit King, but one rank is an ambiguous expression. The spirit raised his hand and said that if they had great strength, they could become Spirit Kings. The youth narrowed his eyes. Smiling, he said that in the end, the two of them were just freeloaders. The demon spirit stuck out his tongue, saying that it was true that this idiot was incompetent. It was because the spirit could do little because it was in his consciousness. But it was much more preferable for spirits to materialize to leave the spirit world. The youth chuckled and said that they were like stowaways on a bus. They liked to find fault with everything. Leaning over, Jeho asked why the skills and titles that only worked on demons worked on him. He replied by saying that it was because the attributes were similar. He was definitely a spirit. Looking away, the guy said that this was not the only problem. The elves would definitely be unhappy to see him with such attributes, and lately he had been lying a lot, so his conscience was bothering him. The spirit of life immediately noticed that he had lied. The protagonist, looking at the system panel, mentally told him to shut up. Then the demonic spirit agreed with him, saying that he should definitely keep his dirty mouth shut. Jeho narrowed his eyes sharply. Looking at the spirit, he asked it if it could really read his thoughts. It answered, saying that they had made a contract. Earlier, when he tortured him, he mentally scolded him. This was the first time he had been treated so terribly. Turning around, the guy said that he should return to his demonic world. The spirit jumped to its feet, saying that he should listen to it. When the system panel appeared in front of him, the spirit of life told him that it was his fault for not knowing this person well. The demonic spirit screamed, saying that he himself had simply become a child's toy thanks to Tilate's stupidity. The creature clenched its fist when the spirit of life said that it was already going crazy with jealousy. The protagonist stopped when the demon asked him to stop. He turned around sharply when he said that he could not let this brat mock him. The creature opened its mouth wide, offering to show how to materialize this brat. Apparently he did not know that it was possible, and continued to carry him in his mind. The guy immediately drew his eyebrows together. The system panel appeared in the air. The spirit of life was puzzled. Pointing at it, the guy asked if he really knew how to materialize this grumbler. The demonic spirit smiled. Raising his hands, he said that he knew how to do it. Looking at the streets of the city and listening to what plants would be needed for the ritual, the protagonist said that he had most of them in his garden. The spirit sitting on his shoulder said that he would need a few more things. That was all he could say for now. Then he laughed, saying that he was much more useful than this parasite who could only do nothing. When the spirit of life said that he was actually helping him, the youth looked at the system panel and said that whining did not count as help. The demonic spirit opened his mouth and said that he was the spirit of the matter, not a bystander. The panel appeared in front of Jeho again. The spirit of life protested, not understanding why he was listening to this bastard demon. The spirit screamed, saying that he was a spirit, not a demon. The spirit of life, appearing from the side in the form of a system, said that everything this brat does could be a ritual to summon a demon. The protagonist disagreed with him, saying that the ingredients used have nothing to do with the devil. the flowers are overflowing with life energy. Frowning at the spirit, he said that he would go with him, but on one condition. The guy, turning his gaze, said that he was no longer a demonic flower spirit, but a spirit of the stove. The spirit gaped, while the spirit of life laughed. The youth, frowning, said that he should also come up with a name. The spirit of the stove began to laugh when the protagonist called the spirit of life a grumpy crybaby. Then, looking at the sky, he said that they were both too noisy. Meanwhile, in Alicia without Jeho, the man who aimed at Jeho returned again. The guy, remembering his loss, said that this time he will return his shame twice. Looking at the desert, he said that he had traveled this way across the continent to get to Alicia. He frowned sharply. Looking into the distance, he said that if there was no target for the murder, it was worth waiting until one appeared. A few days later, the boy saw a worker. Looking closely at his face, he realized that he was a close ally of Jeho, for he had gone out without an elf. Lowering his telescope, he said that if there was no such obstacle as an elf, he could be 100% sure of success. A shadow covered his face. A moment later, his body turned into a shadow. The boy, dragging manure in a cart, complained about having to do errands for elves. He raised his head and stopped. Looking at the dunes, he felt a murderous gaze directed at him. The outlaw party ended without any incidents, and one word was deeply rooted in the minds of those who were at the party, and that was Alicia. Crovason caught up with the protagonist, and noticed that he was having a good time playing the game, and he reported that the results were not bad, so everything was fine, but his interlocutor must be sad because he was unable to see Samantha. The girl looked away and admitted that they talked through whisper every day, and she would soon be able to visit Alicia, so she would need to build a trading branch. Jeho frowned, and despite the agreement, he clarified whether it would be more convenient to trade through whisper. He accepted orders for flowers like that, and the appraiser explained that the game did not have a trade transaction system that would allow you to specify who you wanted to trade with. Crovason's face became confused when she added that sales through the main company were burdensome and inefficient due to transportation costs, and if the transaction was available on the spot, then the flowers would be easier to sell. Then it turns out that if it were possible, then her merchant class would lose its meaning. The girl began to shake the accounts, and said that in any case, players would come in person to make a purchase. It turns out that she could make additional economic activity and taxes on the exchange, because the world rested on the money, and the young man even wondered what she was doing outside the game. The appraiser turned to the shaman, and suggested going straight to that gate. Behind it was the way to Alicia. A lot had happened, but it was fun, and the guy agreed that he also received a rather useful result. Crovason waved goodbye to the hero with a smile, asking him to be careful on the way home. When Jeho went into the bushes, he said that they could go out. When asked if they were returning to Alicia now, he answered that they were. The little demon stuck out his tongue, and the young man reminded him that he was now a spirit of the furnace. The spirit put his hands on his hips, and when the shaman asked where someone like him could be used, Grumpy, for example, helped when he fought, and when she was indignant that not only in this, he answered that not quite. The little one confidently stated that he was capable of this too. Due to the contract, it was possible to borrow his power, and the boy was surprised. The hero stretched out his hand and used the skill Spiritual Elbow, Spirit of the Demonic Plant. The demon's face became overexcited, and he screamed that the owner could feel his power, and the system reported receiving new skills. Jeho saw the dark power emanating from his hands. He turned to the little one and asked if he was sure he was not a demon, and when he heard the indignation that his homeland was the spirit world, he noted that if you look at the description, he looked like a demon. The spirit waved its arms and stated that it could not help with this, even if it did not want to. If they still gave it a demonic role, what could it do? And when the youth noted that, excluding the bad reputation, the effect was considered worthy, exclaimed that if he did not like it, let him not use it. The shaman's face became gloomy when the spirit of life suggested using her pure power, noted that unless there was a special situation when the opponent was a demon, its effectiveness was SOSO, and wondered why when he used her power, his reputation did not grow. The player turned his gaze to the demon, when in response to the silence of the spirit of life, he advised her not to overdo it, and asked if there was anything else. He began to jump on the spot, adding that he had a body, they could fight together, scout, high-five and dance, to which Grumpy replied that she could also encourage, not be annoying by being nearby and sing. The boy smiled confusedly and noted that they were similar, but the smaller Grumpy looked better in comparison, to which he reminded that a spirit with a physical shell was much more effective than a spirit synchronized with consciousness. The hero's face expressed displeasure when Grumpy warned that she was not going to do this. But if she acquired a material body, she would tell everything to the divine tree, and he cursed that he had not even thought about it. The demon frowned and noted that it was not fair to resort to such cowardly methods, not the name of strength. The spirit turned away, and while the new owner persuaded life to talk, he noted that this was not a problem now. The shaman looked scared when he tried to convince the grumpy voice that the truth does not lie to the divine tree. But he turned to the kid when he heard the question, did the player know the one who was now exuding malice? Both spirits were scared, and so was the player, when someone jumped out of the bushes and yelled that he had found a dog's offspring, and immediately attacked the guy. He jumped aside and grabbed his shovel. The hero raised his weapon and asked the enemy if he was one of the brown bears. The blonde roared that the enemy should not classify him as one of these trash. Jeho looked at him angrily and clarified that he had no choice but to ask if he had suddenly attacked. Worcester indignantly yelled that the shaman had taken his shield and that he had recognized him. The knight angrily expressed hope that they had finally remembered him. But he almost burst into tears when the young man asked who he was and shouted out his name. The blonde pointed his sword at the player and said that after losing his shield, he had spent several months in disgrace. The boy looked at Worcester in surprise when he started saying that Samantha and the Prime Guild kept saying that they needed friendly relations with Alicia. There was no one on his side. He was chasing the enemy alone, and was surprised that he was crying. The knight put up a defense. He shouted that there were no elves nearby now, so his attempt would not be in vain, and demanded that the shield be returned. After which, with a face full of anger, he launched the Stormwave skill, and rushed to attack. The hero dodged to the side. After which he shouted that although this was a direct attack, the enemy was slower than the elves. The blonde grinned. The earth flew into the air when Worcester used an explosive storm wave. Jeho covered his face with his hand, demanding to know what it was. But he was simply doused with a wave splash. The young man stretched forward, and decided, if he could not avoid it, to activate the spiritual elbow skill, namely the Shield of Stone Flowers. The knight did not stop, although he noticed that his opponent had become a little stronger. And with a furious cry he used the shield/skill. Ramming the shield with all his might, he barked that we would see how long the shaman could hold out. Cracks appeared on the shield. Sweat poured down the player's face. He realized that he could not hold the shield. He stubbornly clenched his teeth, while he thought that at such a distance he would not be able to dodge the enemy's sword as soon as the wall collapsed. To the blonde's surprise, the guy cancelled the shield. After which he immediately dove under his blade, deciding to use a shovel, since he could not hit from a close position. With huge eyes, Worcester called the enemy a monster, not understanding why he was so fast. At this time, the hero appeared right in front of the knight's face, launching the demonic plant spirit skill. The strongest blow gathering ginseng knocked the spirit out of the blonde, forcing him to drop his sword, and the spirit of life commented that he was shocked by the use of this skill on people. As blood gushed from the blonde's mouth, a notification came that he had received a fatal blow. Worcester's eyes widened. Jeho loomed over his opponent, and while he was cursing, he exclaimed that he didn't know that it would actually work, but it did because the words were similar. The knight pressed his palm to his chest and screamed that this damage was just a scratch, and in response, the young man said that he knew that it was not enough, and offered to attack. Worcester screamed that he would kill him, to which the shaman clenched his spatula, not knowing what to do this time. But suddenly the blonde froze with a frightened face, and the player received a notification that the fear effect from demonic addiction had appeared. The knight's pupils collapsed to dots, and he offered to talk. The guy began to strike with a spatula, counting them out loud. Life said that she could not watch this. Worcester begged for mercy in horror, but the hero struck the 10th blow. The blonde boy took a fighting stance as soon as the fear status was cancelled and declared that he was not dead yet, but then Jeho charged a demonic explosion, and with a sly face, he activated it. The knight stared at him in shock. He was blinded by the maroon light. The youth did not look at the explosion when he wished for a safe journey, a bridge or whatever he was. The shaman turned around with a grin when the system reported the death of the enemy, and that he killed a man. At this time, in the Emba forest, while the fire spirits danced around Samantha, they explained to her that the Fire Sea Elves, a tribe with fire spirits, were different from the elves of the Rakshi forest, and promised to teach her a way to control the fire spirit and apply its power to the sword. The elf put his hands on his hips, continuing that he would tell the girl about the spiritual sword suitable for the knight who protects the shaman. Frowning, the warrior thought that it was better this way than dragging Manure and Alicia. Besides, her current class of Knight of Sand Spirits was rare. Confusedly looking at the fire, Samantha thought that not much time had passed since the last class change, and a new quest was already available. Besides, it was necessary to simply raise the skill level to the 100th, then you can get a unique class, and the title will no longer be needed. Standing over the girl, the elf continued to explain that spirits were pranksters since they were pure nature. Communication with them for a person threatened death, which could not be said about elves. It was difficult to detect that she had an excellent understanding with spirits, so she could simply borrow their power without a contract. Therefore, for her, having the heat of the desert, it would be a better choice to focus on one fire spirit than on several at once. The warrior leaned forward, saying that she would do as she was told, and the elf noted that they had not had a human student for a long time. Samantha frowned when the teacher stated that, however, the training process was quite difficult, and clarified whether she could handle it. Samantha exclaimed that she definitely could, and in fact she had mastered the spirit sword skill. The teacher began to remove the flames, praising her for her excellent attitude to study, suggested that she rest a little and begin training, while the warrior thought about what was left to raise the skill level before she died from training. Suddenly, the girl received a call from Confrontation. Samantha's face became surprised when her friend said that they were in trouble, and when asked what happened, she said that Worcester had gone crazy. The warrior raised her eyebrows, asking if it was because of the shield, and what the knight had done. And her face instantly reflected confusion when she was told that the blonde man found out that Alshianin was heading towards Otok and called the PK players. Rushing forward, the girl shouted that although the protagonist had increased his level, Worcester's level would still be high for him, and the elves were not accompanying him now, and oh shit, he ended up doing this, and they needed to go right now. Samantha was asked after her where she was going. The warrior turned around, and seeing Jeho, she said that she had just heard about the attack on him, so she needed to go. But then she stopped, looking at him in confusion. When the girl was shocked, the boy asked guiltily if everything was okay, because usually the elf training is not so intense that they would run away. Samantha rushed to her comrade and asked if he was okay and what had happened to him, and he answered that many things. He had just met a man who wanted to fight him. The warrior looked at the window of Whisper in confusion when the shaman said that nothing else outstanding had happened, and asked Confrontation if Worcester had died, and in response she heard that it was true. Besides, he was a half-ranker, so Alshianin would not be able to resist him. The girl glanced sideways at the player, and wondered if it was not in his nature to lie about his level, or if he was a natural-born fighter with overwhelming strength. The guy put his hand on his hip and asked how Samantha knew about this, and where he knew that man. The warrior looked away. She could no longer hide the truth, her connection with Worcester and the guild, and the reason for her rapprochement with the protagonist. Jeho raised an eyebrow as the girl began to tell. The young man scratched his cheek when his friend finished, and noted that it didn't matter. If they could help each other, they could cooperate, and she was surprised that he didn't mind Worcester. The shaman frowned, and admitted that it would be a little awkward, but somehow it would work out, and with the elves nearby, he wouldn't be able to do anything bad, and Samantha thought that he really had a big heart. Then a small spirit appeared from behind the player's shoulder, and the warrior decided that he had acquired a pet in Otolka, but he replied that he got it during an incident. The girl was embarrassed, and found the baby cute, which the guy could not understand since he thought it was ugly, but asked why the demon was hiding. The little one looked askance at Life's comment that the coward had initially hidden whenever a fire spirit appeared nearby, and demanded that he shut up. Samantha's face expressed even more delight, because she had never seen talking pets, and the spirit was indignant. That he was not a pet, but a demon. The hero looked sternly at the little one, and he corrected himself by saying that he was a furnace spirit, similar to a demon. While the warrior was touched, Jeho clarified what relation fire spirits had to Grumpy, and when he answered that in the demon world, some of the strongest were fire spirits, he noted that he did not even see them. An elf approached the friends and explained that it was because they were training Samantha and told her about the power of the fire spirit, and when asked why, he added that she had quite good potential. In the future she could become a great spirit knight, and the young man concluded that Grumpy felt the power of the fire spirits around Samantha. In any case, he was glad that his friend had the opportunity to grow. The elf with a confident face advised not to worry, they would take it upon themselves and make the girl an excellent knight to protect the shaman, and he thanked him. The teacher led the warrior away, saying that even if the shaman was here, their training could not be interrupted, and the hero in turn decided that he was pleased to see how his friend had become close to the elves. Putting his hands on his hips, Jeho wondered out loud where all the demons were. The village was empty. An elf ran up to the boy and said that the boys had worked hard to clear the forest, and he wondered if the demons didn't die when they did. The girl rubbed her chin and admitted that they didn't know either, but they couldn't leave the ecosystem in such a state, which shouldn't exist in the middle world, and if this place became immersed in greenery, it would be even more torture for the demons. The boy admitted that they would definitely take care of it, and he thought that there was nothing to do if they died, and if they lived, they would be tortured. The shaman frowned when the elf asked if he wanted to visit the demon's warehouse, and added that the greedy creatures had collected many different kinds of wealth, but it would not be a problem for the shaman. The player glanced at the little demon when the elf said that there was a demonic spirit next to him, so the dark energy could not affect him. The guy put his fingers to his lips and asked if there would be any problems, and when asked what kind, he said that it was a demonic spirit, so if anyone saw it, they would take it for a demon. The interlocutor laughed and explained that they were all beings of the spiritual world, even such spirits could be possessed. For example, she knew many flower spirits, and he was also allowed to do this, even if communication was impossible. The elf folded her arms across her chest and added that there was no reason to hate demonic spirits, because they remained spirits. The hero glanced at Life's comment, when he concluded that all spirits were the same, and it was a little strange to hear from the lips of an elf, advised never to say such things to the pointy-eared ones. Jeho looked at his assistant and expressed the thought that now there was no need to be attentive, because this sinister fellow was nearby, but when he asked if he could now, introducing himself, talk about his true nature, asked him not to do it in front of strangers, and when he clarified why, he replied that they could misunderstand if they found out that he was a demonic spirit. Soon the elf led the young man to a warehouse in an underground cave. The shaman climbed inside, assuming that there was a lot of something worthwhile here. The player looked around the cave and noticed that there was mainly food here, but it was worth looking around. While the guy was sorting through the items, the system reported that he had received the title of robber of a secret storage, and he himself decided that there were some strange things here. The hero got angry when the game from above gave the title of Tomb Raider, shouted that only demons kept food in such places, and his escort reminded him that this was a warehouse of demons. Jeho looked at the spirits in confusion when life reminded him that he was going to cleanse this place, and the little one added that this place was affected by demonic energy, and from the tomb owner's point of view, it would be beneficial to cleanse the contaminated things, and the owner agreed with him. The young man frowned again, noticing that this was not the tomb of a king or aristocrat. There could not be jewelry here. Was it really just a trifle? But then the system reported that thanks to the title, he found something. In the corner, the shaman found a green stone that glowed in the dark. The player sat closer, and when the guide compared the find to a button, he wondered if it was worth pressing. The guy glanced sideways at the elf when she said that everything was fine, because she was with him. The hero pressed the stone. His guide stared ahead. A secret door opened in front of the researchers. Jeho moved forward, noticing that the passage was quite wide. He was curious where this path led, and the elf noticed that the demonic energy weakened as they moved forward, and then the game reported that they had discovered the hermit mine deep in the mountains. The young man was confused. After which he clenched his fists in triumph, because perhaps there would be real money here. The guide glanced sideways at the shaman, and clarified whether he wanted to go inside and check, but he objected that if this was a dungeon, now was not the right time. The player smiled nervously and added that the connection to the game was about to expire, so it was better to come here next time, and it was worth preparing a little, and also taking the elves and Samantha with him. Maybe there would be a lot of things that could be taken. Suddenly, a call came from Whisper. His friend reported that he had been kidnapped. The guy looked at the window in confusion, not understanding what the interlocutor was talking about. Already in reality, in the Urim gym, the main character was lifting weights and asked Vansik what had happened to him, and he complained that it was all the Brown Bears Guild. He was suddenly attacked while he was doing a task from the elves. They appeared out of nowhere, and he realized that they were talking about that hired killer. While Jeho was getting to his feet, his friend added that he thought it was a ninja because of his method, but since he beat him last time, he looked stupid, and he confirmed that it was so, and now he wanted a fair fight after failing the task. Vansik frowned, and reminded that one way or another, he was now in the prison of the Brown Bears Guild. He could not imagine that one day he would end up there, and when his friend asked if they were going to let him go, he answered that they said to call the shaman. Now the young man frowned. He did not understand how they knew that they were friends, to which the blonde replied that in Alicia there were few people who could act freely, and the bears have a head on their shoulders, they guessed, and on the Hook channel they talked about the 4 heavenly kings. The players continued to warm up, and Vansik said that when he was taken into custody, he could not contact anyone, so he simply exited the game, and in response he heard that the hero understood why he did not answer, and if he came here, it means he was looking for help. The blonde man helped Jeho to level up, and noted that he was not going to ask to save him right now, and he suggested that there was a way to escape from prison on his own. While the players were washing themselves in the shower, Vansik objected that the game itself could not allow them to keep him in prison for no reason. If they allowed this, it would be the end of it. The player could be locked in prison for up to a month. If he does not commit crimes, he will be released in a day. The young man looked askance at his friend with disbelief when he added that it was a little annoying that he would have to return to the country of brown bears. However, if they killed him, he would be reborn in the Rakshi forest. Decided to connect to the game tomorrow, since he did not think that any more problems would arise. The shaman frowned, but said that he trusted his friend. Vansik smiled and asked not to worry. He had been playing New World longer, but later it became clear that he was too naive, although no one expected the guild to stoop to such a level. As soon as the hero entered the game, the call center contacted him, and when he asked what had happened, they answered that they had received several orders. Jeho tensely asked about the deadline, but the consultant answered that there was no specific deadline, but they wanted to receive their orders as soon as possible, and he thanked him. The young man clenched his fist and decided that he would check the mine and return immediately. The armor for dungeons had been improved, so he thought he would quickly run away. And just then Samantha arrived. Turning to the group, the shaman was glad that everyone was gathered. Now he felt more confident, and suggested that they go. Near the cave, the elves offered to enter first, so that the player would not expose himself to danger, and the warrior even envied him. Continuing along the corridors, the hero noticed that it was quite dark here, and the girl decided to use the skill. A spirit of fire appeared in her palm, and Jeho's face expressed surprise. Samantha explained that it was called Selene. However, she still could not properly control it. The spirit illuminated the adventurer's path, and the young man noticed that there were abandoned shovels and picks lying around everywhere. They looked very old, and it seemed as if people lived here. The demon looked out from behind the owner's shoulder and said that there was very little spiritual power in this place, which meant that it had been cut off from the outside world for a long time, and he wondered what they were looking for here, since they were here. Suddenly the elf stopped and told the shaman that there was something ahead. Entering inside, the adventurers noticed that the cave was very spacious, and for some reason it was light. The elf looked up and motioned for the player to look up as well. When the boy did, his eyes widened. Light was pouring straight from the ceiling, and the hero wondered what it was. It turned out that the cave was illuminated by a luminescent stalactite flower. Jeho didn't understand what it meant, and the guide explained that these were plants. The young man's face turned red when he realized that these stalactites were indeed flowers. He immediately launched the plant knowledge skill to find out more information, but only found out half of the information. The amazed shaman was most surprised by the increase in combat abilities in the dark by as much as 20%. The player was delighted. The light of the flowers was beautiful, and Life said that these flowers were indeed very rare, and also that they could not grow on their own without care. The boy glanced at the window and asked what she was talking about, and the spirit replied that if these flowers had grown so much, it meant that someone was looking after them, and he became interested in who it could be. The next moment, a roar shook the vaults of the cave. The surprised hero realized that it was the sound of footsteps. The adventurers covered their ears with their hands when someone asked very loudly who dared to enter his mine, and fear overwhelmed their minds. Jeho felt a tremor. The passive ability curse resistance worked, but he noticed that although not all fear was blocked, he could not move. The pressure was incredible. The young man turned around when Samantha called him, and asked if she was okay. The trembling girl admitted that she could not move due to the effect of fear, and would not be able to avoid what was behind her. The shaman blinked. A huge palm hung over the warrior. The player jumped up and carried his friend out of the attack. While Samantha kicked the guy out of embarrassment, the elf asked if he was okay. Then he turned and addressed the arrogant giant. The huge man noticed the pointy-eared puppies and demanded that they get out of here immediately, and the protagonist reminded them that this was the hermit's mine deep in the mountains. Frowning, the giant declared that he was the mountain hermit, after which he raised his hands and repeated it loudly. Jeho's face lengthened, because he thought that hermit was a name. The elves jumped forward, shouting that he was too loud, and called on the spirit of salamander, adding that they were opponents of the dirty giant. The fire attacks made the huge guy scream in pain. The young man got angry and shouted that there was no point in making explosions in the mine. Everything would collapse at once. But the elves continued to beat the hermit, to which the spirit of life noted that her master still did not understand elves, and he admitted that nothing could be done. Rushing forward, the shaman called Samantha, and she herself called on the spiritual sword. The player looked at his friend with admiration, and she admitted that she was using it for the first time. The girl slashed the giant's leg with the fiery blade. She ordered Salamander to set the enemy on fire. The big guy, engulfed in flames, screamed in fear. Then he fell, and the teacher gave the warrior a thumbs up. The guy rushed forward, shouting that this was his chance, and he was also attacking. And he jabbed the weapon into the monster's leg. And while the others tried to encourage the hero, he realized that the shoulder blade had not even pierced the skin, which made him think that they were making fun of him. Jeho frowned, realizing that he needed to find the enemy's weak spot, but he had no idea where it was. Then something caught his attention. A huge nail on the hermit's foot. The young man just couldn't take his eyes off it. When the shaman grabbed the giant's finger, Life could not believe that he was going to do this, because he had already decided that the area under the nail must be the Achilles heel. The player raised the shovel over the giant's nail, but he screamed that it was damn inhumane. He demanded to shut up, because he wanted to get rid of them first, to which Life noted that they were the ones who invaded here. The elf blazed with flames in the monster's face, demanding that it stop spinning. The guy waved his tool, shouting that it was great. Suddenly, the game gave the main character the title of Master of Giant Torture, and noted that he was not going to torture him, although it was really cruel. The elf, running past, said that Jeho was amazing. They would not allow the enemy to move, that he could continue torturing, and he objected that this was not torture. The young man raised the shovel, and decided that it did not matter, and he could do it again. But suddenly he squinted when the hermit asked for mercy. With tears in his eyes, the giant admitted defeat and asked to stop, but the elf shouted that the shaman should not believe him, because giants were evil creatures who could not lie, but he noted that this was said about demons. But then suddenly the player saw a sudden quest, and realized that the enemy had really surrendered, so he ordered to stop the attack. When the hermit stood up, the guy offered him a temporary truce. Looking at the window again, the hero had the feeling that the name was made up in a hurry. The giant was indignant that it was a great name that his father had given him, and the confused Jeho immediately admitted that the name suited him. His father had good taste. But then the young man thought about it and asked where his father or the other giants were. The hermit sadly said that everyone had left. This world was too small for giants. The monster froze when asked why he stayed here. The big guy raised his finger and said the reason was the shining flowers. He added that he did not know their name, but they were so sensitive and capricious that he could not leave them. Looking at the hermit, the shaman could not believe that he was taking care of them with such huge hands, although with such a build it was easy to reach the ceiling. To the player's surprise, the monster said that the glowing flowers were incredibly tasty. If they stopped attacking and left here, then he would give one to try. The tense guy agreed. The giant reached for one bud, after which he handed it to the dumbfounded hero, who was surprised by its size. Looking at the plant, Jeho realized that while he was on the ceiling he seemed so small, but it turned out that this flower was so big, and hard as a stone, he did not understand whether it was possible to eat it. In front of the young man, the hermit simply threw the bud into his mouth. The monster loudly crunched the flower, clearly enjoying it, and the shaman quietly asked if this was normal, and the elf replied that giants could eat anything, even stones were not a problem. Turning to the hermit, the shaman clarified whether he understood correctly that he stayed only because of the flowers. He looked down and admitted that this was not quite true, he was waiting for friends whom he met here. The player confusedly asked what he was talking about. The giant sadly replied that when the miners were actively working here, he had become friends with them. However, much time had passed since their last visit, and the guy remembered the old abandoned things and tools on the way here. The big guy said that these were the things of those who disappeared without saying a word, so he stayed to wait, because they could come someday. The hero pointed to the flower and asked if the hermit hadn't said that he stayed because of them, and he explained that they were like the sun for the miners who worked here, and when they came here again, they would immediately understand that he was still here, because the flowers were still shining beautifully. Jeho was even confused by such lyricism. Then the giant excitedly asked if they had by any chance seen the dwarves up there, and the young man realized that they were his friends. The shaman glanced sideways at the elf and assumed that they lived somewhere in the forest and were hiding, but he objected that if dwarves lived there, they would definitely know. Besides, there was a bad relationship between dwarves and demons, which is why they did not live in the Emba forest. The big guy heard about the demons and was very scared. The hermit looked at the adventurers in confusion and concluded that this was why the dwarves had disappeared. Suddenly, the giant smiled and said that he was glad that he found out the reason for the disappearance of his friends. The player noticed that the monster did not look particularly worried. He replied that there was no need to worry about the dwarves. These snakes in the grass had definitely managed to escape from here safely, and the hero decided that the hermit considered his friends rogues. The giant sat down on the floor, and Jeho asked if he would continue to wait for the dwarves. The big guy replied that now that the probability of his friends returning was higher, he would stay here, because since they were here, it meant that the demons had been gotten rid of. The young man replied that it was something like that, and Samantha realized that he was lying. The shaman grinned, and to his friend's surprise offered to make a deal. He was also interested in where the dwarves who had been here were. The monster was surprised. The player pointed to the flowers again. The hermit leaned over, and the guy said that he didn't need many. How many flowers would be needed by such small people like them? And he added that one such flower would be enough for them for a month. The giant agreed. The system immediately reported the sympathy of the giants. The mine became the property of the Elysium Garden, but other countries would not be happy about this, and the hero decided that since they were giants, he could find many excuses for this case. Jeho extended his hand, saying that he was counting on fruitful cooperation. The big guy poked his finger into his palm, and said that he did too. When the young man sat down to examine the flowers, Samantha asked him what he was doing and when he planned to return, and he replied that he was here for now, doing research. He turned to the girl when she reminded him of the accumulated work, and he reminded him that everything was fine, the recipes were already ready, so all that was left was to make them. He would finish everything here, and then let's go, because it would be difficult to study this flower from the outside. The shaman turned to the hermit and asked him to tell him more about the flower. With hope, the player assumed that since he grew them, he was an expert in this. After some time, thanks to the giant's lecture, the guy was able to achieve the full study process, but there was still one serious problem. The warrior looked over his shoulder and clarified how, to which the hero replied that they could not be grown elsewhere. If sunlight or moonlight fell on them, the flowers would die. The damp and dark cave, the moisture flowing down the stalactites was the perfect environment for them. Jeho fingered the petals and continued that it was difficult to artificially recreate such an environment in Alicia, and transportation was completely impossible. With a gloomy face, the young man added that in the end, all that was left was to make some food for a while and take it with them, not a particularly bright prospect. But he could not help but admit that given the effects, it was undoubtedly a treasure. The shaman leaned forward and asked the hermit to tell him about the method of growing flowers. He replied with a smile that there was no need to worry and to trust him. As long as he did not ask for more than they needed, he could grow as many as he wanted. The player rose to his feet and said that he was leaving this place to him. At this, the guy raised his eyebrows and added that he did not know when the opportunity would come, but he would send people to this mine. The big guy admitted with a smile that if it was filled with miners again, he would only be happy. The hero waved goodbye to the giant, said that they had agreed, and soon he left the mine and went to the Emba forest, Samantha, and the elves too. At this time, Vansik received a notice that the time of imprisonment was over, and the jailers called him to the exit. The guard opened the grate with noticeable displeasure on his face. The young man moved away, not understanding why the scoundrels from the guild needed this. Suddenly he was called from behind, and he froze. Mikhail grinned and asked why Alshia from Alicia did not come for him, to which the swordsman replied that even if they left me here, he still would not come. To which the strategist narrowed his eyes and said that it made no difference, so he would not indulge in unrealistic hopes for the future. Vansik looked at him in confusion, assuming that this guy was one of the top brass of the guild. Soon the young man went outside, not understanding why he was kidnapped at all. Heading towards the exit, the swordsman wondered how he could get to Elysium from here, and expressed the hope that the elves' attitude towards him had not worsened after the sudden kidnapping. At some point, the player had a feeling that his ass would find adventure again. Suddenly, a guy walking towards him brushed his shoulder. Then he suddenly stopped. And falling onto the pavement, he screamed that his shoulder was broken because he had been hit. The guy was horrified when someone else pointed a finger at him and called him a pickpocket. A third one immediately screamed from behind that he had seen Vasek deliberately crash into a man walking in the alley and immediately ran away. A fourth one called the young man the man who had broken into his house yesterday and robbed him, and now decided to beat people, and he could not understand what kind of group accusation this was. And then he froze. He remembered Mikhail's face and his words about hope for the future. And the swordsman was immediately seized, shouting that the criminal was caught red-handed, and he in turn accused the guild of dirty tricks. When the player was again in prison, he shouted at the strategist that Alshia had not even contacted him in the game, he would not come even if he called, to which he said that he did not care. Taylor took responsibility, offering to correct his mistakes. The guy was getting angrier and angrier, and reminded that his friend always had one of the elf protectors around him. But the man leaned over the prisoner, and said that his bluff was useless. He had already received information that Alshia had set off on his journey completely alone. And frowning, Mikhail asked if he was waiting in anticipation. At this time in the desert, Taylor stood among the sands, muttering that his goal was somewhere within the Odalok without elves, and was sure that he would go this way back to Alicia. The assassin frowned, deciding that this was the place to attack the bastard. The dark trap skill didn't work on him, so he would just kill him instead of kidnapping him. The guy opened the broadcast window, intending to show live how one of the heavenly kings was kneeling defeated. The assassin poked his finger at the window, adding that the victim would be on the ground before he could blink. Then Taylor noticed a silhouette in the distance, and realized that it was his target. Then he folded his fingers, using the illusionary disguise skill. Then he started the live broadcast. The chat immediately filled with comments, and the assassin was sure that with each passing moment, he was getting closer to taking revenge. And the main character overcame the wind, followed by Samantha. The assassin's eyes widened. To his surprise, several elves were walking behind his target. While the chat began to laugh, the tense guy muttered that those scoundrels from the intelligence department definitely said that there would be no elves, and did not understand how this happened. He looked at the chat in confusion, and admitted to the viewers that what they wanted would not happen. The commentators immediately began to persuade him to continue, but he decided that this time he would let the shaman go, but then he noticed that he was staring at him in the form of a cactus. Jeho was really looking at the cactus. He squinted, not understanding what was wrong with him, and the game informed him that thanks to the title he had found something hidden. The young man stopped, and assumed that this was the secret entrance to Brezel. While the shaman was pondering whether to check, a demonic spirit appeared and informed him that the cactus was not real. The player looked at the spirits in confusion, when Life also added that it did not look like pure life energy, and admixture was felt, and the little one added that it was very suspicious to sense negative energy from a cactus. The elf picked up the bow and suggested shooting an arrow at it first, and the boy thought it was a good idea. The arrow flew through the air, and stuck in Taylor. The adventurers leaned over him, noticing that the cactus was shaking and making sounds. The hero rubbed his chin, noticing that red water was coming out of the cactus, and the elf decided to try fire this time. The burning cactus twitched, and the guide even offered to cut it in half, which did not suit the killer. The disguise flew off like a black cloud, and the assassin indignantly asked if these fools could not at least pretend that they did not understand. Taylor fell to his knees and said that he surrendered, and Jeho recognized him, and his companion asked what to do with him, and he remembered that this was the guy who kidnapped his friend. Sweat was pouring down the killer's face. He asked to stop, but the young man was already grinning, and to the surprise of even his companions, he offered to take Taylor alive. He cursed under his breath, while the chat was bursting with laughter. At this time, in the country of brown bears, Kroken was indignant that this idiot Taylor went to kill, but he was captured. Looking at Mikhail, the leader added that he had also announced it live. Wasn't he an idiot? And he admitted that he didn't understand either, and it didn't matter, they wanted to exchange prisoners. The man frowned and called the enemy impudent, and the strategist added that one thing was clear, the player they had kidnapped was very important to him. Mikhail raised his hand and offered to turn this situation to his advantage, and the guild master became interested in how. The strategist narrowed his eyes and explained that they had nothing to lose, and besides, by saying that this shameful situation on Taylor's live broadcast had hurt them, they would be able to start a battle for pride, and they couldn't lose. Kroken looked at his interlocutor and asked what about Taylor, and he replied that in the New World system there was a time limit on how long you could be locked up in prison. And with a squint he added that if Taylor wasn't a complete idiot and would slip away from there at the first opportunity, everything would be perfect. At this time in Alicia, May was looking at the flowers with delight. She hadn't seen the garden for so long, and expressed the hope that the flowers were in order, and the hero who met her said that the flowers were well looked after. The girl approached her friend and told him that the elves had helped her, and thanks to his botanical reference book it was easy to look after them, after which she asked how Vansik was, and he replied that he was probably fine. With a confused smile, her friend reminded her that she wasn't talking about real life, she was asking about saving him, because he was currently in the Brown Bear's prison, to which Jeho replied that he had already offered them an exchange. May looked at the young man in surprise and asked what kind of exchange, after which she noticed someone tied up behind his back. The girl recognized Taylor in the tied-up man and asked why he was there, and the shaman replied that he was caught when he decided to attack him again, and asked the elf to drag the prisoner away from here. While the prisoner was being taken away, the player explained that he wanted to exchange him for Vansik, but it seemed the guild was not going to do this. He needed to be locked up for a while, but they did not have a prison. The guy frowned and added that according to the rules of the game, no one can just be left in prison for a long time, and expressed regret. May asked if everything would be okay if he escaped and attacked someone. At that moment, Brezel approached the friends and asked to entrust this to the elves. The redhead showed a glowing board and offered to create a cage from a moon tree, and help it take root. Looking resolutely at the hero, the assistant added that in this way they could lock the prisoner for 100 or 200 years, and the cage would be considered not a prison, but an ordinary room. The friends looked at Brezel in surprise. And then Jaho grinned, and said that this was honey for his ears, and agreed to do so. Taylor looked at the bars, not understanding how they wanted to hold him with a wooden grate, or was it because his jailer trusted the words of the elves? The killer looked tensely at Brezel, figuring that escaping from the elves would be difficult, but not impossible if he was kept in such a lousy wooden prison, and it would be nice to watch Eliza while he was here, and in general, the stupid elves would regret their suspicious attitude towards him. But then the red-haired man took out a bag. He sprinkled glowing powder on the bars, and the system reported that the wood of the moon tree had sprouted due to its influence. Taylor tensed up, reading about the growth powder, and fresh growth began to climb up the bars. The prisoner's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist closed his eyes and offered Samantha to talk seriously. The girl blushed sharply and said that she was not ready yet, but Jeho did not understand what she was talking about. The young man pointed to the demon on his shoulder and said that there was one spirit inside it, and the second one was here, and he needed to talk to them. The warrior immediately rushed away, saying that she would leave them for a short time, and the shaman barely had time to say that she did not need to do this. But the girl ran so fast that even the little one concluded that she would not stop. The player looked at the assistants seriously and reminded them that the demon had said that he would tell them about the method that allowed them to pull Grumpy out, and it was distracting when someone was constantly talking in his head. The guy grimaced when life reminded him that he would tell the divine tree everything, and reminded him that it had already taken root, and he had tried hard, fulfilling its wishes, so something so insignificant would not shake their trusting relationship. The hero smiled and added that, in addition, the divine tree itself admitted that Grumpy was immature, so he could easily get away with it. The demon giggled at this, and she demanded that the coward shut up. Jeho put his hands on his hips and said that even if they combined their forces, it would not be worth the heel of the Spirit King. He grinned wider when the spirit demanded not to treat her like that idiot. She knew exactly how to fight, and asked to prove that she was better than him, to which the demon was indignant, that he could do the same, and how could a spirit connected to life commit murder? The little one got angry, and when Life asked if she was such a coward, he shouted that she did not understand what she was saying. She was responsible for Life. The young man with a smile suggested to stop, and just check, and he would appoint the best one as the king of the spirits of the Elysium Garden. The demon's face expressed delight when the rival clarified what nonsense the master was talking about, and said that she was running away because she would lose, and in the end she agreed. The shaman grinned when he realized that he had achieved his goal. Soon they returned to the forest of Rakshi, because the demonic spirit said that to materialize the spirit of life, 12 types of plants were needed that grew around when it was still sealed, as well as a flower of the spirit. The player looked around, noticing that he hadn't been here for a long time. He walked through the clearing, and remembered that he had spent 2 months in this place. The guy leaned over the circle that the little assistant had drawn, and offered to start, and the assistant explained that since the contract between them had long been concluded, there would be no problems with materialization, and he had almost finished the circle. But then the spirit of life demanded that he stop, to which the hero declared that he would not change his decision. The demon was indignant when Grumpy said that the circle had errors, and said that spirits could not make mistakes. Besides, this summoning ritual had nothing to do with him. Jeho frowned and admitted that at least in this the little one was right. However, he really was going to keep silent about the errors if Grumpy had not said so, and demanded that everything be done correctly. The young man carefully watched as the assistant adjusted the circle according to life's instructions, after which they both announced their readiness. And so the magic was activated. Suddenly the shaman shuddered, feeling something coming out of him. A ball of light shot out of his chest, and he realized that it was Grumpy. The ball hit the glowing circle. The player was nearly blinded by the flash of light, and the game informed him that he had successfully summoned the spirit of life. Taking a few steps, Grumpy admitted that it was bound to happen eventually. The boy's face expressed surprise. The girl adjusted the leaves that served as her hair and laughed darkly. She opened her eyes and stated that it had been difficult for her to follow Tang Light before, but now she felt better. The hero crouched down and wondered if it was because he was so different from him, secretly glad that she was finally outside of him, to which the spirit asked her to erase the expression that voiced his thoughts from her face, and he admitted that, as expected, she understood everything with just one look. Then life remembered the demon, and turned around. He hid behind the flowers and asked her what, and when asked if he wanted to take responsibility for what had happened, he asked why him, and heard a demand to come over. When he did, the spirit waved her hand, threatening to punch him in the face. The girl pointed her finger at the demon and asked if he was having fun, and why he made fun of her at every opportunity, and now he didn't even look her in the eye, or if he thought it would be better if she stayed inside the owner, and continued to scold him for all his sins. The young man, watching this, thought that it was as if he saw his parents. And so, after a long grumbling, the trio returned to Alicia. The elves were delighted. They were so happy to meet the spirit of life, as if she were a star. With a smile, the shaman voiced this thought to the demon. Here the player remembered that Samantha said that there were many orders, and opened the window. The order was for a flower ring to confess to his beloved in the game, and could not understand why a flower ring. The player visibly tensed up, because he did not think that the effectiveness of the items he made was so widely known, and if they found out, then the order was for flower wreaths used as equipment. Is it really only a flower ring that is needed, although it is not that he could not make a regular ring? The guy scrolled through the list, and noticed that all the latest requests were strange. 2 rings, 3 necklaces, 5 bouquets of flowers, and the purpose of use was similar, confession, decoration, style. The hero frowned, and added that no one asked about combat characteristics. Was it really the Brown Bear Guild again who wanted to kill him when handing over the things, and decided to take the elves with him? Jeho put his hands on his hips and demanded to tell the truth. The girl looked at the ring with confusion, admitting it was very beautiful, and she and her partner both did not understand what was wrong. The young man asked threateningly. They were from the Brown Bear Guild, but the customers were confused. The strangers panicked when angry elves advanced on them, thinking that these lowly humans had come to kill their shaman while delivering the order, but they shouted that they would not lie to them. The man introduced himself as Bill, the head of the recruiting team for the American pro gaming team Kusa, and the woman said that her name was Anna, and she was a manager. The player grimaced. America, pro gamers, that is, he was still deceived. The Americans immediately began to apologize. They were actually engaged in the recruiting team of Kusa, the strongest gaming team in America, and due to the fact that there was no way to contact the guy, they had no other way to do this, and he realized that it was no wonder there were so many clients. Anna added that the most famous and influential person in the new world now was Mr. Alshia, and Kusa was the world's largest gaming team, recruiting world-class gamers in the game. The Americans began to say with noticeable excitement that their gaming team was strong rankers and influential players. In order to recruit him, they came, and they could also give him more than he could imagine, for example, a deposit for a contract and expenses for the player's activities, and if he wanted, he could emigrate. The hero smiled confusedly, and refused, since he was simply engaged in floristry, to which the woman noted that he simply misunderstood. They also guaranteed individual activities for the player. Jeho frowned, and explained that the flower shop was his first priority, and it was unacceptable for him to be pushed to second. Brezel also looked dissatisfied when his master, in response to the American's admonition that no one else could offer better conditions, began to explain that he did not care, because he was not going to become a pro gamer, wanted to fully concentrate on the flower shop, and if he needed to participate in any competition, it would be nothing more than a hobby, so he did not want to insult the passion of pro gamers. And sweating, the young man added that his level was slightly higher than 100. The Americans were confused. The shaman rubbed his cheek in embarrassment, and admitted that he was not very strong, and was not suitable for participating in competitions, so it would be better for them to find really good players. The managers clarified his level with confused faces, and the player did not understand what was going on. At this time, in the logging areas of the forest of Rakshi, the work on cutting down the forest under the command of the elves was in full swing. Several guys looked at each other, and one of them asked the leader if he heard. The guy glanced at his comrade and clarified what, and when he heard that the head of the American team Kusa met with Alshia, he said that it was unlikely that they managed to hire him, judging by what he had seen so far. Lowering the axe, the brunette added that there were many bounty hunters from famous pro-gaming teams in Korea and from abroad who tried their best to meet with him, but so far there were no press releases. A friend objected that they also came to Alicia, but he interrupted him, reminding him that instead of seeing Alshia, they were dragged here to work. The leader glanced back and suggested that although it was late, but they could place an order and talk, like Kusa. The brown-haired man clarified when they could get out of here, and in response he heard that you need to work endlessly to forcibly disconnect from the game. The guys looked around, and one of them wondered how these guys from Gyeonggi-op could work so long, and the leader suggested asking. He approached the workers and asked what the secret was to their stamina, and they replied that they just kept working, and somehow it happened. One of the workers scratched his head, and admitted that the strength and stamina stats had increased, and the brunette did not believe them. The leader raised an eyebrow, and clarified whether regular grueling work actually helped raise the stats. But then the leader said that he was actually the head of the pro-gaming team SKD1. If they did not mind, he could take a look at their level and stats, and the interlocutor agreed. And then the others became interested in this. The brunette looked at the windows in shock, and did not understand what was wrong with this place. The team leader looked at the lumberjacks in confusion, not understanding how their level could be no more than 30, but their strength stats were over 100, how hard the elves made these people work, and one of them replied that he was the weakest here, since he was a newbie, and his base stat level was also SOSO, and the leader was shocked. He looked at the players in confusion, wondering what would happen if their stats continued to grow. This was an opportunity to become monsters. He even thought that not only Alshia, but all the players from here could cause a wave in the pro-gaming of the game. Immediately after that, there were talks on the bulletin board about many new teams arriving in Alicia. Rumors spread quickly, and thanks to the members of the pro-gaming teams gathered in Alicia, the overall workforce increased, thus it took the first step towards taking shape of a city. The protagonist looked at the results of the work, and thought that the number of workers had definitely increased, but there were no new buildings that could have appeared in these few months. Jaeho frowned, and wondered out loud what the hell Dianth was doing, and at the same time as his concern, the named one, who had been sitting quietly, finally began to act actively. The youth looked at the enthusiastic architect, surprised that his help was needed, and he stated that no matter how complicated things seemed, they all followed a sequence. However, one should not follow blindly, because it was contrary to the freedom-loving spirit of the elves, which is why his help was definitely needed. While Dianth smiled, the shaman doubted that there was any point in this, and he stated that this was not a bricklaying job, and he agreed to help. The player thought with a distrustful face that several months had passed, but only flowers grew here, not buildings. He credited the gold bars he got for killing the anglerfish to the expenses for managing the Alicia garden, but the money was only spent on construction costs, although he said that the architect can spend as much as he needs, and did not understand what the hell he was spending it on. With delight in his eyes, the blue-haired man announced that with the help of Alshianim, the Garden of Alicia would become a place that perfectly echoed its name and had no equal. The architect rushed forward and asked to follow him. As they walked, Dianth announced that the city was actually almost ready, which the hero did not believe. Jaeho began to boil when he heard that the interlocutor knew that he had many questions, because up until this moment, he had not done anything. And when the blue-haired man saw the face of the young man, he added that he understood him, but he was secretly preparing the final plan of the city. The guy pointed to a sprout and said that they had arrived, and the shaman realized that it was a divine tree. With the same delight, Dianth said that this was the beginning of a miracle. To find out more, it was necessary to ask the divine tree. The hero looked at this in confusion, and remembered that all the people in Alicia knew about the existence of the divine tree, but only he could talk to it. Jaeho covered his mouth with his hand and asked to explain everything, and in response heard that the tree liked that person. The young man was confused, and the sprout explained that they brought him special food in the morning, afternoon, and evening, and prayed. The shaman's face twisted with anger when he realized that the money intended for the construction flowed here. He turned to the architect, ready to kill him for all the money invested, but he replied that the elves advised to pray hard to get what he wanted, so he prayed every day to fulfill his dream. The player again looked at the sprout in confusion when it continued that Dianth sincerely asked him, although he could not hear the voice, he wanted to fill this area with flowers, and when he clarified what this meant, he added that he worked hard to surprise him, and thanks to the efforts of this child, she regained a lot of strength, that it was not even bad. The hero froze. His gaze fell on the notification of absorbing the divine tree's blessing, which increased the effectiveness of all class skills by 1000% for 10 seconds. Jaeho looked at the sprout with displeasure, and wondered if this was cheating, but she replied that she had decided to grant his wish out of sincerity, so it was granted to help this man realize his plan. The architect closed his eyes, and said that he used the boy's money for this, and it was true that he needed help in the greatest work of his life, and he made notes all over the Alicia garden. The blue-haired man's face turned serious when he said that if these instructions were followed, they would make a natural fence from common ivy. The shaman was surprised, and Dianth explained that he wanted to use it to return the city's lost irregularity. He opened his inventory to reveal the base for the fence. Then he showed the player the Milky Way sprout. The hero looked at the sapling carefully, surprised by such a name, and the architect explained that it was really difficult to obtain. While Jeho was studying the plant that increased resistance to mental states with its smell, the blue-haired man added that except for the Milky Way Garden of the Empire, there was almost no other place where you can buy them. He did it secretly. But Alshianim knew much more about plants, and thought that it was magnificent, and he admitted this. Besides, growing this rare vine was several times more difficult than other plants. The young man turned his gaze to the interlocutor, and asked how many saplings he purchased. He readily answered that he received 10 saplings. However, according to the seller, if everything is done correctly, the vine will grow infinitely. The shaman pointed his hand at the sapling, said that it was not a problem, and used the skill of knowledge of plants, and was upset when he saw that the sapling was in terrible condition. The architect was immediately upset, because the seller said that this was the best sapling, and when asked about the price, he answered that one sapling cost 50,000 gold. The blue-haired man cried when he decided that he had been deceived, and asked the player for forgiveness. The hero looked at Dianth in confusion, and consoled him that it was unlikely that it was a swindler, because it was truly a rare plant, although he found the effect of suppressing the will to grow strange. Jeho pursed his lips, realizing that he needed a spirit that was connected with vegetation. His suppressed will could mean that the spirit of this vine had experienced something terrible. The young man raised his head and called Grumpy. She lit up with a bright ball, and asked what it was, and while the architect admired it, he said that he needed to clarify something. The girl went down the owner's hand when he asked to look at its condition, and she immediately recognized the sprout. The spirit's face showed surprise, and she agreed that he had been through a lot. All the plants grown in the middle world for landscaping go through this, especially little ones like him. Life looked at the shaman, and added that the little ones, joyful day and night, were under pressure, and he asked if they were dying, but in response he heard that they would return to the spirit world. The girl stroked the sprout, and when the player reminded him that the empire had a whole garden with them, she replied that the spirit leaving did not mean that the plant would dry up and wither, just a shell would remain. That's why the flowers that people grew or the things that were created for them lasted a long time. The confused hero admitted that listening to this, he wondered if there were any problems with what he was doing from the point of view of the spirits. Grumpy looked at the owner and explained that there were no problems in his actions. His treatment of flowers was similar to the treatment of elves, and he said about cutting flowers, bending, twisting. Yes, from this point of view he was a cruel person. But the spirit smiled and said that it was a matter of understanding. Even if he could not communicate with them, the trust was complete. Life added with delight that they saw the interest and love he showed for the vegetation. But this made the hero even more confused. It made him feel more guilty. However, if the Queen of Spirits said so, then there were no problems. Dianth smiled with relief. When he heard from Life that fortunately these babies were still seedlings, so there was a chance that the spirit would stay. However, it would not be easy. He still considered it a relief, and asked to help them. With an enthusiastic face, the architect told his plan. He wanted to delimit the territory of Alicia with the Milky Way, and they learned the preferences and attitude of the elves. Now all that was left was to set the boundaries for the land, grow vines along the established boundaries and trim them strictly along the line. Jeho looked at the sprout with concern and reminded that they were in poor condition, so if they were trimmed, they could die, and the blue-haired man asked what to do then. And he thoughtfully answered that they needed to make sure they grew naturally. The young man looked at Dianth and enthusiastically suggested trying. They would install supports for the vines throughout the city in accordance with his notes, and he agreed. Looking at the seedling again, the shaman decided to pave the way for these little ones. Already in reality, the player thought about this, looking at his phone, and learned that such a garden really was only in the Hasfo Empire. The boy put his hand in his pocket, muttering that even if he searched the internet, it was almost impossible to find any photos or videos. This was a hidden place that only the royals who were on the Empire's side could enjoy, and yet, he found one photo. The hero looked at it in admiration. The snow-white flowers were so pretty, they probably glowed like fireflies at night. Now he understood why this beauty was so expensive. He frowned when he realized why the spirits left the plants, strict control over growth for the sake of design. Then Jeho saw the time, and decided that he needed to hurry to the gym. If he was late, he would grumble. The boy sped up. Suddenly, a stranger blocked his path, calling him by the name from the game. The shaman even examined his hands, reminding himself that he was not in the game, and asked the man who he was, and the man said that he did not believe him. The player looked at the stranger in confusion as he muttered that no matter how he looked, it was Alshianim in front of him, and then asked him to wait a minute. The man was visibly flustered when he introduced himself as Dupio, the main recruiting team for the MK Pro Gaming team, and when asked how he recognized him, he replied that he heard rumors on the internet. The guy's expression darkened and he asked what kind, and he reached into his pocket. At this point, the protagonist smirked and was surprised that the stranger had only come here because of rumors, and found it nonsense. But then Dupio shoved his phone under his nose. On the screen was a photo of him in real life, and comments about his location. Jaeho stared at the screen, a puzzled expression appearing on his face as he realized that he had become a local celebrity. The protagonist, looking at Dupio, said that he was sorry that he had come all this way, but he had already turned down other pro-gaming teams. The man put his hand in his jacket and said that he knew that his main priority was the flower shop, so they had a business proposition: become their mascot. Jaeho froze, pointing to himself. Raising his hand, Dupe said that they wanted him to be their face, the face of their pro-gaming team MK, because they couldn't ignore the weight of his name. Closing his eyes, he said that he was the first king gamer, the king of the elves, the one who had ruined the situation in the Brown Bear Guild. The guy chuckled and said that in that case he wouldn't have to participate in the RK League and just show up from time to time. Raising his eyelids, Dupe said that he had noticed everything correctly. In his free time, of course, he could participate in one match, but they would try to exclude such a possibility. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was indeed a great offer. Leaning slightly, he asked what the annual salary was. The man, hearing the question, suggested that they discuss the details in a cafe. When Jaeho entered the game, Mei screamed, saying that he was offered a contract by the best team in their country. The boy said with a smile that he would not be participating in any matches. They wanted him as a player to promote the team. Samantha heard him and said that he was more of a model than a pro gamer. The boy bowed his head, saying that they would figure it out themselves. The most important thing was the deposit and annual salary. He turned away and said that he had already received a deposit of 80 million won, and the annual salary would be 40 million. He could pay off his student loans, and his mother was okay with him continuing to play. If he needed a leave of absence, she would also agree. Looking at the girls' faces, the boy asked them what was wrong with them. Both of them answered at the same time, saying that nothing had happened to them, but in their minds they were amazed that this boy was younger than them. After Dianth shared his plan to grow Milky Way all over the city, he began to build houses at lightning speed, as if it was a lie that he hadn't done anything before. Alicia began to look more and more like a decent city. There was even a park in the city. The protagonist, crouching in front of the plant, said that these small seedlings are very weak, so growing quickly will be critical for them. First they should get used to the new place. Jaeho took care of the weak Milky Ways with love, planting one near the divine tree. He patiently waited for the seedlings to adapt to the soil. The events take us to the main square of the city. Standing near the pond, the protagonist said that almost all the buildings were built, and the districts were divided. Dianth whined a lot, but he really is talented. He chuckled and said that now is the time. Looking at the divine tree, he said that it was time for them to start. He extended his finger and said that he had distributed 10 saplings across all the plots of Alicia. They should start from the first plot. He would use accelerated growth and help the vine grow, and then he would move according to the plan. She would be near the sapling in the second plot, and as an assistant, use rapid growth. Smiling, Jaeho said that once the two vines met, he would use the skill, plant grafting. Mei and Grumpy won. Then the spirit of life asked the boy to stop calling him Grumpy. The boy just chuckled. Standing next to the sapling, he told it that it could do anything. The sapling was enveloped in mana when the boy began to use the patronage of the divine tree. He closed his eyes, gathering mana in front of him. Jaeho suddenly opened his eyes and used skills such as accelerated growth, Elven flute play, and Florist. The plant immediately grew tens of meters. The elves were surprised to see the vines begin to separate. Hookah, seeing this, shouted, saying that this was perfect content for a stream. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, sent a message to Mei, telling her to start. The girl was standing right next to a sapling. She immediately stretched out her hands, saying that as the shaman's assistant, she had put in a lot of effort to grow trees and flowers, although she was still far from Jaeho. The spirit and the girl, simultaneously gathering mana, used skills. The vine immediately grew a couple of meters. The protagonist ran, saying that, following the plan, the vine grows along the specified guides. Soon, he saw Mei in front of him. The shaman's assistant cried out, smiling. The young man himself was also smiling widely, saying that it was time for them to begin. The boy shouted, using the skill, plant grafting. The shaman and his assistant stretched out their hands, simultaneously using the skill. The spirit of life also extended her hand, helping them. Soon the two vines intertwined. The grafting was successful. Then Jaeho said that they only had to repeat this until the 10th section. Hookah, looking at the vines in front of him, said that he had seen many things in the new world, but he had never seen anything like this. Jaeho was eliminating the imbalance of nutrients that came from the roots that had difficulty absorbing nutrients. Seeing how people began to laugh in the chat at the futility of such actions, Hookah, raising his hand, said that he had no choice but to use this method because it was the most effective. Then some in the chat said that it was impressive. They never thought that he could do something like this. The streamer looked at the vines, saying that the Garden of Alicia, the City of Elves, and Dianth, the architect, came up with this plan to further strengthen the identity of the Garden of Alicia as an elven city. Approaching the protagonist, the streamer offered the viewers to interview him. Approaching Jaeho, he said that this was probably his first time meeting the viewers. They all greeted him, then the protagonist greeted the viewers back. Looking at the system panel, the young man said that they still had areas to take care of, but they had completed the first goal. Smiling widely, Hookah asked why he was covering the city with vines. He replied that it was the Milky Way vine, the architect's plan. Smiling, Jaeho said that it might look awkward now, but after a while, the cityscape would become beautiful. Then the streamer said that it would take them a long time to see the result. The guy, grinning, said that this would not happen because there would be no artificial formation of vines. All he would do was pave the way for growth. Hookah's eyebrows rose. He said that the entire city would be destroyed due to the disorderly growth of vines. Jaeho, who was standing in front of him, said that everything would be fine. He closed his eyes and said that every plant has a spirit, and these spirits are pure beings that will never harm others. Looking at the chat on the screen, the streamer said that the king's words always make sense. Suddenly, one of the viewers in the chat asked if the king was going to join the league competition. The protagonist frowned, seeing how people started talking about him joining the team. Hookah, who was standing in front of the boy, asked if he thought about joining the professional league. He frowned at the sky and said that he was not really interested. He furrowed his brows and said that, however, all this did not stop him from signing a contract with MK. He then scratched the back of his head, saying that this was the first time he said this on stream, but it was also a great way to advertise the flower shop. The streamer sweated and froze, asking if he really signed a contract with MK. The protagonist immediately confirmed it. His body began to shake. His channel was exclusive. The guy cried, saying that this day has come. His chat went crazy. People laughed, saying that now Hookah's channel will be very popular. The Milky Way was famous for its snow-white flowers during the day and the night glow at night, which resembled the starlight. On the third day, when the vines bloomed, Hookah started the stream, saying that when the night comes, it will be a beautiful sight, so when the sun sets, a new image of the Alicia Garden will appear. The elf, approaching the protagonist, said that the fully bloomed Milky Way is proof that the vines have taken root in their habitat. Turning his head, Jaeho said that it was already sunset. He was looking forward to seeing it. Thus, the first night of the newborn Alicia came. The glow of the vines amazed everyone. The protagonist and May, looking at the vines, said that it was impossible to imagine at all. It looks even cooler than in the photo. The king smiled and said that it exceeded his expectations. The guy frowned sharply. Looking at the small creatures, he asked what it was. Then the system informed him that the spirits of the Milky Way were gathering together in Alicia. The blessing of the divine tree had spread to the entire garden. Now all residents received increased resistance to abnormal statuses. Hookah leaned over and carefully read the new buff. People in the chat immediately began to write, asking what kind of spirits these were, how it was even possible to impose a buff on the entire city. The small spirits looked at the people with interest. They surrounded Jaeho and began to climb on him. The protagonist himself frowned. Many system panels appeared in front of him, informing him that he had achieved unprecedented achievements. The buff would also have an additional boost when the study of the Milky Way was completed. Looking at the spirits on his hand, the guy asked if this was normal. The spirit of life flew up to him, saying that there was no problem. The existence of spirits was completely harmless to the natural world, for the spirits themselves would find balance at midnight. The guy, hearing her, calmed down, and then said that there were too many of them. Landing on the guy's shoulder, she said that there was a simple solution. Waving her hand, the girl told the spirit to go play on the side with her friends. Seeing how the spirits flew away from him, Jaeho realized that all the spirits here obeyed him. Turning around, the spirit of life said that some still did not obey. Seeing how the spirits surrounded the demonic spirit, the protagonist said that if it became difficult for him, he could send him back to the spirit world. The guy, crying, said that he was fine. The flowers shone softly in the night. Taylor, who was sitting in the cage, said that he had seen enough. He never thought that Jaeho would work in the garden. Although he was his enemy, he deserved praise. But this was the perfect moment to escape while everyone was distracted. Frowning, he said that everyone must have let down their guard because he did not log out for a long time. Beads of sweat rolled down his face when he used Shadow Step. Then the system informed him that it was impossible to use skills because of the barrier. Taking a short blade in his hand, Taylor said that it did not matter, he could still get out of here. He slashed the blade at the board. Seeing how it began to regenerate, he realized that this was not an ordinary tree. Swinging his tanto, he said that there was no point in his attacks not getting through. The boards in front of him regenerated right before his eyes. The guy began to hysterically hit the boards, not understanding what kind of wood this was. He sweated profusely and was horrified to find that he couldn't do any damage. He dropped his tanto, realizing that he hadn't even gotten into the prison cell yet. Squinting, Taylor said that he needed to ask the Brown Bear Guild for help. He called up the system panel and wrote to Kroken, asking him to save him, as he didn't want to delete his character. Seeing how the other man blocked him, the ninja frowned. Now he was all alone. with only the glow of the vines to brighten his days. The protagonist approached the cell the next morning and asked what was going on, and the elf answered him, saying that the guy seemed to have tried to escape and failed. The young man frowned and asked if the ninja hadn't been fine a few days ago. Seeing Taylor's emaciated body, Jeho said that he was hard to even recognize now. The ninja, unable to hold back a tear, began to beg the king to have mercy on him. The protagonist frowned, saying that he should calm down first, and then asked what happened to him. Closing his eyes and crying, the ninja said that those bastards from Brown Bear set him up, he did all the dirty work, but they didn't lift a finger to help him avoid humiliation. Now he definitely won't get involved with racists. Jeho, smiling, said that he was also a member of the guild. Opening his eyes, the guy said that he was a member of the guild, but he was not a racist. Jeho immediately objected, saying that it made no difference, because he just drank and got behind the wheel drunk, and the others had driven drunk before. With his hands on his hips, the protagonist began to listen as Taylor said that he was Russian, and the Brown Bear Guild, the pride of Russia, one of the best guilds in the world, would not like to be treated like that. Jeho, frowning, said that since he was not an NPC, the eye patch did not work on him, but what was he going to do? Opening his lips, he asked if he would return to the guild if they let him out. The boy, crying, said that he was not going to return, because these bastards only talk about loyalty when they need him. Suddenly the young man interrupted him, saying that he should go back. The ninja narrowed his eyes, asking why that was. The king, smirking, said that he needed information on the person they captured, and not only that, he would continue to be a member of the Brown Bear Guild. The boy frowned sharply, asking why he did that. Calling Hook over, Jeho told him to start the video recording, then he told Taylor that their conversation would be recorded. Grinning, he said that if he dared to betray him, he would publish it for anyone to see, but if he didn't want to be pursued by the guild and Alicia at the same time, he should act wisely. A shadow covered Taylor's eyes, he understood everything. Smiling, the guy told Hook to call the woodcutter here. A little later, a girl came in with a shovel in her hand. The guy, seeing her, smiled and asked if she could cut it. Taking an axe in her hand, the girl said that she could do it. After all, she even received recognition for her strength from the elves. The ninja frowned, mentally saying that no matter how you look at it, she looks like a noob. Closing her eyes, the woodcutter said that he better duck. She swung the axe, saying that the important aspect of lunar tree felling was the angle of the axe. The angle of the blade was adjusted. Then the girl adjusted the bend of her wrist. Her pupils dilated. Taylor was horrified and froze, looking at her. Her sleeves were torn from bulging muscles. A moment later, the top of the cage flew off along with some of the guy's hair. He himself ducked and frowned deeply, being scared. The woodcutter froze after the blow. The chopped hair began to fall. The protagonist, squinting, said that he was counting on his cooperation. Bowing his head, Taylor said that he understood everything. At this time, in the country of Brown Bear, Crokin reported that Taylor had returned. The leader clenched his teeth, not understanding how he managed to escape. After all, he cried last night to be saved, and Mikhail replied that he had no idea, but asked him to calm him down. The man glanced at him sideways and asked why. The strategist replied with a grin that it was his order to throw the assassin there, and when Crokin reminded him that he was the king, he added that this excuse only worked on ordinary guild members, and this one was different. Frowning, Mikhail added that the assassin had practically helped them build the kingdom from scratch. They couldn't throw him away because they got carried away, so they had to appease him. With a guilty look, the master agreed to talk to the former prisoner. A little later, Taylor sat in the leader's office, arms folded across his chest. He darkened when Crokin asked how it happened that only yesterday he was whining about being saved, and today he was already free. And he looked at the guy in surprise when Crokin advised him to consider this a test of their friendship, and asked why. The assassin began to get angry and shouted that if the king gets stuck in the middle of enemy territory, then he will feel it on his own skin. But he objected that he seemed to have let them catch him on purpose. He said so himself when he was locked up, and he wanted to return right after collecting information about Alicia. The assassin threw up his hands and barked that everything he did was to deceive Alicia. The leader clarified, even that message about the rescue, and he replied that it was necessary, and in any case, he brought interesting information. The master looked at Taylor in surprise, and admitted that he was still the best assassin in the game, and he advised him to be more careful and not rush into decisions. There was a much greater force hidden there besides the elves. Crokin rubbed his chin and noted that judging by the atmosphere in Alicia, they had let their guard down due to the veil of success, and this was an excellent time for their spy to penetrate inside. The assassin leaned forward and noticed that it didn't look like their enemy was capable of rooting out the spies, and the king decided that they should order the vines to be burned to hell after infiltration, and the king thought that was a stupid idea. The assassin looked at the king darkly, thinking that from what he knew about Alicia and the elves, if he set the vines on fire, they would definitely start a war to wipe out the brown bear. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, Alicia had a bunch of NPCs on their side, and besides, every elf was a monster. Taylor rubbed his chin. He suddenly realized that he would only benefit from these two bickering, and even the master noticed that he had a strange look in his eyes. He looked at Kroken, said that he was thinking about burning the flowers. It would be a great provocation, and the man decided to begin the operation with the spy immediately. The assassin asked tensely if he could visit the underground prison. Kroken was surprised and asked why. The assassin clenched his fist and said that he had been humiliated in every way, so he should respond in the same coin, and the master laughed, allowing. With a smirk, the king added that he was sorry for making Taylor feel this way, although he had made a significant contribution to the creation of their country. If he wanted revenge, he could do what he thought was right. Suddenly, the leader noticed the strange hairstyle of the interlocutor, but he said that he just wanted to freshen up the image a little. The Garden of Alicia, the City of Elves, the City of Flowers, the Hellish Desert, to all the other names, one more was added, the City of Spirits. After the live broadcast of Hook, the news of the excellent night landscape of Alicia and the cute spirits spread throughout the world. Along with the completion of the fence from the Milky Way, the construction of the city was also completed. At this time, the logging site, Rakshi Forests, the workplace of Converkeep. All the workers looked in surprise at the notification that the group quest to build a city had been completed. And no one could believe it, although the game offered to return to the garden for a reward. The elf announced to the confused workers that everyone had done a great job. With a smile, the foreman added that at first they were like clumsy chickens, but now everyone has become quite skilled in their work. The players were delighted with the praise. The elf came closer to them, and said that with the skills they had acquired here, no one would look down on them, because working with the moon tree was a difficult task. Then he closed his eyes, and added that they had also learned to live in harmony with nature. But then he abruptly turned around, and told them to leave. The foreman spread his arms, and said that, however, they could return at any time. The workers even began to cry from this. One of the workers rushed to the mentor. The guy fell to his knees, thanking them for everything they had done for them. And rushing after the elf, they shouted that they would be happy to work with them in the future. The elf grinned. May, with wide eyes, stared at the notification that 232 players wanted to move to the Garden of Alicia, and decided that they hit their heads. The protagonist also looked surprised, and when his friend admitted that she did not even think that they would want to stay after everything they had been through, and agreed that he also did not understand why they decided to stay despite all the suffering they had endured because of the elves, and Samantha added that it was a little scary. Then May turned to Jeho, and said that now Converkeep became an official guild, but he thought that they had been before. The girl explained with a confused look that everyone who worked hard together decided to form a guild, and Breeze became the guild master, this time doing his best to help the members of Jeongrakiop get a place in their city. The young man smiled and stated that if that was what they wanted, he had no reason to stop them. The shaman turned to Dianth, who had approached, and thanked him for his hard work. The architect looked pleased, but admitted that he had learned a lot from it, and gained experience as an architect, and the player was glad to hear that. The boy handed the blue-haired man his reward for the quest, the Twilight Fence Shield. Samantha looked at the gift suspiciously while Dianth thanked him, and then admitted that he did not even know where he could use it, although items with development were rare. The architect raised his palms, and added that he had already received so much from the hero, so he wanted to refuse. Jeho curiously asked if this meant he was leaving, and the blue-haired man replied that he was worried a lot about his future career, but now that he had risen another level, he would be treated with respect wherever he went. The boy looked down, and added that he also realized that this would destroy any possibility of further development in his class. Besides, where else would he be able to so freely explore and express architectural concepts without restrictions? The shaman looked at Dianth questioningly when he continued that it was true, he still wanted to do a lot in this place, so he wanted to stay in Alicia. The player looked at the boy with confusion, and said that if he wanted to, then let him stay, and inwardly wondered why after suffering so much from the elves, everyone decided to stay instead of leaving. Unlike Jeho's thoughts, Alicia was overflowing with people who wanted to see the spirits and the Milky Way. The hero returned to the divine tree and suggested that they begin slowly, and she replied that it was a wonderful sight. She never thought that the spirit's power would grow so strong here, and praised him for his work. The young man was confused, and admitted that he did not expect the tree to compliment him, and that she had grown a lot, and the tree asked what he was going to do this time. The shaman smiled mysteriously, and the spirit realized that, judging by his expression, he had prepared something incredible, and he confirmed this. After which he extracted Gloria's essence. Looking at the ball in his hands, the player announced that he was going to remove the seal from her. The protagonist frowned and asked if his ally recognized this core. The voice replied that it was like her child and that Tinlight also took special care of it. Jeho placed his hands on his waist and asked if something had happened. The plant replied that when the demons came to this world, everyone was scared and lost, and Tinlight saved them. Looking down, the boy reminded him that spirits were immortal and asked why they were sealed. The entity explained that the spirit's job was to take care of her, so they were sealed in Gloria so that they could create an environment where she could recover safely. The boy stood silently in front of the sprout. The voice asked if it wasn't obvious, and stated that he didn't just find them and bring them here. The shaman scratched his chin thoughtfully. The florist turned away and said that he had just brought them because they were well hidden. The plant decided that his friend couldn't be that stupid. Holding the core in his hands, the protagonist asked what he should do now. The tree said that this place was no different from Gloria, but would still bring many benefits, and asked his comrade to plant a seed next to it. Jeho buried the core. The spirit asked him to take a step back. At the same moment, a bright light burst out from under the ground. The guy spread his arms in fear when the glow became stronger. A powerful beam of energy rushed to the sky. The system reported that the user is now directly connected to the spirit world and that from now on the flowers in the Elysium garden will never get sick. Fairies flew above the tree. The news that the path to the spirit world has opened in the Elysium garden spreads across the continent. Looking at the notifications, the young man concluded that they are now connected, and decided that the most important thing is that from now on the growth powder is freely available. The shaman clicked on the system window and asked what fairy jelly was. The system told him it was a legendary item that removed debuffs and increased spirit power. The florist smiled and realized that it was perfect for Samantha, who was using this power. The protagonist clicked on the spirit cloth button and hoped that it was not made from the spirits themselves. A description of an item that increased stats and magic resistance appeared. Jeho looked at the fairy and realized that this cloth was as incredible as jelly. Brushing off the flying lights, the guy said that they were very similar to midges, and decided to take care of the divine tree. The plant glowed and explained that these little spirits would now help him. The young man replied that it was very cool, and thought that now he had even less reason to come back here. The shaman looked to the side and saw an incoming call window from his comrade. Taylor asked him to be a little kinder. The florist put his hands on his belt and reminded him of how he tried to kill him not long ago. The man reminded him that they were allies now. The protagonist frowned and asked what he had managed to find out. A voice came from the golden system window. The shadow assassin said that the guild did not intend to release his friend, who was already serving his 5th term. Jeho squinted with displeasure, recalling that he continued to be arrested on the most minor charges, and asked if they really had nothing better to do. The mercenary said that the prison was not as well guarded as he thought. The assassin said that he could take his comrade past the castle guards and tell him the release date. The guy looked angrily at the call window and explained that this did not look like help at all. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Taylor said that he would be caught if he did not accept his help. The young man agreed and asked to tell him how to get to the prison. The shaman looked down and explained that there was a chance he would have to rescue his friend himself and decided to prepare a plan B. The man asked if his backup plan was to break into the prison. The florist clenched his fist and said that was why he was the backup. The shadow assassin said he needed some time for that. The protagonist smiled nervously and said that he would start acting now because it had been 2 weeks since his arrest. The flowers in the garden began to shine. Someone shouted that they would go with their comrade. The elves surrounded him, trying to persuade him to take them with him. Jeho refused and explained that it would take place in enemy territory. The guy smoothed his hair and said that it was too noticeable, so they would have to hide their ears. The locals touched their long ears in embarrassment. Suddenly, a stranger approached them and suggested something else. The young man opened his mouth in confusion and asked what that meant. Putting her hand to her chest, Tina explained that the best place to hide a tree is in the forest, and invited her ally to come with her. The shaman asked if this was the right choice, and the girl happily clasped her hands and confirmed it. The shaman put on the long ears and wondered how he had agreed to do this. The woman said they looked very good and suggested that her friend wear them all the time. The elf ran around her friend excitedly. The florist thought that something was wrong here and called her very unpredictable. The protagonist frowned with displeasure and wondered if they would be able to finish their business normally. The guard said that she was a little embarrassed to say this. Her cheeks turned red. Jeho broke out in a cold sweat and asked what they were talking about. Tina raised her hand and said that her grandfather and father guarded the previous shaman, so his fate was intertwined with the fate of her family. The guy concluded that this insanity was inherited. The girl clenched her fists and was glad that she had a chance to continue the work of her ancestors. The woman opened her eyes wide and said that one day they would even kill a dragon. The young man opened his mouth in shock and denied it. The elf began to cry and told him that her grandfather and father had been able to participate in the attack on at least one dragon. Grumpy asked how this could be true. The shaman turned away and doubted that everything would go well. The guard shouted that they could do it together. Clouds floated above the fortress of the guard post. Crates were standing under the canopy. Orn folded his hands behind his head and was upset that there was so much time left before the end of the working day. The guard looked around when someone called out to him. The guard's eyes widened in shock and asked what was going on. Taylor appeared in front of him. The man became scared and asked what brought him to such a remote part of the castle. The shadow assassin narrowed his eyes and explained that his subordinate had to do something without opening his mouth, and that this conversation between them did not happen either. A loud scream echoed over the mountains. The goblins looked scared, shouting loudly that the dragon slayers would behead them all now. The monsters looked away, cursing loudly. Tina raised her sword and ordered them to tell her where the dragon was right now, but the protagonist asked her to calm down. The girl furiously threatened the goblin with death when he replied that they were ordinary bandits and did not know anything. The elf ran forward, shouting for the bandit to shut his mouth, and the guy looked at her skeptically. He sweated and thought that on the way to the country of the brown bear, his companion began to hunt all the orcs they met in the mountain forest, and thanks to this, Jeho received the title of Orc Millstone, and also increased his income level. Tina stared at the monster, who tearfully swore that he did not know where the dragon was. The young man frowned. He suffered because of the elf's obsession with dragons. He asked how she was going to defeat him. On the floor lay the wounded bodies of monsters, leaving behind numerous corpses of the orcs. Sure, Tina and Jeho reached the country of the brown bear. They stood in front of the gate. The protagonist frowned and asked his friend to keep quiet, because there were definitely no dragons here. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of them. The guard looked at the protagonist with fear and asked if he was the guy Taylor was talking about. The player frowned and answered positively, and the guard thought that his ears were suspicious. The girl smiled when her companion said with a malicious expression that they could go. The man turned around and thought that there was no one else with such an aura. They entered the city. The crowd of men turned around, looking tensely at the guests. The girl smiled happily and the protagonist began to sweat when the townspeople started talking about elves. The boy furrowed his brows when two of the strangers said that his face was too familiar, but he was too tall to be an elf. His friend looked at the wall and called out to the boy. She pointed to a poster of a wanted man. The picture was of the protagonist, smiling widely. Tina smiled happily and said that as expected of a shaman, he was very popular. The spirit of life looked at her and said that they only got along when they laughed at her. Jeho turned around when the townspeople discussed how the guest looked a lot like the wanted man. The boy furrowed his brows and thought that he needed to think of something quickly. His eyes widened when an idea came to him. The men turned to the protagonist and called out to him. Suddenly, one of them began to sweat in shock. The protagonist turned around, showing them his long nose, and asked if he could help them with something. He looked at them awkwardly, and they apologized, saying that they were mistaken. The guy looked at them as they walked away, saying that not all elves in the New World were handsome. The guy tensed up when someone called him. The girl's eyes widened and asked if he really didn't like flowers. The system reported a failure to deceive Tina. The protagonist burst into tears, saying that he really lied. He then turned away and added that he didn't like it, but at least it would be peaceful for this time. The bar was empty. The protagonist and the elf were sitting at a table with Taylor. Jeho furrowed his brows when the shadow assassin said that he wouldn't have bribed the guard if he knew the protagonist would come looking like that. Suddenly, the girl stood on the table and pulled out a sword, telling their interlocutor not to speak so unceremoniously about the protagonist. The young man frowned his thick eyebrows and asked when Vancic would be released. Taylor raised his eyebrows and said that it was a bit problematic, and the travelers immediately assumed that he had decided to set a trap, but the boy denied this. He sweated and said that the situation was presented as if the protagonist's friend had killed the prison guard. He frowned and said that there was a limit on repeated forced imprisonment in prison, and this complicated the problem of the guy's long-term imprisonment. Jeho, with an angry expression, asked if this was really why he had started a fight that led to his death. The shadow assassin looked at him intently and replied that the structure of the top and bottom was absolute, and he occupied the very top of it. The protagonist pursed his lips in displeasure when his interlocutor added that in any case, his friend might not be getting out of prison anytime soon. Taylor's sweat dropped when Jeho said that he would wait for him to be released, but it would be hard to maintain such a disguise for several days. He asked if his comrade had brought a map of the prison. The guy smiled and added that he would just go in and take one person out, and the killer replied that it was only easy in words, because there were many guild members in the city center, because of whom it would be difficult to get into the prison. The protagonist frowned and said that he was not talking about a frontal attack. He asked his comrade for a drawing of the castle sewers. He pointed at the drawing and said that they would get to the waterways under the prison and drill a hole in the ceiling, and then make a hole into the prison. Taylor leaned his hands on the table and asked if Jeho had the appropriate skill, because the hole could not be created without the necessary higher mining skills. His sweat dropped and added that it was possible even if the skill level was low. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he had prepared something, and asked his friend not to worry and distract the guards. He smiled widely and asked if they would start their operation right away. They ran on the water, discussing that this waterway was outside the castle. They approached the grate, and Taylor said that it was possible to enter the castle from here, and the protagonist asked Tina to help. The girl waved her hand sharply. The grate was destroyed. The girl smiled contentedly, and the guy said that they could now move on. Suddenly, surprise appeared on their faces. A system notification appeared above them, saying that they had entered the hidden underground waterways of the Igrand capital castle. They entered, saying that the Brown Bear Guild did not even know that such a place existed here, because they had never bothered to search for such places. The assassin stayed at the entrance, saying that he would then go distract the guards in the prison. The protagonist frowned and told his friend that it was time for them to move on. He held up a map, saying that the drawing was different from reality because the path should not branch here. There were several entrances in front of them, and they stopped, looking at it. Jeho frowned when the system said that there was no tomorrow for those who had lost their history. He asked with a tense look if this was some kind of hint, and the system told the story of Chulkan, the historian of the Idran royal family. The girl opened her mouth in fear, and the protagonist asked how this information would help him. The elf smiled happily, saying that it could be a dragon, and that her grandfather once told stories of these monsters that protected kingdoms with a long history. The guy frowned angrily and said that the dragon did not appear when the Idran kingdom fell, and besides, it was hard to believe that it was really a guardian. Another notice appeared in front of them, saying that the historian had decided to burn all records of this place and erase it from history. The boy held a map in his hand, saying that Chulkan had changed all the records, and that was why the plan of the drawing was different. A bead of sweat appeared on his cheek when Tina asked what they should do now. They went forward, and Jeho said that they would have to explore this entire creepy dungeon, and they would start from the right path. Suddenly, the spirit of the furnace appeared and shouted that there had to be another way. He raised his hands and shouted that it was obvious that something would jump out at them, and another spirit called him a coward. The boy frowned and replied that it was obvious, since the plan of the drawing did not correspond to reality. But now saving Vansik was the #1 priority. They entered a long corridor, and the spirit said that inside it was much more spacious than he thought, and the protagonist did not notice any secret passages here, but there was a disgusting smell of rot. Suddenly, they all turned around when they heard a loud roar. The boy looked tense, and the girl's eyes sparkled with joy. A ferocious wolf was approaching them. The predator began to howl loudly. The system reported the appearance of a decomposing giant wolf. Jeho opened his mouth in shock, while his friend noticed with a disappointed sigh that it was not a dragon. The protagonist grabbed his weapon and told the grunt to attack, and she used the spiritual elbow skill. The monster suddenly jumped towards them. The enemy avoided the attacks by jumping from side to side. The boy then moved to the side when the predator tried to attack him. He wrinkled his nose and raised his weapon. Suddenly, the enemy jumped above him. Jeho sweated and looked to the side. He raised his dagger, his mouth wide open. His face was tense. Suddenly, his knees buckled. The wolf's eyes widened in shock as the protagonist clenched his fist, aiming it at the muzzle. A loud squeal echoed through the cave. The player fell to the floor, making a disgruntled sound. A huge bruise appeared on the enemy's head. The wolf then jumped towards the boy, who screamed loudly. The girl gritted her teeth and said that it was not a dragon, but some kind of dog. She then quickly stood between the predator and her comrade. She pulled out a sword, from which blood was dripping. Tina swung the weapon, cutting the wolf's body, and the system reported victory. The boy frowned, saying that his companion was able to kill the enemy. He frowned, saying that she was an elf after all, and the girl asked why there was no dragon here. The boy sweated when the system reported that he had received a fragment of the map of the hidden underground waterway of Idran Castle. He looked at the spirit, who said that there was nothing to be done and that they would have to collect all the fragments. The grumpy woman smiled and called him a useless coward who had returned after running away. The spirit fell to his knees, squeaking loudly when she said that he had run away while the others were busy. Jeho looked at him sternly and asked why he was so persistent in avoiding battles. The spirit began to cry and said that he was afraid. They looked tensely at the creature, who screamed that he should not be pitied, and that there were no hidden adventures further on, and that the rest of the map fragments had to be obtained by going through other paths at the crossroads. The protagonist smiled and said that they would check the other paths as the crybaby had suggested. He frowned and said decisively that they were going to the next passage. The elf fought a bony warhorse. Then they fought a giant bat of dark shadow. In front of them stood a nutria that had survived a near death. The system reported that they had finished collecting fragments of the map of the hidden dungeon. The guy looked at the drawing and said that he saw many suspicious places there, but first they had to get to the place where this underground prison was located. The spirit sat on his shoulder, saying that the fact that the dead bodies were still alive and moving indicated that there was a dark force at work here. The young man looked at his friend and assumed that then the guardian was not really him, and she immediately asked if it could be a black dragon. They walked along the corridor, and Jeho said that this part of the ceiling was the floor of the prison cell where Vansik was imprisoned. He smirked and said that they were starting their rescue operation. The guy created a red light and summoned Mirage soldiers. A crowd of miners appeared next to him, and he explained that they were in the underground passages under the prison. He raised his hand up and shouted that they would be digging the ceiling. The protagonist presented a diagram of the dungeon and said that according to the map plan, the height of the waterway walls was about 4 meters. It would be difficult to dig directly. He smirked and added that for this reason, they would dig at a 45-degree angle into the wall, and then dig in the other direction to reach the prison cell. The miner's mouth opened wide in shock when the protagonist announced that he would give them something. He handed them a flask of red liquid. It was an energy drink for miners. The man looked at the potion with disbelief. Then he began to drink it. The crowd smiled happily, shouting that they felt a surge of energy. There was a guard sitting in the prison guard station above ground. Taylor entered the room and the worker said that he had already visited him recently. The shadow assassin approached him and said that he was just worried that the guards were being overwhelmed by the workload and that they were barely getting any sleep lately. The guy looked up at the stairs and asked how things were going in the underground prison after the big commotion recently. The guard smiled and said that it was a small problem but that the number of incidents was increasing. He gaped in disbelief when Taylor tapped the screen and said that he could imagine how hard this job was for them. He then pulled out a large bottle and said that nothing could relax him like this, and that was why he was there. The guard blushed and raised his hands, shouting that he was on duty and couldn't drink, but the assassin said that it was okay because the boss wasn't here. He winked and raised his glass to his colleague's hard work. He slammed the glass on the ice chest and laughed loudly. The guard turned even redder from the alcohol and started talking about how the country was changing and becoming more difficult. He raised his fist, saying that the new workers had no sense of responsibility. Suddenly, he looked away, hearing a sound. Taylor walked towards the wall, and his colleague said that a sound had just come from the underground cells. He put his hand on his head when the killer said that he did not hear anything. The guard concluded that he was just too sensitive these days. The guy began to sweat and thought that Jeho had finally arrived on the scene. Someone's head appeared from a crack in the floor. Wansik screamed in fear when he saw the person in front of him. The protagonist frowned and ordered him to be quiet. He then climbed out of the hole and said that he hoped to end up right in a prison cell, but they were a little mistaken. The guy went to the bars, and his friend said that he looked pretty weird. The protagonist frowned and said that it was not easy to get here. He then turned around and asked the elf to deal with the bars. The prisoner looked at her uncertainly, not believing that she could do it with a normal sword. Tina then swung the weapon. The bars were destroyed and the blonde said that it was easy to break. The system said that he would become an escaped prisoner if he left the cell. He showed his middle fingers, saying that he was not going to come back here anyway, and his friend asked if he really killed the guard. Vansik looked at Jeho and said that the guy came here with very low HP and ran into him, then died, and the blonde was made a criminal because of it. They looked at the hole in the floor and the protagonist said that they would go down there and get out through the waterway. The boys turned around, hearing a loud scream. Another prisoner pressed himself against the bars and loudly asked if this was the one who captured the enemy of the Idran royal family. Vansik laughed, and his friend frowned in displeasure. Pichio's sweat dropped and introduced himself as the third prince of Idran. Notifications appeared in front of the player, and he said that he did not expect any of the royal family to survive. They were separated by bars. The protagonist said goodbye to him, and the prince shouted loudly, asking him to stop. Jeho frowned his thick eyebrows when the prisoner asked him to help him escape. The guy looked at him and said that he was in no situation to save anyone. The prince's sweat dropped and shouted that there was a royal treasury in this castle, and they let him live because only someone with the royal blood of the country of Idran could open it. He offered a part of this treasure to the protagonist as a reward. The guy frowned and Pichio explained that he would give him 1/9 of it. The player approached the grate, saying he would take 8 pieces, and the blonde offered him 6. The elf destroyed the grate, and Jeho said he wouldn't be able to carry much anyway due to his inventory size limit. He then pointed at the hole and said that they needed to go down there, and the prince screamed loudly. He closed his eyes and screamed with tears in his eyes that most of the prisoners here were loyal servants of the Idran kingdom. He asked to save them. Loud screams of the girl breaking the bars were heard throughout the prison. Pichio raised his hands and loudly thanked the protagonist, and he in turn screamed for them to hurry up and go down. The girl turned around and said that someone was going down into the prison. They stood on either side of the stairs, and the guy asked his friend to deal with the villain in one fell swoop. Someone was going down. Tina and Jeho attacked Taylor. Blood gushed from the guy's mouth, and he insulted them. The elf smiled happily, continuing to beat her comrade for not saying anything before coming here. The shadow assassin fell down and the protagonist apologized to him, saying that it was a mistake. The prisoners gaped in delight when they saw the system report that the infamous Taylor had been defeated. They raised their fists and shouted loudly, praising the boy's name. The prince opened his mouth wide and thanked him, and the boy asked where the treasure was. They both turned around when someone loudly asked how they found it. The old man furrowed his brows and shouted that in order to protect the sleeping guardian of the royal family, he used forbidden necromancy to hide this map. The blonde's sweat dropped as he looked at Lord Chokin. The old man's sweat dropped and said that he simply did what he had to because he couldn't let those fools up there know of his existence. Jeho asked what that meant with an angry expression. The historian opened his mouth wide in fear. There was a purple mist around the elf, and she asked about the dragon. Tina smiled madly and her eyes shone brightly. The protagonist covered his eyes with his hands, thinking that everything was doomed to disaster. He regretted that he could not cover his friend's ears at that moment. Pichio opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he did not say anything about the dragon, but Chokin replied that, having been forgotten by the royal family, it only remained in historical records. The old man frowned and said that he was sure that the dragon was still deep under Idran Castle. He looked at the prince carefully, and said that they should believe him, because the previous rulers did not believe. That is why their kingdom was lost. Pichio opened his mouth wide and began to shout at Chulkan to stop insulting the royal family, but Jeho placed a hand on his shoulder and asked him to be quiet. Besides, another time he could check if the dragon really existed. Suddenly, he looked away. Tina gave him a creepy look and started repeating that they had to kill the dragon, but the protagonist replied that he would never do that, because if there really was a dragon here, they wouldn't be able to defeat it. Vansik smiled and asked what would happen if they brought the elves as well, and Jeho replied that there was no need for that, because he was the owner of a flower shop after all. Tina started crying and asked if they really weren't going to fight the dragon, and after all the effort they had put into collecting the map pieces, but Jeho denied it. He then turned to the old man and asked if Chulkan had hidden the map, and if it would be a problem if he found the map, would they really have to kill the dragon? The protagonist frowned when Chulkan replied that it wasn't, and stated that he simply wanted to prevent the map from falling into the wrong hands. The protagonist frowned and asked what exactly had happened, as he thought Chulkan had found a guardian for his country, so why had the kingdom fallen? The old man closed his eyes and said that he had found a dragon fast asleep underground. He said that as soon as he saw the dragon, he knew that the creature was the guardian of Idran. However, the guardian was in a bad mood because he had interrupted its sleep. The protagonist grinned and said that it was true. Besides, it was possible to get stabbed by waking someone up. Then they all looked at each other in shock. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, and he clarified that he certainly did not hit people who woke him up. Chulkan looked at the young man and said that, whatever the case, the creature had warned them that it would not forgive them if they woke it up again. The old man narrowed his eyes and said that was why he used forbidden necromancy magic to hide the map. Sweat started to pour down his face. Chulkan said that he wanted to prevent someone from awakening a dragon that could destroy the world, but Jeho asked how a dragon could be called a guardian if it would go berserk from being awakened and if it could destroy the kingdom. The old man put his hand to his chin and said that maybe this was the price for ignoring his existence and forgetting about him for hundreds of years. Lord Chulkan frowned and started to talk about how as a historian he couldn't let a piece of history disappear, so he hid the map instead of burning it. Then the protagonist asked if because he couldn't use the map, Chulkan hid it so he wouldn't give it to anyone and use it himself later. Jeho turned around and started shouting that now that he knew the whole story, it wasn't that important, and they should stop wasting their time here. After a while, the protagonist stood there silently looking at the map. Chulkan pointed and said that if they followed the hidden path marked on the map, they could reach the castle's treasury without meeting any of the brown bears. Pichio opened his mouth wide and shouted that since only Chulkan knew how to get out of here, he would order him and his men to head for the exit, and the protagonist said that they only needed Pichio so they could enter the treasury. Jeho then turned around and said that they needed to go that way. He looked at his comrades and told them that they would fill their pockets with treasure, and Wansik asked if that was something he should say in front of the person they belonged to. The protagonist stood in front of Pichio and asked about the guards, and the prince answered that the last time they dragged him from there was no guard. Apparently they let their guard down, since the door cannot be opened by just anyone. The prince raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth, because the protagonist expressed confidence that if the kingdom was ruled by NPCs, guards would be everywhere, since they blindly trust the game system, and they are definitely too lazy to guard all parts of the castle. The protagonist turned around. Vansik asked him how he came up with the idea of digging a way up, and now he was going to steal the treasures behind their backs. Jeho answered that he would just take the treasures, as agreed with the owner. Besides, Taylor helped him get in here. Vansik opened his mouth in surprise and asked about Taylor, and the protagonist replied that he even felt sorry for him, because when they captured Taylor, the Brown Bear Guild didn't lift a finger for him. Tina stood behind them and looked at them happily, and so they felt awkward discussing Taylor. And so the heroes went on. The prince was scared when he met the protagonist's gaze. They found themselves at a dead end, because the map led them there. Jeho frowned. The system notified him that he had discovered a hidden passage thanks to his skill. He saw a brick in front of him. The others watched this. The protagonist clicked on the brick. Suddenly, a door opened in front of them and his comrades wondered in surprise how he found out. Jeho smiled and said that he was just lucky. Only Tina smiled happily and thought that she did not expect anything else from their commander, while the others were shocked. The room was dark. The heroes walked forward, discussing that this path goes under the capital of the kingdom, and the protagonist said that he did not see any evidence that they would end up right in front of the treasury if they went this way. They looked around the corner, and Pichio said that the treasury would be around the corner. They saw a glowing sign on the door, and the prince exclaimed that this was the entrance to the treasury. The prince approached the door. Jeho asked him how he was going to open it. Did he really have some kind of secret key? However, Pichio raised his head and exclaimed that there was no such ridiculous way to open it, but he would open this door for them right now. The young man stretched out his hands and began to say that he, the official heir to the Idran kingdom, Pichio Idran, ordered the door as the heir to the throne to open. And indeed, the door opened. Tina smiled and said that this is the power of words. She looked at the protagonist and said that there was a special power hidden in words. She said it was similar to magic but superior in level. It must be the power that flows in the veins of the Idran royal family. The protagonist turned around and said that it sounded more impressive than just a trick. Jae-ho suddenly frowned. A system window appeared in front of him, informing him that he had learned about the power of words, but he wondered why he was being told something so insignificant. Jae-ho took a closer look at the system window, and it turned out that he had gained new skills, namely the power of words, which belonged to Brezel, the king of the cursed kingdom of Kopiai. He spread his hands and wondered if this was a curse, and why out of all the words, he got such scary ones. Vansik waved at him and called him to follow him. There were chests of gold in the room. Vansik opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that this was incredible. He looked at Jae-ho and asked if he was not shocked, because wasn't he seeing this for the first time in the game? Vansik then frowned and asked what kind of strange expression he had and why Jae-ho was so calm, but he looked away and said that it was quite exciting. The protagonist put his hand on his side and mentally said that Brezel's treasures made a bigger impression, because there was about 3 times more gold there, and it's a shame that he can't get into it because he doesn't know the location. The protagonist and his comrades began to grab all the jewelry they see. Suddenly, they turned around in shock, because someone called them thieves. A bald man appeared in front of them, who said that they were stealing the treasures of the Brown Bear Kingdom. The bald guard opened his mouth wide and said the protagonist's name in surprise. His head was immediately cut off. Tina asked him how he dared to say the shaman's name with his dirty mouth. Vansik looked at this and said that since the guard died with one blow, it must have been a player, not an NPC, and because of the siren, they would all come running here. They took the bags and ran to the exit. A crowd of guards appeared in front of them, about to capture them. Jae-ho frowned and started shouting that there was no choice. A creepy aura appeared around him. He used the power of words and ordered them to suffer in pain. Wansik opened his mouth in shock and said that he seemed to have seen something similar in Dragon Ball, but the protagonist replied that modern children do not know such things. Red energy enveloped the guards since they were restricted by the order of a noble being. The bald man opened his mouth and shouted that this was some kind of curse. The protagonist looked at his palms and exclaimed that mana was running out very quickly, and therefore Wansik should be a tank. The young man took out his sword and asked the protagonist what happened and what he was doing, but Jae-ho did not give a clear answer. Flowers appeared in his hands, and therefore Wansik angrily began to shout at him. The protagonist made a wreath from these flowers. He put it on his head to get improvements in the form of mana recovery speed, as well as returning half of the used mana when using mana. Suddenly, a stream of magical power burst out of his eyes and everyone began to scream in fear. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and began to scream. The bald guards also began to scream. Another part of the bald guards also ran to the treasury, because they received a notification. The door in front of them opened. The bald man frowned and wondered what happened here. First of all, they saw the protagonist shooting lasers from his eyes and thought that it was a monster. Suddenly, the protagonist shot one of them with a laser. Then he raised his head and pointed the beam upward, and one of the bald guards said that he had never seen an elf shoot a beam. They opened their mouths wide and said that there was no need to be afraid, because there were only 3 opponents, and there were many of them. They ran into Tina, thinking that first of all they needed to kill this elf. The girl immediately hit one of them. One of the men widened his eyes and exclaimed that the elves are not invincible, and therefore, they can cause damage if the attack goes through. The girl continued to fight against the guards. She dodged the attack. The bald man held a sword in his hands and shouted that Tina was now knocked off balance. He attacked with the sword, but the girl jumped and dodged the attack. Still, a cut appeared on her cheek. A moment later, she cut the enemy in half. The man fell to the ground, Tina landed on her feet, and the rest of the opponents began to say that she was just a monster. The girl frowned, a drop of sweat rolled down her cheek, because she understood that there were too many of them, although they were weak. Vansik stood behind and shouted that Tina was surrounded by rankers and it was too dangerous. The protagonist was still shooting beams from his eyes. A red aura was emanating from his hands. The protagonist shouted that he would never take off this wreath, because he had to continue using the power of words. Vansik turned around and shouted that he would have to throw away the treasures in his inventory due to the overload, otherwise they would not be able to escape, but Jae-ho shouted that he would not leave the gold coins. Vansik glared at him and shouted that he had always only had his eye on the flowers, but Jae-ho replied that he only needed to time it well to enter the secret passage. He opened his mouth wide when the system notified him that due to his level up, his mana level would increase by 50 due to the use of the power of words. He continued to shoot beams from his eyes, looking at the system window. He took off his wreath and wondered how much mana he currently had. Vansik turned around while fighting and asked the protagonist indignantly what he was doing and why he wasn't cursing his opponents, but Jae-ho said he needed to check something. The protagonist frowned and said that his mana had reached over 300, meaning he could use it. He raised the hourglass above himself and summoned a gold golem. He then lowered his head and thought about the golem that appeared when he fell through the desert into a secret passage, but his mana was only 200 back then. He glanced at the system window, which said he needed to summon wealth, which would be used to summon the golem. The protagonist looked away and wondered if it would really work, since the more gold he used, the stronger the golem's attack would be and the more stamina it would have. Jeho opened his mouth wide and shouted for Vansik to take out all the gold from his inventory. Then he turned around and called out to Pichio. The prince was hiding behind a mountain of gold in fear, and the protagonist asked him for a favor. He reached for the system window. Jeho looked at the prince and asked if survival was the priority. Then he suddenly became gloomy and said that in that case, Pichio should lend his gold. The prince's eyes widened and he looked at him in surprise. The bald guards raised their heads because they felt the vibrations. Sweat appeared on their faces because they realized that it was not an earthquake. The protagonist stretched out his hands and exclaimed that he chose Idrin's gold. He smiled evilly and said that he would rather give it all than lose to others. But the prince was crying and screaming at that moment that this was not part of their deal. Jeho raised the hourglass above himself. The ground split into pieces. A huge golden golem appeared. The men ducked and began to scream. The other guards opened their mouths wide and exclaimed that they couldn't handle this golem. It was hard to even call it a raid monster. Everything was foggy. A level 980 transcendental gold golem stood before them, so the guards said that this monster was far beyond the level that a player could handle. Jeho gave a thumbs up and said that Idrin's gold was the best and its efficiency was high, while the prince cried over the loss of gold. The protagonist smiled slyly and said that with all the treasures in the treasury, the golem had exceeded its expected efficiency. He then looked at the system window and said that in any case, there should be a time limit on summoning, so they should escape while there was time. They both looked at the gold golem, and Vansik asked if they had a time limit, and Jeho replied that they had plenty of time. He smiled and said that it was time to escape. He raised his hand and shouted at the golem to clear a path for escape and to carry them out alive. Suddenly, Kroken slammed his fist on the table and asked how they had allowed such a thing to happen, namely, a prison break. The Brown Bear Guild leader opened his mouth wide and shouted that they had even taken the royal family's offspring with them and had plundered the treasury. Mikhail lowered his eyebrows and said that they were saying that it was because of the elves, and if there were elves there, then it was Jeho's doing, after which the leader clarified that even if there were elves, there were only 2 of them. The strategist, looking ahead, replied that they were saying that one of them was just a monster. Through the sweat on his face, the big guy asked what else. The Brown Bear Guildmaster's deputy said that a raid monster had appeared inside the treasury that the prince had opened, and then the muscle man asked him again. It was heard that it was a golden golem, and a notification was shown that they couldn't stop it and to send reinforcements. The man spread his fingers and asked why everything was shaking and how the golem suddenly appeared in the treasury, to which he was told that they had most likely fallen into their trap. Opening his mouth, the young man added that even the fact that they had captured his friend could have been part of Jeho's plan, and at that moment, Kroken clarified that they had really been aiming to take the prince from the start. Narrowing his eyes, Mikhail asked back that wasn't it suspicious, since he had checked the prison and it turned out that they had dug a passage through the floor, and then wondered how many people could have known about a secret passage, let alone a treasury. Clenching his jaw, the leader of the Brown Bears Guild noted that it certainly made sense, and if that was the case, then someone had leaked information about the prince, and then his assistant asked if the name Red was familiar to him. The big guy opened his jaw sharply and asked if it was the same little mage class guy who attacked them during the attack on Alicia. Baring his teeth, the strategist said that he insisted it was because of a quest, but there was a rumor going around, to which the muscle man asked which one. Lowering his eyebrows, the deputy guild master of the Brown Bear exclaimed that he did it because of the flower items. Looking at his comrade, the man asked him again. Opening his mouth wide, Kroken ordered him to get rid of him immediately, after which the guy said that betrayal can only be washed away with blood. Through sweat on his face, the leader of the Brown Bear Guild asked what they would do with the golem. Suddenly, the big guy opened his mouth wide and shouted that they needed to leave immediately. The daytime sky appeared. A light haze was visible. Standing on the roof, the jock asked what it was, to which he received the answer that it was level 980th, and had never seen such a monster in a raid. The man looked down in bewilderment. The protagonist, standing on the golem's palm, exclaimed that he could finally take a deep breath. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked if this was the best view from above. The system reported that the transcendental golden golem had carried out his order, which required arranging an escape, clearing the road and carrying him outside, after which the guy, smiling, said that it was great that he could give the golem orders in the form of tasks. Putting his palm on his side, the young man asked if there was even time left for the summoning, and at that very moment his best friend clarified what he was going to do. Opening his jaw, the player replied that they should take full advantage of this time, and then gave the golem a new order, namely, to destroy the fortress wall and move towards Alicia. Raising its head, the creature received a new order. Suddenly, the giant monster slammed its fist into the stone structure. The shaman opened his mouth wide and said that it was great and let him destroy it to the ground, and his comrades said that he was very cool, like some kind of demon. Through the sweat on his face, Kroken called him a bastard. There were many reports of people seeing an elf similar to Jeho, and the operation to escape became known to the whole world. The leader of the Brown Bears Guild, clenching his fist, said that it was a disgrace, and asked if there was any news from the pursuing group, to which he received the answer that there was a report that the golem that entered the Shure forest suddenly disappeared. Clutching his head, the big guy clarified whether it was that big, and Mikhail said that he thought that the golem could not be owned by a player, because its owners were the royal family of Idan from the very beginning. Standing behind the leader, the strategist added that it was possible that this was not a treasury at all, but a place where the golem was imprisoned, after which the muscle man noted that it meant that this bastard had planned everything. Raising his gaze, the man asked if it was true that there was not a single treasure here, because he did not think that this place was suitable for imprisoning a monster. Suddenly, Kroken looked at the screen in surprise. The system reported that the guardian deity of the kingdom of Idan was waking up from sleep due to the commotion, which made the leader of the Brown Bears Guild open his jaw in bewilderment. Opening his mouth wide, the big guy asked what was going on. The question of who he was heard, and at that moment, the guys bent back in shock. The AI wrote that it heard the voice of the great ancient being and fell into a state of fear, and then the jock's pupils turned white, and he exclaimed that he felt incredible pressure, and also clarified whether it was weakening, and how to remove it. An unusual voice ordered to answer, to which the man, looking up, said that he was the king of the Brown Bear country. Kroken's head appeared, and the great ancient being noted that he was hearing for the first time, and asked what he was doing here, and whether the kingdom had fallen. It was heard that this was expected, because they believed that idleness was forever, and were filled with complacency, and at the same time the leader of the Brown Bears Guild said that this was true, but now this place belongs to them. The ancient entity asked where all the treasures that they dedicated to him went, to which the big guy, opening his jaw, asked him again. The great being explained that the place where the jock was standing was where his treasure used to be, and he, raising his leg, asked if this was not the treasury of the Idan kingdom, and then it was heard that this was true, and he could understand when they used some amount, but apparently the treasury was plundered, and it irritated him, but would give him a chance. Lowering his gaze, the man asked what a chance meant, after which he was told to remember the lost treasures as the new king, and then he would turn a blind eye to his mistake. Through the sweat on his face, Kroken clarified what nonsense, because they were also victims, but why was he taking out his anger on them? The voice said that he should then catch the thief, and also asked if he did not want to, then should he go out and search on his own, and at that moment the leader of the Brown Bears Guild, squinting, exclaimed that he would do everything. Looking at his palm, the big man listened carefully, that he should have listened to him from the beginning, but people always had to be threatened to act. The man's mouth wide open, he couldn't understand how they got into this. Suddenly, gold coins appeared, and the system reported that the summoned golem's lifespan had ended, and the summoning was cancelled, and half of the materials had been returned and placed in the inventory. The sun was seen shining brightly. Pichio, blushing sharply, shouted that the treasure had returned to him, to which Jeho said that even if it was half, the amount was still unbearable. Vansik, looking at his best friend, said that he made a golem out of treasure, and also asked if he always played this game for his abilities, to which he replied that he usually runs a flower shop when he logs into the game. The guy, squinting, asked what they would do with this stuff, since they couldn't just leave it all here, and then the main character noted that they couldn't leave it for a random passerby. Leaning towards the gold coins, the protagonist said that he would like to hide it, since he couldn't take it away now, and at that very moment the girl asked if she could offer him an idea. The player sharply lowered his eyebrows. Tina, extending her index finger, said that they would ask the local orcs for help, since they definitely knew such places, and then the shaman asked if he wanted to ask those whom they mercilessly killed. The young man, raising his palm to his mouth, whispered if everything was okay with her, since at their first meeting he thought she was kind of strange. Grinning menacingly, the florist exclaimed that it was a good idea, and they would use these monsters to the fullest. Suddenly, they heard that there were elves here, and therefore they needed to get out of here, and the orc, with his mouth wide open, asked why they had returned again after the massacre. Frowning, Jeho said that this time he had come with a request, to which the monster replied that they really didn't know anything about the dragon, and the protagonist asked them to stop, explaining that this was not why they had come, and his assistant added that they should have listened to what he was saying. Raising his palm, the protagonist asked them to follow him, and said that they were going to a place quietly and peacefully. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that this was the reason he had brought them both here. The monster, looking at the mountain of gold coins, asked what it was, after which the young man said that it was all theirs, and they just couldn't take it away, and so he wanted to leave it for safekeeping. Through the sweat on his face, the undead asked what he really wanted to leave for safekeeping, and at that moment the player answered positively, and also asked if they had a suitable place. The orcs looked at each other sharply. One of them, joyfully closing his eyes, exclaimed that the nest of their warriors was the safest place, and the shaman said that this was not suitable, because only Tina had beaten them all. Vansik, opening his mouth, explained that orcs are a race with a large number of individuals, and therefore rankers often attack them, and then his best friend said that means that if they are attacked, they will be robbed on the spot, and therefore he definitely needs a better place. The monster, opening his mouth, said that they have one in mind, to which the florist specified where exactly. Sweat trickled down the monster's cheek, and he replied that it was the Shur Bank, which governed the Shur Forest territory, and added that the orcs were the only customers. A second later, Jeho frowned and noted that this was unexpected, after which the evil spirit said that there was a problem. Lowering his eyebrows, the orc said that this was the goblin's bank. Squinting, the protagonist asked what was wrong. Vansik asked his comrade if he had seen any goblins, to which he turned his head, answered negatively and asked a counter question about what was going on and what was wrong with the goblins. The girl, lifting the corners of her lips, explained that the goblins were very greedy, and when it came to gold, they went crazy, and at the same time the monster added that they were excellent craftsmen and used terrible mechanisms to keep their treasures safe. Frowning, the protagonist said that after hearing the story, he thought it wasn't that bad, and then asked what the problem was, and the monster said that goblins were a race that was naturally prone to lying, and there was a high chance of getting stabbed in the back. Standing in front of the undead, the boy asked why he called the place a bank then, and it replied that the treasure stored there was completely safe. Opening its mouth, the orc added that he would definitely be fine, and the boy found this suspicious and clarified if he was sure he wasn't in cahoots with the goblins. To which he was told that he meant that if he lied, he could just defeat the goblin and take his money back, like they had been. Lowering his eyebrows, the player noted that this made sense, and at that moment, his best friend asked what had happened on the way, and if he had been acting crazy on the way there. Reaching for the gold coins, the shaman said that before beating him, they should first talk to him. Throwing the precious currency, the florist asked to take him to the goblin's bank, and explained that this was payment for the service, and also to call his fellow tribesmen to protect the rest, after which the monster shouted that he understood him, and added that it was not difficult. The daytime sky appeared. A sharp cliff was visible. The monster, walking forward, said that this place was full of traps, and therefore they should not move away from it for a step, because their kind is simply crazy about explosions. Approaching a large door, the undead said that they were there. A question was heard about who was there, to which the orc, opening his mouth wide, replied that he had brought a client. They greeted the client over the loudspeaker and asked what brought him here, and the monster, standing at the entrance, said that today the client was not him, but the elf behind him. A black speaker appeared, and it was audible that he had gone completely crazy, and why he had brought an elf here. Opening his jaw, the monster exclaimed that he had already said that this was a client who would like to use the bank's services. Frowning, Jeho noted that this was true, because he wanted to leave his things for safekeeping, and he had heard that their bank was distinguished by its reliability. A moment later, the high gates creaked open. The guys were near the door. The goblin said that he could accept them, and clarified why the elves needed such a thing, which made sweat run down the protagonist's cheek. The manager of the branch of the Goblin Bank of the Shur Forest, stretching out his index finger, asked if they wanted to use the goblin's bank. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked a counter question, "Is it possible?" To which he received the answer that of course it was possible, it's just that their sworn enemy has always been elves, and their life is fleeing from elven attacks. The girl, wide-eyed, said that she heard about it from her elders, because goblins are creatures that destroy the natural environment. Looking ahead, Tina added that now is not the time to separate his head from his body, because Jeho wants to work with him. Stretching out his palm, the guy said that she should choose her words. Frowning, the young man explained that he did not plan to attack him, and then Shindle said that he spoke as if he was not an elf at all, and he noted that he was not an elf. The NPC looked at the player in confusion, after which he told his assistant that he no longer needed ears to disguise himself. Closing her eyes, the lady said that it suited him very well, to which the guys disagreed. Through sweat on his face, the goblin clarified that he really was a demon, because he looked very similar to him, and also why the devil and the elf united, after which the shaman explained that he was a human. The branch manager of the Shur Forest Goblin Bank was stunned with his jaw dropped, and the florist asked him why he was so surprised and what was wrong with his face. Jeho could be seen tearing off his ears, and at that moment Shindle said that everything was fine then, and added that humans were similar to goblins in their cunning and treachery. Raising his head, the NPC said his name and profession, after which the protagonist also said his nickname, and he asked if he wanted to leave gold or valuable items. The protagonist answered that it was gold, but he couldn't use it now, and then the goblin, smiling, asked if it was illegal money, and the guy said that it was none of his business, and he heard from the orc chieftain that there were trust issues here. The branch manager of the Shur Forest Goblin Bank opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was a lie because they had no problems here, and at the same time the system reported that his interlocutor was lying. The young man lowered his gaze and muttered that he wouldn't fall for it knowing about the lie, and then clarified that he shouldn't look at the item for the deposit. Shindo raised the corners of his lips and said that they could go. Gold coins appeared, and the NPC asked what they were. Standing by the pile of precious currency, the goblin exclaimed that there wasn't even such a quantity of treasure in the bank vault, and then asked if he wanted to leave everything in the bank, to which the shaman answered positively and added that it was impossible to take everything away. The branch manager of the Sure Forest Goblin Bank widened his eyes in surprise and clarified how it ended up there, after which the florist said that he was too lazy to explain, and also wanted to introduce someone. Jeho put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that it was Pikio and that he used to be the prince of the Idran kingdom, and the guy noted that he was still a prince, and at that moment Shindo asked if that wasn't the country of Brown Bear now. The protagonist said that it was true, and that meant that he was well informed, and all those treasures were taken from there, and they were able to carry them to this place, but no more. And then the NPC, holding his chin, exclaimed that whether the country was destroyed or not, the treasures came first. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist explained that he wanted to leave the gold under his name and Pikio, to which the goblin replied that there was a lot of gold there, and so he would do anything for them. Opening his jaw, the manager of the branch of the Goblin Bank of the Sure Forest added that he would like to check their authenticity. Taking the coin in his hand, Shindo said that it was incredible, because it was a very high standard, and the best of the best, but he felt some strange trace. Frowning, the young man said that he should not try to find fault, and the NPC said that he smelled animal blood. Through the sweat on his face, the goblin clarified where he got them. Looking at the branch manager of the Goblin Bank of the Sure Forest, the player explained that he had already said that this was from the royal vault, and if more detailed, then these were the treasures of the prince, to which he shouted that this was a blatant lie, and asked why it was here. Sharply turning around, Shindo exclaimed that this gold smelled like a lizard. The shaman lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. Opening his mouth, the florist wondered if a dragon really existed. Turning his head, the NPC said that a commoner should not own these, because they were the treasures of a dragon. With sweat pouring down his face, Jeho was very surprised that it turned out that the dragon actually existed. Grinning menacingly, the protagonist asked if the problem really lay with the owner of the treasure, after which the goblin answered in the affirmative and asked in return who in their right mind would dare to steal the dragon's treasure. Looking at the system notification, the protagonist realized that his opponent was lying. With his jaw dropped, the branch manager of the Goblin Bank of the Sure Forest said that he could not accept this as a deposit, because he did not want to turn the dragon's wrath against them. The guy abruptly lowered his gaze. With his mouth wide open, Shindo added that it did not matter how much he gave as a bribe. Looking down, the young man muttered that he just wanted to fleece them, no matter the cost, and at the same moment the NPC said that they could take them and go, or just dump them somewhere, and it didn't matter to him, and the player said that then there was nothing he could do about it. The goblin looked back in confusion. Raising the corners of his lips, the shaman added that he understood that he didn't want to take any risks, and therefore he wouldn't force them, and his companions realized that he had turned on demon mode. Standing by the pile of gold coins, the florist noted that although it was problematic, he did have a way to transport it, and he would also have to spend a decent amount of gold, but he didn't care as long as he had at least a handful of it. Looking to the side, the branch manager of the Sure Forest Goblin Bank exclaimed that he shouldn't bluff, and then Jeho said that it was a shame that so much would be lost, but he would just have to be less greedy. Stretching out his palms, the protagonist suddenly used the ability to summon a gold golem, and spent all the jewelry on materials. Shindo, standing behind the protagonist, was very surprised that the gold was disappearing so quickly. With his mouth wide open, the NPC thought that his gold was disappearing. Clenching his jaw, the guy muttered that he should decide quickly, otherwise it was a waste of gold. Opening his jaw, the goblin shouted that he should stop, because he had a suggestion. Through sweat on his face, the branch manager of the Sure Forest Goblin Bank remarked that he was a very smart person. Grinning, Shindo explained that they never cared who the depositor's gold originally belonged to, so they would take care of it. Looking ahead, the NPC added that this was indeed a risky business, and so he wanted to make sure that there would be reasonable compensation. Smiling, the young man asked why he hadn't said so from the start, and at that moment the system informed him that he had entered into a contract with the Goblin Bank branch and had become their client. Shaking hands with the goblin, the player said that he would be glad to cooperate, and whispered that this was not true, and the goblin said that he should only trust him, and thought that he would take care to take everything he had. Turning his head to the side, the manager of the Goblin Bank branch in the forest, Sure, said that he would call the rest of the goblins to transport everything to the bank, and added that their bank vault was distinguished by first-class security, and they used the latest technology to ensure the proper level of protection, namely 30 traps ready to destroy any intruder in a matter of seconds. With sweat pouring down his face, the shaman asked if he could destroy a dragon. Shindo, his mouth wide open, said that he probably couldn't destroy a dragon, but that no other creatures could penetrate their storage. The florist, grinning menacingly, said that he didn't trust him, but the defense mechanisms, and that he shouldn't even try to do anything dubious. The NPC, clenching his fingers, said that he wouldn't do anything like that, and the system reported that he was telling the truth. Vancic, looking ahead, muttered that the way he was playing now suited him better than working in a flower shop. After a while, the MK headquarters came into view. A red carpet lay on the floor. A corner of a table was visible, and a question was heard asking if he really attacked Brown Bear Country. Jeho, with his mouth slightly open, replied that it was him, and it was said that he had visited the MK headquarters to make promotional materials and announce his joining the team. Raising his hand, Dupio said that he was glad to see him anyway, even though they had met before, and then stated his name and position, adding that today was only a profile photo shoot and an interview that would be used in the official press release. Lowering his eyebrows, the manager asked if he was wearing a disguise to hide his identity, to which the protagonist explained that he only used a mask since many people had started recognizing him on the street. The head of the recruiting team said that given the current situation, he thought it would be a good idea to hide his identity, and the protagonist frowned and said that he didn't care at all. Through sweat on his face, the guy asked why he had entered their territory. A powerful flame was visible behind the player, and he replied that they had kidnapped an employee of a flower shop. Squinting, the young man wondered if this was why he had destroyed the city. Looking ahead, Dupio muttered that he was scary and wondered to himself how many people could boast such a great performance in the new world. The manager blushed sharply, unable to believe that such a person was an MK player, and also said that it was wonderful, which left the shaman confused. A moment later, the head of the recruiting team for selecting players stood up and said that he could talk to the marketing department after taking a profile photo, and then the florist asked if it would be too late, to which he received the answer that of course not, because now the most important thing is the profile photo. With his jaw dropped, the guy exclaimed that it was time to go to the studio. Adjusting his jacket, Jeho noted that the game team uniform was too small for him, and the young man explained that it was size XL, and next time he would prepare a 2XL. Looking at the main character, Dupio said that first they would do his makeup and then they would start filming. The manager, raising the corners of his lips, thought that this was great, because he was the future of MK, and at the same time the girl said that she would do her makeup. Suddenly, it was heard that he had arrived, to which the head of the recruiting team for selecting players, turning his gaze to the side, asked why so quickly. Shaman, keeping his hands in his pockets, said that he was interested in looking at Jeho since there were a lot of rumors about him, and they say that he became the model of the team, and therefore he wanted to make sure that he had chosen the right one. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy muttered that he clearly intended to start a quarrel, because now he was not an outstanding player of the team, but someone else became one, and then asked the head of the game MK to calm down, and he asked where he was. Dupio, opening his mouth, answered that he was doing his makeup for the shoot. Sweat was running down the manager's cheek. Suddenly, the protagonist frowned and asked where the filming would take place, to which the head of the recruiting team for selecting players said that it was in the same room, and thought that he was scared. Suddenly, the protagonist began doing push-ups, saying that they should wait a second because he needed to pump up his muscles. Looking down, one of the best rankers in the country, and abroad wondered if this guy was Jeho. It was visible that the young man was standing next to the player. Getting up, the shaman asked if he was the leader of the team, and at the same moment added that he was very famous and had heard of him. Menacingly lowering his eyebrows, the florist said his name, after which the guy said that it was nice to meet him. Suddenly, Dupio, opening his jaw, said that he came to the office because he heard that he would be filming today. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist thanked the teenager. Shaman, smiling fearfully, accepted the words of gratitude. A moment later, the protagonist was told that it was time to start filming, and then he turned his head and said that he was going. The main player of MK, with his mouth wide open, noted that he would then go to the capsule room because he wanted to complete the quest, and the shaman said that they would see each other next time. A second later, one of the best rankers in the country and abroad quickly ran away. Looking to the side, the player said that he was more polite than he thought. Blushing sharply, the florist said that there were some not very good rumors circulating on the internet, and therefore he was a little nervous, but was glad that everything went well. The head of the recruiting team for selecting players, raising the corners of his lips in bewilderment, wondered if he was nervous. An image of Jeho with roses appeared, and it was explained that he reported what happened in Brown Bear Country, and the marketing department wrote a press release, and finally the game team officially announced his hiring, as well as the situation in that country, and posted a cool profile picture online. The news stirred up the online community, and it was not only about Brown Bear Country, but about the Golem, and in the system window, you could see people discussing what happened to the Golem. The guys stared at the huge creature with their mouths wide open, stunned, and after Jeho said that he was not the one who summoned it, the debate died down. The protagonist stepped on the ground, and it was said that he was caught with the Golem again, so rumors began to spread again, and more people wanted to see him in the New World League. The guy raised his hand to his forehead and exclaimed that, as expected, the flower shop was the best. Suddenly the system reported that a level 15 gold golem had been summoned, and at the same time Brezel, smiling, said that during the player's absence he had managed to master the summoning skill, and also asked if the golem required a lot of strength, to which he received the answer that it did, and therefore summoned a smaller one, and thought that it would be nice to use it for guarding the city or for heavy work. Through the sweat on his face, Vancic clarified that didn't he have a time limit, and then the shaman explained that this time it was because of the large amount of jewelry used, and he thought that if he did not cancel the summoning and put in more jewelry, it would increase. With his hands on his hips, the florist said that now he did not have enough resources to make it huge, and the elf noted that they needed labor right now to cultivate the land. With his mouth slightly open, the protagonist's assistant asked who these people were. Jeho lowered his eyebrows and said that they were prisoners from the Brown Bear Country prison, and this was the prince of the former Tyrant kingdom named Pichio, and he was surrounded by parasites, and then Brezel realized that they were a new workforce, and at that moment the prince objected that one must be polite when addressing royalty. Frowning menacingly, the elf asked if he should bow his head, and how dare the prince, who lost his country due to idleness, stand right in front of Jeho and behave like that. Smiling, the protagonist clarified how he knew, to which the forest creature replied that he guessed, because it was obvious, and they say that destroyed kingdoms begin to rot from the inside. Looking at the player, the guy asked why these impudent people followed him all the way here, and weren't all the aristocrats there slaughtered. Pichio burst into tears, and the shaman explained that they had nowhere else to go, and the surviving aristocrats and Pichio's cousins refused to let them into their territories, and they harbored a deep disgust for the Idran royal family. The girl, with her mouth wide open, asked who those people were, and the young man exclaimed that they really were Alicia. The florist, lowering his eyebrows, said that these players were brought from the country of Brown Bear, and they escaped from custody, and they were the same Imitalians he had heard about, and they also wanted to settle here. Brezel, baring his teeth, said that then he would begin with their moral education, after which Jeho asked them to stop. Squinting, the protagonist said that they needed to call Breeze, and the clan leader received a message asking him to come to the flower shop for a minute. Suddenly, the big guy, clenching his fist, asked if something had happened. The protagonist's pupils quickly turned white. Looking at the muscleman, the shaman said that players had come who wanted to settle here, and Breeze knew everything about it like no one else, to which he exclaimed that if so, he could rely on him. Extending his thumb, the clan leader noted that they held regular classes for potential residents. Keeping his hands on his hips, the player asked if NPCs could conduct such lectures, and then the big guy said that of course they could, but he did not have such an NPC as an assistant. Lowering his gaze, the florist asked to take care of these people, adding that they would be staying here for some time, and therefore let him report things that should be more careful when living here, after which the muscleman said that he could not worry. Looking to the side, Jeho realized that he had figured it out, and also asked if anything had happened in the garden in his absence. Brezel, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that the spirits were happy and the divine tree was in excellent condition, and then the protagonist remarked that he was glad that everything was fine. The roof of the structure was visible. May, holding a bucket of flowers, said that it was a relief that he was here, because they had a disaster. Through sweat on his face, the protagonist asked what was going on, to which he received the answer that the managers of the pro-gaming team had come and made a mess here. The player clarified why he had suddenly shown up, after which the girl, squinting, asked him in return if he remembered the people working at the sawmill, and added that he had said some strange words about a monopoly on talents. Clutching his head, the shaman could not understand what this meant. Suddenly, the official representatives of the gaming teams, looking ahead, asked to lift the ban on recruiting members of Connorkeep. The guys ran up to the florist and asked him if he didn't know that there were many talented people in Connorkeep, but he had arranged a monopoly on the part of MK, and if it wasn't too much to block recruitment to gaming teams. And at that very moment Jeho asked what they were talking about and why he had to listen to this. The young man, opening his jaw, asked if he was their boss, to which he received the answer that they were mistaken, since he was not associated with the members of Connorkeep. The official representative of the gaming team, frowning, asked why then all the players refused recruitment, and Bill added that he heard that the conditions for joining the guild prohibit outside activities. The protagonist opened his mouth in bewilderment. Looking out the system window, the protagonist told Breeze that he had just met the managers of the pro-gaming teams, and they would like to recruit members of Connorkeep. The clan leader noted that he also had a reason to save them, who were almost homeless, and shelter them in the new world, after which the player, through sweat on his face, said that this was not entirely true, and the big guy added that this is why he decided to act and play for him. Lowering his gaze, the shaman said that it was not necessary, and then the jock explained that their gaming life ended in the forest of Rakshi even before they appeared there, and therefore they would like to somehow repay and focus on him, and not on playing in pro-gaming teams. Breeze said that Connorkeep is a guild that exists to serve Alicia, and at the same time sweat trickled down the florist's cheek. Jeho, with his jaw dropped, exclaimed that they could continue recruiting if they wanted, but asked to contact a man named Breeze because he was the guild master of Jeongrikyop, and one of the game team officials then asked if that meant he wasn't the guild master, to which he replied in the negative. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist asked not to bother the flower shop staff anymore. Standing opposite the protagonist, the boys said that they understood. After a while, the golem's leg appeared, and it was heard that the annoying factors had finally disappeared. The young man, being in the desert, said that he had summoned the golem, and could also use the goblin bank. Putting his hand to his forehead, the player added that it was time for him to find Brezel's secret storage. But he could barely find even one clue, and at this rate he could search the entire desert. Sitting on the shoulder of the huge creature, the shaman said that the storage was in the dungeon of Brezel, and the location could not suddenly change, and therefore he was sure that it was somewhere nearby. A small cactus was visible. Suddenly, sand flew up. A plant appeared on the tail of the monster. The lizard quickly approached the florist, and the system reported that this was a monster that hunted travelers and animals. Clenching his jaw, Jeho exclaimed that he should let the golem attack the enemy. Then the protagonist pushed off from the huge creature. Looking back, the protagonist realized that the golem's attacks were too slow. It was visible how the monster dodged the blows. The guy, watching the fight, noticed that the giant was very slow. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man said that this was not a high-level monster, and therefore he could. It seemed like the undead stuck out its tongue. The lizard turned its gaze to the side. Grabbing the enemy by the tail, the player shouted that he was caught, and then ordered the golem to attack. A moment later, the giant crushed the monster. The system reported that the lizard was killed, and at the same time, the shaman, looking at the huge creature, noted that he could not withstand such a weak monster, and also wondered if it was because his level was low, or if there was a way to improve it. Looking at the limb of the evil spirit, the florist wondered if it was a cactus-shaped tail. A second later, Jeho opened his mouth in surprise. Smiling, the protagonist asked that he couldn't add flowers to the golem. A magic golem appeared, and Jeho thought that if he planted flowers in it, he could turn it into a moving flower garden. Near the pile of dirt, the system screen said that this material is not suitable for summoning, and the protagonist thought about how he did not know in what proportion to mix earth and gold for this, because initially earth and stones do not meet the condition for summoning a gold golem. Suddenly, the earth golem with the aroma of level 1 gold began to crumble, and the shaman realized that the creature with a small amount of gold was like tofu, so it was difficult to use, but it was possible to summon. Putting his fingers to his chin, the guy thought about how adding gold leads to the appearance of thin protective plates all over the body, which prevents flowers from growing, and if you increase the percentage of soil for the outer shell on which flowers can grow, you will get a tofu golem. Pressing his finger on the system screen, the protagonist assumed that there was no way, so it was a waste of gold on experiments. Suddenly, the player's pupils noticeably decreased because a notification appeared that the Twilight Barrier shield was pulled out of the inventory. Holding the equipment in his hands, the young man wondered what would happen if he used it during the summoning, then added that it was said that the effect was applied to the golem when using wealth with special characteristics. But he did not understand whether the shield would increase its durability. Smiling widely, the protagonist wondered whether it was worth using it, although it was not even his property. Standing in the middle of the room, the shaman wondered what would happen to him after the summoning was over, because since he was the only one of his kind, he needed to try it on someone else, when suddenly he was called loudly. May widened her eyes and exclaimed that there was a complete mess outside, because a dwarf suddenly appeared and almost fought with the elves, to which the guy asked her again. The girl replied that she had no idea, but the spirit of life said that he knew this creature, and the protagonist frowned and said that he did not know any of the dwarves. Looking away, the player, after realizing, wondered if this was really the one he thought he was. Leaning his knees to the ground, Volka stated that he was officially invited, and then cried out that he knew the shaman, because he ate with him and even went to the same sauna, so they were close friends. Raising her eyebrows in alarm, May clarified whether Jeho knew this NPC, to which he replied that he did, and it was a real headache. The blacksmith opened his mouth wide and shouted that he had come to repay his debt, when suddenly the system reported that the opponent was lying, and then showed a description of a new quest, thanks to which if you save him, you can turn him into a worker of Alicia, and if you do not save him, the sympathy of the dwarves will decrease. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the protagonist ordered to take him out. The gambler asked if he had already forgotten those days when they together kept the alley in fear, and that they wandered along the pier as if it was their home, to which the shaman clenched his teeth and clarified when this had happened, because he did not understand what they were talking about. Volka began to beg the guy, because if he left, he would become a corpse, to which he turned around and explained that he needed to take responsibility for his actions, and that he now understood that a gambling addict is a serious diagnosis. Samantha approached the protagonist and asked what kind of dwarf he was, to which he noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which he added that he had met him in the kingdom of Razel, but there was no need to worry, because he would die soon. Turning her head to the side, the member of the Prime Guild said that she had heard that all dwarves were excellent blacksmiths, and they said that it was simply unrealistic to get equipment made by them, to which the young man said that he was not a blacksmith, but a gamer, and perhaps he had some skills, but did not think that they were good. Sweat dripped down Volk's face while he begged to let him go, and Samantha clarified whether it was true that this species was rare on the continent, and besides, the mine in the Emba forest still needed labor. Jeho frowned and noted that this was true, and the mountain hermit asked to bring dwarves to the mine, after which he added that the guests should know what the ore in the mine looked like. Suddenly, the protagonist's pupils noticeably decreased. The shaman grinned and asked what would happen if he were locked up there and forced to work. Fangs were visible in the guy's mouth, and he said that, in addition, the demons of the Emba forest loved gambling, and it was easy to hide him from debtors there, and then exclaimed that it was even profitable for him. The elves dragged the blacksmith away, when suddenly the protagonist loudly called him. Smiling broadly, the player clarified whether he needed to hide somewhere, because he decided to help him this time too, to which he shouted that he knew it was his benefactor. The young man narrowed his eyes and said that there was one condition, which was that he had to prove that he had come to repay the debt. The trees of the Emba forest appeared, and the blacksmith could be heard shouting that he did not have to worry, because he would take care of everything and would not let him down. The protagonist lowered the corners of his mouth and explained that he was talking about his abilities, not about his gambling skills. Waving his arms back and forth, the dwarf shouted that there was no need to worry, because he was also interested in the golem experiment, so he would try to make him good protection. Vulcan noted that this forest was full of magic and that it smelled of demons, after which he asked if they were going to send him to hell, to which the shaman smiled and replied that he would not do that. Looking into the bushes, the dwarf thought. Seeing Sikid, the blacksmith's pupils bulged in bewilderment. The gambler dropped his jaw, surprised by the demon's appearance, and thought that he was already in hell. Opening his mouth wide, the creature asked where the dwarf was from, and the shaman suggested that they now get to know each other, because from this day on they would live together. The heroes looked at the guy indignantly. Pointing a finger at the blacksmith, the undead asked if the protagonist wanted them to deal with the noise of the dwarves, when even with the elves communication was tense, and the new roommate exclaimed that he did not want to stay with the demons, because it hurt his pride. Menacingly frowning, the player suggested that they should perhaps call the elves for their joint walk in the mountains, and take Volk to the creditors, to which they loudly apologized. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the young man said that this was excellent, and asked the blacksmith to follow him, because he needed to meet someone else, but it was not a person. The gambler asked him again, his pupils widening in alarm. Leaves appeared on the branch. Jeho turned his head back and said that this mine used to be a tomb and that he would have to work inside, to which he asked if they wanted to bury him alive here, but he was asked not to worry, because it was bigger than it seemed. A crack was visible in the floor. Magic crystals were shining brightly, and Volka could be heard exclaiming that this was a mithril, or vein. The dwarf spread his arms out to the sides and shouted that there was also very high-quality iron ore here, so this place was full of various treasures, to which the protagonist said that after all, a blacksmith is a blacksmith. Slightly lowering his chin, the shaman asked him if he liked it, and then added that if he stole anything, he would die, to which he replied that this was just right for the big game. Putting his hand on his side, the guy said that the demon would look after him, and another guy was guarding this place. Putting his hand to his mouth, the protagonist began to loudly call the mountain hermit. The hero's backs appeared, and the gambler asked what kind of vibrations these were, to which his interlocutor replied that he needed to say hello. Peeking out from behind the cave wall, the giant noticed Jeho and asked if he needed that flower again, to which he said hello and asked how he was doing, after which he added that he brought him a friend. Smiling broadly, the hermit shouted that this dwarf was very small, that he did not notice him, and then added that the protagonist kept his promise. Dropping his jaw, the big guy laughed and said that he was pleased to meet him, and besides he had many questions, when suddenly the shaman noted that he could not even dream of stealing. Raising his chin, the guy asked if there was a forge in this place, since there were dwarves here. Joyfully widening his eyes, the hermit exclaimed that everything was here, and that he would take them there. Angrily frowning, Volka clarified whether there really was a forge in such a place. Magic stones were visible on the walls of the cave. Approaching the channel with magma, the giant said that this is the place, to which they said that it looks like a traditional toilet is leaking. Confused, opening his mouth, the protagonist asked if this is really a toilet, to which the giant replied that it is true, and because of the magma there is no smell after using the toilet, when suddenly the blacksmith was indignant that he will not work here, to which he received the answer that he has been living in the cave for a long time, and without this he would definitely end up in real hell. The player asked the dwarf to take care of the armor, to which he opened his mouth wide and did not understand how he would be able to work in such dirt. Looking down, the mountain hermit said that dwarves worked in this place, and among them was a guy who worked with excrement, when suddenly Volka said that he heard about it, and in the excrement of a giant who chews stones, there can be a very pure mineral that cannot be digested. The big guy exclaimed that this is true, and the dwarves really liked it, to which Jeho put his hands on his hips and asked if his debtor heard him. Smiling, the protagonist noted that in any case, this is a condition for his concealment, so he needs to create items, thereby proving that he has the necessary skills, and then he will not care what he will do in the Emba forest, to which he remained silent. Raising his palm, the blacksmith did not understand how he could live here, to which the shaman replied that this used to be a mine of his relatives, so he needed to send a letter to his hometown, because there might be someone who knew about it. Looking down, the guy advised the gambler not to be shy and to use minerals to create items as much as he wanted. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist said that if he liked this business, he could stay here forever. At the entrance to the perma-desert, a man appeared who noted that this was the last place where traces of a dwarf were found, and in this desert there were only 2 places. The man turned around when his partner mentioned the forest of Roxchi and the garden of Alicia. Throwing her weapon over her shoulder, Goldtooth noted that she also heard that Jeho once helped Volka in the kingdom of Razel, after which she added that if his traces ended here, it meant that he helped a dwarf again. Her comrade lowered his chin and asked them to wait a minute, then said that they had found his tracks again, and that they were heading to Emba Forest. The girl leaned forward and said that it was the forbidden forest in the north of the desert, then asked if she could go check it out herself, since it was not far, and her colleague said that she was in a bit of a hurry, to which he replied that he had already received a reprimand from his superiors for wasting too much time on such a small loan like his. Suddenly, the leader of the private lender pursuit group lowered her rifle. The lady wrapped her fingers around the handle of the equipment, and said that in that case, it was time for them to go. A dwarven large mithril shield, an iron breastplate, and a mithril shield appeared on the ground. Jeho, with his mouth wide open, remarked that the armor the blacksmith had forged was beyond his expectations, and added that using it as a material to summon a golem would increase its stats and even give the golem the stats of the item. Suddenly, a level 35 gold golem wearing dwarven armor appeared in front of the protagonist, and he remarked that there was another problem, and then cancelled the summoning, and the system reported that 50% of the material would be returned. The shaman kept silent, spreading his fingers wide. Looking at the mountain hermit's feces, rusty steel, and stone that fell to the ground, he said that when it came to treasures and items that weren't gold or gems, the materials would be random, but would always be equal to half the value of the item. Raising his head, the protagonist thought about how even the basic ingredients used to create this shield were of high quality, so it was impossible to simply buy them if he wanted, and then said that Volka said so, but he was sorry that he could not return the shield after summoning or its basic ingredients. Frowning angrily, the player suggested that it would be more profitable to use only the basic ingredients for summoning, rather than wasting valuable materials, and then decided that it would be worth using the highest grade and combining it with gold and giving up combat ability, and if he created it as a boost for himself or the party, it would be quite good. Suddenly, the youth loudly called out to the blacksmith, to which the blacksmith answered, holding a hammer in his hand. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist asked if he would be able to create an alloy of gold and ore and maintain the quality, to which he replied that the material would most likely become a little softer, but it was entirely possible, and the savior asked him in that case to first work on the alloy instead of creating items. With his eyes wide open in alarm, the gambler asked if the shaman had said that he needed items to create a golem, to which he replied that it was true, but now it seemed like a waste of time, and nevertheless, he needed to continue creating items in parallel. At that very moment, the guy's pupils noticeably narrowed, because he did not even admit the thought of Volk's freedom, and then stated that he still needed to test him to determine his fate. Tears flowed from the dwarf's eyes, and he said that he understood him. The protagonist was holding a dwarven iron ingot, which is an alloy forged by a dwarf from the finest iron and gold, and he asked if it was the fastest alloy to make that could be made now. Recalling how Samantha frowned and was surprised that he was using this expensive item for experiments, the player noted that he had heard that it was very difficult to make the best steel, and decided to go and experiment. The dark sky was visible above the forest. The young man stuck a shovel into the ground, saying that he had prepared iron ingots, and the second part of the items to be summoned would be earth. Jeho frowned and noticed a system message that he had dug up soil that was saturated with demonic energy. The protagonist did not understand what was wrong with the soil here, when suddenly a high-ranking spirit climbed onto his shoulder and noted that they were now in a demon forest. The spirit of life explained that this was the result of him using the tanlite shovel in the forest created by demons, and that was how this effect came about, to which the shaman looked away and said that everything was clear to him. Looking at the description of the tanlite shovel on the system screen, the guy said that he now understood the part in the description that said about changing the characteristics. While the creatures were silent, the protagonist lowered the corners of his mouth and asked why the earth he had just dug up was still saturated with demonic energy, when suddenly the system reported that his bad reputation was a little over 4,000, and his bad hidden reputation was 550, and he decided that it was because of this. Grinning widely, Grumpy asked if the player was going to create a golem from this earth, to which he replied that it was just an experiment. Grabbing the hourglass in his hand, the youth shouted for the golem to come out, and to do so, he uses iron ingots and soil that is imbued with demonic energy as a material for summoning. It seemed like a huge creature stepped on the ground with a crash, and the system reported that the golden golem summoned by the hourglass of the frozen desert is a demonic monster that the great demon Kalito gave to Burzel as part of the deal, and after being imbued with demonic energy, the bloody gold golem became even more powerful. Jeho frowned in confusion and asked the artificial intelligence again. The sinister monster appeared, and it turned out that the bloody gold golem had gained intelligence. Looking at the creature, the heroes remained silent, and the system reported that the great devil Kalito's sympathy for him and bad reputation had increased, so he was being presented with a gift. The corners of his mouth turned down. The protagonist said that it was all his fault for not having any doubts about the outcome. Leaning forward slightly, the shaman noted that both Burzel and the hourglass were cursed, adding that no one could have known that the changes would be like this. Raising his hands, the boy wondered what that was. Turning his head to the side, the life spirit reported that the sound was coming from the other end of the forest, to which the protagonist clarified if the elves had returned. Lowering his chin, the player read the notification that the demon tribe of the Emba Forest was under attack, when he suddenly wondered if another group of elves had encountered demons on their way to the Garden of Alicia. Taking one step forward, the young man decided that he needed to convince them to leave the forest, because it would certainly never be quiet here. Suddenly, the protagonist looked straight ahead. Demons surrounded a dark silhouette, and the shaman did not understand who they were fighting. The undead opened its mouth wide and shouted that they knew the guy would come to their aid, to which he asked if he was Sikid's older brother and what was going on. They asked who would have thought that a flower shop owner would have such a hobby, to which he frowned in confusion. Goldtooth held the demon's head and asked if the player knew them and if they were his pets since they matched his appearance, then suggested that they could get along. Opening its mouth wide, the monster told the man to let go of Tururu, to which she said what would happen if she was scared like that. Suddenly, the girl grabbed her gun with her hand and said that she might accidentally pull the trigger. Jeho spread his arms out in alarm. The demons shouted that they would kill the dirty man, and the leader of the private creditor persecution group closed her eyes and admitted that she was guilty. Sweat was running down the protagonist's face, and it turned out that the player who fights demons is the embodiment of justice, and such people are full of virtue, so they are good players. Waving his hand, the shaman said that he did not know these creatures, and wished the lady a good time leveling up, which they were unhappy with. Smiling widely, the guy said goodbye to her. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably narrowed. At the same second, the protagonist pushed off the ground with his foot. Squinting, Goldtooth noted that he had excellent intuition for combat, so the rumors about him were not unfounded, and then admitted that she did not care about his relationship with these demons. Putting her weapon in front of her, the girl said her name and said that she worked at X-Space, after which she said that she came here when she learned that their client Volka was here. Turning his head back, Jeho asked who it was, to which she remained silent. Smirking, Goldtooth said that pretending was pointless and that he should not underestimate their searching abilities, and then explained that their organization avoided situations in which they would not make a profit. The girl's pupils visibly narrowed, and she decided to ask one last time about the dwarf's whereabouts. Gritting his teeth in alarm, the protagonist asked if he would have to fight her, to which the spirit of the furnace replied that he had urgent business, so they would see each other later. A moment later, the shaman frowned angrily. The leader of the private creditor persecution group heard footsteps and turned around. Looking back, the lady was very surprised. The bloody golden golem rushed forward and shouted that it had arrived. The monster hit the girl with its fist. The creature stood in front of its creator. Suddenly, the bloody golden golem gestured that everything had worked out. The guy lowered the corners of his mouth, not understanding why he had come here. The demons opened their mouths in shock. While the undead rejoiced and shouted that they had always believed that someone would come to their aid, the protagonist gritted his teeth and exclaimed that this was complete horror. After a pause, the player frowned and assumed that the negotiations had failed, but the stranger was fine. Getting up from the ground, Goldtooth declared that she would not waste any more time. Adjusting her hair with her fingers, the girl decided to check if it was true what they were saying about how the young man was fighting. Opening his mouth wide, the evil spirit shouted that the man must die. The leader of the private creditor pursuit group leaned his body forward. The lady looked up and noticed that adults were actually talking here. At the same second, she reached for her weapon. Having fired a shot, the lady used the double buckshot ability. Throwing the gun behind her neck, Goldtooth announced that the final chord was coming. The girl struck the enemy with a circular blow. Tears appeared in the demon's eyes. The recoil of the shot raised the leader of the private creditor pursuit group high above the ground, using the explosive recoil skill. Raising his head, Jeho shouted that this was incredible. The protagonist's pupils visibly narrowed in surprise. The lady was rushing straight towards him. Opening his mouth wide, the shaman exclaimed that she was definitely a demon, and the creatures noted that it would be more accurate to say that she was an angel. The lady delivered another crushing blow. Squeezing her eyes shut, Goldtooth said that she was disappointed, and the guy shouted that it was a tactical retreat. Looking away, the protagonist was indignant at where the crybaby had gone. Hiding behind a stone, the furnace spirit said that he had problems here, to which he cried out that he needed his help now. Turning his head forward, the player ordered to do something with it. Looking at the bloody golden golem, the young man cried out that it had been calling him from the very beginning of the fight, and then added that they were both of demonic blood, so he needed to talk to it. The high-ranking spirit grabbed the boulder with his hands and asked how the protagonist imagined this, since they didn't even know each other. Suddenly, the shaman grabbed the creature in his hand, and it asked him to wait. Throwing the furnace spirit forward, the guy shouted that they needed to switch, and then used the spiritual attack ability, and told it to grab this golem. At the same second, the huge monster put its hands forward. With its mouth wide open, the small creature begged to let it go, since it was scared, and the system reported that it seemed to her that the big guy was thinking about how cute he was. Leaning her hands on the weapon, the girl asked if this was his secret move, and whether she should start worrying, although it was interesting to watch them, to which the young man cried out that they needed to stop being sarcastic, and this was not his secret move. Jeho clenched his fists tightly, and Zlatozubka continued talking. The protagonist gritted his teeth from the effort, and the lady shouted at him to show what he had. The system reported that thanks to the title of Tomb Robber, the player gets a boost to speed and agility, when suddenly he frowned and cried out indignantly. The leader of the group of persecution of private creditors grabbed the handle of the gun with her fingers. At the same second, the guy knocked the equipment of the rival with his palm, which surprised her. The protagonist raised his knee up, when suddenly the artificial intelligence notified that he was affected by demonic addiction. The young man struck the girl with great force, and the system reported that the effect of demonic addiction was increasing. Goldtooth flew far back. Raising her palm to her chin, the lady noted that her enemy was much faster than she thought, although this was no use, and then asked if his brilliant plan was to layer the damage and somehow equalize her in terms of health. Jeho kept silent, pursing his lips. Lowering his hand with the weapon down, the leader of the private creditors pursuit group said that it was worth admitting that he had something to show in close combat, after which she began to tell him about his strong point. Having fired a shot, the lady shouted that her strong point was long-range combat, and then suggested that he try to dodge a series of shots. Covering his face with his hands, the shaman screamed loudly. Frowning, the guy thought about the fact that the bullets were damn fast, so he needed to throw on some kind of anti-enhancement in order to dodge normally. Bright red lightning began to emanate from the protagonist's palm, and he shouted a power phrase about having to face suffering. Goldtooth's hair flew up, and she was surprised that this was not an attack ability, but an anti-enhancement, and assumed that it imposed a penalty on speed and agility. Gritting his teeth tightly, the player decided to end this. As the young man struck, the system reported that the effect of demonic addiction was increasing. Dodging the attack, the girl asked if he had cast an anti-enhancement on her to force her to engage in close combat. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up. The leader of the private creditor pursuit group held back the kick with her weapon and noted that his physical damage and poison effect were ridiculously small. Opening her mouth, the lady asked if he was a low-level player. The shaman clenched his jaw tightly. Lowering her hands, the lady admitted that she could not believe that the opponent did all this relying only on instincts and reflexes, but it turned out that these were just rumors, to which he remained silent. Throwing the gun over her shoulder, the lady said that she was disappointed, because she hoped that he really had a secret move hidden. Clenching his fists tightly, the protagonist remained silent. Standing in front of the enemy, Zlatozubka asked if he was giving up already, and then said that he might not be as tough as they say, but at least he knows when to stop, and that is an indicator of intelligence. After a pause, the player opened his mouth and noted that the plants in this forest were completely different from those in the usual one. The rival stuck her lips out in bewilderment. A monstrous flower appeared behind the young man, and he explained that many of the plants here have thorns covered in poison. The thorny stems began to grow in the air, and the protagonist noted that many of them even devour animals. Opening her mouth, the girl asked if these were his last words. Frowning angrily, the shaman said that he had remained in doubt because he thought it was too cruel. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably decreased, and he declared that he had finally made up his mind. The leader of the private creditor pursuit group narrowed her eyes and did not understand what was being said. Jeho released magic particles from his palm and said that he meant it. Behind the protagonist, huge ominous plants appeared, which appeared due to the skill of incredible growth enhancement. After a pause, Goldtooth widened her eyes and asked him again. Grinning evilly, the shaman exclaimed that he would show her what florists are capable of. The flower vine attacked the girl. Winking with one eye, the leader of the private creditor pursuit group screamed in pain, and the system sent messages that the effect of demonic addiction was increasing. Putting the shovel forward, the protagonist shouted the spell Ginseng Collection. Dodging the attack, the lady clenched her teeth tightly. The opponent lowered her eyebrows, surprised that his damage output was not that great, but it was hard to dodge him and his monster plant, and the anti-boost that was cast on her weakened her greatly. Raising her knee, Goldtooth asked if this was the skill he was looking for. Dropping her jaw, the girl shouted that he was just an amateur. After firing the shot, the leader of the private creditor pursuit team was thrown back by the explosive recoil. Raising his head up, the player exclaimed that the opponent had jumped into the sky again. Hovering in the air, the lady said that it was a good try and decided to give it to him, but they were just fragile blades of grass, and all he had to do was burn them. A magic ball appeared in the lady's hand, and she asked the enemy to catch the gift, and the system reported that it was a bomb with an incredibly large damage radius. Jeho opened his mouth in alarm. The protagonist clenched his jaws and cried out that he thought so. Swinging her hand, Goldtooth asked if her opponent thought it was funny. The shaman smirked and apologized, explaining that all those plants were never his only plan, adding that they were more than just fragile blades of grass. The girl scowled and asked him to stop bluffing. The boy's pupils narrowed noticeably, and he exclaimed that he had been waiting to do just that. The leader of the private creditor persecution group lowered her head and muttered that this couldn't be happening, and it turned out that the demonic power had reached 32. Streams of dark energy surrounded the lady's body, and she was outraged that this bastard had predicted that she would use a bomb. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and used the skilled demonic explosion, admitting that he hoped that she would be blown to pieces by the bomb. Suddenly, a notification appeared stating that the player had caused a demonic explosion, and suddenly a bright flash appeared in the air. Covering his forehead with his hand, the young man noticed that the rival had used gunpowder, so he knew that she had the ability to make bombs, and then added that it was a kind of excitement. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist said that in any case, it was a huge bomb, and if it fell to the ground, he would have been completely swept away along with that lady, and then declared that it was over. Looking to the side, the shaman saw a message that demonic energy was spreading everywhere due to the explosion. The dirt-stained Goldtooth moved forward and shouted that they were not finished yet, and the boy was surprised that she was alive. Raising his hand, the protagonist did not understand what was happening to these plants, and the system reported that the demonic plant, which had experienced extremely accelerated growth, was starting to go berserk, exposed to concentrated demonic energy. Frowning menacingly, Goldtooth remarked that this was very humiliating. Opening her mouth wide, the girl promised to do everything in her power to kill him. Looking around, Jeho shouted that he had nowhere to run. Beads of sweat were running down the protagonist's face, and he did not know what to do. Suddenly, a huge fist appeared from his left. The bloody golden golem knocked down the leader of the private creditor persecution group, which the guy was very surprised about. Dropping his jaw, the protagonist asked if the big guy came here to save him. Holding the bloody golden golem's head, the furnace spirit exclaimed that he was losing control, so he needed to be removed, and the artificial intelligence notified that the creature was getting very excited due to the concentration of demonic energy, to which the player replied that he was not here to save him. The high-ranking spirit repeated that he had told him to take it away, while the young man waved his arms in alarm and asked him to wait a second, because this demonic plant did not want to calm down. Sticking out his tongue, the demon was surprised that the protagonist could not stop it, although it should be very easy. Jumping on the head of the bloody golden golem, the undead ordered the green bastard to calm down. Frowning in surprise, the shaman exclaimed that it turned out that there was at least something he knew how to do, to which the spirit of the furnace cried out that it was a demonic plant, so he knew how to talk to them, and then asked him to do something about this big guy. Suddenly, Goldtooth appeared, screaming in pain, and the protagonist was surprised that she was still alive, although if she were Taylor, she would have died 5 times over. Raising her hand to her chest, the girl admitted that she thought she now understood why the grizzly bears were defeated like that. Holding the shovel in his hand, Jeho apologized, because he would not mind handing her the bushing, but it turns out that life is not that simple, to which she replied that anyone would desire a gnome, especially a person who strives to be the best of the best, and the main character said that he just wants to open a flower shop. Slightly lowering her eyebrows, the leader of the private creditor pursuit group decided to see if he could handle the upcoming. The bloody golden golem swung its huge hands, preparing to attack. Shifting his gaze to the side, the shaman was surprised by what was happening, because he had not yet finished the conversation, and the system reported that he managed to defeat Goldtooth. Standing behind the big guy, the guy thanked him, to which he began to growl, and the spirit of the furnace explained that he was saying that he did not need to sit here and listen to all this. The protagonist frowned in confusion and asked if the demon could communicate with him, and why, if so, he couldn't subdue him. Turning his head back, the little creature explained that just because he understood him, it didn't mean he would do as he was told, although he had already said that he was crazy. After a pause, the player put his palm in front of him and asked to eliminate the golem, when suddenly the system reported that the bloody golden golem had been deleted. The young man lowered the corners of his lips, thinking that he should be more careful when it came to creating golems. Opening his mouth wide, Volka asked if it was Goldtooth, and if that crazy woman was here. Jeho, lowering his eyebrows, asked in return why he was so surprised. Clenching his fist, the dwarf explained that Goldtooth was death incarnate for those in debt, and it was said that she would pull out every gold tooth while he was conscious, and he had 6 of them. Putting his hand under his vest, the blacksmith said that he needed to give him something in return, namely what he did as practice. The gambler held out an ingot, and the protagonist asked what it was, to which he received the answer that these were the things he asked him to forge to create golems, and the dwarf added that he had tinkered with it for a while, and asked why he did not want to take a closer look. An iron ingot with a dwarven seal engraved on it appeared, and at that moment the system wrote down its characteristics. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked if he knew how to use magic. The dwarf held out his index finger and exclaimed that if he had all the ingredients he would know, and that for a dwarf to use magic, a special powder was needed, but he had little left now. The boy, sweat pouring down his face, asked if he meant to say that he used more than just magic. Raising his hand, Volka asked in return if he thought the powder would work if some ignoramus used it, and then said that only dwarves were capable of such things, and the boy asked where he could get more, to which he received the answer that it was where his homeland was, namely, in the Guru's hymn volcano. The player lowered his gaze and noted that he had no idea where it was, but he should not even dare ask him to go there to get this powder. The dwarf clenched his fingers and explained that he hadn't planned to, because you had to be a dwarf to go there, and he couldn't do anything properly with the equipment there, so he was thinking about asking his family from his hometown to help him. Looking at the blacksmith, the shaman said that this was great news, but he didn't want to leave the flower shop anymore. Smiling, the florist thanked the gambler for this, and added that he would find a good use for him. Opening his mouth, the dwarf asked if he could finally let his guard down. The system reported that the quest was completed, and Volka became the official blacksmith of the Elysian flower shop, and the fame of the Elysian flower shop also increased, and at the same time, Jeho, looking to the side, wondered if he was incredibly valuable. The AI wrote that if it turns out that he is illegally occupying the nearby forest, the nobles nearby will be furious, after which the protagonist, through sweat on his face, muttered that this forest definitely belongs to another country, and he should deal with it soon. The protagonist, biting his lips, heard a notification from the call center of the Elysia flower shop. The guy blushed sharply, asking if this was an order request. Jeho blushed, because he received a new order and he saw that the customer was Red. The protagonist looked down and asked what he was asking for, and the operator replied that Red was looking for something to pump up his fire or magic damage, like last time. The protagonist frowned, and the operator explained that the thing is that there is a curse that constantly eats away at health, or a debuff on agility, which is applied in the dungeon that Red is trying to clear, and Red asks if this product can have benefits that could counter those effects. Jeho smiled and said that he would look into the features of these effects and start working on it, and then he would head to Elysia right away. The protagonist blushed and said that this was his only customer, and maybe he would give him a small gift this time. After a while, he frowned and said that he would base the new product on the blue mist grass wreath he made him last time, and Red wanted it to have effects that accelerated regeneration and neutralized agility debuffs. The blue mist grass was in front of him. He then picked up a wind flower and said that it was for an effect that would help with ability weakening. He placed his hand on the table and stated that there was nothing better than Eiffel flowers when it came to restoring strength. Jeho smiled and said that it was because its ability to restore a small amount of stamina became a continuous effect to restore HP once it was applied to the product, making Eiffel flowers the most cost-effective when it came to restoring strength. The protagonist sat at the table and began crafting, saying that he could use a ton of growth energy now that it could be produced in the lab. The protagonist placed his hand on the table and exclaimed that it should work. He blushed as he looked at the marshmallow wreath and shouted that it was done. The protagonist held it in his hands and said that it was a bit of a shame that it wasn't the only rarity, but it should be good enough. The room was lit up. The protagonist read something strange and wondered what kind of care the flower wreath needed to last semi-permanently. A life spirit appeared on his shoulder and said that he should take care of the wreath as devotedly as he did all the flowers grown in Elysia, but Jeho said that it would be impossible for him. A stove spirit appeared on his right shoulder and said that he could have a mage bring the wreath here regularly to be repaired. The protagonist lowered his head and wondered if they were saying that Red should return the wreath before the flowers completely withered and asked them to provide it with intensive care. The life spirit closed her eyes and said that it was quite clever, because there really was so much life in Elysia that it would be possible to bring any withered flower back to life. The protagonist smiled and exclaimed that it was worth a try. A man walked through the desert. It was Red and he had already seen Elysia on the horizon, so he said that the last time he was here, he was worried a lot about the guild, but now everything is different. The wizard remembered the many insults towards him and said that he was glad that he had already left the guild. The man put his hands on his hips and said that he only joined to reap the benefits of a large guild, because he never liked them, but now he does not have to worry about what they think of him. He blushed, imagining how strong he will be. He immediately ran into the city, saying that he can't wait to take the wreath in his hands, and Red also noticed that this place has really changed a lot. His eyes widened and he stopped, because someone called out to him. He turned around and saw the protagonist. The protagonist showed him the wreath and asked if he wanted to check the effects, and Red started shouting that it was incredible. Just as he expected, these were exactly the effects he asked for. The protagonist grabbed the back of his head and said that he was glad the wizard was happy, since the item's level had dropped recently due to the protagonist's excitement, but Red replied that he had been playing for long enough to know that amazing success did not happen often. Red looked at the system window and said that even looking at the basic functions, you can see how powerful this item is, since it can be worn on top of an item in the same slot as a set of effects. Red clicked on the system window and wondered what semi-permanence was, so the protagonist immediately decided to ask him about it. Jaeho looked at him and asked how many days the previous wreath lasted for him, and Red said that the previous wreath lasted for about a month. The protagonist looked down and asked if Red could come to Alicia in 20 days, since if he came before the flowers withered, they could restore them to their original state. Jaeho scratched his cheek and said that he would have to take a small fee from him for the work, but Red would not be able to take care of them on his own as needed, and it would be much more cost-effective than ordering a new one every time. The wizard beamed with happiness, and exclaimed that of course he agreed, since he had nothing to lose. The protagonist handed him the bracelet of unshakable consciousness, and asked him to take it too. Red burst into tears, and Jaeho said that it was a gift, and besides, there was nothing special about it, but Jaeho thought that the bracelet could help the wizard in the dungeon he wanted to clear. The protagonist looked seriously at the wizard, who was embarrassed to ask something. Red blushed and said that he was told that he had to see the night scenery when he was in Alicia, and wanted to know if there was a place nearby where he could stay. He lowered his head and said that he could show him around. The white flowers were shining brightly against the starry sky. White spirits were flying around the flowers. They were walking down a dark street. Red blushed and said that it was incredibly beautiful here. The flowers were shining around them. The wizard said that he knew that they were inside the game, but he never thought that he would be able to see something like this. Then the protagonist blushed and said that the flowers were amazing, because they were beautiful and smelled delicious. But the inner peace that they gave him, when he looked at them, seemed like the real power that they had. The protagonist frowned when the wizard called out to him. Sweat appeared on Jaeho's face when Red said that he had something to tell him. He then took off his cap. He blushed and started repeating the protagonist's name. The protagonist was shocked and did not understand what was happening. Red closed his eyes and could not properly say what he wanted. May stood around the corner and wondered if this was a confession. Red lowered his head and exclaimed that he was in a situation where he needed to kill Jaeho. May immediately turned away and said that it was boring, while the wizard explained that it was because until recently he was a member of the Grizzly Bear Guild. Jaeho smiled and said that he already knew it. Red was shocked. The protagonist seemed to glow when he said that he accepted his orders despite the fact that he knew everything. The wizard's mouth fell open in shock. He began to clutch his cap in excitement. Red looked at the smiling protagonist and thought that this man really has a big heart. He hugged the cap to his chest and mentally said that he didn't look like he really liked flowers. Red closed his eyes and thought about how Jaeho would welcome customers with open arms, even if they were enemies, since he took flowers very seriously. The wizard opened his mouth and shouted that he was really touched. The protagonist frowned and wondered what was wrong with him. Red closed his eyes and thought that this was very touching, but the protagonist was thinking about how ignorant Red had always been. The action moves forward a few days ago. The protagonist is talking to Taylor, who tells him that Red must be very upset, since he was unfairly kicked out of the guild, even though he did nothing. The protagonist looked at the wizard in shock and wondered why he said he was so touched. The action moves to some palace. Red closed his eyes and introduced himself. He started streaming and the comments immediately started insulting him, calling him a traitor. The wizard smiled and said that he turned on the stream to give everyone some useful advice. He spread his arms and said that the building he was standing in front of right now was the famous cave called Ancestral Trial, an individual cave known for its hellish difficulty even for level 300 users. He looked at the system window and said that he wanted to try to clear it today. Many players wrote him some indignation. He showed his bracelet and exclaimed that he would use this item. The wizard put his hand to his chest and said that the commentators can call him a traitor as much as they want, but in his opinion, the guild is just a way to become stronger, and the real goal of the game is growth. He raised his hands above himself and asked loudly, "Doesn't this mean becoming powerful beyond your limit in a new world that is so similar to reality?" He crouched down and shouted that this flower crown and bracelet would help him clear the cave, and that these flower accessories were created by none other than Jaeho, the planter of life himself. The man extended his hand and said that this crown and bracelet had amazing effects, but what was even more incredible was that it could be worn over the equipment that was already equipped. Red blushed and exclaimed that these things were worth considering. On top of that, these crowns and bracelets retain their effects for a month, and if you visit Alicia before the flowers wither, they can be restored or even revived. Red was breathing heavily. Then he suddenly smiled and said that he believed that his debt to the protagonist had been repaid. The protagonist talks to May. She tells him that thanks to the advertising on the stream, the number of orders has increased. Jaeho looked away and said that he was wondering where the small requests they never received came from. They went to the wizard's stream, who was currently talking about how these things were worth considering. The protagonist sweated and said that this was a global advertisement. He blushed and said that this was help that he never expected, plus 99% of their profits were from potion brewing, so there would come a day when most of their profits would come from flowers. He quickly looked away, because someone called him and greeted him. The protagonist frowned and asked him why he was calling. In front of him was a system window. Dupio was talking about how he wanted to talk to Jeho about the team for the opening ceremony of the new world and the exhibition schedule. The protagonist blushed and said that he should log out and check almost, and Dupio noted that he had been telling him about this since he registered. Jeho sat at the table. Dupio was talking about how they were just planning on holding an opening ceremony, but the global company that created the game recently opened a system dedicated to the league, so they decided to hold exhibition games as well. He frowned and fell silent, because Dupio asked him if he wanted to play in the open match. Jeho raised his head and thought about how this was a small part of what he could do as a player. He smiled and said that he would participate, so Dupio was happy and exclaimed that he would sign him up. The protagonist frowned and asked if this was really something to be happy about. The flowers were on the table. Up until the opening ceremony, Jeho stayed at the flower shop, having a great time, all because of the few small requests he received. He sat at the table and thought about how there were a lot of requests, but not many people actually placed orders, so people must still doubt the power of flowers. He smiled widely and said that it doesn't mean he will lower the price since people will eventually find out once they try the products themselves. He then gave his customer a wreath and said that it was the flower crown that the customer ordered. He looked at the customer and said that he tried to pay more attention to the color since this customer was a rare customer. The male customer turned blue in displeasure and mentally said that he ordered it after watching Red's broadcast, but he doesn't understand how he should wear it. His eyes widened in shock when he looked at the specifications. He opened his mouth wide and asked about the stunning effects, and also that it can actually be worn over equipment. Jeho blushed and asked him about his flowers. The man smiled and said that the effects were amazing, but he thought it was all rumors, but the protagonist angrily denied it. He looked at the customer with a creepy expression and said that he wanted to know what the customer thought of the flowers, and the man replied that they were beautiful. Samantha stood behind the protagonist and called him. He turned around and asked her what happened. Next to the girl was her friend, who came to meet Jeho. Chakshan shook the protagonist's hand and introduced himself, saying that he was the leader of the Prime Guild. Jeho's expression darkened and wondered if they had met before, but Chakshan replied that they had met before at the edge of a lush forest. The protagonist scratched his head and said that Chakshan said that he was interested in flowers, but in reality, he was not, and so they immediately realized that Jeho did not remember him. The protagonist then looked at Samantha with a smile, because Chakshan said that she praised him a lot. They looked at the flowers and Guildmaster Prime stated that it was such a beautiful city that videos couldn't do it justice, and the protagonist replied that it was starting to shape them as a city, so it had a long way to go. Chakshan looked at him and said that Crevason was willing to come and take a look next week, and the protagonist replied that he was worried about where they could place the guilds or their main companies in a city they had just built, but Zionth had already thought of everything. Samantha blushed, because Jeho said that they had received a lot of help from her. Jeho then looked up and said that anyway, the solution that Zionth had come to after much thought was to create a separate residential area for the humans living within the Alicia flower shop. He smiled and said that it was the right thing to do, because the elves were so hostile to the humans that it was hard for them to settle here, so he wanted to build an entire city for the humans around the flower shop. The protagonist spread his arms out and exclaimed that this place would become the central park of Alicia. Chakshan opened his mouth in surprise and mentally said that if Jeho created a city for humans in a place that was already so famous, it would be very popular. His eyes widened and he thought about how the main guild couldn't be late for this gold race, so having Samantha here would be an advantage for them. Chakshan looked at the protagonist and said that they hoped to move the main guild headquarters here as well, and he replied that he had heard about it from Samantha once before. They stood opposite each other. Jeho asked if he would be okay with it. Chakshan lowered his head and began to think about how they had already clashed with Jeho twice over Worcester, so if they moved here without permission and angered him again, it would give the impression that their guild was hostile and then the elves would destroy them. The protagonist frowned and asked why Chakshan wanted to stay in Alicia, since the infrastructure there was SOSO and the place itself was quite far from the main cities. Plus the elves were aggressive and the only plus was the beautiful views. The guild leader blushed and said that he, Jeho, was in Alicia. The protagonist immediately jumped back in shock, and Chakshan began to talk about how the whole world was focused on him not only because of his fame, plus Chakshan was sure that from now on the protagonist's name and his value would grow, so he wanted to get to know him before that. The protagonist frowned and said that he didn't know if Samantha had said this, but he was just trying to develop the flower shop. Chakshan put his hand to his chest and said that he only wanted to think about moving after he learned about the protagonist's special abilities from Samantha. After he saw this recent advertisement on the air, he was convinced of his decision. The protagonist also blushed and wondered if this guy understood his love for flowers. Chakshan opened his mouth wide and shouted that he heard that there was a dwarf here, And even the fact that there was a dwarf craftsman here was more than enough reason to befriend Jeho. The protagonist's expression darkened with displeasure, and wondered if he should just turn him down. On the day of the internal exhibition match among the MK players, skyscrapers were visible in the city. Jeho put his hand on his hip and kept silent. The guys walked down the street and were surprised that the protagonist, who turned out to be huge, appeared. Smiling sheepishly, the young man apologized, while the shaman thought about how people often whispered about him when they passed by. The player responded, and the stranger raised his finger up and clarified whether he was the owner of the flower shop, and then asked if he could take a photo with him. Taking the phone in his hand, the guy exclaimed that he was his fan, to which the protagonist thought that this could be a little nicer than before, and thanked him. In front of him, the florist saw a woman who began to scream loudly, and was indignant at this. Running up to the man on a motorcycle, the city woman screamed that he was a thief. With her mouth wide open, the stranger begged for help. The hooligan tried to hide between two cars. Suddenly, Jeho appeared on the road in front of him. The thug's frightened eyes were visible through his helmet, and he wondered if he was a human. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist declared that he would not let him pass. The shaman rushed forward, and the thief ordered him to get out of the way. Clenching his fist tightly, the guy prepared to use the flower shop's secret weapon. Extending his arm to the side, the protagonist performed a muscle grab. Suddenly, the thug's motorcycle flew high above the ground. The hooligan somersaulted in the air. Grasping the bag with his fingers, the player said that this was great, and now he needed to return the item to its owner. Extending the item forward to hand it to the owner, the player asked if everything was okay with her, to which she loudly thanked him. Jeho narrowed his eyes and noted that he had to go or he would be late, and it turned out that he was inadvertently becoming famous in the real world and in-game world while the fans were admiring him. On his phone screen, a news site was showing and people were talking about how great the main character was. Dupio closed his eyes and thanked the guy for making MK look good, to which he replied that it was no problem. Smiling widely, the head of the recruiting company for the players said that the opening ceremony team would be quick, and then added that after that, the game exhibition with the rest of the MK players would take the main stage. The guy raised his palm and explained that they needed to go here, and suggested that they go greet everyone, which surprised the shaman, when suddenly, a loudspeaker was heard greeting the guests, and saying that the opening ceremony would start in a minute. The protagonist extended his palm forward and greeted him, and his partner introduced him as the main tank of the team. The florist frowned in confusion, while the young man exclaimed that it was nice to meet him. Closing his eyes, Dupio said that he was treated special because he had not yet proven his gaming skills, and therefore they were afraid, after which he added that he was sure that things would improve when he and the team participated in matches and events together, and also wanted to apologize for them, because in fact they were good people, to which he replied that everything was fine. The girl approached the heroes and greeted them. The owner of the flower shop, dropping his jaw in surprise, exclaimed that he was the healer of the MK players. Folding her hands in front of her, Gina confirmed his words. The lady closed her eyes and remarked that judging by the fact that he knew her name, he must have heard of her before, to which he mumbled that he simply read about her on Wikipedia. Smiling widely, the assistant told him that her father was a friend of his father, which surprised him. The player, widening her eyes, said that she had heard about him from her father, and that he had immediately recognized him when he saw him on TV, and then added that he had said that the other person looked exactly the same as when he was a child. Jeho frowned in confusion, not knowing whether to take that as a compliment, while Gina admitted that she was very surprised when she heard that he had joined MK, and then added that her parent had said that he would be polite and loyal because he was his father's son, and so he hoped that they would become friends. The protagonist asked if this was true and said that in that case he was eager to get to know her better, to which she closed her eyes and exclaimed that she wanted to do the same. Imagining his father's face, the shaman thought that he was in shock, because his father had a good reputation among his friends, and this was unexpected. Dupe approached the heroes and cried out that this was a lucky coincidence, and they did not understand what he was talking about. The guy's pupils noticeably decreased, and he said that all three of them would be in the same room during the exhibition internal match, after which he invited the interlocutors to go to the branded capsule room. Entering the room, the florist cried out in surprise. Turning his head to the side, the manager said that their room was equipped with capsules with the best characteristics in the entire store, and they were quite roomy and lined with latex pillows, so they would be even more comfortable than a bed. The flower shop owner touched the metal body of the box with his hands and said that it was incredible because his capsule made clicking sounds when he turned it on, and he had to bend his knees all the time because the size was too small for him, which made the other man wonder how he managed to play in that horrible capsule. Lowering his chin, the boy pointed out that as he had mentioned earlier, all three of them would be on the same team, although usually a team consists of 4 people. But in the new server that opened in the new world, some things had changed, and then added that he would explain everything later. The head of the recruiting team smiled widely and exclaimed that today he just wanted to focus on having fun, and then asked them to register for the server. Raising his hand, Jeho remembered that he was told that this was a separate league server but all the equipment was still on it, to which the young man replied that he was not sure what the competition rules would be. A bright flash appeared in front of the heroes, and Duke noted that they needed to get all the items today, because whatever happened on this server would not affect his character on the main server. Smiling, the manager assumed that they were finally there, and then continued that this was a server that would be used exclusively for matches. Clenching his fists, the protagonist said that this place was emptier than he imagined, to which his partner replied that this could be called a game lobby, because the rest of the players would get here as soon as they logged in, and after a while they would be teleported to the competition map and the match would begin. In the distance, other players began to appear in the beams of teleportation, and the head of the recruiting team for selecting players noted that here are the rest, to which the shaman said that his level was much lower than all the professionals, and clarified whether everything would be okay. Smiling, the young man explained that the difference between the main server and the legendary server was the level of the participants, and all the players here were level 250, so if his level was somewhere around 150, and the other player's level was around 350, then they would both start at 250. Raising his finger up, the partner noted that he would still have hidden characteristics that were not related to his level. Frowning, the protagonist asked him again, to which he replied that he was talking about the points that were earned on the main server for various achievements. It seemed like people were working hard at the forge or fighting a scarecrow, and the interlocutor said that he already knew how to earn additional points. Standing in front of Jeho, Dupio asked if it was true that it could be done with abilities, training, and crafting, and not even by leveling up, to which Jeho replied that it was true, since he had hit something 10,000 times, and although the level had not changed, he had gained a ton of power points. The manager closed his eyes and asked if the protagonist was laughing, and then added that the joke was that the new world allowed him to do everything possible while maintaining the fairness of the matches, to which Jeho replied that he thought he understood everything. The heroes turned their heads to the side when they heard someone say what would happen even if they got the same number of initial points. Sumin appeared, admitting that he was not sure if he could call it a match if he compared the difference between his level and the shaman's level, and the system showed his stats. The boys stared straight ahead, confused, silent. Gritting his teeth, the main MK player explained that one could say that this was the maximum difference between a player who joined MK by pure chance and a real professional, after which he stated that not everyone can be a good player. The other participants in the match exclaimed that the Apocalypse champion was on a different level than the average player, and was therefore amazing, while Dupio closed his eyes and asked them to ignore him because he was just very competitive, and he replied that there was no need to worry because he was simply stronger than the other player. Placing his finger on the system screen, the flower shop owner decided to look at his stats. Suddenly, Gina's eyes widened in surprise and she didn't understand what it was. The manager dropped his jaw and asked what was wrong with his stats. Jeho turned his head back and asked if something was wrong. His mouth widened as he thought about how he couldn't believe that his points were almost the same as Sumin's, but he hadn't even reached level 200. The head of the recruiting team for the players had beads of sweat running down his face and asked what exactly he did in the game, and the girl yelled that his points were ridiculously high, to which he replied that it was nothing special. The protagonist frowned and said that he simply opened a flower shop. The two men remained silent, their mouths slightly open in confusion. The manager's pupils narrowed noticeably and he mentally said that he thought he was famous only for his exaggerated reputation and not for his skills, but this guy must really be a monster, as they say. An announcement was heard that in 3 minutes all the players would be teleported to a special map in the Labyrinth of Chaos, when suddenly Duke put his hand in front of him and yelled that the match was about to start, and they would be automatically transferred to the map, so they needed to quickly distribute the points of the general state of the group. The loudspeaker announced that the league match was about to begin, to which the shaman opened his mouth in alarm and muttered that he was starting to worry. The manager smirked and suggested that they would understand once they got to the map. The protagonist bit his lips and quietly said that strength was his main stat and he had to distribute 2 to strength, 1 to agility, 1 to stamina and 1 to mana, while his companion thought that this guy was probably really strong. The heroes appeared in the Labyrinth of Chaos and were surprised by this, and were told that the league match was about to begin. The symbols on the high wall glowed brightly, and the player noted that the map was a labyrinth, and the other teams were teleporting to other parts of the labyrinth. The head of the recruiting team for the players exclaimed with his palm outstretched that there are usually 4 people per team, but since it was the opening day, there were 3, and then added that every time a team defeated a map monster, they would get a point, and if they eliminated a member of the other team, they could get 3 points. Dupio smiled and explained that the match would end when only 1 team remained, but the team that was left was not the last one to win, but the team with the most points, to which Jeho said that was why getting points was more important than surviving, so it seemed like they would have to kill a lot of members. The manager spread his arms out and replied that it was something like that, but the monsters they would encounter would get stronger every 5 minutes, and their starting level was 250, so they were not weak to begin with, and then added that 20 minutes after the match began, the main bosses would appear again, and they would be able to get 2 points if they won. The boy widened his eyes in excitement, and pointed out that it wasn't always worth the effort because you could also get trapped while trying to defeat a boss, to which the protagonist asked if he could just hide somewhere on the map and focus on hunting monsters to get points. Glowing lights appeared on the labyrinth map, and the boy explained that each map was slightly different, but after a certain amount of time, the map would increase in size, so eventually you could run into another team, just like on a battlefield. Taking a step forward, Dupe explained that finding a good strategy was therefore the key to success, and he had to decide from the start whether he wanted to target another team and get points quickly or avoid others and hunt monsters because his team was weaker than the others. Looking away, the manager added that the rules might change in some way in the seasonal league, so it could be considered a beta. Jaeho's shoulder appeared, and suddenly he heard a loud explosion. A ferocious monster appeared, which began to roar loudly. The monster opened its mouth wide, and the protagonist assumed that the hunt had begun, to which his partner shouted that it was a no, and of course he was not a professional, but he would do everything in his power not to become a burden. Grabbing his blade with his hand, the guy exclaimed that he may seem slow, but his halberd attacks are very fast, so he should be careful, after which he declared that he would strike, and asked Jean to cover them, to which she replied that this was great, and the healing could be left to her. Turning his head to the side, the head of the recruiting team for selecting players turned to the shaman. Suddenly, the protagonist ran forward, which greatly surprised his partners. The monster swung a huge axe, and everyone asked the florist to wait. After the blow, a bright red mark was left in the air. With her mouth wide open, Gina shouted that she needed to increase his health. The flower shop owner kicked off the ground. Jumping high, the protagonist prepared to attack. At the same moment, the golem's mouth slammed shut from the impact. The shaman flew high into the air with his hand raised. With his jaw lowered, the florist called for Nagy and Vinny, when suddenly they asked what kind of place this was and if it was a monster, to which he replied that he would explain everything later. Frowning, the protagonist used a spiritual attack. A shovel appeared in the player's hand, and the system reported that he had activated the tin trowel. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred after using the ginseng collection skill. Covering himself with both hands, Jaeho summoned demonic energy, and the AI reported that he had defeated the Knoll Overseer of the Labyrinth, so his team received 1 point. Leaning closer to the ground, the protagonist thought about how his movements felt easier than usual and his reaction speed was also excellent, and then realized that it was because his standard glasses were much higher here, and wondered if it could also be because of the high technology of the capsule. Dupio looked down worriedly. The manager raised the corners of his eyebrows in confusion and asked if Jaeho was sure he didn't want to play in the professional league. The protagonist continued to fight the monster, and it was said that his team was earning points slowly but surely. It seemed like the teammates were munching on popcorn and saying that it was funny and great, and it turned out that the two could only watch. It was seen as someone stepped on the ground with a paw and asked what the two of them were doing. Samin looked away and asked why they were just standing there, to which the boy replied that it was really fun to watch, and his ally added that the shaman was doing a great job of fighting even without them. The main player of Team MK kept silent, his lips pressed together. Lowering his chin, the Apocalypse champion asked if it was true that they would win if they got more points, to which he received a positive answer and asked again if that meant he could attack the florist here and now. Smirking, the head of the recruiting team for choosing players replied that it was a friendly match, so he would not break any rules. Putting his hand to his mouth, the young man shouted that he should be gentle with the flower shop owner. Turning his head back, the life then noticed that the enemy was behind him. Suddenly, Jaeho's pupils visibly narrowed. Opening his mouth wide, Samin used the earth split skill. Raising his leg, the main character performed a circular kick. With his foot, the shaman stopped the enemy's weapon blade. At the same moment, the equipment of the main player of the MK team leaned against the ground. The florist smiled broadly and noted that this was a good ambush, although it did not even reach him, to which the champion of the Apocalypse was surprised at what happened to his sword, because he could not reach it. A moment later, the protagonist's fist flew forward. Raising his leg from the ground, the player cried out in pain. The owner of the flower shop at the same time delivered a second blow to the enemy's face. The silhouette of the protagonist glowed with bright energy, and he said that he hoped that his opponent understood everything, and there was nothing personal, to which the spirit of life clarified whether he was sure of it. Closing his eyes, Samin thought about the fact that he should get the sword from under him. Angrily frowning, the shaman remained silent. At the same second, the weapon of the main player of the MK team burst out of the ground. The boy's mouth wide open, he noticed that his enemy had let him go. The florist's boots came closer to his opponent's face, which surprised him greatly. It seemed like the protagonist did a front kick. Flying far back, the Apocalypse champion didn't understand what was happening. Gritting his teeth, the young man was outraged by his fighting style and wondered if his enemy was making fun of him. Chewing on popcorn, Gina noticed that Samin was badly beaten, and Dupio said that it looked like an ancient dinosaur was humiliating a little boy. Putting his knee to the ground, the MK member shouted that he was caught off guard. Using the Ragnarok skill, the boy released a lightning bolt and cried out that his opponent would not be able to dodge it. Jumping back from the powerful explosion, the protagonist exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, the Apocalypse champion swung his flaming weapon. An electric shock erupted in the air. The boy lowered his jaw and asked how he felt about it, then added that no matter how fast the enemy was, he would not be able to escape. Samin's pupils visibly narrowed in fear. The main player of the MK team looked at the ground in bewilderment. There was a small shovel on it. Coming up from behind, the Florist asked if his opponent had ever heard of a lightning rod. The boy looked back and remained silent. The flower shop owner smirked and remarked that it was a great battle, and for now he was using demonic energy eruption, while the system reported that the demonic addiction had reached 65 units. Jeho began to walk away from the tall flames, when suddenly a notification appeared stating that he had defeated one of the MK team players, thereby earning 3 points for his team. Samin kept his chin down and was silent as the protagonist was asked how he did it, because it was great, and it was said that starting from the main player of the MK team, he managed to defeat all the players, and won a total of 86 points in a friendly match. The boy's pupils bulged, not understanding how it happened, and it turned out that Samin, who had always been proud of being a top player, and the shock he experienced was indescribable, and the shaman was just a flower shop owner to him. With his mouth wide open, Dupio asked if a florist could become a pro player, to which he replied that just running a flower shop gave him enough work. The people in the square raised their hands and shouted that they watched the friendly match and were his fans, and Jeho said that after their debut, they returned to the Garden of Alicia, and the city of elves and spirits is ruled by the first player king. The protagonist kept silent, his lips pressed together, and it turned out that many players had gathered to watch the league, but the elves' hatred of humans could not be extinguished. The forest creatures pounced on the crowd, outraged that they dared to approach the spirit, and ordered them to leave. The shaman frowned angrily and thought about how he needed to hurry up and build a human residence in the Elysian garden, since he had been thinking about it for a long time. Dianth raised the corners of her eyebrows in embarrassment, and said that she had no money. The florist bowed his head down and said that he had received 1 million gold just for holding back the angler, to which she replied that there were only 300,000 gold left, and the territory of the human residence was much larger, since it surrounded the Elysian garden, after which she added that there were restrictions on the purchase of materials from the forest. So it was difficult to buy all the materials needed for construction at once. The excellent architect started talking with her pupils widening, while the protagonist wondered if he would have to go to the bank. The florist narrowed his eyes and asked the assistant. The architect smiled widely and asked why they didn't open a residence for people in the style of a real estate agency, and then explained that he would need to sell the land on his property to people and give them the rights to build. The flower shop owner's jaw dropped, not understanding what she was talking about, and the girl exclaimed that all he had to do was sell the land and let the buyers build their own houses, and then he wouldn't have to spend money on construction. The urban planner put her fingers to her chin and pointed out that there was one problem, which was that the Alicia garden didn't have clear boundaries. Jeho furrowed his brows in anger and asked if she knew that the flower shop had buffs, which surprised her. Turning his head towards the system screen, the protagonist explained that the radius of this effect was much larger than she thought, so they could sell the part of the land that it affected and the land itself would take care of the rest, to which Dianth exclaimed that this was a great idea. The architect raised her eyebrows in alarm and asked if there would be any disputes if the territory suddenly expanded, since the location of the Alicia garden affected the territory of the kingdom of Razel. Clenching his hand into a fist, the shaman asked if the buyers would have to protect themselves, and the assistant noted that they would become a kind of human shield. The architect, widening her eyes, shouted that she understood everything and suggested that they check the map, to which he agreed. Jeho narrowed his eyes and thought that the envoys from Razel would continue to bother them, and the larger the project became, the more restless the neighboring non-game kingdoms became, so it would be nice to find an expert who could manage real estate. The assistants widened their eyes in confusion and remained silent when the protagonist stated that it would be their personal land, and they would be responsible for it. The shaman grinned and asked if they had heard that he had decided to get into real estate, and then explained that the land was located next to the human residence, but also near the center, so they should take it, to which May replied that she was fine with the flower shop, and Samantha noted that she was also happy with everything. The florist slightly tilted his head forward and offered to give it away for free, since someone else could give it away, and suddenly they were happy. Tears were streaming from Vancek's eyes and he asked about him, to which the protagonist replied that he would give her to him if he paid, but was asked why May and Samantha would get her for free, but he had to pay, even though he was his only friend. The flower shop owner lowered the corners of his mouth and explained that it was because he could destroy the country, so he couldn't be compared to the assistants, and then said that he would sell her to him for 5,000 gold, which was cheap, but he could negotiate. The guy asked if he would be given a title later, when the player suddenly put his hand on his shoulder and agreed. Suddenly, someone called out to Jeho, to which he turned his head back. Crovason happily widened her eyes and said that she heard the news, and Chakshan didn't understand what he meant by real estate. Raising her hand, the appraiser recalled that there was an agreement for their placement here, and the head of the Prime Guild explained that if he suddenly went back on his word, then things would be tough for them. Frowning, the protagonist asked them to calm down first and let the assistant explain everything, when suddenly Dianth said that they had taken into account the promise he had made earlier. Leaning forward, the architect asked the guests to look at the map, and as they could see, they were planning to sell the land in each section, after which she added that they would be a priority, but only if they paid the standard price. Putting her palm to her chest, Crovason was indignant that they had made an agreement, and it was too late to go back on their words, because this issue could greatly undermine their trust. Grinning, the shaman said that he thought they could solve all the problems. The florist admitted that he wanted to ask them a favor, to which they opened their mouths in bewilderment. Chulkan appeared behind the heroes. Smiling thoughtfully, the lord said that he was pleased to meet them and told them that he was the chancellor of a flower shop. The appraiser was surprised by this, her mouth wide open. Standing right in front of the guests, the old man explained that from everything he had said, one important detail should be noted, because up until that moment the girl had exclusive deals with the Elysian Garden, to which she replied that this was true, and that they directly sold and transported various items. Looking up, Chulkan said that it did not matter, after which he clarified whether the seller was doing this in order to monopolize luxury goods. The lady bulged her lips in alarm. Raising his finger up, the lord explained that in fact, Crovason had not lost anything by doing business with the Elysian Garden, but on the contrary, thanks to the potion, she received a good profit, and then added that this was a one-sided benefit, because the mist did not show sincerity. The girl widened her eyes in bewilderment. The flower shop chancellor dropped his jaw and added that the mister had no right to protest, as he only wanted to take a look at the place that had recently become popular thanks to Samantha. Beads of sweat were running down Chakshan's face. Gritting his teeth tightly, Chulkan stated that the two of them should pay a fair price, then exclaimed that with great power comes great responsibility, so it would be logical to pay a high price for a good offer. Closing his eyes, the lord admitted that he did not know whether they were loyal to the Garden of Alicia, but as the chancellor of a flower shop, he could not turn a blind eye to this, so he asked them to decide whether they would leave this land, to which the guild leader Prime wondered if things would get worse if he ended up near the Garden of Alicia. The old man's pupils visibly narrowed, and he asked if they would accept their offer. Both were silent, their eyes wide in confusion. Looking away, Crovason agreed to accept the offer, and Chakshan supported her. Dianth began to walk in the opposite direction and offered to let them see the land, to which they agreed. Jeho frowned and sighed heavily in his mind. Squinting, the protagonist thought about how well the flower shop chancellor was doing his job. The system screen displayed the control panel of the users of the New World, and it was said that the news about the sale of land in the Alicia flower shop had spread at the speed of light, not only in reality, but also in the New World. Grinning, the shaman said that this had quickly become a topic of discussion, and requests were coming in more often than expected. May entered the room and said that a visitor had come to the florist. Looking away, the protagonist wondered who it could be. There were dukes sitting at the table, and it turned out that this was a delegation from the kingdom of Razel. Lowering the corners of his lips, the owner of the flower shop mentally said that they had arrived earlier than he thought. The player asked if this was the person who had come last time, to which he clenched his jaw and replied that the person had been executed for disrespecting the honor of his majesty. Jeho waved his hand and noted that this was bad and asked how it happened, to which the count shouted that since he had insulted his majesty the king, the envoy had to take responsibility and be executed. Chulkan jumped up from his chair and was indignant at how the guest dared to come here and act as if he were the king, and asked if he had forgotten his place, to which the protagonist thought that it was awkward. Kneeling down, the lord called out to his majesty. Putting his palm to his leg, the old man shouted that since his majesty had taken away his remaining lineage, he swears to repay the Garden of Alicia with loyalty, but in the current situation, he dares to give him advice. The shaman, his mouth slightly open in alarm, did not understand why this had happened so suddenly. The florist furrowed his brows when the flower shop chancellor exclaimed that as a former servant of the ruined Idran, he had seen everything, and the country had been ruined because of the lazy ruler, and because he looked down on everyone else. At the same moment, Chulkan pointed his finger to the side. The lord shouted that he needed to put them in prison so that they wouldn't look down on the Alicia Garden, when suddenly the duke slammed his palm on the table and told them to explain themselves. Turning his gaze to the count, the old man shouted that he was a bastard, and asked him to be polite to his majesty. With his mouth wide open, the envoy of the kingdom asked if the chancellor was okay in the head, to which the chancellor was indignant that it was very rude, and then suggested that he just bang his head against the wall and go back to Razel. Smiling, the protagonist thought that an ordinary person would not be able to search the castle basement and find a dragon on his own, and he liked this kind of inspiration. Closing his eyes, the Duke cried out that he would report all this to His Majesty and burn everything here so that he would not have to return. Suddenly, Team Alpha attacked the man. Beating him with their feet, the elves declared that the suppression was complete, and the rest remained silent. Angrily frowning, Jeho asked if his assistant had invited the forest creatures, to which he replied that he needed to make sure that he did not miss anything. Looking away, Cholkin noted that he was even asking for forgiveness for his rude behavior. Turning his head towards his interlocutor, the protagonist clarified what was happening, to which he replied that he had been watching him for the past few days and realized that he was a very caring person. The shaman's jaw dropped in confusion, and the old man explained that sometimes even kindness can become poison, and then added that when the Razel Kingdom sends envoys again, they will show them that they are not so easy to deal with. The Lord said that this is a warning, that there is a crazy dog that has broken its leash, and the Florist smirked and clarified what will happen if they declare war, and besides, the elves are here. Looking at the protagonist, the flower shop chancellor said that they will never be able to start a war, because they will rather resort to other measures, so there is no need to worry. Cholkin, with his mouth wide open, advised His Majesty to remember that he needs to know the enemy in order to defeat him, so he should learn as much as possible about the Razel Kingdom. While the Earl, who was loudly indignant, was led out of the office, Jeho thought about the information about the Razel Kingdom. Turning his head back, the man shouted that their contract was broken. The protagonist sighed loudly, dropping his jaw. Narrowing his eyes, the shaman decided that he needed to know about the past transactions between Razel and Tanlight, and wondered what the Razel Kingdom had gotten from Tanlight that it had given up the Lucy Forest and the Perma Desert. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, the florist exclaimed that there was such a person. A man in a black robe appeared, and it was said that Tanlight had been the savior of the elves in the distant past, and it seemed that the old Razel Kingdom and Tanlight had made some kind of agreement that allowed the elves to move to the Lucy Forest. The boy grinned, and it turned out that this had happened 300 years ago, and the mysterious stranger had not told the elves anything about this agreement. A tall red tower was visible, and someone was heard saying that only a person with strong ties to the Razel Kingdom knew about it, and he was full of information and knew the history of the kingdom, although he was an extraordinary person who was different from an ordinary NPC. Suddenly, Renier appeared, who exclaimed in surprise that this was indeed a very beautiful place. The old man closed his eyes and noted that he and Jeho had not seen each other for a long time, and then added that he was now the king of a decent kingdom. Smiling, the protagonist admitted that he did not expect that he would be able to appear so quickly, because it was only a spell of one movement, to which the interlocutor replied that when he heard the story from Red, he had no choice but to quickly come here, because he became very curious. Turning back, the leader of the Red Magic Tower said that it was very beautiful here, and then asked if he could look around while they discussed, to which he was given permission. Taking one step forward, the High Mage said that he wanted to say that it was funny that he had lived for so long but had never met someone like him, a loser who owned a flower shop. Turning his gaze back, Renier asked why he needed such an old man, to which the protagonist replied that he wanted to know as well. Holding his staff in his hands, the High Lord asked if he needed someone like Red, and if it was related to the war declared against the envoys of the Razel Kingdom recently, to which he replied that it was a problem, but things were different now. Jeho furrowed his brows in anger, asking if he knew anything about Tanlight. Renier smiled broadly and laughed loudly, admitting that he was mistaken. The old man lowered his jaw and said that after all this, he did not need the red ball, but was actually looking for it. Taking his fingers on the mug of tea, the High Mage explained that he did not want to interfere in the conflict between countries, and then added that this story would be just the story of one old man. Sitting on a chair, the head of the Red Magic Tower noted that if the protagonist follows the spirit of the gardener, he will definitely want to know its location, and then added that in other words, Tanlight helped the royal family of Razel create the elixir of immortality. Lowering his chin, the shaman inquired about whether the elixir of immortality existed. Looking up, the High Lord said that having achieved great enlightenment, how did he manage to do it, and significantly prolonging life means ascending above people, but Tanlight succeeded. Raising his finger, the florist asked if they had received a place where elves could live in return, to which the interlocutor replied that they had, and that he only knew about it because he had helped build a flotilla with the help of the elixir of immortality. The protagonist asked him again, when suddenly Renier closed his eyes and said that the elixir of immortality was created by the gods, and that its principle of action was similar to the potions he made from flowers. Putting his hands under the table, the flower shop owner asked if the old man was still making the flotilla, to which he replied that he no longer was, since the royal family was now building it themselves, and they were probably nervous about having to involve strangers from outside their country in the work. Smiling widely, the Archmage noted that they did not know where wild herbs grew or how to build a flotilla, and then laughed loudly, to which the guy said that it was okay, since he himself would never have found out about it. Grinning evilly, Jeho thought that it was a pity, since if he managed to find out where they hid it, he would have simply burned it. With his palms on his knees, the head of the Red Magic Tower was surprised that the young man was thinking about burning it, although it was very much like him, to which he asked if he wanted to join him to admire the garden at night. Glowing flowers appeared, and the guest was heard exclaiming that it was amazing, and then said that he had been to the Milky Way garden in their empire, but he could assure that even there it was not as beautiful as this one, that it even took his breath away. Putting his hand on his hip, the shaman said that he had spent a lot of money on this place. Smiling, the High Lord said that even with money this could not be achieved, and clarified whether he had succeeded only because it was him. Putting his fingers to his beard, Renoir admitted that he really wanted to admire this beauty all the time, to which the florist asked if he was not able to achieve anything he wanted. The old man said that the position of the High Lord is not as easy as it seems, to which the protagonist lowered the corners of his mouth in confusion, and the interlocutor explained that in other words, the tower could collapse even if he left it for just a day, and there must have already been a rebellion there. Standing behind the High Mage, the guy asked if everything would be okay, and thought about how he understood why he had gotten along so well with Red, who was locked in the tower, to which he exclaimed that the building could be rebuilt. With his mouth open in surprise, the head of the Red Magic Tower suggested that this would work. Smiling widely, the High Lord said that they needed to move the tower here, to which the player was outraged. Raising his palm, the guest asked Jeho's opinion, and noted that he had heard that the lands of the Garden of Alicia would be put up for auction, and whether he would mind if he moved here, to which he replied that he did not care, but did not understand whether it was allowed. Renier looked to the side and asked if the protagonist did not think that this would be an excellent payment for the information received. Having created a magic portal with his staff, the Supreme Mage laughed loudly and exclaimed that he would move the tower here, and asked His Majesty to take care of himself, to which he clarified whether he had information. The shaman did not understand what was wrong with having a tower here, and whether the fame of the Garden of Alicia would not increase, to which Chokin dropped his jaw and replied that of course it would increase, because if there was a tower here, the value of the land would soar several times compared to the current one, but the owner of the tower was very suspicious. Diantha's eyes widened and she said that she knew that the countries where the tower was located paid to support magical research, to which the florist thoughtfully asked if she meant that they would have to pay a tax, and the chancellor suggested that this was a common practice. The protagonist, frowning angrily, retorted that from his point of view, this was not common, so he should tell him not to move here, to which the old man exclaimed that it was better to keep the tower nearby, and in addition to their amazing skills, a market usually formed around the tower, and this would help the development of the Elysian Garden. The chancellor of the flower shop, dropping his hands, explained that the taxes collected from them were enough to cover the fees for magical research, to which the guy clarified whether he was serious about this, and then decided to leave it to him. The assistant, with an alarmed expression, noted that in any case, when the owner of the tower bought the land and officially decided to move here, he would have to negotiate. Clenching his fists tightly, Chokin shouted that he would prepare for them just in case, then added that he hadn't been this worried for a long time. Jeho narrowed his eyes and decided that since they now had an idea, he needed to gather more information. A notification appeared that Taylor's whisper had arrived, and he was indignant at who the protagonist thought he was, and then cried out that he was not his personal assistant. Grinning, the shaman said that he was perfect for a secret investigation, to which he clarified what that meant, and received the answer that it was because he belonged to the dark class and was an expert in espionage and infiltration. The guy exclaimed in surprise that he was just an assassin and a fellow player, to which the florist, looking at the system screen, apologized and explained that he thought he might know something. Taylor asked if he needed to pay when he wanted information and why he wanted to get everything for free, to which the protagonist smiled broadly and exclaimed for the interlocutor to talk and asked if he had forgotten what his current position was in order to keep an eye on those who were pointed out. Standing in front of the system screen, the player asked how many assassins had killed during the conquest of Idran and whether it meant that infiltrating was his specialty, to which he answered in the affirmative, and the interlocutor said that he wanted to know what was hidden in the royal castle of Razel. The spy asked Jeho again, to which he grinned and explained that there was no point in talking about it now, and if he agreed to the mission, they could meet and talk about it in person. The screen showed that Whisper Taylor had arrived, and he remarked that the harder it was to infiltrate, the faster his skill level would increase, and then exclaimed that he would never blindly follow his orders. Lowering his head, the protagonist muttered, as expected of the gloomy class, and then suggested that they meet at the Garden of Alicia, although there were too many people there, so it would be better to come to the coastal forest. Jeho grinned and said that he would meet him at the Goblin Bank, and then added that he needed to pick up something there. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked for the door to be opened for him. The goblin stuck his head out and asked why the shaman came here, to which he replied that he came to pick up the deposit, since the national treasury was a little empty due to the moderation of the land project. Smiling, the florist explained that he simply wanted to check the gold and asked if the orc had touched it, to which he exclaimed that he could look. Holding out his palm, the creature shouted for him to come in and see that he had not touched anything. The mountains of jewels glittered brightly, and the undead asked how it was possible to count such a quantity of gold with such precision, and why he could not trust them, to which he remained silent. The protagonist looked at Pichio and told him to check everything, to which he began to talk about treasure. Looking straight ahead, the third prince of Iran remained silent, and the goblin did not understand what the child could say when he simply looked. Suddenly, the boy frowned. Pointing his finger at the creature, the flower shop owner noted that if he confessed, he would be forgiven, but if he lied, the elves would not let him get away with it, to which he exclaimed that he did not understand anything, because he did not touch anything. Squinting his eyes, Jeho explained that Pichio has the ability to count, because he is a member of the royal family, after which he added that he has the ability to count what others cannot, and no matter how numerous the treasure is, he will count everything accurately. A mountain of gold coins illuminated the child's face as he named huge numbers one after another. The undead, perplexed, lowered the corners of his mouth, remained silent, and the protagonist clarified how this could be. Grinning, the shaman asked whether he should call the elves. The little boy reported that there was a little less than 350,000 gold coins missing, when suddenly the goblin put his knees to the ground and shouted that he had forgotten that it was not to be touched, and wanted to say that if everything was kept in one place, there was a risk of it being stolen. Lowering his head, the florist asked why the orc had fallen to his knees if he had said that he had simply forgotten, and then added that this time he would forgive him, but now he had to return what he had stolen, to which he remained silent. The leaves of the plant appeared. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist said that this was great, and that he had received gold coins, and that Pichio had done a good job, while he muttered about his valuable coins. The elves jumped out of the bushes, and one of them asked if the flower shop owner was having problems, and if the goblin had lied again, to which he replied that he had, but everything was fine. The assistant reported that he had caught the man who was hiding there, to which he lowered the corners of his lips and asked him again. Taylor kept his hands behind his back and remained silent, when suddenly the forest creature asked whether to kill him, and the player asked to let him go. Lowering his head, the assassin noted that he had gotten himself into a lot of trouble, to which Jeho suggested talking about work. Frowning, the man from the gloomy class asked what he wanted from him, because he had heard that he was having problems with the Razel kingdom, to which he replied that they had hidden something in the palace, and presumably it was the elixir of immortality. Looking up, the guy exclaimed that it was impossible, to which the protagonist explained that it was most likely true, because Renier told him about it. Surprised, his pupils bulging, the assassin asked how he and the Lord of the Red Tower knew each other, because it was difficult for players to see their faces, and he was a non-player character, to which the shaman replied that one thing followed another, so they met, after which he asked whether he would be able to find him in any case. Sitting on his knees, the spy said that it would really be better if they just quietly watched them, and even better not to kill anyone, and besides, such a great man as Renier was involved in this matter, to which Jeho decided to do as he was told. Suddenly, someone was heard loudly asking the protagonist to help their tribe, when suddenly the guys turned their heads to the sides and did not understand what was happening. The system reported an unexpected quest. If accepted, communication with the orc tribe would be activated, and if refused, communication with them would drop to the lowest level, when suddenly the shaman dropped his jaw and asked what was going on and whether they had been caught for banditry, to which they shouted that this was not so, and most likely the royal family had sent their army here. The florist frowned angrily, not understanding where the royal family was, and Taylor remained silent. The protagonist's eyes turned very red, and he remained silent. The silhouette of the flower shop owner was covered in dark energy, and he asked if the Brown Bear Guild was the royal family, to which the assassin replied that it looked like it, while the goblins fearfully discussed his scary face. Grabbing the guy by the clothes, the player exclaimed that he had one punishment for traitors, and that was death, to which he exclaimed that he was not involved in this, and it was all the guild, because he remembered that he said that he would appear in this forest. Lowering the corners of his mouth, Jeho clarified why the spy came here then, to which he cried out that it was because this was where he disappeared along with the treasure, and he needed to find the treasure in the royal vault, which was stolen. Pressing his palm to his body, the protagonist noted that his interlocutor was greedy, to which he objected that this was all not so, because he heard that this was the treasure of the dragon that guards the deity Idran, and then added that the dragon said that if they did not return his treasure, it would burn everything. Imagining Negi's surprised face, the shaman asked again if this was true, after which he realized that it was a real dragon. The florist bit his thumb and pointed out that if this was the Brown Bear Guild's decision, they would rob the orcs and the Goblin Bank would find out, then added that he would have to choose between helping them or running away with the treasure. Looking back, the protagonist thought about how he wouldn't be able to take all the treasure, and then called out sharply to the magical creatures. The orcs' mouths opened in alarm when the flower shop owner asked what they would do in exchange for his help. The goblins looked at each other and remained silent. Sweat dripped down the monsters' heads, and they said that they could come to his aid when they were in trouble too, to which he said that he didn't need it, so he wanted to get something else, and the interlocutors said that they also had amazing goods. The protagonist's pupils noticeably shrank, and he said that this didn't suit him either, so he needed something else. The goblins closed their eyes and said that they would give him a certain amount of their income in the future, when the shaman suddenly said that it was a good offer, and the system announced that a quest had been accepted, the gist of which was that if more than 50% of the orc village's territory was destroyed, the quest would be automatically cancelled, and the more villagers were saved, the higher the reward would be. Pointing his finger forward, the florist asked Taylor to order the elves to destroy the Brown Bear Guild members who had entered the forest, and then do what he had ordered, to which he agreed. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist exclaimed that he would go to the safe, since he needed to prepare. The mountains of gold coins glittered brightly. Grinning, the flower shop owner said that he wanted to make several golems out of gold, and for this he would try to mix the gold with more suitable materials so that the golems would turn out good, to which Pichio asked if this was a waste of precious metal. The player held his hand out to the side and noted that it was just lying around idle, then added that he didn't have to worry, because he would mix soil and other substances with the gold, so the golems wouldn't be made of just gold. Jeho lowered the corners of his mouth and asked if they thought it would work. Holding the shield of a legendary rank item knight, the protagonist thoughtfully said that he had been looking for something like that. A notification about the condition of using the item appeared, when suddenly the shaman frowned angrily and was surprised that this shield was fake, which is why it was destroyed. The florist suddenly looked away. The symbol on the equipment was glowing brightly, and the artificial intelligence notified the player of the item's effects. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist wondered what would happen if he took it as a material for golems. Turning his head to the side, the flower shop owner asked Pichio if there were any more items from the set, to which he replied that there should be. At the same moment, the goblin looked away thoughtfully. Sorting through the armor with his hands, the protagonist shouted that they needed to collect all the items, and then asked the little boy if it would be enough for the golems if he added gold and iron ingots, while the system talked about the various equipment of the Idran Knights. The goblin raised his finger and asked if he could ask a question, to which the shaman gave permission, and the interlocutor asked why he would use such valuable items, since he knew that he wanted to make golems. Smiling, the florist explained that it was because the magical effect of the items would also work on the golems, and the orc noted that there was no point in this, since he had never heard of golems being able to use magic, to which he received the answer that it was not about using magic, and it was just a magical effect. Raising its head, the magical creature asked if it could take a look, to which the florist asked why he needed it, and he replied that as an engineer, it was very interesting to him. Holding a pen and paper in his hands, the goblin noted that it was indeed interesting, because it was a golem that had the characteristics of the material it was made of, and then began to sort through various options. Extending the sheet forward, the orc exclaimed that he had drawn a drawing for him, and then asked how he liked it. Jeho, his mouth open in alarm, was surprised by what he saw on the paper, when suddenly the system reported that a quest had opened for joint research with the goblin engineer. Narrowing his eyes in embarrassment, the protagonist decided to strengthen the golem with the kit, and then wondered if he could improve its attack power with engineering. Staring at the sheet, the shaman called out to the orc. Smiling broadly, the magical creature asked him if he liked it. Slapping his interlocutor's hand, the florist offered to conduct the experiment right now, to which he exclaimed that it was an excellent choice. Lowering his head, the protagonist noted that his assistant knew that it was not free, so he would lend him the golem for research, to which he muttered that this was expected of a man. At this time, trees appeared at the entrance to the coastal forest, and someone was heard telling his subordinates to search everything here, because they needed to find gold, and if they did not find it, then they would be finished. The members of the second search party looked around and did not understand where the orcs were, because they definitely knew something. Suddenly, the fighter turned his head to the side, hearing a sound. At the same second, beads of sweat began to flow down his face. The elves came out of the bushes and asked if the hunt had begun, then added that they would hunt bugs, and the boys did not understand what was happening. A moment later, a bright trace appeared in the air after the blow, and the forest creature declared that it was destruction. The elf opened his mouth wide and shouted for his comrades not to let any of them escape, for this was annihilation. The Brown Bear Guild member begged for help, and his companion dropped his jaw and shouted that it was the second search party, and while searching the forest, they encountered elves. Suddenly, the forest creature pierced the fighter's body with its hand and shouted for him to die. With its pupils bulging, the magical entity exclaimed that this was an order from Lord Jeho. At the same time, the walls of Kroken's office in the Brown Bear Guild appeared, and someone was heard calling for my lord. The knight came up from behind and reported that the second search party in the coastal forest encountered elves, to which the leader exclaimed that this was expected. Turning his head back, the man ordered to tell them to fight, because if there were elves there, then the treasure was somewhere nearby, after which he added that since the elves said that this was the shaman's order, then it was probably somewhere nearby too. Banging his fist on the table, the king of the Brown Bear Guild screamed that this was a curse, and asked if they needed to send elite soldiers instead of regular troops, and then added that they were trying to keep their ranks, and if there were elves then maybe someone else. Looking at the map of the area, the chief asked to at least find out the location of the main character. The man's pupils noticeably narrowed when he was suddenly called. Turning his head towards the system screen, Croken told Taylor that he was busy and offered to talk later, to which he said that he had information, and received the answer that if it was not important, he could tell later. The hologram showed the whisper of the assassin arriving, and he stated that it was about the florist who was currently in the coastal forest. The Brown Bear Guild King opened his mouth wide and asked if the spy was sure, to which he replied that he had seen him enter and knew where he was now. Lowering his chin, the leader exclaimed that this was excellent, and then asked for the coordinates to send a squad of elite soldiers there. The chief's cheeks turned red, and he stated that this was excellent, and asked his subordinates to avoid the elves and catch Jeho for him, since the treasure should be there. With a wide smile, Croken asked Taylor to report to him immediately if he came across anything important, to which he replied that he thought it would be a bit difficult. The lush tree canopy of the forest could be seen. The assassin approached the protagonist from behind and said that he asked the elves to say that they killed him and also mention him, to which he remarked that it was a great job, when suddenly the interlocutor said that his boss would only send elite soldiers, and would not come here himself. Turning his head back, the shaman asked why this happened, and whether the head of the Brown Bear Guild was a weakling, to which the spy replied that he was afraid to go to the front because he was afraid of losing his status as a king. Closing his eyes, the member of the gloomy class noted that if the king got dirty, it would leave a stain on his reputation. Turning his back to the interlocutor, the florist said that it did not matter whether Croken came or not, after which he added that the target was not only him, but the entire Brown Bear Guild. The protagonist grinned evilly and declared that he would destroy it, and Taylor silently said that his interlocutor now did not look like a harmless florist at all. Raising his hand, the owner of the flower shop explained that in any case, he tried very hard, and now he can go to work, after which he will definitely be rewarded, to which the assassin asked if they would give him a small piece of land in the Alicia Garden, and the interlocutor asked if he wanted to be forced to disconnect from the server. White clouds were visible in the sky. Spreading his fingers wide, the player asked if they were preparing to meet guests. Meanwhile, an elite squad of soldiers, assembled by Croken, quietly entered the coastal forest and headed towards the coordinates sent by Taylor, and their only goal was to catch Jeho. The man frowned and asked if those were the searchers who had been caught by the elves, betting that they wouldn't last a minute and calling them useless trash. The aristocrat, looking towards the forest, exclaimed that they were stupid bastards who weren't even fit to be cannon fodder. Suddenly, the big guy opened his mouth and said that he was here. The protagonist was seen sitting near the bushes, and the jock noted that he couldn't see the elves, and then his partner said that it would be great if they all attacked him at once. Suddenly, the elite squad of soldiers looked ahead in bewilderment. A moment later, there was an explosion, which sent the guys flying in different directions. Turning around, the protagonist said that he had already said that they needed to act after the signal. Suddenly, the golem kicked its foot near the enemy. The guy, opening his mouth wide, asked if it was a golem. A giant modified by an engineer appeared, after which the gentleman asked how it could be a golem. The player, turning his gaze to the side, asked what he was doing, since he said to control the golem, because he could attack it too. The high-ranking spirit, frowning angrily, replied that he had already said that he could not communicate with this monster. It was seen how the shaman walked towards the giant, and at that moment the warrior offered to watch the golem in action, since that was how it turned out. A second later, the florist turned his head. Lowering his eyebrows, Jeho ordered them all to be ground into powder. The golem abruptly raised his hand with a saw, and it was audible that it was from the future. Sweat quickly ran down the faces of the elite squad of soldiers. Then the huge robot swung at one of the men. The big guy clenched his jaw in bewilderment. Schindel, blushing, exclaimed that he was doing a very good job. The muscleman, with his fists outstretched, shouted that they should not let themselves be intimidated, because it was just a game, and at that very moment the gentleman added that everyone should stand in line, because he just needed to be defeated. It seemed like the soldier was defending himself from the giant's saw. A moment later, the muscleman delivered a powerful blow with his hammer. The golem swung its mechanical arm sharply. The swordsman quickly jumped back from the attack. Swinging his blade, the guy used the sickle cleaver skill. Suddenly, the warrior released a bright flame. Opening his mouth wide, the big guy exclaimed that it worked. Opening his jaw, the young man added that he was not as strong as the last one, and therefore they needed to add a little effort. The protagonist, smiling slightly, said that he expected this from the elite soldiers of the Brown Bear Guild. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist realized that it was too early to celebrate victory. The fighter clenched his jaw and shouted that they should continue attacking, and his partner suggested another mass attack. Suddenly, a magic seal appeared on the giant's face, after which the system reported that after activating the set effect, the defense increased by 30%. An unusual aura began to emanate from the golem, which made the opponents perplexed, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote that the attack power had doubled for 10 seconds. The man, looking at the screen, wondered if the golem could activate the skill. The jock, quickly moving his legs, exclaimed that so be it. After all, it was just a golem, and they were all slow, and also added that the speed needed to be increased. Jumping high, the warrior used the player's strike skill. A second later, the mouth of a flower appeared. Then the unusual plant clamped the guy's leg. A moment later, the young man began to fall down. The fighter, opening his jaw, said that Jeho was a pervert and asked what he had done. The protagonist smiled and thanked him for the compliment. The player lifted the corners of his lips, noticing that he had another gift for them. The elite squad of soldiers looked forward in surprise. The warriors stood in front of the giant. Schindel, drooling, began to name the characteristics of the radius of destruction and speed. The goblin blushed sharply and said that this was the whole point of engineering. Suddenly, bursts of flame appeared on the robot's chest. Then the golem released many fireballs at the opponents. A question was heard about the genre of this webtoon, to which the manager of the Goblin Bank branch answered that it was called the Goblin Homing Missile, and added that explosions are an art, and the shaman said that the performance was a success. The system reported that the golem's work time was over and the summoning was cancelled, and at the same time, the florist, grinning, said that this was enough, and although they did not catch all the soldiers, the golem showed itself well. With his hands on his hips, Jeho addressed the boys. Looking at the big guy, the protagonist said that he wanted them to tell Kroken something, after which he objected that he should shut up, because they could still stand. The protagonist, looking down in confusion, asked him again, and Brezel exclaimed that they had finished destroying, and asked if he should tear them apart, and his partner also asked if it was okay to attack these guys now, and then the fighter asked not to do this, adding that they would pass on his message. After a while, Jeho could be heard telling him to pass on something, to which Kroken, sweat on his face, asked whether to leave the orcs in the coastal forest alone or they would be destroyed later. The assistant reported that they had delivered the messages, and the leader of the Brown Bear Guild said that he should wait and tell the protagonist that if he did not return the stolen treasure, he would not leave him alone. A moment later, the elite soldier of the Brown Bear Guild disconnected, causing the man to frown menacingly and call the protagonist a bastard. Opening his jaw, the jock shouted that if he wanted a war so much, he would get it, and he should just wait, because his damn flower shop would destroy him. Suddenly, the daytime sky appeared, and the artificial intelligence wrote that the destruction of the orc village had been stopped at 12%, and the quest was completed. The monsters, their eyes wide with joy, thanked them for their help. The monster, looking at the player, noted that he did not think they would be able to stop them if they decided to attack again, to which he replied that if that happened, they could unite with the goblins. The undead, clenching their fists, clarified that they could not trust these bastards, and then the shaman asked a counter question, that weren't they clients of the Goblin Bank, and then the orc said that trusting them with money was not the same as trusting them with life. Schindel, crossing his arms, said that they also could not trust the idiot orcs, who were not even able to appreciate the beauty of explosions. Stretching out his palm, the florist said that then they should not trust each other. Smiling slightly, Jeho added that they should trust him. The monster, opening his mouth, asked what he was talking about. The protagonist looked down and explained that if the goblins decided to stab the orcs in the back, he would come here with the elves and punish them, and vice versa. If the orcs betrayed the goblins, they would be punished. The manager of the Goblin Bank branch remarked that this was a good idea. The protagonist raised the corners of his lips and said that the goblins should protect the orcs, and the orcs should protect the Goblin Bank. The undead frowned and answered positively. The player grinned and said that from now on they would join forces, and their alliance would be called the Sure Alliance, and then it was said that this alliance was formed, and at that time Jeho did not even suspect what kind of noise this alliance would cause in the future. A missed call was visible on the phone screen, and the protagonist had just successfully protected the Shvar forest from a grizzly, and he exited the game to find whoever was trying to contact him. The protagonist was holding a computer mouse in his hand, and he heard someone address him. The guy, holding the gadget to his ear, asked Dupio what was going on. The young man opened his mouth in confusion, and the manager said that he knew that this was quite unexpected, and then asked if he could participate in a few matches as part of the selection. Looking at the monitor, the player named the head of the recruiting team for selecting players. Messages appeared about one of the most high-class players leaving MK, after which the shaman asked if Sumin had left MK. Dupio answered that he thought the last friendly match had disappointed him, and that was why he was interested, and then the florist, through sweat on his face, asked if they had any reserve players. The manager said that they did, but the players from the second team might not work well with the main ones, and Jeho, putting his palm on the table, asked if the same was true for him. The protagonist held the phone to his ear, and at the same time, the head of the recruiting team for selecting players said that this was acceptable because he did not need to cooperate with other players, and this was the first qualifying match, and therefore begged him to help him. The protagonist thoughtfully lowered his eyebrows. Looking forward, the boy answered positively and asked to make it so that it did not interfere with his daily life, to which Dupio thanked him and exclaimed that he should allow him to briefly familiarize him with the schedule. After some time, a huge number of people appeared, and it was said that this was how the young man decided to participate in the league qualifying match. Before the match, an opening ceremony was planned, And at that moment, the young men, standing on the stage, thanked everyone who came today, and also added that the main event will take place in 2 hours in their closed studio and will begin with an interview with members of the two teams, and it will be broadcast live. The shaman was looking at the stage attentively, and it was heard that the rehearsal was about to start soon, and all the players should wait in the waiting room. Sweat was running down the florist's cheek, and he said that he needed to take care of the flowers now, and he was glad that the games were being held in Korea. On the day of the opening ceremony of the championship, bright lanterns appeared. The guy, holding a microphone in his hand, thanked everyone for waiting. It was clear that the audience was sitting in the stands, and then the host exclaimed that the next team he wanted to introduce was Team Fantas, and they were looking forward to Samwon Gaming winning the championship in the new season. Jaeho, biting his lips, muttered that there were a lot of people here, and at that moment, the reporter said that they had gathered the best players in the world in Kyusa. Raising his palm, the young man said that they promised them that victory would be theirs, after which Dupio told the protagonist that it was their turn now, adding that the coach would take care of the interview. Opening his mouth, the manager asked the protagonist to try to feel more confident, which left him confused. Suddenly, the host, opening his jaw, thanked the team for the interview, and noted that it was an incredibly ambitious statement at the very beginning of the season, and also introduced the next team, which was much discussed due to the problem with a player who suddenly changed teams. Abruptly pulling out his notebook, the guy offered to listen to the opinions of the MK players. Jae-jin, holding a microphone in his hand, greeted everyone and said his name, after which he said that he understood that their fans were very worried about them lately, but nevertheless, they did their best to prepare. The audience angrily clenched their fists and shouted for Sumin to come back and asked why he abandoned him and signed a contract with Jaeho. The florist looked at the head of the recruiting team and said that they wanted to thank them for their trust, and the head of the recruiting team explained that Sumin was talented and had a huge fan base, and then apologized to him. It was heard that the protagonist should leave, because this was not a game that could be won by intimidating people with his face, causing him to frown angrily. The reporter, with his mouth wide open, asked the audience to calm down and suggested that they listen to the team. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed the microphone and said that he would like to use it for a while. Standing in the middle of the stage, the player greeted everyone and also stated his name and nickname, after which the onlookers shouted for him to get off the stage. The shaman, lowering his eyebrows, said that it would disappoint anyone if their best player left the team. Looking forward, the florist added that he was also disappointed that Sumin suddenly left the team. Duppy opened his jaw in shock, and at the same time, Jaeho said that he understood why they greeted him like that, but he did not deserve it, so he would prove to them what he was capable of, and they should watch and make their judgment later. The faces of the audience were confused. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist said that he would see what they said after the first match. The manager, holding out his palm, addressed the protagonist. The observers, with their mouths wide open, were very surprised. Clenching their fists, the audience shouted that they would see how he did, and also called him an abnormal bastard. Jaeho challenged the crowd and gained their support despite the objection of the majority, and Duppy, blushing, felt the atmosphere in the studio begin to change thanks to him, and then he realized that the protagonist was a star. The men looked at each other and exclaimed that this was a memorable opening ceremony, and thanks to this player, they couldn't even remember what the other teams and interviews had said. While the interest in the protagonist was not waning, the first day of the qualifying matches arrived, and then a question was heard about whether he could fully justify his bold statement and show them what he was capable of in this game, and at that moment, May, standing near the stage, muttered that the protagonist was becoming truly famous. Vansik raised his eyebrows in confusion. Scratching the back of his head, the guy turned to the girl and said that she was not much different from her game avatar, and she noted that he was the same. Closing his eyes, Jaeho's best friend said that it was really cool that they met in real life, and added that they should go, because he said that they should go straight to the MK Gamers waiting room. A sign appeared with the inscription of the waiting room for MK players, namely the main character, and then the young man realized that it was here, and also asked if this was a personal waiting room. Smiling broadly, Vansik said that they had arrived. Opening the door a little, the man asked what was going on. The guys looked ahead in surprise. Unexpectedly, Urim, with his jaw open, asked if they had come to cheer for his son, after which the guy greeted him, and they wondered if this was another Jaeho. Lowering his gaze, the florist thanked the girl for coming and explained that this was his father. Grinning menacingly, the gentleman asked if he was planning to marry her, to which the lady replied that she was not going to challenge him to a duel and apologized. Suddenly, Eun-hee, hitting her husband on the head, said that her husband can be childish, and then introduced herself to the guests, and at that very moment, May muttered that she was scarier than the main character, but in a different way. The protagonist, sweating on his face, said the girl's name and added that she was one of the employees of the flower shop they had been told about, that they had been working together since they had just started playing, and that she had met his parents, after which the woman thanked them for coming to cheer for their son. The player, holding out 2 tickets, also thanked the guys and gave them the passes. The lady, standing in front of the shaman, whispered that he looked the same as his game avatar, but thought that his character was a little smaller, because in real life he was even bigger. After some time, the spectator seats appeared, and it was heard that the qualifying match was starting, and they had 8 Korean teams and 12 international teams, and a total of 80 players who were fighting for the championship title, and in order to avoid cheating, all the players were in their waiting rooms and ready to register in the neighboring capsule room. Wansik raised his hands to cheer for his best friend, and at that moment the announcer added that the screens of all 20 teams will be broadcasted to a huge 4-sided display in front of the stands, and any time a key moment or battle occurs, the screens will show the images of the participating teams, and if they log into the league app right now, they will be able to see the game from their perspective. With his jaw hanging open in joy, the guy shouted that the event was starting, and May noted that she was very nervous and hoped that Samantha could come and watch the match next time, and then the host announced that Samwon Gaming had Shaoban as their captain of Fantas. A moment later, the reporter moved on to the next team, namely the players from MK, and then Urim, with his hands to his mouth, shouted that his son should make him proud. Gina appeared in a blue dress, and it was heard that she was a support, and they had no chance of dying as long as they stayed by her side, and she also boasted an incredible level of healing. Minik had a fire burning in her hand, and the host announced that he was a mage, and showed them some amazing team plays with Samin, and then asked what his strategy would be today. Sungkyun clenched his fists menacingly, and then the commentator exclaimed that he was a tank, and was always a reliable psychological support for the team. A second later, the reporter introduced a player whose level was still questionable, and the one who was being discussed, namely Jaeho, and he smiled and said that it was time to begin. A dense forest appeared, and the system announced that this was the first official trial match of the league. It was seen how the players attacked the monster, and it was explained that at the beginning, each team collects points by hunting monsters, and some chose to hunt together for safety. The guy used the unstoppable blade skill to cut the monster. Xiaoban turned his gaze to the side and asked to stop chatting and added that from now on they should stick to plan A, to which his teammate remarked that it was amazing, and the AI also wrote that the Fantas team earned 2 points, and the total score was 12 points. The leader, holding a sword in his hand, said that they should use a flare when the boss recovers, and if the enemies ambush them, they should retreat and inform him, and added that they should unite and focus on hunting. The warrior, opening his mouth, said that they would do it like in training. Toba, scratching his ear, replied that he should not worry, and said that his ears were tired of hearing the same thing. The guy bit his lips, and his banner said that his PvP win rate was 85%. A moment later, the young man rushed from the spot. A high-ranking player walked through the forest and said that the forest maze map was annoying, and it was said that in such cases, each team member could go hunting alone to maximize efficiency. A human silhouette appeared behind a tree, and it was explained that there was a risk of running into another team. Jaeho stuck out his tongue and asked if this was his first catch. Toba lowered his head and asked his captain how many points they had, to which he replied that they had 21, 7 more than the team in second place, and no one had been eliminated yet, and they dealt with the player from Team US who was wandering alone, and then the teenager asked what they were thinking, since they were weak. Suddenly, the warrior looked ahead and asked if there were any flowers nearby, and where the smell was coming from. Suddenly, a huge golem appeared behind him. The giant swung his saw sharply. The boy quickly jumped aside. The boy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that it was not time for the boss yet. A second later, Taba threw his weapon using the explosive flash skill. The powerful projectile hit the large robot. The great player looked to the side in confusion. Looking at the golem's hand, the Fantas member asked if it was a cannon. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in bright flames. Then, the boy fell to the ground. Raising his palm, the boy decided that he needed to launch a flare. A red projectile could be seen shooting upward. With his jaw wide open, the teenager said that this was great and added that now they needed to hold it off and wait for the entire team to arrive here. It was heard that they would all be destroyed then, causing sweat to suddenly run down Toba's face. Smiling menacingly, Jaeho remarked that this was a great job, because thanks to him, he was able to test the new cannon on the golem and see its power. The great player opened his mouth wide and asked if the golem was the boss. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked why he didn't log out first, adding that the rest of Fantas would be here soon. After a while, the system reported that Toba had dropped out, after which the big guy clenched his fists and asked if he had tried to fight the boss alone. Rushing forward, Xiaoban suggested heading to the source of the flare. Manuk lowered his eyebrows and said that he couldn't believe that they had destroyed Toba so easily, and that was why they were lucky. The mage held out his hand and said that it was an amazing thing, and he was sure that hunting would be much easier with it. The MK team member asked how he controlled it, to which the shaman, keeping his hands on his hips, replied that he controlled it with brain waves. Looking ahead, the boy announced that he was running away and then asked if it was supposed to be like this, and the florist muttered that it was good that he didn't have to control everything here. Turning his gaze to the side, the boy noticed that more importantly, Taba had given the signal when he was still on the team, and also wondered if he thought the rest of Phantaz would come for them. A second later, it seemed like Shaoban had flown above the guys from Team MK. Striking with his sword, the warrior used the blue dragon blade skill, and at the same time, Jeho warned his partner. Sweat began to flow down the protagonist's cheek. Extending 2 fingers, the high-ranking player exclaimed that they would win MK without Sumin even if Taba was not with them. The boy's expression was menacing, and the banner said that his PvP win rate was 64%. With his mouth wide open, the captain of the Phantaz team shouted for him to attack, and Minik explained that he had to be careful because they had a strong team and Taba was a great player, but their captain was no worse. Looking ahead, the protagonist replied that it was fine and added that he would deal with him. A moment later, the shaman rushed forward. Shaoban jumped up sharply, apologizing and saying that he didn't like rowdy guys. Hovering in the air, the warrior said that they always look for support first, and then use the skill while walking on air. Suddenly, the great player opened his mouth in confusion. It was seen that the florist grabbed his leg. Frowning, Jeho asked where he was going. Sharply throwing the enemy, the protagonist exclaimed that he was his opponent. With his jaw open, the guy wondered if he grabbed him while using the skill and threw him with one hand. The protagonist stuck out his tongue and noted that the fun was starting, and his opponent couldn't figure out who he was. At the same time, Sungkyun held his shields in front of him and defended himself from the attack. Suddenly, fire appeared in Minwook's hand and he shouted that the opponent should have it. A second later, a powerful explosion was heard. Clenching his fist, the Phantaz member said that they weren't doing enough damage without Taba, and also told Shaoban that at this rate, they would be destroyed. Sweat suddenly ran down the young man's cheek. The system reported that the demonic addiction was accumulating, and at the same time, the shaman was beating the opponent, and the opponent asked him to stop, and added that he had hit his bone. Through tears, the great player thought that this was very humiliating. Suddenly, the eyes of the Phantaz team leader turned red, and he wondered how the florist could make a fool of him without a single skill. On the screen, Jeho was seen grabbing Xiaoban's legs, and it was heard that this was his first team fight in the first match, and he was amazing because he fought without using a skill. Yurim blushed sharply, saying that this was his boy, and then the host exclaimed that the secret to victory was to use powerful skills, but Jeho completely refutes this belief. Mei, with wide eyes, said that this was strange, and asked why he did not use his shovel. Biting his lips, the protagonist muttered that he didn't take out his shovel because he wanted to see the strength of high-class players, but since they were all at the same level during league matches, it wasn't that hard to beat them. Opening his mouth, the protagonist added that everyone just kept repeating their skills, but they were easy to dodge, and then decided to test that as well. Smiling, the shaman suggested that they fight again, and told his opponent to try using his skills on him. Drooling, Shaoban wondered if this idiot thought he could beat him with his skills, and then said that he had already done it with his bare hands. With a sharp start, the guy used the skill of walking on thin air, and at the same time informed his team that they were retreating right now. Manuk, lowering his eyebrows, asked where they were going, and exclaimed that they should go back, and also explained that they could get them all. Jeho raised the corners of his lips, thinking that was enough. Suddenly, a dark aura enveloped the protagonist's hand. The boys looked at their leader in surprise and asked what he was doing. Looking forward, the shaman said goodbye to them. A moment later, the florist snapped his fingers, and the system wrote that the demonic addiction had reached level 51, and he had triggered a demonic explosion. Suddenly, a burst of purple energy appeared in the distance. The AI reported that it had eliminated 7 players and scored a total of 21 points, and the player, with his mouth slightly open, could not understand why 7. The players were visible on the screen, and at that moment, the host asked what had happened, since 7 players had dropped out after a strong explosion. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy exclaimed that the explosion occurred when Phantaz retreated after the battle with MK, and then asked who the other 4 victims could be. The commentator pointed out that they could watch the recording, and then an image appeared showing Team Phantaz retreating after taking damage. A moment later, Team Samwon appeared, and the reporter said that it looked like they were going to ambush, but the team led by Shaoban was too strong. The warrior swung his sword furiously, and then the host said that only 3 players were fighting off Samwon's ambush. Suddenly, the guy's body began to glow, and everyone looked at him in shock. Suddenly, a giant explosion engulfed them all. Jeho appeared on the screen, and then the commentator said that the person who caused the explosion was him, who used the first attack skill in the game, Demonic Explosion. The reporter added that Phantaz and Samwon, who could have won the match, were at the bottom, unable to move a finger, and at the same time, the protagonist, with his hands on his hips, said that this was not bad. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist asked Negi if she could check the golem's location, adding that Vinny wasn't very useful. Opening his mouth wide, the shaman said that they now needed to go on a full frontal attack, to which Manuk exclaimed that this was great, because at this rate they would take the top spots in the standings. Looking at his partner, the florist answered negatively. Raising the corners of his lips, Jaeho said that he wasn't interested in just the top spots, but wanted to get first place, and that was exactly what they needed. A moment later, an inventory window appeared in front of the protagonist. Standing in front of his team, the protagonist explained that each of them would take one. Suddenly, the knight said that he couldn't believe that Phantaz and Samwan were destroyed in a matter of seconds, after which the mage, through sweat on his face, asked how strong MK was. The warrior asked if he was imagining things or if there was a scent of flowers in the air, and then his partner smiled and said he was right because she could smell them too. Suddenly, it seemed like the guy was flying high. Then the golem slammed its foot on the ground. The girl, her jaw wide open in surprise, exclaimed that it was Jaeho. The shaman clenched his fists and asked if they were ready to be destroyed, and at the same time, the players couldn't understand what was going on. Grinning menacingly, the florist ordered the golem to move forward, and also added that the MK team members were ambassadors of the flower shop. His teammates were wearing flower wreaths. Sitting on the giant, the protagonist asked why their voice was so quiet and said that they should promote the flower shop more energetically. Smiling, the protagonist said that they should trust him and give the flowers a chance. The mage, frowning angrily, shouted that they were not afraid of him, and the knight ordered to capture him. Minnick, opening his jaw, offered to do so, after which his partner clarified whether he thought he could defeat them. Gina, touching her wreath, said that she would give him the flowers that he loved so much. Pink flowers were visible. The girl, blushing, exclaimed that she completely trusted the shaman, and then used the skill blessing of the saint. Sunjian, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he liked the flowers, and at the same moment used the ability destruction of the Great White Mountain. The mage, turning his gaze to the side, noticed that he did too, and then used the skill Colossal Solar Explosion. Fire was visible in the distance of the forest. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The guy looked at his palms and said that it was amazing, and the big guy explained that he didn't want to use it at first, but the difference was noticeable, after which the knight asked if they were cheating, because they were at their level. Manuk, turning his head, exclaimed that Jaeho's flower items were amazing, and then asked if he sold them on the main server. Blushing sharply, the protagonist answered positively and added that they were quite expensive, but he had his own rating system. Firmly grabbing the opponent's hand, the protagonist said that if you use the flower shop customer points, you can get a discount of 15 to 30%, and the guy objected that he should shut up and sell his items later. A moment later, the shaman released his opponent. Opening his mouth, the florist decided to conduct a second test of the demonic explosion, and the mage suggested leaving before they were covered by the blast wave, and the opponent also clarified whether he pitied him, and added that he did not need his pity. A second later, Jaeho snapped his fingers. It was visible how the enemy was covered in a purple aura, from which he screamed loudly, and the protagonist realized that a bunch of 30 did not kill them completely. Keeping his palms on his hips, the protagonist wondered if it meant that against players of level 250 and above, a bunch of at least 50 was needed for one hit, and at that moment, the guys muttered that they were very lucky to be on the same team with him. The screen showed the shaman holding the opponent's wrist, and the host said that no one expected this, but Jaeho is a real bulldozer player, and they saw his true hidden abilities, and it was not for nothing that he was so confident, because this is not the template skill that they are so accustomed to, but it shows the maximum strength that the human body is capable of. Suddenly, Sumin appeared near the stands. The captain candidate, clenching his jaw, wondered why he had such a reaction, and it was said that although he was accepted into the Kyuza team, he did not play in this match because it was necessary to coordinate teamwork with the others. The main character's smile was visible, and the guy muttered that he knew that the ability to fight differs dramatically depending on athletic skills and reflexes, even with the same characteristics, but not all athletes are good at games, and then asked if he was a natural-born genius in fighting. Biting his nails, the boy couldn't understand why he was playing games instead of MMA. Clenching his fist, the teenager realized he had no choice but to get fitter. Turning around, Samin added that it wasn't in the game world, but in real life. After a while, it seemed like the giant raised his arms along with the protagonist, and it was explained that, led by an enraged golem, the MK team walked through the forest without hesitation and destroyed everything in their path. Raising the corners of his lips, the shaman whispered that it wasn't as hard as he thought, and he didn't even need a shovel. The florist's gaze was surprised. Looking down, Jaeho reported that he had found another team. The audience raised their hands in joy, and the host said that only half an hour had passed since the start, but it seemed that only two teams remained, namely MK versus Black Hole from the USA, and they were starting to fight for the first place in the trial match. The commentator, turning his head to his partner, asked if he agreed that they would soon find out the results, to which he replied that this was true, and added that Black Hole was a low-ranked team, and therefore they had no chance to stop the protagonist. The protagonist furiously jumped at his opponents, and then the reporter noted that they could only pray before they fell into the hands of the devil. Bright lanterns appeared, and at the same time the system announced the elimination, after which the host exclaimed that before he could finish speaking, the last player of Black Hole was eliminated, and the first competition of the new world and the first game of the season ended after the MK team rushed across the field alone. On the screen, you could see the shaman clenching his fist in satisfaction. There was a florist on stage, and the host congratulated him, saying that he won his first competitive match with incredible skill and asked him how he felt, to which he replied that due to the lead in points, he was able to play without much pressure from the start, and therefore he was very lucky. The girl, with her eyes closed, noted that today's performance surprised many viewers, and then asked if he ever attended individual training, and then Jae-ho explained that he simply exercises for 3 hours every day, but there was one thing that contributed greatly to his success. With his mouth wide open, the reporter asked what it could be. The protagonist smiled slightly and said that these were the flowers that he himself grew in Alicia, and that this led their team to victory, and could also be the key to success for all of them. Suddenly, the protagonist, holding a microphone in his hand, said that they could make a flower accessory to order according to their personal wishes, and they, Alicia, were always with them for any reason, after which he added that if you register today, you can get a discount of 15 to 30%. The shaman returned to Alicia after giving a victory speech advertising his flower shop, and then, scratching his head, said that he would finally take care of business in the flower shop. Suddenly, Chokin, standing behind the guy, asked if he had returned. Turning around, the young man asked a counter question about how things were going in the Shvar forest, and whether he had taken care of it, to which the lord replied that it was not difficult. Closing his eyes, the old man added that the negotiations with the orcs were successful. In the past, the chancellor of the flower shop, grinning menacingly, asked the monsters if they wanted to get hit on the head by the elves. Idrin's former servant said that they had willingly agreed to give them 40% of their future earnings, and at that moment the florist, with his mouth open in surprise, noted that it was a lot, and then Chulkin explained that in reality it would be closer to 30%. The old man, with his jaw open, added that the orcs' main source of income was highway robberies, and so they would have to clean up the money before they could use it. Through the sweat on his face, Jae-ho wondered if he had really taken up the job of the Minister of Finance, or if he was simply looking for a way to finance his illegal organization. The prince sat next to the box, and the protagonist thought that in the past he had had to engage in illegal activities in order to take care of members of the royal family like this sissy. The protagonist bit his lips and asked how the preparations for the auction were going, and then the lord said that everything was going well and many people were still coming to look at the plots. But many nobles had heard rumors and had come. The boy lowered his eyebrows and whispered that it seemed like some of the NPC nobles insisted on coming here, and also said that he seemed to have told them not to come, after which the flower shop chancellor said that they did not agree with the fact that they could not participate in the auction and asked for an audience. The boy turned his gaze to the side and said that it was annoying. The stems on which the flowers grew appeared. The silhouettes of the nobles were visible. The man frowned and asked why they could not participate in the auction, and his partner added that he heard that everyone had a chance. It was heard that they should stop, since he had no plans to sell anything to the nobles, and therefore should leave, which caused the gentlemen to turn their heads in bewilderment. The player's expression was menacing, and he said that he thought he had made himself clear last time, and at the same time explained that the nobles were not allowed to participate in the auction. Suddenly the master, smiling, turned to the shaman. Tiddle, raising his palm, gave his name and said that he was from Flicia and was ready to pay twice as much for participation in the auction, after which he clarified how he felt about it. Sweat began to run down the florist's cheek. Extending his index finger, the rich man exclaimed that if he could build his own villa for rest here, he would be more than ready to invest such money. Jae-ho raised his hand to his mouth and asked Chulkin who he thought he was, to which he replied that he had a lot of money, and the city-state of Flicia was known for its wealth. The nobleman, with his jaw open in anger, shouted that they would not allow this to happen, and therefore would pay 3 times as much, and his companion said that he would pay 4 times as much. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in confusion. The protagonist lifted the corners of his lips and said that it was wonderful. White flowers were visible, and it was audible that they were only given this privilege by their money, that is, by their nobility. The boy, quickly moving his legs, asked if they understood, to which the gentleman replied positively, and one of them remarked that he always knew he was a wise man. Looking at the men, the young man explained that the available plots were running out, and he hoped that they had looked at everything on the way here and that they should discuss which plot they wanted and divide it between them. The gentleman, raising his palm, exclaimed that he would take plot number 21, and the nobleman said that he would take plot number 25, adding that the Milky Way vines in the backyard of the hotel were something to see, and then Tittle announced that he would take 28, and then the players said that they had all chosen the best of the best and would have the best view of the Milky Way at night. Pointing to the contract, the shaman offered to sign it and asked Chulkin to give him the document. A moment later, the man took the paper. Through sweat on his face, the nobleman clarified that this was not a contract for the purchase of land, and the master objected that he was not showing them any special attention and also asked if they should still participate in the auction. The contract had clauses written on it with conditions. Grinning menacingly, the florist asked what was wrong, since they themselves offered to pay several times more, to which the noble replied that they said they wanted to buy the plots. Frowning, Jeho asked if this meant that they were just talking into the void, or trying to deceive him, and at that moment the man exclaimed that this was not what they had in mind. Angrily lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist explained that if they did not like this offer, then they should return the contract and go home, and added that they should think very carefully, because if they left, they would not be allowed to return. Looking down, the noble muttered that he said he would pay 3 times more, and the nobleman realized that it would cost him dearly, after which the protagonist asked what their decision was now. Tittle, signing the contract, said that he agreed. The rich man clenched his jaw and said that he had said he would pay twice as much and would keep his word, and that he thought that no matter how high the bid was, he could easily afford it if he only paid twice the highest bid. The boy opened his mouth wide and said that he didn't have to worry and asked what about the two of them, and one of the gentlemen said that he couldn't be known as a nobleman who couldn't find land for his new country house, and so he agreed, and the other said that he didn't want to be treated like a cheapskate for the rest of his life, and so he agreed too. The young man grinned and said that that was great and muttered that it looked like they thought they could easily afford to pay several times the highest bid at this auction. The player frowned and thought that would be true if this were a normal auction. On the opening day of the auction for the residential lot, May, standing at the podium, exclaimed that they were starting the auction. Holding out 2 fingers, the girl announced that they would start with lot number 1. The protagonist's assistant, with her jaw open, asked interested bidders to raise their sign, adding that the price started at 500,000 gold, and at that very moment, someone bid 600,000 gold. The guy, holding up his sign, outbid. The aristocrat's face was dripping with sweat as May began counting down, and in 5 seconds the lot was sold for 700,000. The lady said that the next lot was number 12, and its price was 750,000, after which the gentleman, with his mouth slightly open, muttered that this was excellent, because the average winning bid was between 700 and 800,000, and the gentleman realized that he would have to fork out some money, but 3 times that amount was quite feasible. The girl, her eyes widening, shouted that the next lot was number 21, and because it was in the center of the district, its starting price was 1 million. The men frowned in confusion. The gentlemen, lifting the corners of their lips, said that this was too expensive, and decided to pass on this option, and then one of them noted that this must be exactly what Jeho wanted, and the second added that he was right, but it was stupid of him, because who else but them could offer a price higher than 1 million. Auctioneer number 316 pulled out a sign, and the protagonist's assistant announced that the current bid was 250,000, and asked who would bid the most. A moment later, a bidder picked up a wooden object and outbid, and May exclaimed that the bid was 1,500,000 gold. Suddenly, the price of 4,500,000 was heard, causing the nobles to open their jaws in shock. The girl shouted if anyone would outbid the bid of 5,120,000 gold, and then the man called the flower shop owner a bastard. The florist's face was serious, and at the same time, the plot was sold. Suddenly, Jeho's lips turned down. Puckering his lips forward, the protagonist began to speak. As he continued to pronounce the word, the shaman dropped his jaw. The florist smiled widely, finishing his congratulatory speech. The nobles opened their mouths in alarm and shouted that this was a scam. Standing at the back of the crowd, the dukes were outraged that this auction was invalid and completely unacceptable. The leader of Team 1, who were participating in the collusion auction, turned his head back and whispered a message to the protagonist that his mission was complete. The partner was heard saying that the mission with Lot 21 was completed and Team 1 was now leaving, to which the flower shop owner frowned and said that it was a great job and asked Team 2 to prepare for Lot 25, while Vansky asked if it was true that he knew that this was a crime in real life. Standing at the podium, May announced that the starting bid for the next lot, Lot 25, was 4,800,000, and the player explained that he only did this for nobles who signed the contract, when suddenly the best friend remarked that his comrade was damn good. The land was said to have been sold for 4,800,000 gold, when suddenly the protagonist frowned angrily and suggested that they rob the guy with the most money at the end. Hearing that the starting bid for the next land, number 28, was 1 million gold, the rich man folded his hands and wondered if it was his turn, then said that those 2 idiots would go bankrupt trying to follow him without as much money. The nobleman dropped his jaw and exclaimed that King Jeho was even more modest than he thought. As people placed their bets, the veins on the count's face bulged and he cried out that they were underestimating the state of Flicia, then expressed surprise at the bid of 5,500,000, saying that he could pay twice as much, when suddenly the countdown began after the highest bid. The rich man smiled contentedly and shouted that he would win and the other 2 would give up but would get their own plot in the center of the Elysian garden, adding that his financial capabilities should not be underestimated. Someone was heard offering 500 million gold, to which the nobleman narrowed his eyes in surprise. The count opened his mouth wide and protested that this was a scam and that this was crossing the line. Vansik smirked and remarked that this was too much even for his best friend, to which the latter remained silent. After a pause, the florist frowned angrily and wondered who he was. Tittle turned to the guests with displeasure and declared that this auction was a scam, because 500 million gold was a ridiculous price. The man pulled out a document and added that he had proof that this had all been a scam from the start and that the king had manipulated everything in order to brazenly steal the money. The rich man explained that it was a contract that he had to pay twice as much to participate in the auction, and the other participants surrounded him, claiming that they had also been forced to sign such a contract. The protagonist stepped forward and asked what they were complaining about if they had signed the contract themselves. Showing him the document, the nobleman said that he had known it all along, and asked if he thought that 500 million gold was too cruel to be a joke. The guests looked at each other and wondered if it was really a scam, and some suggested that he had hired people to artificially raise the bids. Tittle opened his mouth in anger, confirming this and shouting that he was not interested in such a rigged game, and the others supported him. Jeho frowned tensely and lowered the corners of his lips. The boy snatched the contracts from the participants' hands. Holding the documents in his hands, the young man declared that he would not force them to do anything they did not want, and added that he did not want to sell these plots to them anyway. The shaman tore up the papers and suggested pretending that the contract never existed. The man asked if he was really going back on his word and decided that no one was going to buy the land for 500 million. Pointing at him, the rich man asked to bring someone who could pay such huge sums and said that this deception had caused general anger. The boy folded his hands behind his back and was surprised that everyone was so upset over some measly 500 million gold. The nobleman smiled broadly and suggested that the child was participating in the auction to squeeze 1 billion gold out of him. The stranger concluded that Felicia was not doing as well as before if this amount was too much for her. The nobleman frowned in displeasure and asked what this meant. The guest laughed and suggested leaving the jokes aside. The boy opened his eyes wide and used the polymorph spell. A vortex of magical energy swirled around him. The old man closed his eyes and declared that the Red Tower was ready to pay 1 billion gold. The nobles gaped in shock and realized that he was talking about a living legend. Frowning menacingly, Renier introduced himself and said that he was very glad to meet him. The florist looked at him with a smile and explained that he did not expect to see him here. The archmage thought that he managed to guess what was going on pretty quickly. Jeho closed his eyes and said that after all, not everyone could offer such amounts of money as 500 million gold. The High Lord suggested that he wanted a surprise at such a fun event, especially if it was a historical event. The nobles looked at each other in fear when they heard about the Red Tower moving. The High Mage said that the elders from the council fainted when they heard about his decision. The guests, with their mouths open in horror, realized that they wanted to move the magic tower to the Elysium flower shop, and realized that they had to buy the site, even if it cost a fortune. They caught up with the guy and shouted that they were willing to pay 20 or 40 times more. He reminded them of how he got rid of the contracts, and said that there would be no deal. Someone grabbed the boy's leg. Tittle burst into tears and asked for another chance. The shaman frowned sternly and asked the Alpha team to deal with him. The elf grabbed the villain by the head. The rich man asked them to stop. The florist smiled widely when he heard his screams. The Alicia flower shop, which was once just a useless desert, became one of the most desirable places to buy, and the auction was successfully completed, making its owner the richest player in the world. The protagonist put an envelope on the floor. When he took it and asked what it was, Jeho asked to open it. His mother took out a card from the envelope. The guy turned away and explained that he was able to earn a lot of gold in the game, and withdrew part of it as real money, so there is now 30 million won on the card. The young man blushed and added that he had already given his father some of the money, so his mother could use the card as she wished. A smile appeared on her face. The woman frowned with concern and asked if her son was happy when he played this game. The shaman frowned and told her that a series of unforeseen circumstances had made it difficult for him to concentrate on developing the flower shop. The florist closed his eyes and decided that he should admit it after all. The protagonist remembered how he made a flower crown and said that he felt happy when he was in his virtual flower shop. Yunhee stared at him in amazement. Jeho said that he would play less often if she asked him to. Smiling widely, the woman said that she would not interfere with his happiness and thanked him. Holding the map in her hands, the mother thought about how the capsule in their house kept creaking like an antique. Walking through the mall where they sold capsules, the housewife realized that she did not know what to do next. Yunhee saw the sign for Ilsung's store and remembered that they sold electronic capsules there. Smiling happily, the salesperson greeted the customer and asked her what her budget was. The woman looked at the prices and decided that she should buy a good capsule for her son. She announced her intention. The manager clasped his hands and asked if there was a specific model she wanted. The mother asked which capsule was the best. The store employee raised his eyebrows. The man closed his eyes and said that they were having a special sale to celebrate a new competition, and he thought that his customer didn't understand anything and needed a push. The salesperson pointed to the new capsule, which was their flagship and came with all the extra options, as well as a special discount, and would cost 60 million won. The housewife widened her eyes in surprise and remembered that the most expensive one online was 40 million. The manager added that it was such a great model that even Jeho, the most popular player at the moment, had already reserved it. Yoonhee asked what he was talking about. The employee asked if that name meant nothing to her, and named him as the most famous user that everyone knows. Deciding to keep things secret, the woman pointed to the side and said she needed to look around. The man explained that if it was too expensive there was another model that would fit her budget. The salesperson raised his hand and warned that she would never see that model again for that price. The mother said she wanted to look at the others first. The housewife looked around when she heard her son's voice. The protagonist frowned and asked what brought her here. The manager assumed he was just hearing things. Eunhee smiled and asked what her son was doing there. Jae-ho explained that he wanted to buy a new capsule and called his friend who knows about them. The guy raised his index finger and asked if his mother was trying to play the game too. The woman replied that she wanted to buy him a gift. The young man blushed and asked her to spend the money on herself. The housewife said she wanted to buy something nice. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The shaman asked what was wrong. Yoon pointed to the side and remembered that he had already reserved this capsule, which cost 60 million won. The guys looked at the product and wondered what it meant. Wonsik came out from behind his comrade and said that this model can be bought for 30 million, because its technical characteristics are not that great. The player opened his mouth in surprise and added that other models with similar characteristics are sold for 15 million. The guys frowned menacingly and asked who tried to sell this for 60 million won. The woman looked back and said that it was that employee. The man's eyes widened in shock and he remained silent. The consultant broke out in a cold sweat and realized that he was in bad shape. The manager said that he did not mean that at all. People gathered outside the store and began to discuss what they had just heard. The florist turned away and suggested that they go somewhere else. The protagonist frowned sternly and decided that at least other companies would not try to rip them off like Ilsong. The store employee bowed and said that he was very sorry, but the heroes had already left. Clouds floated above the city. Eunhee was upset that she could not buy the capsule. Jae-ho, carrying groceries in his hands, asked her to spend the money on himself, and said that he reserved the capsule at a decent price thanks to Wonsik. The guy put the bag of rice on the floor. The young man took out his phone and saw that he was being called. The shaman picked up the phone and heard that his friend already knew about the purchase of the capsule. Dupio said that Ilsong contacted him and wanted to apologize. The florist approached the TV and asked what this meant. The man asked him to turn on the news. The protagonist pressed the button and asked what was going on. An employee of that store appeared on the screen. The host reported that their investigation team visited the shopping center. Jae-ho smiled awkwardly and asked why the company was apologizing for their employee. The manager explained that this branch was run by Ilsong himself and the entire internet knew about it. The guy frowned and said that they didn't have to do that because the consultant had already apologized. The head of recruitment suggested that he just meet them because the world's leading electronics company would have something good to offer. The young man narrowed his eyes in displeasure and explained that he had enough work at MK Gamers and didn't want to get involved in any business with Ilsong. Dupio promised to convey this to the company. The stars were shining in the sky at night. The man sitting at the laptop said that he would keep in mind what the player said. A video about a shaman appeared on the screen. Sitting at the table, the man was surprised that he refused his apology to focus on the game. The head of the company adjusted his glasses and decided that this looked a lot like the best player in the world. Behind him were many posters of the main character. The chairman of the board called him simply amazing. Handel frowned in displeasure and was upset that he could not meet him. The girl entered the office and asked if he really liked him that much. Ji-yeon smiled shyly and called this room strange. Her father reminded her that he asked her not to come here when he was busy. The woman put her hands on her hips and asked if there was a way to meet Jae-ho. She reminded him of who helped her when they tried to rob her. The man adjusted his glasses and asked what this had to do with everything that was happening. The girl raised her index finger and said that the player himself stopped the thief. The head of the company jumped up from the table and asked why his daughter did not tell him about this before. Ji-yeon spread her arms and suggested that he saw those photos when he deleted the articles on the internet. The chairman frantically adjusted his glasses and said that he had asked his secretary to take care of it. The woman accused him of her father not showing interest in her life. Smiling, she suggested that the boy would come to the award ceremony and suggested that her father go there to thank him. The girl closed her eyes and asked if that was a good idea. Handel frowned and asked when the event would be. Ji-yeon said that she would not tell about it for free. The man promised to buy her a new bag from Hermes. The woman gave a thumbs up and agreed. The ribbon read Brave Citizen Award Ceremony. The boy placed his hand on his belt and wondered why there were so many journalists here. The shaman frowned when he saw one of the guests. The head of the company smiled and said that the player saved his daughter. The florist tilted his head in confusion and asked what brought him here. The guests looked around as the protagonist stepped forward. The chairman wanted to express his gratitude, but the reporters rushed forward, wanting to interview him about what happened at the Ilsong store. Holding a notepad, the reporter asked if he was intentionally trying to advertise their capsules. Handel burst into tears and said that he just wanted to say hello, but people kept asking him about the incident. The reporter approached Jeho and asked if he knew that the woman who was almost robbed was the daughter of the chairman of the Ilsong store. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise and he remembered Jiyeon, and after the crowd of reporters bombarded him with countless questions, the awards ceremony began. A police officer presented the boy with a certificate in a blue cover. The shaman took it in his hands and began posing for pictures. The florist frowned in annoyance and concluded that the matter was nearing its end and that it was time for him to leave before he was pestered with questions again. The protagonist looked back when someone called out to him. The man raised his hand and offered him a ride home. The CEO smiled and explained that there were too many prying eyes and offered to walk to his car. The chairman raised his hand and said that he wanted to talk to him about something. Jeho thanked him and explained that he just did what he had to do when he saved his daughter. Handel smiled widely and said that he had a big heart. The guy replied that he didn't and thought that he needed to leave before this turned into a big mess. The young man turned around and left, but the journalists followed him, trying to get answers to their questions. The man began to cry and decided that the purpose of his visit was an autograph and a photo with his idol. Beautiful roses were blooming in Alicia. Samantha looked at her friend and said that she would return to Korea for the final of the competition, while she had the opportunity. The girl blushed and added that she would like to watch her friend's game in person. May asked if he could get her a ticket. The shaman promised to talk to the team about it. The woman warned that she lived in New York. The florist smiled slyly and offered to spend time together when she came to Korea and show her a couple of interesting places. Suddenly a notification appeared in front of him. The assistant asked if her friend had tried Korean cuisine. Taylor said that he had found the herb of eternal youth. The main character frowned and said that he thought it did not exist. Scratching his chin, Jeho suggested meeting and talking about it and asked if this plant was from the Razel kingdom. The shadow assassin confirmed it and promised to tell him more later. The guy put his hands on his belt and said that he would take Tina with him. The man asked why he did it. The young man narrowed his eyes in displeasure and explained that he had already worked undercover with her once, so taking someone else on this mission would be too risky. The assassin promised to meet in Razel. The shaman looked resolutely at the system window and confirmed it. Samantha approached him and asked if she should call Tina. The florist replied that everything was fine and loudly shouted her name. The girl landed right behind him. The woman adjusted her hair and announced her presence. The protagonist looked back and asked if she wanted to go with him. The elf raised her index finger and asked him not to explain anything. Jeho smiled awkwardly and asked what that meant. The guardian put her hand to her chest and said that traveling to hell, or even the depths of the sea with him, would be a pleasure. Tina smiled widely and asked if that wasn't true. The guy confirmed it. The girl clenched her fist and said that she was very excited about it. A drop of sweat rolled down the tense young man's cheek. The woman happily followed him. The shaman said that they needed to go to the kingdom of Razel. The elf shook her hand and reminded him that she called herself an official bodyguard after their last trip. The florist asked what was wrong with her clothes and said that it was very cool. In the center of the city there was a tall red tower. This was the player's second visit to Razel. People looked around and looked at him. Immediately upon arrival, the protagonist went to a pub in the alley, where they were supposed to meet Taylor. A bright light illuminated the bartender. The man sitting at the table was very surprised. The shadow assassin frowned and asked why his friend looked so strange. Jeho narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked what was wrong with him. The boy approached the table. The mercenary explained that people would not recognize him without a mask, and asked if his comrade did not look even stranger. Pointing to the man next to him, the assassin explained that he was an NPC who had helped find out something, and called him one of the bandits who controlled the dark side of Razel. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Sid's mouth dropped open in surprise. Taylor reported that he had managed to gather information that could usually only be obtained by participating in some dubious business. The shaman took off his mask and, smirking, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man covered his face with his hands and understood why the red ball asked him to cooperate as much as possible. The shadow assassin wondered what his friend had been doing in Razel if he knew them. The florist smiled and asked where the secret place was, where the herb of eternal youth was kept. The mercenary replied that it was located on the roof of the castle. The assassin imagined climbing onto the roof and explained that the top floor of the castle was not included in the plans the red ball gave him, which he found suspicious. Taylor frowned and could see through the window that in a room with 4 walls and no entrance, there was a herb growing that he had never seen before. There was a pot of glowing plant on the table. A system notification appeared, saying that it was the herb of eternal youth. The protagonist squinted and began to ponder this. Sid frowned and explained that this was all they could find out for now, but the red ball said to convey that everything that falls probably has wings. Jeho imagined the crazy old man and asked what the last word meant. The guy headed for the exit and suggested that they just go and see what happens. The bandit asked him to be careful. The heroes went outside. The man explained that he had no choice but to climb the roof to check the room with the herb of eternal youth, and added that the castle was guarded by many knights, so they should go around it. The youth turned to him and asked how he managed to get inside. The shadow assassin replied that he did it through the front door. The assassin looked away and reminded him that he has the skill shadow penetration, so it is easy for him to infiltrate different places. Tina clutched her sword in her hands and suggested killing everyone and fighting their way inside. The mercenary stated that they do not have enough people to break through all these guards. Taylor looked up and said that they will use this way to get inside. In front of them was a high cliff. Closing his eyes, the man explained that even with his experience in infiltration, climbing a cliff is a huge challenge for him, and doubted that his comrades will be able to follow him. The shaman took out a climbing axe and said that he hadn't used it for a long time. The shadow assassin asked why the owner of a flower shop needed such equipment. The florist smiled confidently and suggested starting the climb. The axe sank into the rock. The protagonist looked back and asked what his comrade was doing. The assassin asked for help and said that he was about to fall. The girl swung her sword and offered to kill him so that he wouldn't interfere. Jaeho replied that everything was fine and decided to drag him up. The heroes climbed onto the roof. The mercenary asked what his comrade's strength and endurance indicators were, and said that on the broadcast he had a completely different level. Sitting on his knees, Taylor explained that his class always had low indicators. The guy said that he shouldn't be picky and that he needed to distribute his indicators evenly. The man pointed to the right window. The young man looked inside and asked if this was the herb of eternal youth. The shadow assassin suggested going into the room and checking. The guys shuddered when someone asked them to stop. Grumpy flew up to her ally and suggested that this was not a real flower because it did not emit life energy. The shaman brought his hand to the window and used the plant inspection skill. The system confirmed that it was not a living plant. The florist frowned and called his appearance here strange. The assassin asked if this meant that the herb of eternal youth was a lie. The protagonist looked around and said that this could not be because then Renier would know about it. Jaeho narrowed his eyes and suggested that there must be a secluded place here. The guy stepped forward and decided to look around. The mercenary asked if this was not the right place at all. The young man looked away and said that maybe they should go inside the castle. A notification appeared in front of him that the user had found a secret passage. The shaman asked what it meant. The castle stood on a high cliff. The florist suggested that there might be something there. The player frowned and said that he had found something. Taylor said that he couldn't see anything. The protagonist, standing on the edge of the roof, asked if his penetration skill was really that bad. The man's mouth opened in shock when Jaeho said that he had the title of grave robber, which allowed him to find everything that was hidden. The guy looked down and said that the secret passage was here. The young man pointed forward and added that it was in the air. A portal was open near the roof, but the shadow assassin said that he still couldn't see anything. A notification appeared above the heroes that a great being in the depths of the Razel kingdom opened its eyes and looked at them. The shaman smirked and decided that it looked like they had entered the underground waterway in the Grizzly Kingdom, meaning it could be the protector of Razel. Tina, engulfed in flames, suggested that it could be a dragon. The florist concluded that since they had awakened the protector, there must be something interesting inside. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. Looking down, Jaeho remembered the old man's words and asked his friend to jump forward. The guy spread his arms and ordered him to follow him. Taylor shouted that they would just fall and die. The girl grabbed him by the collar. The woman's eyes widened in madness and said that going to hell or jumping off a cliff with the player was fun. The man said that it did not apply to him. The heroes jumped from the roof of the castle. The young man was the first to approach the portal. The elf dragged the shadow assassin into it. The room was surrounded by stone walls. The system reported that the user had arrived in the royal bedchamber. The shaman landed on one knee and doubted that the herb of eternal youth was grown here. There was a pot on the table. The florist said that it looked more like an underground prison than a bedchamber. The protagonist bent over the flower and concluded that the previous notification was fake, and this was the real herb of eternal youth. Jaeho raised his head when someone asked him not to touch the flower. The guy looked back and asked what they were talking about. The stranger standing behind him asked who he was. The girl put her hand to her chest and demanded an answer to her question. The system called the user the first player to be granted an audience with King Razel. The boy frowned in displeasure and asked what it meant. The system reported the appearance of a new quest. The shaman leaned closer to the child. Taylor asked what was going on here. The queen opened her mouth wide and asked if they really came here to kill her. The stranger's eyes widened in surprise when the voice addressed the owner of the flower shop. The boys shuddered tensely. The heroes looked at the notification that the great being of the kingdom of Razel was speaking to them. A bright light illuminated the florist. The entity asked him to correct the error. The protagonist looked up and asked why he should do it. Jaeho looked down in surprise and asked what it meant. The girl clenched her fists and asked if it was really the same life cultivator in front of her. The heroes looked back when someone called out to Her Majesty. The guards burst into the room to arrest the violators. Tina ran forward and promised to take care of them. Taylor shouted that there were too many of them. The man grabbed the girl. The boy looked around and asked where the exit was. The child trembled and warned that the Grand Duke would be here soon. The queen pointed to the window and declared that this was the only way out of here. The guards rushed forward to grab the intruder. Frowning, the boy said that he did not know why the stranger was helping them and assumed that she had something to say. The girl tensely pursed her lips, her face covered in sweat. Smiling, the shaman decided that now was not the best time and promised to return soon. The child frowned sadly. The heroes ran to the exit, the guards rushed after them. The florist jumped straight into the window. The guys broke the glass and found themselves outside. Taylor looked back and asked why the window was in the air. At that moment, the frame began to evaporate. At that moment, it dissipated. The guys found themselves high above the ground. A blow was heard among the trees. The man squinted tensely when the system reported that he had a fracture of the whole body. The main character landed on his feet. The shadow assassin asked him for help and asked why he was the only one injured. The assassin looked back when he heard the voice of the knights who had already found them. The mercenary opened his mouth wide and asked his friend to stop. Looking back, Jeho asked him for forgiveness and promised to give him flowers during his next visit to the store. The guy ran into the forest with his companion. Taylor asked in horror if he would really abandon his teammate. Clouds floated above the forest. The guards are man. Screams were heard. The young man leaned on his knees and was glad that they managed to get out safe and sound. The shadow assassin asked how his friend could do such a thing. Smiling, the shaman realized that he would need to visit the queen again soon, and remembered that the Champions League final would be held tomorrow. On the final day of the matches, the host came out on stage and named the florist the most valuable player of the league's trial matches. The protagonist raised the cup over his head. He managed to win without much effort. There were various dishes on the table. The guys smiled widely and congratulated their comrade on his victory. Jeho thanked them and suggested that they start eating. Dupio closed his eyes and sighed. The guy thanked him for everything and asked what happened. The man shed tears and asked if he really didn't want to become a professional player, because at this rate he would be able to play in a real league. The young man reminded him that he was not interested in it at all and that it was even written in the contract. Sitting at the round table, the shaman asked if his comrade couldn't find a player who could replace him. The manager replied that he couldn't find someone like him. The florist frowned and asked what that meant. The protagonist raised his hand and explained that being able to react quickly and competently was much more important than being at a high level, and that consistent practice seemed very important as well. Dupio looked back and asked what made him think that. Jeho replied that Samantha fit the bill perfectly. The girl gaped in surprise and asked if he was talking about her, and the guy offered to take her on the team. The woman blushed and explained that she wasn't high enough for such games, and the young man said that such things weren't that important. The woman looked down and reminded him that she lived in America, and the shaman said that he had confidence in her, and suggested that his comrade consider taking her on. The man raised his eyebrows and explained that in that case she would have to live in Korea, and the florist replied that it wasn't that important, and asked them both to think about it. The head of recruitment smiled and promised to talk to the coach and wait for his decision. The knight looked away and realized that she could become a professional player. The heroes came to the office. The manager said that they had a candidate for a replacement. The protagonist explained that he heard that they needed a new player, and that he was wondering if they would be open to suggestions. Jae-jin opened his mouth in displeasure, and asked why he didn't become a coach then. The coach frowned furiously and asked if he should really keep quiet about it. Jeho narrowed his eyes and reminded that he signed the contract as a brand model because he was told that his opinion would be respected first. The man said that you can't always do what you want because life is not that easy. Sitting at the table, the coach told about how in his time the team came first, and not each player individually, and they never missed training or complained about not participating in matches. The guy frowned sternly and asked if they really wanted to force him to play as a professional player. Dupio smiled awkwardly and asked him not to worry about it. The boy concluded that it was better for him to leave. Shaman ran away. Jae-jin was indignant at his subordinates continuing to be capricious and complained that the manager allows them to do whatever they want. The mentor gritted his teeth and decided that this was a chance to teach him a lesson. The florist looked sternly ahead and announced his intention to leave MK Gamers. The friends' mouths fell open in surprise. Samantha assumed that it was all because of her. The protagonist replied that this was not the case at all and that it was the coach's fault. Jeho raised his hand and explained that he wanted to leave after what he said. Wansik frowned and asked what was wrong with him. Mei was indignant that they did not comply with the terms of the signed contract. The boy stated that he found himself in a difficult situation because they suddenly changed their attitude. The player asked if his friend was really going to quit at the peak of popularity. The young man frowned sternly and replied that he would not quit right now and was not going to stop competing. Vansik's eyes widened in surprise and asked what his friend was going to do. The shaman narrowed his eyes tensely. The florist, engulfed in flames, said that he needed to earn an even better reputation to create his own team. While the main character was shining both in the game and in reality, several players got into a dungeon where people rarely go. They decided that this was the perfect place for hunting. The guys walked along the corridor. The guy said that this dungeon was not too difficult and that the mobs here quickly recovered. Several monsters attacked the heroes from behind. The man cut one of them in half. The tank swung his blade and was surprised that there was no one here except them. The girl unleashed lightning on the monster and decided that this dungeon was definitely worth having a high-level player or guild take over to control access. The damage dealer smiled and told her that there was some weirdo wandering around here, because of whom everyone avoided this place. The woman asked who they were talking about while standing on the monster's corpse. The ranger explained that it was a high-level player who had fought a lot with others in the past, and now just attacks everyone he met. The warrior asked if they were sure they would be okay. The man said that he knew how to deal with it, and asked his friend to pick up all the shields from the monsters. The guy took the shield and asked why they needed this trash. A loud sound came from the dark cave. The young man smiled and assumed that it was a new kind of monster. The damage dealer raised his hand and asked him to stop. The guys opened their mouths in confusion. The man in golden armor took a step forward. The ranger broke out in a cold sweat and concluded that the one possessed by shields was already here. Smoke was coming out of the mouth of the man in Worcester, and his body was bound with chains. The hero's eyes widened in amazement. The player asked them to take the trash shield from their inventory. The tank raised it in front of him. The man spread his arms and shouted that he would kill the villain if he did not give him the shield. The guys held out their shields to him. The man asked the monster to accept their gift and not to be angry. The knight grabbed the shield and called those who give him gifts good. The warrior smiled broadly and declared that they are now Ganbu. The damage dealer frowned tensely and confirmed this. The sorceress turned to him and asked if this was really a player. The ranger replied that he doubted it, and suggested that this was the image he had for his character. Worcester smiled slyly. It turned out that he had been cursed by a boss monster, and that he had lost touch with reality because he could not recover from the shock of losing something valuable. The guy was walking through the forest with shields. To remove the curse he just needed to get an artifact, and until then he was periodically overcome by madness. White flowers were blooming on the vines. There was a notice board next to the wall. Protagonist smiled widely and explained that you can use it to trade and that you need to touch the board to open the interface. The girl pointed to the board and asked her friend to accept her request. The protagonist clicked the confirm permission button to create a notice board in the Alicia Flower shop. Jeho smiled at the notifications. The woman explained that all created items would be sold through the system, adding that their construction would be finished in 2 weeks, after which they would be able to start trading with other cities. The guy looked down and thanked her friend. The appraiser remembered the Minister of Finance and said that she would do anything to achieve success. The corporation member looked away and said that she had one request. Protagonist reminded him of the man they had fought and who kept asking for a shield. The boy scratched his cheek and explained that he had fought many people and did not remember him. Suddenly hitting his fist into his palm, the shaman remembered Worcester and asked what happened to him. The girl replied that he was not in the best condition now. The woman smiled nervously and told him that now the knight was running around with a bunch of shields chained to his body and attacking everyone in sight. The appraiser asked her friend to return his shield. The florist thoughtfully scratched his chin. The protagonist smiled and agreed to return the artifact, because he did not really need it. The corporation member thanked him and promised to contact the warrior right away. Jeho lowered his head and was glad that they had settled the details of moving the mage tower to Elysium, and opened the notice board. Someone called out to him from behind. Holding a document in his hands, Chokin said that the Kingdom of Razel sent a diplomatic letter, and that they wanted to discuss the issue of moving the magic tower to Elysium. The guy took the parchment from his hands. The man explained that the kingdom was very angry, but those who were in the magic tower were unlikely to change their minds, so discussing this issue would be a waste of time. The crazy old man raised his hand and wanted to send them an answer written in blood. The young man said that he was going to visit there personally. The lord opened his mouth wide and asked what would happen if the villains tried to harm him. The shaman explained that they would not be able to kill him anyway and added that he had important things to do. The florist frowned and decided to just hide behind these negotiations in order to see Queen Razel. The protagonist looked back when the mage said that he understood that he had his own plans and wanted to ask something. Jeho frowned sternly and asked what they were talking about. Chokin smiled widely and asked him to add as much fuel to the fire as possible. The guy asked why he wanted that. The man opened his eyes wide and explained that he wanted to confirm something about the Razel kingdom. The young man turned away and agreed. The shaman smiled slyly and said that his second talent after growing flowers was exposing such arrogant villains. The heroes stopped in front of a tall castle. Unlike last time, they arrived in the kingdom on an official visit. There was a chandelier burning under the ceiling. There were patterns painted on the railing. People were standing on both sides of the carpet leading to the throne. The florist pursed his lips in displeasure and noticed that the queen was not there. The nobles glared at him. They frowned menacingly. The protagonist raised his fist to his mouth and coughed. The nobles opened their mouths in indignation when Jeho stated that he had nothing to talk about with mere mortals, and decided that nothing else could be expected from a commoner. Tina stepped forward and suggested killing them all. The boy asked her not to do anything and explained that he just needed to talk to their queen. The boy looked away when someone told them not to worry. The man came down the stairs and announced that their queen had set aside some time to feast with them when they were done. The old man smirked and asked if there were only 2 of them, and assumed it was an attempt to show how humble they were. The shaman frowned and was indignant at him for inviting him here, talking down to him, and being late. The Duke raised his eyebrows and introduced himself. The florist looked up and said his name. The protagonist narrowed his eyes suspiciously and concluded that the scoundrel was trying to take control of the conversation. An ominous energy enveloped the nobleman, and Jeho realized that this man the queen was talking about had real power in the Razel kingdom. With a sly frown, the nobleman said that he wanted to welcome them on their first visit to the kingdoms, and assumed that this was not their first time here. The guy smiled and replied that he had a rather stereotypical face. As they descended the stairs, Arif explained that the mage tower moving was quite an unexpected turn of events for them, so they decided to personally talk to everyone involved. The young man asked if they should talk to the tower's leader first. The man approached him and asked why the tower's leader would want to move it to Alicia for no reason. The shaman asked if he should convince them to stay. Raising his hand, the old man replied that they did not expect the tower's decision to change, and explained that if the flower shop owner made a bold choice for everyone, there would be no problem. The Duke smiled widely and stated that their first offer still stood. The florist frowned menacingly and asked if they still wanted Alicia to become a city-state. Raising his hand, the nobleman confirmed this and added that then they would have no reason to quarrel, because the tower would still be a part of Razel, and he would have the support of the entire kingdom. The protagonist declined his offer. The nobleman closed his eyes and asked why he was so categorical. Jeho blushed with anger and declared that he had the right to the desert farm as a life cultivator. The people behind him were indignant at his words. The guests frowned furiously and shouted that this story was just a legend and that it had nothing to do with the desert farm. The boy looked away. The system reported that these NPCs were lying. Arif's eyes flashed and suggested that his ally had heard some rumors. The system warned that the bandage could not determine the veracity of the statements of the legendary NPCs. The young man turned to him and explained that they had transferred the rights to the desert farm to the life cultivator as a result of a certain deal. The man slyly knitted his eyebrows and assumed that the guest was aware of the details of this deal, and how much their queen had lost sleep because of it. The shaman narrowed his eyes suspiciously and said that this was their problem as subjects. Placing his hand on his belt, the florist said that he came here simply to notify them, not to argue, and added that the land on which the Alicia flower shop was built was given to the elves by the kingdom of Razel in ancient times. The protagonist opened his mouth in displeasure and concluded that they should forget about the flower shop, since it was not his land. The nobleman raised his hand and asked if he was really ready to go to war against Razel. Jeho repeated that the flower shop was on elven land, and the elves despised humans very much. The boy looked back menacingly and suggested that the kingdom join them in battle if they wanted to see Razel burn. The young man headed for the exit and asked to let him know if the queen wanted to talk to him. Approaching the Duke, the nobleman was indignant that the guest dared to insult them, and asked if they were really going to stand there and watch this. Arif frowned in annoyance. The others tried to shout to him. The man closed his eyes and asked them to calm down, explaining that assassination was not the only way to knock down another country's king. The old man glared forward and added that it would be a pointless strategy, especially for an immortal, but he had an idea. The sun was shining above the tower. Someone reported that the flower shop was under attack. May asked what they should do now. The shaman smiled, deciding that this was expected, and asked what they had damaged. A bell window was hanging in the air. The girl told him that the attackers had tried to set the city on fire, but the elves quickly put out the fire, and that they were NPCs who had infiltrated the city on Razel's orders. Rainier approached him and said that the villains from the kingdom had finally made a mistake. The florist concluded that this time they needed to draw the queen's attention to the public when the nobles began to act. Following his companion, the man suggested that he had a great strategist on his side who could predict such events. The protagonist replied that his name was Chokin and that his eyes were ablaze when he worked. The old man furrowed his brows and explained that the enemy would not harm them because that would mean a full-scale war with the elves. The chancellor bowed his head and decided that they would try to anger his friend without giving him a reason to start a war with them. Jeho asked if they would attack the flower shop to threaten him. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, the mage explained that strange people had been wandering around lately and suggested capturing them when they started acting and finding out if they had any connection to the Razel kingdom. The High Lord smiled widely and stated that his comrade had hired a very capable man and asked how the meeting with Queen Razel had gone. The boy replied that he was very surprised and asked if he knew anything about her. The archmage said that he only knew that the nobles had hidden their ruler. The boy looked back and confirmed this. The shaman looked down when he received a call. Samantha reported that a response had arrived to the letter of protest, and that it stated that Queen Razel wished to speak with him. The heroes entered the palace again. Standing by the throne, Arif expressed regret for having to travel back and forth and asked the guests to show respect for their monarch. The florist approached the stairs and stated that something was wrong here. Pointing his finger at the man, the protagonist said that he would not bow down to him and asked him to come down. Jeho put his hand to his chest and was glad that they were finally able to meet. The girl nodded silently. The boy smiled and said it was a pleasure to meet her. The young man pointed at the child and shouted that he expected a detailed explanation of why her people had set fire to his flower beds like petty hooligans. The old man stepped forward and reminded her that the letter said they had paid people to set the fire, but they had not done so, and asked if the player had believed a gang of criminals. The nobleman opened his mouth in anger and was indignant that the guest had been so rude in his letter. His companion agreed and said that they could not verify how true their words were. The duke looked at the queen and asked if she did not agree with them. His eyes lit up. The nobleman hoped that the ruler believed them. The girl burst into tears, not knowing what to answer him. The people looked at the shaman in bewilderment. The florist frowned menacingly and asked how they dared to read a letter addressed to the monarch. Arif raised his eyebrows in surprise. His colleagues' mouths dropped open in shock. The protagonist looked around and asked how it was that even the lowest nobles knew the contents of this letter. The man said that they would not tolerate further insults. Jeho narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The boy pointed at the child and suggested that this was not the real ruler. The young man pointed at the nobleman and asked if this was the true king. He then pointed at another nobleman and asked what about him. A sly smile appeared on his face. The old man was enveloped in an ominous aura. The shaman suggested that with age the scoundrel had lost touch with reality and forgotten who was the king and who was not. The florist put his hand to his ear and asked what that sound was. The protagonist smirked and asked the duke to leave the queen alone and go away. Arif smiled maliciously and said that they would leave if the guests so badly wanted it. A light was burning under the ceiling. The girl came down from the throne and was surprised that the guest had the audacity to insult everyone in front of her. Leaning forward, Jeho replied that he had no such intentions and asked how it was possible to calmly talk with this old snake nearby. The child said that it was quite exciting. The queen frowned and asked if the life cultivator could help them. The boy frowned and said that he wanted to hear the whole story first. The ruler lowered her head and explained that on that day they heard the voice of Frankyre, who was the protector of Razel. The boy remembered that the voice asked him for help. The shaman smirked and suggested that the duke was the source of the problem. The monarch called him fearless. Matilda frowned and told about how the general public called her King Razelius XVII, but her original name was Princess. The florist pursed his lips and wondered if Arif had made her a puppet to seize power. The girl added that the duke was her great-grandfather. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and said that he did not seem that old to him. Jeho sternly knitted his eyebrows and asked if this was the effect of the herb of eternal youth. The child confirmed it. The queen looked down and explained that the nobleman stole the herb of eternal youth after killing all the princes of the royal family, and put her on the throne as a puppet to take control of Razel. The boy asked why the scoundrel did not take the throne himself. The ruler folded her hands on her lap and said that if anyone other than the royal family became the monarch, Frankyre would curse them. Her hands trembled. Matilda guessed that the nobleman had the ability to neutralize Frankyre's defense, so he could get rid of her at any time. The girl frowned sadly and asked if the life cultivator could help her. The boy looked down and stated that he had one condition. The child raised her head and asked what he wanted. The shaman smiled and asked her to give the herb of eternal youth to the Elysium flower shop. The florist raised his hand and explained that he was not going to keep it for himself, and wanted to take care of it, as its growth would be hundreds of times more effective in the garden. Looking back, the protagonist asked if the queen could keep the herb safe and sound, and suggested that a villain like the Grand Duke might appear again. Frowning, Jeho asked her to think about it carefully and asked if she was trying to take power from Arif for the sake of the future of Razel, or for her own personal gain. The ruler blushed and looked at him with embarrassment. The boy placed his hands on his waist. Matilda accepted his conditions. The boy smiled and agreed to help her. The system asked him to liberate the kingdom of Razel. The girl clenched her fists and said that she was doing this for her own good, because she wanted to live for a long time. The heroes met on the street. Ocelot called himself one of the last personal guards of the queen. The man raised his hand and said that the girl informed him of the situation. The shaman pressed himself against the wall and said that he was pleased to meet him. The florist grinned and offered to come up with a plan. After meeting with the monarch, the protagonist ran to the exit of the castle, asking for forgiveness from the disgruntled nobles. Arif approached his colleagues and asked them to leave the guest alone. The man frowned menacingly and said that he did not know what his plan was. His eyes lit up. The old man explained that this was the last time he could do whatever he wanted. The captain of the guard raised his eyebrows and said that the duke's estate was located in the northwest of Razel and that he usually stayed there and came to the castle only for meetings of the nobility. The soldier raised his hand and said that the Elysium flower shop had a strong army, but the same was true for the nobleman who led all the knightly orders and the army of the kingdom. Bowing his head, Ocelot stated that they did not have many personal guards left who had sworn allegiance to the queen, and asked the ally to be her support. Jeho frowned menacingly, thinking that he could not use the elves like that because NPCs died permanently, and concluded that he should only take a select number of the best fighters. The boy looked up and said that they should start a full-scale war to challenge Arif's control over the military. The man asked what their army would be like. The young man raised his hand and explained that they must announce the Duke's betrayal and gather an army in the name of the Queen. The knight reminded them that all the nobles were on his side. The captain of the guard lowered his head and doubted that anyone would follow Her Majesty. The shaman said that he was not talking about the soldiers of the kingdom. The warrior looked at him and asked who he was talking about. The florist's eyes sparkled and explained that there were people in this world who were ready to chop down trees all day long as they were paid properly. Ocelot asked if that was true. The mercenaries scratched their heads and asked if anyone was talking about them. The protagonist clicked on the notification and said that he could create new quests. A secret task to overthrow the traitor appeared in the system. Jeho smiled and said that now they could only wait for a response from those people they called immortals. The guy narrowed his eyes slyly and decided to wait for the players to take the bait. People gathered on the street and started discussing a national-level quest, believing it to be part of the new update. The guys watched them from around the corner. The players did not understand where this task came from, but attributed everything to the fact that it was top secret. The man frowned and realized that everything was going according to plan. The young man explained that if they were given a task with the ability to increase their reputation in the entire kingdom, then people would line up, hoping to make a decisive contribution. The captain of the guard asked what would happen if Arif revealed their plan. The shaman crossed his arms over his chest and said that he set the mode to top secret and blocked words that could give away the content of the task. The florist turned his head and added that rumors would still spread and the Duke would find out about everything sooner or later, but his goal was to buy time. Mountains were visible behind the trees. The protagonist said that there could only be one problem. As they walked through the forest, the girl asked why they were going this way, and the man replied that the king was gathering men to attack the most powerful noble. The warrior raised his hand and explained that the queen was just a puppet and that Arif controlled most of the Razel military, meaning most of them would die in battle if they accepted the mission. The warrior clenched his fist and offered to sell this information to the Duke himself for even greater profit. Someone came out of the forest and asked how they dared to talk about betting. Leading a group of bandits, Sid asked if they hadn't heard of the florist who defeated the fisherman, the god of gambling, with a single bet. The bandit smiled slyly and ordered his comrades to capture the gamblers. The outlaw bowed and reported that they had captured 324 people on the way to the estate. The man gave a thumbs up and said that it was obvious that they would want to sell this information. The protagonist thanked him for his help and for quietly spreading rumors. The bandit scratched his head and reminded them that they controlled the underbelly of Razel, so dealing with rumors was not a problem for them. Jeho smiled and stated that they should continue like this, so that Arif would find out about this as late as possible, when the players were ready. Numerous discussions appeared on the forum. The news quickly spread across the online forums, and many began to gather in Razel, knowing that they had nothing to lose. On the appointed day, people gathered in the outskirts of the kingdom, waiting for further orders. They looked up at the top of the cliff, when someone thanked them for their desire to fight injustice. Matilda raised her hand and announced herself as the heir to the throne of Razel and the last member of the royal family. The players had a bad feeling about this. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the girl said that Arif was a traitor who had deceived the royal family and could not go unpunished, and promised to reward all those who supported her in the fight against the villain. Looking up, people doubted that they could cope with the task, because they could die and lose all levels. The child frowned tensely, seeing their displeasure. Someone approached her from behind. The queen frowned in alarm. She closed her eyes and pursed her lips. Waving her hand, the ruler wanted to thank her friend who helped her survive this difficult time, and decided to introduce him to everyone. Another person came to the edge of the cliff. The players assumed that this was the creator of the top secret task. They widened their eyes in shock and wondered what this meant. The protagonist put his hand on the monarch's shoulder and introduced himself as the owner of the Alicia Flower Shop. People's mouths opened in amazement, not expecting to see him here. Jeho beamed and looked at his ally. Matilda blushed and hesitated. Smiling confidently, the guy said that it was very courageous of her and asked her to leave the rest to him. The players raised their fists in joy, their fighting spirit immediately rising after the appearance of the quest creator, who became famous throughout the world for his brilliant debut in the league matches. Taylor stood at the back of everyone. He was the only one who could not bring himself to be happy. The man frowned in annoyance. The young man bared his teeth and wondered what brought him here. The shaman frowned and asked if his friend had come for the quest too. The shadow assassin said that he did not often get the chance to participate in a national-level quest, and wondered if this was his doing. The florist smiled and wished him luck with the quest, as he really needed cannon fodder. The assassin hid in the crowd. The system blocked his ability to communicate with his comrade in a whisper. The protagonist raised his fist and hoped that everyone present would be able to help them raise the kingdom of Razel from its knees. People raised their weapons. The mercenary had a bad feeling, since every time his friend was nearby, strange things happened. Clouds floated above the estate. A servant ran into the office and reported that the king was heading here with an army of immortals. Standing at the table, Arif decided that the enemy wanted to resort to outside help to put a knife to his throat. The servant asked what they should do now. Waving his hand, the man asked to prepare the troops and said that he would gladly send his warriors to meet them. The old man grinned and explained that he left the queen alive only to use her last name. Clenching his burning fist, the duke said he no longer needed it and promised to send all enemies into oblivion along with the entire kingdom. People headed towards the castle. The protagonist was surprised that his personal estate had such huge walls and wondered if they would be able to break through. The players rushed to the gate. Jeho shouted that it was time to attack and ordered everyone to break through this gate. Armored archers stood on the fortress wall. Looking back, the warrior reported that the troops were in place and said that he would wait for the order. Climbing onto the platform, Arif asked everyone to prepare for battle and said that they must destroy these scoundrels. The soldiers pulled the bowstring and fired. A hail of arrows fell on the heroes. Someone ordered to raise their shields. Frowning, the man ordered to continue the shelling and asked the wizards to prepare magic bombs. The sorcerers raised their hands and began to chant a spell. Lightning rained down on the players. The old man shouted that they would sweep away all the intruders from his lands. Powerful explosions threw people in different directions. They did not understand why the enemy was so strong. The warrior opened his mouth wide and concluded that it seemed like the strongest knights of the Razel order had gathered here, who would be able to kill everyone who was below level 200. The man looked back and asked if the owner of the flower shop wanted to lower the level of his competitors in this way. The player looked to the side and noticed that high-ranking members of the Grizzly Bears were also here. Taylor flashed through the crowd. The bandit approached him and asked if everything would be okay. The shadow assassin said that Jeho could not have known about their appearance and planned it in advance. The old man frowned with displeasure and asked what they should do now. The rich man approached his comrade and offered him to sneak into the castle and open the gates. The bandit remembered that it worked when they captured Idran. The assassin said that the knights back then were just useless, unlike these. The magician flashed his crazy eyes and cast a spell. The enemies looked much stronger than any of the Idran soldiers. Standing against the bright lightning, the mercenary said that he could not do anything alone, because this was a full-scale war. The man came out in front of the crowd and shouted that they were looking for brave bandits who were ready to go behind enemy lines. Taylor looked at them and thought that something was wrong here. The players began to argue about who should lead their squad. The guys smiled widely and offered their comrade to become a captain, because at this rate they would be able to contribute to the battle. The shadow assassin hid behind his friends as they tried to get the leader's attention. The people scratched their noses and decided to give him command of the squad because he was the hero of the Idran takeover. The assassin stepped forward. The others began to cheer him on and say that such a person can be relied upon. The man who was hit by lightning raised his hands. The mages continued to attack the invaders from the fortress wall. Matilda frowned sadly and was upset that they could not even break through the gate. The protagonist said that they were holding up better than he expected. Jeho smiled and said that he had prepared something. The guy looked at the system window and said that his friend had come just in time. Someone stepped forward and shouted that the Alicia flower shop was the best choice for those who wanted to become stronger. The players looked around and wondered what all this meant. Red, wrapped in a robe of flowers, asked if they had heard anything about the Elysian flower dress. The archers lowered their weapons, not understanding what was happening. Everyone parted, and the mage headed towards the gate. The bandit wondered what happened to his outfit. The mage summoned fire in his hand and declared that it was the power of the dress made in Elysium. The Brown Bear Guild member released a wave of fire forward. The flames engulfed him from head to toe. The system warned that the user could lose his life if he did not stop chanting. Red rushed forward. The man jumped straight to the gate and used a combination skill. The wave of fire broke through the high gate. A cloud of flame fell to the ground. At the same time, a powerful explosion was heard. The people covered their faces with their hands to avoid being hit. The bandit frowned and asked what happened to the mage. His eyes widened in shock. The wizard lay on the ruined ground. The assassin asked what was so important about the flowers that their ally decided to blow himself up.